Yes, go ahead, sir.
Hey, Bubba, I discovered you back in '06 when you joined with Howard,
Yeah.
and I just want to bring up that this is the end officially of Howard Stern. He endorsed two losers in 1 year, and when Dana White was mentioning all these media people podcasts, you know it just made Howard mad that he's not in that list anymore. It's over.
Well, here's the deal. Howard will maybe you may think that it's over for Howard currently, but regardless of what Howard does for the remaining year and 3 months of his contract, you can't wipe out the 40 years of him being the most dominant media personality and the king of all media. So as Howard gets a little bit older and maybe says some outrageous political things that don't align with you, I don't think that wipes out 40 years of being the number one highest paid media personality in the world. So how Howard chooses to go out, who he chooses to politically align himself with, that's on him. But I don't let the past however many years that you feel Howard has change his legacy, because his legacy will never be anything other than the greatest of all time. Period.
No, and I agree with that, but I just think he's tried so hard this last 10 years to distance himself.
No, I mean he's tried so hard. He's tried so hard these last 10 years to do something that he never has done before, which is interview-based, opinionated-based radio, and not have the buffoonery and the whack pack and the show your penises and the stunts and the girls and the Sibians and all that. And he's tried to legitimately interview and have, musicians like Metallica and Billie Eilish and Post Malone and Paul McCartney and Billy Joel and he's had Kamala on there. Regardless of your political affiliation and how you feel he interviewed Kamala, he's changed as he's gotten older, and he doesn't have to do the shock jockey things that probably personally make him cringe in today's world, as he's saying goodbye to the industry and legitimizing his legacy. And I've changed. I don't have the strippers. I don't have the girls in here peeing into coffee cans and climbing up and down strip poles and getting in the shower and putting their boobs on the shower and shocking women's vaginas. Howard. By the way, I didn't hang up on that guy. He hung up on himself. Howard doesn't care. Howard's not in the business to worry about what you care. And yes, I am sticking up for Howard. He's a friend of mine. Him and I don't align politically, but we can still have a friendship. I still get a birthday card from him. I still get a Christmas card from him. And he's still nice enough to Bubba and Tyler Clem. He's that thoughtful. It's handwritten. And I will always consider him a friend. He's taken a lot of crap lately on his political alignment, his political, his hatred for Donald Trump, his hatred for people who voted for Donald Trump, his hatred for people who like Donald Trump. But Howard is at the point of his life where he doesn't care, nor does he have to. And people change. I've changed tremendously. I used to have, a guy over there that was a ball busting, a parody songwriting son of a bitch.
Yes.
And played a fake character named Ned. Yes. And I don't have that anymore.
No.
Yeah. And so my show's done a 180. So listen, maybe Howard's not your cup of tea now. Don't call me and bitch about it. Just don't listen, because you're not going to get me in a trick bag. I've commented on. I was concerned that Howard potentially was running off some of his base by being so stiff on how much he hated Donald Trump and those that supported him. I've said my piece, but I said it classy, and I said it in a not a hurtful way that would jeopardize our friendship. But Howard is Will. There'll never be another person that will emulate the success that he's had in radio and then satellite radio and film, TV. So don't call me up and tell me how much you hate Howard Stern. Call Howard up. Have the balls to call him up. Tell him to his face how much you suck. He sucks, and how much you don't like him. He'll probably hang up on you and tell you, don't ever call me again, sir. I don't care about what you think. I'm Howard Mother Effin' Stern.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Clem Kush today. That's available via podcast only. You can go to our YouTube channel if you like. It's really the easiest way to get our podcasting. Also, subscribe and get notifications from our YouTube channel. Everything from my food review to Lummy's Goat Report to various other exclusive stuff only available at our YouTube, which is at The Bubba Army within YouTube. It doesn't cost anything to subscribe, doesn't cost anything to get a notification, but it certainly helps us out tremendously as we're trying to hit 120,000. That would be great. We're almost at 119. I think we're like 118.8. I think something like that.
So get it for us, please.
Like to hit the 120 deal, then the 125, so forth and so on. Maybe 250,000. That'd be great. Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, I used to call you years ago. It's Jennifer Adelia. I wanted to just say hello. I miss you. I miss everyone in your place there. How are you?
Good, Jennifer. How did when? Well, back you used to call back when? First of all,
a while back. Do you remember? Do you recall? I had like a dices case going on because I beat my kid or whatever they said. With a stupid 13-year-old that was my child.
Hold on. Yes, this is
okay.
This is Jennifer from Fort Myers.
Yes, Jennifer Adelia. Remember I did 2 years in prison for my child and all that stuff, which is boring, stupid old news.
Well, I know, but I need to just get people up to speed, Jennifer, as to the history you have with the show, and your background, because it may be stupid to you, but it's very germane into who and what you are. And I say this with all respect, and if I'm out of line or incorrect about anything, then correct me on it, okay? But you used to call the show, and sometimes you'd be on the phone with me, and your kid would be sitting beside you, and he'd be like mouthing off, but more like, hey, let's stop at McDonald's or whatever, and you would like tell him how stupid he was. Tell him to shut up.
Yes, he was. He was very stupid. He got a little smarter, but go ahead. And
you'd hit him, and like
allegedly.
Okay, well, you would hit him because I ended up being, as you know, I didn't want to testify against you, but the state of Florida did subpoena the times that you called the show.
Oh man,
I don't remember this.
Oh no, this is very big deal here.
Yeah, I went to court for it. I went to court.
I kept it. I didn't want people to know about it. I just wanted for it to go away. So the state of Florida subpoenaed all the times that she called in. She would call from home sometimes, and you are always just very mean to your kid. And then you just
I wouldn't say that I was mean. Like, honestly, it was deserving. He was very rude. I'm trying to listen to your show, and he's wanting to change the channel. It was just really, really
How old was he?
He was like 14, 13.
13 at the time.
So now hold on. So you disappeared. Obviously, I know now that you went.
I was in prison.
So you were in prison for. Now, were you in prison for what you did? Like for what the actions of what you did on my show?
Well, it wasn't just your show. I mean, like, it didn't happen on your show. It's not like I beat him on the phone and stuff. But, yeah, no, because he's a little rat. He's a little snitch. His father's a little snitch. They went and they testified and all kinds of, needless to say, I don't have a relationship with my son anymore, and I don't care.
Okay.
She certainly got a
Now
lot of
I can
remorse.
listen to your show. I can literally listen to your show without him annoying me.
Okay, so you went and did a couple years in prison. Was that like for child endangerment or child abuse or something like that?
Yes, all of the above.
And it's probably...
And I had possession charges, too, because remember I used to take Xanax, but I didn't have a prescription.
Right.
So the father told on me for that, too.
So everybody just sold you down the river. You went and did a couple years. And how long have you been out now?
Let's see, almost a year and a half.
Right. And then how did you rediscover the show?
Bubba, I've never stopped thinking about you, like, all honesty, and I don't want to sound crazy or deranged.
No.
Like, literally, I wrote you like 500 letters from prison. You never wrote back, not once. I was very mad. Some of my letters even came back because I guess I mentioned my stupid kid in the letters and then the attorneys and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I've been watching, and then I saw you, and I was on Facebook, and like, oh my God, there he is.
All right,
so I want to come to the studio.
So Facebook, you saw us on Facebook, and then we broadcast our morning show live on Facebook. So now you have a way to watch the show. You can not only listen to it, but watch it. So you reconnected through Facebook.
100%. And I'd love to just come there. I will not talk about my stupid kid. He is no longer in my life. Like, all honesty, that's a chapter that I never wanted open, and now it's closed. He's with his father.
Can we get her on the next Clement Kush?
Here's the deal, Jennifer. First of all, I didn't get any of your prison letters. Secondly,
oh my God, really?
For real, I don't know where they were going, but I didn't get any of them.
I literally wrote 336.
That's
but
it?
The other two didn't come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now here's the
That's
thing.
a long period of time.
Were any of them lusty messages?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, of course. Duh. You know I love you. And that's probably why they stuck. Like, I know you never had any kind of feelings for me or whatever, and I was just a crazy girl, apparently one of your producers said. But I'm not crazy, and I want you to know my love for you has never died. Like, I have an eternal flame with like a dragon's tail in my heart.
Wow.
For you.
Okay.
We got to tap into that.
Dragon's tail in her heart.
I need everybody to shut up, including the lawyer, and let me handle this because I have far more experience of dealing with these types of situations than all of you guys. And so, Jennifer, first of all, I'm engaged to a woman named.
I know. I heard.
Yeah.
I heard.
So
I heard.
I'm not
blah, blah, blah.
I'm not available. Did she say blah blah blah?
I probably listened to you before her. I probably was a fan of yours before she was.
All right,
or did you know her in real life?
Yeah. So anyway, I don't mind you appearing on the show because I'm interested in your trek of life and where you go now after prison, and I am certainly very appreciative that you've reconnected.
You know what Gawonki is? Gawonki, it's like stuffed cabbage. I can make that for you.
I don't like cabbage.
Scrumptious.
So Jennifer, let's have just the standard favorite radio show listener relationship where you
Oh my gosh, you want a relationship? Okay, yes.
Yeah,
I've been waiting for this for years.
Like friends, like we're friends, and you watch the show and you like the show and you can correspond with the show. But as far as
publicly,
as far as you coming physically to the studio or anything
I can do that. It's not a problem. I can come there whenever you want.
I don't want that.
I drove around there the other day.
Oh God.
Okay. Well, see, Jennifer, you're going to end up, freaking me out with your craziness.
Oh, I don't mean to do that. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
All right.
But go ahead.
So
I could cook for you.
Let's keep you. Now, did you go back to your place in Fort Myers? Is that where you live?
Yeah, that's where I'm at now.
Okay.
Well, it's not my house. Not the one that I used to live in. Too many bad memories. Memories of the boy and the father. That I just want to forget.
Do you have a job at all?
Not yet. I mean, I crochet. I do crocheting and knitting and stuff, and I sell it.
Right.
I sell it online.
Oh, you crochet and sell it online.
Hats, sweaters.
Like hats, like winter type caps, something like that.
Yeah. Because
Okay.
I don't know if you remember, I had a cousin in New Jersey, and she went to prison too for a long time, but she had a business, and I took it over. So it's not doing real well. I haven't really sold anything yet, but I might get a job. I don't know. It's not that time. Listen, I'm still getting my head together as far as, wrapping my head around the fact that my son was a liar and his father was even worse. So I just want to listen to you daily and just really, really just get closer and closer as
All right,
much
well,
as I can.
let's just start out with you being a daily listener and,
Okay.
reacquainting yourself with the, because,
Yeah.
as you can see, my lineup's completely different from when you knew it before. I had like Spice Boy and Brent and Manson and Ned and all
yeah,
those,
I remember
those
him.
guys are all gone.
We're more sympathetic figures now.
Yeah, I got,
Oh.
got a really good group of guys in here. And so let's just keep
Aw.
let's keep it, maybe you call the show, every couple weeks or so and check
Yeah.
in, and let's just
Yeah,
keep
I like them too. Whoever they are, let them know. Like, I literally love them too.
Okay.
Because they're in the same room and they are, I don't know.
Now,
I
did
don't
you-
know their names, but I love them.
Did you, while you were in prison, did you, hook up with any girls or anything?
Of course, duh. Why do you think the father wanted to break up with me for so long? But it's, neither here nor there. It wasn't like hookups. It was like, I'm here. I need love too. They need love. People in prison need love. Like, to all your listeners, if anyone wants to give love to anyone, give it to someone in prison because they're literally locked behind a door.
Yeah, I know, but like the average guy just can't go to prison and say, I want to give some bitch some love. I mean, and there'd be a line from here to Indiana if that was the case.
Glory hole at the prison.
I mean,
Yeah, you're right.
Giving love to the prisoners.
now have you've been
I
out for
wanted to do
now you've been out for nearly now are you still attracted to men or do you like women now?
I mean, really, it don't even matter. Like, I know that you're engaged and all that stupid stuff or whatever, but, I'm attracted to life and people. I became very spiritual. Like, literally, I practice, like, Wicca. It's like being a witch, but not really like black magic and stuff. So God really doesn't have too much to do with it, but I try to involve him when, he comes to me in my mind.
Okay. So you
So I'm
practice.
spiritual.
Okay, great. So, Jennifer, it's good to know that you're out. It's good to know that you're not mad at me because after I gave all
No, not at all. Oh, my
'cause-
God.
and now I do want you to know that the state subpoena, like the state didn't give me an option not to
I
provide
know.
those phone calls.
I know.
And I think
my lawyer told me, like, and I'm not even mad, but the main reason that I got found guilty was from, like, the phone calls to your station that I guess your station manager or whoever he was must have, like, told on me. So I'm not even mad about it, though.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Everyone needs love, for real.
Well, you know
Everyone
what?
does. I found love.
It sounds like you went and did your time. The people that were causing your irritation are now not part of your life. I don't know how.
Little jerks.
See, how can you be that mean or have that much disdain for a child that you gave birth to?
First of all, he's like 15 now, and so it's not even like really like young. Back then, it was, number one, I gave birth to him by accident, like literally got pregnant by accident, and his father never stayed with me after I told him I was pregnant. He thought I was lying, decided to take off and run. I took after him. I wound up getting into a physical altercation with him. I almost went to prison back then. And then my son came into the world with me, and he's like, oh, I love you. Blah. Just reminds me of the father too much. And I'm not trying to be mean to children. I love all children.
Except your own.
I just didn't like, this one as particular because he's mine. Not everyone has to be related through blood. Love is what makes you family. I have lots of family. He's just a relative.
But if everybody needs love, doesn't your son need love too?
He gets it from his father. He doesn't need it from me.
Now, do you is there like a court order or anything like that, like where you're not supposed to have any correspondence with your son, or is that just something that you've chosen not to do?
Oh, no, I signed rights over parental rights and guardianship and 100% time sharing, all to the father, because honestly, if you remember, the whole problem was that he's always wanting this. Always wanting that. I'm on the phone. He's turning on the radio louder on a different station. I literally had to pull over 3 times. Do you remember I called?
No, I remember one time you literally beat the hell out of him on the air.
Really?
And I was so uncomfortable that the manager.
That went into court. That's the one that got me in trouble.
I know, because that.
Did you hear it?
I don't do
Yes.
that no more.
Oh my God.
I mean, we might.
I don't hit anybody anymore.
Well, I mean, we might be able to find. I think. Did I used to call you Psycho Jennifer or Crazy Jennifer?
Yeah, Crazy Jennifer. I loved it. I loved it so much.
But
I'm not crazy. I'm the farthest thing from crazy.
Let's just call you. You're just Jennifer, okay? Just plain old Jennifer.
Oh my God! You seriously feel that way now?
Well,
Like,
I mean, I don't know if I feel that. I feel like I'm part of Kathy Bates and I'm the dirty bird. Get ready to get the hobbler here.
Oh, dude.
I'm just Jennifer. I like that.
Just Jennifer. Just
Misery.
Jennifer, okay?
We got an open spot at the content house.
So,
Shut up, Seth.
I like him.
So Jennifer, I forget what you look like. What do you look like?
Well, now I have like shorter hair, but it's like to my shoulder length, but short in the back. I got it's called a V cut. In prison, the ladies do like your hair for you and stuff. So the V cut is where it's like an A, but it's an upside down V. So it goes up to the middle in the back and then down on the sides on both of them.
And Jennifer, and how old are I think what are you in your mid 40s now?
44. 44 years young.
44.
Same age as Giselle.
So I don't wear makeup. I don't wear makeup because it's makeup is nothing more than animals tortured on your face. So I might do like virgin olive oil and stuff on my cheekbones and stuff, but that's about it.
And how tall and how much do you weigh, Jennifer?
5'4". I told you this years ago.
But Jennifer, you were, that was 30 girls with 30 women ago. So sorry. I mean,
Oh, no, it's all right. It's all right. Don't worry. 5'4", 121 pounds, and I have pretty big feet, which is awkward. Everyone used to call me Ronald McDonald when I was younger.
Because you have
My feet are
sexy.
really huge.
big feet. How about
You think we can get a pair of Bubba Army slides for those
How about
The
like
gold
big
how about-
talons?
Oh, yes, I love him. Tell him yes.
How about like
I'll come get them.
how about like your boobs? I don't quite remember your boob size.
They've always been 34C.
Oh,
34C.
Okay, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Well,
And in prison, I decided not to wear a bra and really go natural and stuff. But that's not, it's not even the way I like to live anymore. However, every now and then I do.
There's no more tapping into this, Bubba. There's no one-off where we really dig into her history. You want to kind of just leave it like this?
no, I'd like to continue.
Whatever you want to do.
I'd like-
Yeah, whatever you want to do, cutie.
I'm not
Do you have-
cutie.
What's his name?
Yes,
What's his
you
name,
are.
Bubba?
Yeah, you're cutie, buddy.
Seth the cutie.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm Ned's son.
That's the cutie.
Seth is a cutie, is he not?
is.
I found
I like
Adorable.
that.
I found
like
one
him
call
already.
from her.
You did find one call?
Yeah, and it looks like she got mad. Whoever named her crazy bitch wanted you to smash their hand or head with a hammer. She does not like handicap or cripple people.
Oh.
I'll tell you. So
I remember that.
So listen, Jennifer, we're going to try to find some of your old phone calls, and maybe on
Greatest of.
Cool.
maybe on
You want
tomorrow's
me
show.
to call my lawyer, the public defender? He had it all. Remember, literally.
Well,
Like,
if he's
my
got
Discovery has it all.
if he's got it, I got it. So, well, maybe
right,
tomorrow, or maybe today during the Clem Kush. Seth, I think the Clem Kush podcast just wrote itself, don't you think?
Well, I mean, can we have her on while we're playing her old calls? I can't get enough of this
No,
woman.
She's got no filter.
Oh, thank you. You're
No.
so adorable, and I can't even see you.
Seth, let me handle this one. She's an acquired taste, and so, Jennifer, give me. Why don't you call me? Why don't you call me next Tuesday? We'll make it a weekly thing, like where you check in on.
Okay, cool.
We'll check you. It'll be like Jennifer checks in on Tuesdays, and just see how you're doing. I would suggest that you probably try to get a regular job. To maybe.
Oh, not yet. I'm okay. I'm all right. I literally am doing well,
Okay.
really well. The earth and nature has always taken care of me, and right now I literally rely on nature.
Now, are you on any medication, prescription medication?
Of course, yes.
Of course.
A couple. I stopped abusing Xanax. I don't do that anymore. I'm on Adderall, Vicodin, just a few different things.
What?
Nothing crazy, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't take the Adderall was supposed to calm me down, but I love it because it doesn't, and it's like I don't take it or abuse it. Like sometimes I run out early, but I don't abuse it. Like for real, I used to love it, but I hate it. But it works, so I like it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then the Vicodin, was that from an injury or something?
No, it just makes my head go boom, boom, boom.
What's that again? I'm sorry.
No, it makes my head like go wonk, wonk, wonk.
Oh, it makes your head go wonk, wonk, wonk. Okay.
Do you have
Yeah.
you have money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
How?
Yes.
Did
Well, that was one of the deals. My ex, he was never a husband. We weren't married, but my ex that has his little brat now, he gave me some money to sign for parental rights. This way we didn't have to go through the whole.
Oh.
So Jay,
He bought his piece.
the dad was like, "Listen, I could spend X amount on an attorney, or I could just give
Yep.
it to Crazy Jennifer, and
It
let."
was so nice of him.
It sounds like he's a wonderful guy.
Yeah. And, it sounds like, Jennifer, it all worked out pretty good. You didn't like the kid. He's got the kid. The kid's being properly cared for. You didn't really.
Yeah.
And you got a little bit
And
of
I always-
you went and did your
Yeah.
you went and did your prison time. Now you got a little bit of money, walking around money, and you've rediscovered your favorite radio show.
Absolutely, and that's what makes me so unbelievably happy. And the boy, Seth, I really, really want your social medias because I'm going to follow you.
Seth, she wants your social media
Seth
because
Kush
she's
at
going to follow
Instagram.
it. Yes. So listen, Crazy Jennifer. Or I'm sorry, no, you know
No,
what?
just Jennifer.
Silly.
We're gonna,
Joyful.
No, we're just going to say
Just Jen.
Just Jen.
Oh,
That's her
yeah.
new name. Just Jen. We'll hear from you next Tuesday. A little progress report, and you'll have watched the show for an additional week. You'll be able to go look at Seth's social media stuff, and we're gonna.
I will get his name literally tattooed on my arm, like if he wants.
Wow.
And I'm going to get JJ tattooed on my back too. I'm going to do it, Bubba. I'm going to do it for real.
JJ for just Jennifer.
Yeah, and then
okay.
Seth.
Now, how many tattoos do you have, Jen?
11. I have 11.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right, Jen. Well,
Six of
listen.
them are small little butterflies around my ankle, though.
Are we not going to take her up on the tattoo offer, Sponjo?
Baby steps with her, Seth. I've dealt with her for years, and
I'm just getting into this, but I don't have time to waste,
Jen,
Bubba.
will you at least tell my co-host that I have dealt with you for a long time, and I truly know how to.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Yeah. So
Bubba is who I listen to, and he is the one that literally helped straighten out my life. Because, all honesty, Bubba, if you never gave those phone calls to the police or to the state, I would still be stuck with that little brat of a child of mine. I'd still be taking Xanax, and I would be messed up.
Right.
And you literally helped me,
Yes.
and I want you to know for that I love you.
I love
and tell
that-
the fiance to close her ears. I don't mean it in a bad way, just a loving way,
Right.
very loving.
She's a positive person now.
I love a person that I sent to jail
Absolutely.
that's still good with me. So, just Jen, just Jen, I'll talk to you in a week, and that'll give you another week to know the show and to peep on Seth a little bit. And
Follow me. I'm at Lummy BTLS.
and we will talk to you in 1 week, okay, babe?
All right, I'm literally going to get a tattoo of JJ for just Jen.
Oh.
I'll see you later. Bye, Bubba. Bye, Seth. I love you, Seth. Bye.
Bye.
You guys have no idea, Seth. You got to pull it back.
What do you
on
think? This
her.
was my first day?
You got to pull. Okay. I'm glad you.
Good luck.
We got a
Seth.
gate. We got a gate.
Do you
Seth.
have a call we can listen to?
Seth, yes.
I want to hear how, because I mean,
Yes. Let me, if you could find as many calls as you could for Clem Kush. How many do you got?
Only one so far. I think it looks like we might have been taking some down.
Do you have the one where she's beating her kid?
I think
that one's not on
I think
here.
we took. I think we took him down for.
Yeah.
I think Tom Bean
Their
made
evidence.
me take him down for in fear that we were promoting child abuse.
I get
Because
that.
this starts as Jennifer resents Bubba for calling the DCF on her.
or you can do it as
Well,
a
we
PSA.
can play that. We can play that.
Yeah,
we can
that's
play
the-
that
that's the
for
one
Clem
that's up here.
Kush. Everything else, she would call the show, and I'd be like, "Hey, Jen." She's like, "Hey," and she's always real crazy and flirting, and then she would be like, her kid would be like, "Mom, I want to stop by something." And she would pull the car over and start whipping him.
Dude, that's wild.
Beating him. And I'd be like, "Jen, stop." And she's like, "I'm tired of this little son of a bitch. He knows you're my favorite show. He knows not to bug me during my favorite show. We've established those rules." And she's smacking him.
What?
And I think one of the reasons why you can't find anything in the archives, Lummy, is because Tom Bean told me that's we can't offer child abuse for people to go download. And so I think I gave a total of 5 instances when she was on the phone with me that she beat her kid. So the only instance I have, Lummy, is I think she was really mad at me one day because I turned her in. So I'm running way late.
Yes.
Way late. So without further ado, Tuttle, do you need like an
I don't need.
You have dry mouth?
Yeah, I'm getting kind of pasty now because, I'm getting all nervous and stuff.
Because, like right now, the owner, John Cracciola, he's listening.
Okay.
Shannon is listening. And Shannon's being kind of stiff. Like Shannon said, not impressed so far.
Man.
And I'm like... I think he's done. I wrote back to Shannon. I said, I think he's done pretty good. And then nothing.
Well,
so Shannon's baseline right now is he's not impressed. I personally think you've done a great job.
Well, thank you, Bubba.
And I think all polls, Lummy, has shown that as well. Just for Shannon Burke to have the statistic, Lummy, can you and Seth give me the statistics we have? Because we ran a couple polls asking, the people that matter the most, our listeners, what they thought about Tuttle. Is he doing good or bad? Let me give me these stats for Shannon. Now, Shannon's the program director at the end of the day. Let's not forget that. That wields a lot of power. He can literally fire me with one text.
On our Twitter, it's 78.2% yes and 21.8% no on the question of, are you enjoying Tuttle today?
That's on our Twitter. 78 clicks yes, right?
Yes.
How many total votes?
That is 151.
That's a good cross section. Seth, what do you got for me?
I got over in the YouTube Center. We have 634 votes polling. 83% of people are enjoying Tuttle. That leaves 17% who are not enjoying Tuttle.
And then, Lummy, do we have any other?
That is our only 2 polls currently.
Perfect. That's perfect. Shannon, please, hopefully be so kind and consider those stats that the listeners, nearly an 80% approval rating by one Tuttle, who can also be known as Pat from First Florida News. So, Tuttle, without further ado, I'm going to step back and let you let you have the floor.
Okay, so I wrote bullet points here because I wanted to speak from the heart. Am I framed up right in the camera to be able to read this and stuff? I know that I'm going to start perspiring here soon.
So we want Shannon and Shane and John to know that, maybe we should go single screen on you. Just it's all you.
No.
Yeah. Let's do that.
I got you.
Thank you very much, Rhett. Single screen, man, Pat. Here you go.
All right.
And there's a lot riding on this.
All right.
Shannon's not impressed.
All right. First, I would like to start off with Mr. Shannon Burke. Before I get into my apologies to you, I want to say congratulations on becoming a program director. I think it's a great choice. You are a real radio person, not like some of these other fake hosts. You've done all types of radio, and it's well deserved. I hope to be able to work under your tutelage. If you ever want to air check anything, I'm down. We can air check this show anytime. So, one of my first apologies.
By the way, I didn't even tell you this, but he's big on air checking. So for you to throw that out really is pretty cool.
So
I'm trying to help you out, Pat.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I'm sorry. I'm such a pussy, Mr. Shannon Burke. I'm the complete opposite of you. You're rugged. I'm a Sigma at best. Hell, I might even be a super beta. You got all these cool tattoos, cool hair, cool voice. My voice is the anti-Shannon Burke voice.
He does have an unbelievable
Oh,
voice.
it's the best. He should be reading commercials for Ford or Chevy.
Yeah, and you're the anti-Shannon Burke voice, like the irritating squeak that you hear on the chalkboard.
Yeah, I do reads to sell like for old beat up used Dodge Omnis and stuff.
Right.
Okay,
he's selling full-blown F-350 super
oh
cabs.
yeah,
right?
with the step and everything.
Right,
yeah,
right.
but I want to apologize because I think where the hate first started was
With Shannon.
with Mr. Burke, and this is something that I really think caused the downfall and the rift and why you hated me. Well, number one, I attacked the golden goose of Florida Man Radio over there right now. You're the program director. I should not have done that, but I think it all started off the day that you wanted to buy the Saddam car. You had your Mercedes-Benz that you were looking for. It was on this side. I was one of your producers on Radio IO at the time. I drove you over there, but it was on a donut spare on my PT Cruiser. Had 2 CV joints that were about to go out at any moment. Air maybe wasn't working that great.
And he's asking you to drive him to a car that he might want to purchase.
Mm-hmm. We had
and
to
you got 2 donuts with 2 bad CV joints.
Yeah, their tires are literally about to fall off.
And you're
of
working as like a producer for him on Radio IO?
Yeah, this is when he was doing middays, and it was kind of dodgy going through Howie in the Hills, too steep of an incline through there. One of the donuts was screaming, and we finally get there. You buy the Saddam car. I break down, and it was just very uncomfortable conversations, okay?
You're profusely so sorry for anything that you may have said about Shannon in any way, shape, or form.
Yes.
That you're on bended knee.
I'm on bended knees. I will do anything. Like,
All right, let's move on to Shane, please. That one didn't go so well. Jesus
Bubba.
Christ. What, Shane? What?
Okay.
He's stupid. He's stupid. You wouldn't even bring that up. I double dumped it. I hope Shannon didn't hear it.
He said he didn't want to bring it up, Bubba.
I know, it's my fault. Damn it.
I didn't say what he was cheating.
Easy. Stop.
Oh, Jesus.
I've already messed it up day one.
Yeah, you're done. Like, if you just had kept that out, you'd be good. You're done.
All right, on to Shane Reeve.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's Thelma and Louise this right off the cliff, I guess. Just might as well go for it.
I'm the one in the most uncomfortable position because I'm going to have to try to beg for you.
I'm sweating now.
Oh my God. You just don't know how to keep your mouth shut.
I didn't want to say anything. Can I get a ruling from somebody else on the room in this one? On this one?
No.
I'd probably move to Shane.
Okay.
Let's go right on to Shane.
The rulings aren't going to change anything, Tuttle. I
Bring it back
though.
up. We need to move on. Yes, please. I'm embarrassed.
All right. Mr. Shane Reeve, you're the one. You're the one that's going to save the radio business.
See, this is the one you should have been saying. This is the Shannon stuff you should have been saying.
You're Linda Bird if she had balls. When I attacked the Golden Goose, you did me like Linda Bird did Bubba back in the day in Orlando as well, too. And, I was there. I saw it happen. I didn't learn from Bubba's mistake. So, number one, I'm sorry I attacked your Golden Goose. I did do a little bit of research and saw that you were a salesperson or sales manager. And I think there were a couple unfortunate events that happened at live appearances.
You mean you're saying he had live appearances and you sabotaged him?
Well, I didn't sabotage him on purpose.
You just didn't give your right.
Well,
you just didn't try.
Well, no,
Were you drunk?
No, it was like it was the appearances that nobody wanted to go to. Okay, like this one time,
like come meet Tuttle at a 7-Eleven on a corner of nobody and nowhere.
Yeah, but I got like hot dog heaven. With the big wiener on top of the building.
You're doing appearance at a hot dog heaven?
Yeah.
And it's Shane's deal, and you're kind of half-assing it, and it's not a very good turnout, and it just sucks.
No, I spun the prize wheel too hard, and it went onto Highway 50 and caused a rear-end collision. Sorry, that's not funny.
Okay.
Is that real?
Yeah, it is. It's completely real.
So you spun the prize wheel too hard. It went onto Highway 50 and caused a fender bender.
Yep, because somebody tried to avoid it.
Right, and then that probably cost the station a little bit.
Well, yeah, they took it out. My talent fee went to replace the prize wheel that they had just bought.
I've not heard back from Shannon. I hope I hear back from Shannon by saying, "Hey, listen, Tuttle's funny, and you can have him on Wednesdays if you'd like."
Does Shannon care about after shows and stuff?
I don't know. Shannon, they can't do anything about after shows, but they can do. They have a major say so on what goes on their airwaves during morning drive. So I'm just hoping you might want to.
There was another promotion, an unfortunate event.
The promotions that Shane Reeve had as a salesman that may have make him mad at you.
Yeah, it might have cost the company some money.
All right, continue on.
There was one. It was on Super Bowl Sunday, and nobody wanted to do it, but they were celebrating the new release of the McNuggets. They're like new recipe.
All right.
And they had this very, very fancy inflatable Ronald McDonald that they were throwing footballs into its mouth for like prizes.
Right. This is your gig.
And you know how I go all out. I came in a football uniform, cleats and everything, and I was running routes that a listener threw, and I ran into it, and I popped the inflatable with my cleats. That one was a big. That I had to do a bunch of free.
Yeah, I mean, McDonald's at that point, that's probably one of their biggest clients, and they got you that's popping Ronald because you cleated up.
Yeah, I cleated up.
Okay.
And it was.
So, again, these are all promotions that Shane probably cost him, a bunch of money.
Yeah, I mean, so I do apologize. Like, I don't do stupid stuff like that. I mean, I learned. The right amount of power that you put in a prize wheel, and I always make sure that I put the lug nut on a little bit tighter now before I spin it.
Is that it? I mean, you've done. I'm just very, very, very worried about Shannon's response to your apology. I think you just came in. But again, it was initiated by me. You said I don't want to say it, and I said say it. So it's my fault.
Yeah, I mean,
but you should have known better.
Well. Bubba, I'm willing to. Shannon Burke can name whatever it is, and I will do it.
I think he just hates you. Like he just
there might not be any going back from this.
I don't think there is,
and I will respect his decision because, like I said, he's the program director. He gets to make the choice. If he doesn't want me on, I will respect his decision.
Okay. We'll leave it at that.
I'm sorry, Shannon. I'm sorry for all the jokes, all my annoying voice. I know you hate it. I know you would want to punch it. If you could punch my voice.
If he wanted to punch you right in the face with all of his rings, would you let him?
Oh yeah, yeah, of course.
I mean, you almost might have to.
Where we're at in the forehead, I just don't want like a skull like being imprinted on my forehead. A skull ring or whatever.
He does have quite the ringery, does he not? And he attended BARP this year too, so we may have to separate you two at BARP.
He's got a Barbie ring too they can put on.
I know he doesn't like me, and I purposely left. They had like a memorial service for Bubba Whoop-Ass Wilson. I left because I didn't want to annoy him.
Oh. So you were there.
Yeah.
But you saw he was there.
I saw that he was good. People were like, he's going to be here any minute. And out of respect to him, I left.
Did you give Bubba Whoop-Ass Wilson a little kiss on the cheek and got the hell out of there? I mean, was it cremation, open casket? What was it?
No, I don't know. It was just like a listener party that his family and his brother and his sister came out there.
But word had it the boss man, Burke, the man, was on his way. So you paid your respects and got the hell out of there.
Yeah, I skedaddled.
That should go a little bit with him to know how sorry you are.
And I'm sorry about my PT Cruiser and the CV joint and donuts on.
Yeah, exactly, Lemmy, exactly.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Maybe that might be cool. That'd be kind of cool.
What kind of pills can you get with autism?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Lummy, I think you're becoming more of me for real.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Tuttle, I think you've I mean, you've really, really, really came a long way since that fateful day. Do you know? Is that a red letter day in your life that
it was a game changer for sure?
I know that.
Would you have called that your rock bottom though? Like, was that kind of the moment that you realized that you? Because first of all, I haven't seen you since you've been back. I'm very proud of you and happy for you and the way you've turned your life around. So congrats to you.
He
on that.
has too.
Oh, he's got his stuff together, man.
And you can tell that you're sober. You really can, because you know what? The more sober you are, the less juddy you are. But like when you're really drunk, that's when I don't think you had maybe alcoholism or being drunk kind of paralyzed your face, and you couldn't keep your bottom jaw parallel, and it just jutted you out the drunker you were.
The time that I went to Tallahassee with Lummy and Colton was
Lummy, can you
the
find that for me?
drunkest that I ever was, and the jut just came out hardcore, man.
And so does the stiff finger.
Oh, yeah.
The stiff finger, I
it's
think,
still around a little bit.
Yeah, I think your stiff finger might be an autistic trait. Maybe maybe a tick.
Because your buddy called you and said he's autistic. Now everybody's autistic.
No, what I'm saying is like
it's the hot new thing.
What would like Tuttle? You have this like teetotaling. What hand is it? Your right or left?
It's the left.
And it's this pinky that just comes out of nowhere. And even you being sober and being at your best and got a job, 2-3 jobs, it still it's out there. Isn't it?
Yeah, I get both pinkies, but the left is a stronger pinky. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, earlier you were worried about your jut, right?
Yeah.
And I'm saying I don't think that you have a jut issue. Due to the fact that
he looks 15 years older there.
Yeah, I don't think you have near the jut issue. God, what'd you see how fat Lummy looks here? Boy, yes. Lummy, hold on.
So fresh face though.
Yeah, younger too.
Well,
Tuttle looks. Hold on, Tuttle looks 15 years older, and Lummy looks 15 years younger. And so Tuttle, I think when you're at your drunkest.
Oh no!
Now what? Now
Look
what's
how fat
we were
I
doing
was?
I think sobriety test on him.
Oh, you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not
one of your proudest moments.
It's not.
This would be like when I was 488 pounds and Holly had to wipe my ass.
Colton in the garage filming me really
You're on the left, sir. You're on the left. Baby, want a cookie?
Dude! Wow, I forgot how bad it was.
You were pretty drunk that night.
See now, when you're drunk, see, like right now you're completely sober.
He looks like a special needs adult there.
If I was to tell you that guy's on the spectrum, you'd say, you know what? I'm not a psychologist or anybody that can make any type of. But you're right.
That guy's on his own spectrum.
That guy's on a whole different spectrum.
Why do I look like Sling Blade with the lip out?
I don't know.
You want to take a shot?
No, I'm like really okay.
Are you ready for bed?
No.
What do you want to do then? You want to get drunk?
See, Tuttle,
he looks like he doesn't have teeth
when you're drunk, you can't see. Right now, I mean, you ain't got a jut. I'm looking at you side angle, and you don't have any jut at all because you're sober.
I think he'd agree, Bub. I think showing him this video has really de-jutted his.
I think this is really, really good for him to show him. Because, listen, he's the one that denoted rock bottom was this. So that we responsibly need to go refer back to this.
Man, Colton's a great friend.
He is. He was, you know what? He is solid, is he not?
He's a great BRN employee getting the content.
That's right.
Do you want to track meet?
Track meet.
By the way, track meet means getting high back then. I don't know why. I don't know why we called it track meet, but it was. Now it's just go out back and get high.
Yeah.
You want to track meet? I think I'm talking to a kid. You want a cookie?
No, I'm good.
God. You want a cookie? You want a cookie, Tuttle?
No, I'm good.
You want beer, Tuttle? You want beer?
Talking to him like the way like you talk to Walker, which by the way, Lummy, we got to get into that here momentarily.
Yeah.
Tuttle, you want beer, baby?
No, I'm good.
Does my baby need? Does my baby want a cookie?
Oh my goodness.
It's a little weird. What goes on with you and Colton when you were drunk? Did Colton violate you, Tuttle?
I never knew this dynamic about the baby talking. I never knew about baby talking. That's a whole that puts a whole different spin on this whole deal.
It's like an Eminem song. Every time you watch it or listen to it, there's a new layer.
I think Colton might have P Diddy'd him when he went back to the room.
I think so. Colton may have been dosing him.
I think Colton might have hid the remote when they got back to the room.
Whoa, baby, you need to run track me?
I look like a zombie.
No, I'm good.
What do you need, pal?
Let me I'm sorry, Tuttle. I wonder what your blood alcohol.
It was bad.
I mean,
he's got to be like 0.3 there.
Yeah. What's death? 0.4? Brian,
yeah. You're getting close to death at point.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's probably running
that means 40% of your blood is alcohol.
Right. Which was usually about Tuttle's baseline.
Tuttle
had it down so much when he lived at the race shop, Clem Racing. When he lived at my race shop, he had it down so much because we would give him a breathalyzer, and it was just one of these cheap breathalyzers. But I think it was a pretty good indicator. As it wasn't like it wouldn't hold up in court as far as being police calibrated or anything like that. But it was at least it would give you an indication if somebody's been drinking or not. It'd give you a roughed in deal. And so we would breathalyze Tuttle right at 6 o'clock, and if he had alcohol. He had to leave. Were you fired or had to leave or what?
I had to leave, but I did have it down to a science where I knew
at 11 o'clock
at night.
So he would just, if he could pound and pound and pound, as long as 11 o'clock, he didn't drink another drop. And at 11 o'clock, it took his body, 7 hours to metabolize it so that he would blow a 0-0 at 6. But if you drank like at 11:10, you'd have traces.
Yep.
Of it. So he would drink like at 5 till Tuttle. Would you just start hammering, or would you at least finish the bottle? Would you go through a bottle a night?
Yeah, a handle of Rich and Rare whiskey.
That real rot gut Scotch.
Yeah.
Man. Rich and rare.
Did you like drinking, or you had to do it because you were addicted, or you were just trying to
forget things?
I think it was all of the above.
Self-medicate, but the thing is that
Tuttle, you keep messing around with. Can you just put your mic position like?
I didn't touch the mic.
I think you're a little delayed, Bubba.
Well, I am, in a bunch of different ways.
I haven't touched it. I promise you.
All right.
Think I might be on the spectrum.
But
cool.
remember
it's cool. You're not cool unless you're on the spectrum.
The one time you did catch me, B Fudd, when he was living there, found where I was hiding my liquor bottle.
Right.
And he took a picture and brought it in and ratted me out.
Right, because you were like, listen, I'm blowing zeros, so I'm not drunk. I'm not drinking. And you know that I would any time past 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, I was never by the race. I mean, I would run by the race shop after work and stay till maybe 2 or 3. But then you knew once I left, I was never coming back.
It was on.
So is that when you broke it out?
Oh yeah.
What did a bottle of Rich and Rare back then? I know inflation's probably, I don't know,
$11.
$11.
And you never answered the question.
No, I'm good.
That's what you always say whenever you're not good.
It looks so unhealthy, though.
Rich and Rare you can still get for like $15, $14-15.
Inflation hasn't really affected Rich and Rare.
Well, their customer base,
Yeah.
What was it, Tuttle, back then that was getting you down? Was it just your life? Was it your marriage?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. See, you had both of your parents.
Yeah, at the time.
At both of your parents. Boy, I'm not trying to upset you.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure you understand that. I'm not trying to upset you.
All right.
But don't you, now that you don't have your parents, and one of the I see all kinds of things on TikTok and YouTube and Facebook about if I could just have one more day with my mom, or I could have one more day with my dad, people that have lost, their parents, and how they, kind of a cat's in the cradle kind of deal where you didn't really appreciate your parents when you had them around.
Yep.
Don't you wish that you would have been sober, Tuttle, during this time when your parents were healthy? I mean, this was 3 or 4 years before Pops passed away.
Uh-huh.
So, don't you wish you would have been this Tuttle then because you would have been over there more, spending more time with them, been more present?
For sure. But I mean, they did get to see me like sober for quite some time. Though.
And I want everybody to know, man. Tuttle brought this up at being at his lowest. And I'm not trying to beat a dead horse or make fun of anybody. This is a testament of what Tuttle has overcome and how well he's doing and how he's really, 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 on track, has a couple different jobs, has infiltrated himself back. And let's be honest, I know you're making good money with what your new job is, but you truly, people like us, even Brian, who's a well into the six figures lawyer. You do this because you have a love for it. So, you've infiltrated yourself back into radio and because you have a true love for radio.
Oh yeah.
And so you've really, really, really overcome, like nobody in a million years would be able to watch this and think that it would turn out the way you are today.
No.
So this isn't about making fun of anybody or beating a dead horse. This is about, and I've told you privately, and I think we all have told you not only privately but also on the air, of how proud we are of you.
Oh yeah, I mean, some people are like, "Oh, I can't believe this got to make Tuttle feel like crap." I did bring it up, but if it was,
let's not forget what the original cut was. The original cut for all you babyface fans were a trip around the ceiling fan. So let's not forget where the initial heat came from. Shovel-faced USA.
Yeah, I love how all the lawyers love to make jokes about ceiling fans and stuff.
Yeah. So anyway, I was glancing at chats like, "Oh, Bubba's being Bubba. He's going to beat a guy when he's down. We're beating his." No. First of all, I didn't bring this topic up.
Babyface.
You don't have to defend, Bubba. I don't think you have to defend
Bubba, when did you allow chat to be your executive producer?
I just don't.
I mean, seriously, though.
I just want to make sure that people know that I'm proud of Tuttle.
Thank you.
And that if I was beating a dead horse, I'd be making fun of Tuttle right now, and he wouldn't be on the air. And I don't know if you're going to call it rewarded Tuttle, but I have all kinds of faith in Tuttle being a phenomenal content creator, and that's why I've asked him to be on the show 2 days. We're showing how far he's advanced.
It's a redemption arc.
I mean, and at the end of the day, can't we? Isn't that kind of funny?
Oh, I mean, it's sad, but it's funny.
I mean, if I had footage, Lummy, of me rolling around at my fattest, I'd probably play it and be embarrassed.
Oh, yeah, we did with your storm video.
And we did with you bouncing off the ground from your skydiving.
Yeah, how many times have we done that?
Yeah.
Hell, the whole show's based around you trying to cut on me. Please.
I'm good.
Oh, jeez.
Why are you trying to steal something out of that guy's car?
I'm good.
I know you're good. I'm saying, why are you trying to steal something out of that guy's car?
Have you noticed my eyes?
Uber driver?
Like, my soul looks like it's gone.
Oh, yeah, you're soulless at this point. You are.
Oh, we're good.
No, I know we're good. I'm saying you tried to steal something out of Uber driver's car, remember?
Look at that lip.
It's Popeye the Sailor Man.
Where's me spinach?
I am what I am.
Huh?
No, we're good.
Is that all you, what happened? Is that all you keep saying? That we're good? Huh?
No, we're...
Huh?
You got hung up on good. You
It's like, oh wait, I'm about to say good again.
You forgot how good you were.
We're good. I don't love anybody.
You guys don't understand. He just keeps saying the same thing. Huh? What's going on?
We're good.
What?
We're good. Ow.
Now, Pat, after this, did you just go and pass out?
Oh, yeah,
I mean, did you stay up and eat or anything like that?
No.
Did you just straight pass out?
Straight to bed.
Now, how long when you were that might have been the drunkest you'd ever been.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, man.
It's a top two.
We had you drunk when we pepperonied you on the
that's the drunkest I've ever been. I've never blacked out. I've never blacked out.
When you committed crimes against Tuttle?
Yeah. Thank God the statute of limitations have run out on that, and thank God
that's maybe the worst thing you've ever done to a human being. And you've done some things.
I did two. I don't want to necessarily mention the other one, but I've done two things to Tuttle that I, as a man, have apologized to him privately. And you know what? As a man, I'll apologize to him now publicly. And I don't want to bring the other one up.
Okay.
Everybody that knows it. But there's two things that we did to him under the guise of stunts. You know, a lot of people are like, "Why don't you bring the stunts back?" Other people do. Well, because we went a little too far with the stunts. We were really hardcore. I feel if you're going to do stunts, why do pussy stunts? You got to do hardcore stunts.
Anal expansion?
Oh.
That was random. Was that a sound drop, or did Seth actually just say that?
Sorry. I don't know. I wasn't on the show.
I just thought that was like a recorded drop.
Yeah, we'll just cut that now.
I wasn't here. I was just trying to backfill for the people that.
Oh, you backfilled, buddy.
Sorry.
You want your back filled, apparently.
Now, I will. I'm asking Tuttle to be completely honest, and if the answer is me, then say me. But I do remember we used to have meetings for bits and for stunts and things like that, and that was a Hamill idea.
Yes, it was.
We did it on my show. I'm not the one that used. I wasn't the guy that pumped up the expander. I stayed in my on my on-air position. Tuttle was over there by the stripper pole in the old studios, and we did it there. But it was not my idea. Now I allowed it to happen, but it was not my idea.
Hamill normally took a stunt that was normal and then
kind of gated up.
Yeah, a lot of times.
Yeah.
Well,
Tuttle, I apologize to you.
Okay.
And I know I have privately, but I mean, as a man, you were a hell of a troop. Well, maybe there's one more.
Yeah.
The scissor jizz.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That was.
What about the fire ants on the testing?
I never did that one.
That's child's play compared to the three that Tuttle had to be involved in.
Well, one of them Tuttle wasn't really involved in when you shot him to death while he was laying on a chair.
Oh, no, he was very involved in it. You should have seen him. I mean, he was, oh my God, it looked like.
Never moved.
It looked like, honest to God, somebody went down to Tom Bean's Domino's Pizza and got, like when they go to the back freezer, the back cooler, and they get a brand new package of like 30 pounds of pepperonis, and they put it all in the big bin so they can just grab them and throw them on there. But initially, all of those pepperonis came from a big like 10-pound bag. It looks like somebody took a 10-pound bag of pepperonis and super glued them over every part of his body except his head.
Is Seth familiar with this story?
No, I don't think.
I don't know what I'm allowed to be familiar with anymore.
So Tuttle fell asleep on the couch, and they sprayed him with paintball guns.
So
airsoft
gun.
So, Seth, you're familiar with when the old green room configuration. Remember, we had before the big conference table was in there. We had a couch that was against the wall. Just right against that back wall there, like towards the parking lot in the back wall, and we took two of our rapid-fired machine gun Valco, was it Valken? Valken airsoft that shoots those little airsoft BBs, which, by the way, man, those things
hurt.
I mean, they almost break the skin. But, I mean, like, it hurts so bad that you could almost use that, like if that, like Brian, let me ask you a question. If I continue to have problems with the 7-foot homeless guy, that's a less lethal. Like that would be like if I was to be able to use a less lethal form to defend my property, that's not a. It's basically an airsoft plastic BB gun.
Yeah, you should get airsoft gun towers up on the corners of the BRN so we can protect this building.
And they had full auto. Like they could shoot like and so Tuttle got so drunk, and we took his shirt off, and I think your pants off too.
Yeah.
And you're just in your underwear, and he was laying on the couch, and we were just shooting him, and the average guy would be like, "Ow, stop, ooh, ah," and try to run away from it, but he was so blackout drunk that he like his body wouldn't even flinch. Like, if I would hit you with one of them, Seth, you would literally be like, like a bee stung you. It'd be that bad. Like, ah! Just one. And we probably hit him, 300 times?
Yeah.
I think Tuttle's having a little PTSD with this because he's over here, his body, he's tightened up and his feet shaking.
Hold on, is his pinky out?
And he's over here. His feet are going like he's running a marathon.
If his pinky's out, we need to back it down.
Yeah, I just don't know that this is good for him. Like you're taking him back to places he doesn't want to go.
Anyway, Tudge, this all is under the guise of we're so proud of you.
Thank you.
You've come along. You're no longer just a piss boy stunt guy. You're a co-host. And I think that says a lot for you.
Thank you.
I think it does. And I've offered you Thursdays and Fridays to see you blend in with Babyface and Gene Lasker. Now, I will tell you this. The last time I tried to put you on with Gene Lasker, you are lucky you didn't get stabbed.
Yeah.
Because there's one thing you do not mention to him.
Yeah, I know.
There's only one.
I'm not even going to mention air.
Like there's only one thing that makes him go bat crap crazy.
Blacks.
No. Welcome, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Monday, March 20th. And Lummy's still not here.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, no, he's still being a music festival. Bar back. Lovely.
I'm surprised he didn't drive back last night to make it here. That'd be wild, but he seems dedicated enough.
Yeah, well, when he comes back, I'm going to have a discussion with regards to requested days off. I just am, and and Dan will be, Lummy will be back tomorrow, so Dan will be here. So I'll have somebody here that, also has to be a boss and has to, juggle employees' requests and things like that. All too often, some of the most uncomfortable discussions I have to have on the air is when I got to be a boss. And a lot of people, probably that are radio personalities that have a staff, like Glenn Beck and, Alex, people that... Roger, was that Crowder guy? Is that Steven Crowder still a thing? Is he still killing it?
I don't know.
Did he heard he got in trouble or something?
He's getting numbers, but he had a rough year last year.
Why?
Just stuff with him and his wife. He's kind of an asshole.
Oh, okay.
Has not been handling himself in the best light. A lot of people turning on him. His fan base.
Does he have a staff?
Yeah.
Okay.
People are judgy though.
Yeah. I got to fix my microphone here.
Dan, I like the fit.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we gotta get into that. But so tomorrow I'm gonna have to be a boss, and then a lot of the Bubba Army gets mad when I have to be a boss, and because I'm the least liked person here, and the boss, excuse me, is always the least liked person. So it just happens to be the boss. Is also the quarterback, is also the owner, is also the general manager. I have to wear several different hats.
Were you upset with Lummy taking off to work those 2 days before Friday or after the show happened Friday? There were some spots where he needed him. Is that when you got upset?
I wasn't as mad, and I've granted it before. Lummy taking those 2 days. Lummy has taken a couple days off and done this music festival prior, but I think as the show has just naturally grown, and Lummy's importance to the show has naturally grown, that Friday accentuated how important Lummy really is to the show.
I think it was the 1-2 punch too. I think it was the Lummy / Mach. I think one or the other, it wouldn't have been as noticeable, but I think without both, it really felt naked.
Yeah. So, Mach, were you listening to the show thinking, oh, no?
I was hugging the toilet.
So you weren't listening to the show?
Friday?
Yeah.
Friday, yeah. I got that, whatever Merch Quick was saying, there was some kind of virus going around. My whole family got it. It felt like there's an alien in my stomach, and I literally threw up.
Well, the Merch Crick is a hypochondriac. Know that, please.
I'm serious. I mean, I was on the toilet throwing up at least 10 to 12 times all overnight. I couldn't keep anything down.
Man.
Water would just come right back up.
You're so different on the inside than you are on the outside.
Yeah.
You look like an animal on the outside.
Yeah, it looks like, man, he could literally walk into like almost a cash cube full of COVID virus and walk out. No big deal. Like,
exactly.
Nothing could penetrate. No disease could penetrate that exterior of a man, right?
That's what I would think. I mean,
Right.
but he's like a petri dish inside.
Yeah. Now, is it petri dish or petri dish?
Petri.
Okay, I'm just asking. So anyway, no. Even if Mach had been here, there is just some. Lummy just can't take days off now for listen, if little Walker, if they had a family emergency, like maybe little Walker was in the hospital, listen, I would hope.
That's a dire scenario, Bubba. Is there anything else in the middle maybe you can take a day off for?
Or Ashley was in the hospital.
That's in the middle.
Or his mom, or his mom had fallen and hurt herself and he needed to be. I'm just thinking,
family emergencies?
Any family curveballs, something like that. I don't know. But,
What about all the people saying to pay him more money?
You will. Hold on.
I'm not saying that.
Hold on.
I'm not saying that.
No, I know you're not saying that, but you're going to help me get through this.
Yeah.
Did everybody not get a raise just now?
We did.
Okay.
We sure did.
Exactly. So Lummy just got a raise, and a pretty nice one. And now I feel Lummy is, for what his duties are. Listen, I know the Tampa Bay radio marketplace. I know the Orlando marketplace. I know the Fort Walton Beach. I know about what people make in radio. I've been doing radio for 40 years. I have an idea as to what a co-host on a morning show, on a syndicated morning show makes. I know about that. And Lummy, for the first time, or a co-host on a Tampa Bay. First of all, there's not a lot of people in radio left. They're firing people. People aren't getting raises in radio. Am I right? I mean, people are getting let go. People are getting replaced.
The biggest raise people get in radio now is they'll offer you an extra week or two of vacation. But
right.
They won't give, and they won't
That's
even give
your pop?
Yeah, they won't even give you cost of living now.
Yeah. I mean, and they're also making you do more stuff too. So
you
anyway,
got a blog, you got a podcast.
Lummy does all that, and he got a raise, and I for the first time feel as if Lummy is like Lummy could tell another person on a morning show here in Tampa what he makes as a co-host / executive producer, segment producer. Lummy's just not a co-host. He does a lot of things, but I think that he's competitively paid in the marketplace. Along with, I give a 5 weeks vacation. You get 5 weeks paid vacation here if you work for me. You get 7 national holidays, and you get 20.
Did you say we get 6 weeks off?
It's between 5 and 6 weeks that you get off. Between the time we take off, we take off almost 2 entire weeks in Christmas. But I always give the day off of Thanksgiving and Labor Day. Like for instance, Memorial Day that's coming up. Realistically, the only day that employers are required, there's one day that's a national holiday, and that's Monday. So everybody gets Monday off. All banks, schools, post office. That's a national holiday.
Monday for what?
Memorial Day.
Oh, are you talking Memorial Day now? Okay.
Yeah, this coming up.
I understand what you're talking about.
But don't say Happy Memorial Day, Bubba, by the way.
Why?
Because it's not a happy event.
Oh.
I just learned that from Seth and Rhett today.
Yeah, because people pass, so it's just
so just be like, I hope you have a good Memorial Day.
Happy Memorial Day, everybody.
Yeah, don't say that.
Not one of those.
Have a
a solemn Memorial Day.
No, have a memorable Memorial Day.
Hope you're close with your family.
Yeah. So anyway, but I give the Friday before we take off the Friday before Memorial Day, so that's a day, and we take off on Labor Day. We take off a couple days. Before that, on July 4th, we take off a couple days before that. On Thanksgiving, we take the Friday after Thanksgiving, and we might take Tuesday. We might take Wednesday before Thanksgiving. I'm just saying that I take usually a week or two in February. I think we've already taken like maybe a week off. I don't know. But anyway, I figured it all up this weekend on my calendar, and my employees get about between 5 and 6 weeks paid vacation. So if you get that much, which I think is very lenient, which is a pretty large amount.
It's like a corporate job.
I mean, I think there's not a lot of people that get 5.5 or 6 weeks paid vacation unless you are a very long tenured employee at a huge corporation or your own boss.
Not necessarily your own boss. I've never had 5 weeks of vacation.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't think you take that much time off, do you?
No.
I mean, you're slinging jugs. Most, what do you probably take? 4 weeks, 4 weeks?
Yeah, if you add it all up, it's probably 3 or 4 weeks.
Right.
But some of it's national holidays too.
Now, are your girls and the people that work for the Diaco Plastic Surgery Center USA, are they required to take off when you take off? Or does the office still stay open and do ancillary stuff? Or do they can take off when they can actually take off when they want to take off?
Dude, they do lummies on me all the time.
Oh, they do lummies on you all the time?
All the time.
Yeah, so we're going to start doing lummies on you. So that's when you just like arbitrarily take a couple days, ask for a couple days off.
Yeah, and then they'll throw a match in. They'll throw a match in on the side just to add another day to it. Like, oh, I got back. I'm not feeling well. I'm sick. I need an extra day. that Monday morning sickness.
And listen, there's a certain amount of those people in your world that are very, very important that really affects your business, and then there's some people that really aren't that important. You're like, oh, okay, I'm missing Susie today, but Susie's not that big she's not that big of a cog in the gear system we have here at Diaco Plastic Surgery USA. But Lummy has increasingly became more important, and the show suffered tremendously. Like I feel I had. This is what I get most mad about is when I have a bad show.
You didn't have a bad show.
I didn't have. I might have had a good show, but I was scrambling around. By the way, Beach Metal Detective, $10 on the super chat.
Do you want me to say those?
Yeah, I don't know. See, we don't.
I can say them. I was just waiting for you to have a natural pause before I just.
No, we got the iPad. We know the passcode now.
Yeah, it's a difficult one.
Okay.
Same passcode as my luggage.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I better pull up PayPal, and here's what I'm most concerned about, is that Lummy is so well liked, and I know he is. He's so well liked that if I get on him a little bit about this, that everybody's gonna go against me, be mad at me, maybe not tithe as much money, and like get mad at me and hold it against me.
Holy crap, man! Somebody put in chat every single day you've taken off this year.
Bubba has now of those. All right, let me see here.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, hold on though. But of those people, so Seth, see what I'm facing?
Yeah.
All right. So January 29th. Yeah, I took
30th and 31st.
30th and 31st. I took off. The show did not.
February 1st and 2nd as well. Yeah, that was the 5 days we did the show.
Yeah. Then the show on the 8th and the 9th, February 8th and 9th, the show got off. So that's just not me. So hold on, February 8th and 9th, and so on, and also on the 15th and 16th.
Now, weren't you working your ass off on those days, though?
8, 9, 15, and 16, those 4 days, everybody got off. So, right? Everybody got off. So that doesn't go, that's not on me. That's everybody.
And Bubba, you were working your racetrack, weren't you?
I mean,
for most of those days? I mean, it wasn't like you were like,
I wasn't at a music festival. I was, my other, multi-million plus dollar business. My other business is actually worth more than this place, probably. I had obligations, and I've been doing that for I don't know how long. So but see again, Seth, see, when I start just even talking about it,
the attack.
People start attacking me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just
so listen, Dan Wolfgang, out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days that you give, 6, 7, 8, 9. Out of the 9 days that you give, 4 of which everybody got off. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, and then again, I can't even really talk about this. And then the fact is, I don't think I can let Lummy off for these golfing events anymore and for these music events anymore. I don't think I can. I just don't think I can. Based on, just based on how I feel the show went on Friday. And why does everybody got to be? Why can't any of you put yourself in my perspective and in my shoes, if you will, and realize that you got to be the boss, you got to be the owner, you got to be the quarterback, you got to be the general manager, like you got to be it all, and it's really a lot of pressure. I mean, just like you, Dan, you got to be the surgeon. Well, you got to be the salesman. You got to be, you got to be the boss of all the people that work for you.
Right. The COO, the CEO, the
and
the CFO.
And the dude that's going in there and slicing and dicing.
Right.
So anyway.
Beach Metal Detective, $20.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it when Lummy gets back, and we'll see what his mindset is. And here's the other thing. I don't want to piss off Ashley. I want to be mindful of that as well.
Well, I'm sure that already happened.
Well, see,
I don't know her that well, but I mean, if she heard Friday, I don't know. She's probably like, oh, poor Lum.
Mm-hmm.
Just going to go make some money for little Walker so he can afford his snacks.
He does eat a lot.
So again, I'm fighting that now. Now I'm fighting, a wife of an employee who usually loves me, and we've never had an issue at all. Me and Ashley have never had an issue, but it's one thing to have an issue with an employee. It's another thing to have an issue with the employee and his wife thinks you're a dick too.
Yeah,
that sucks.
Wait till they add the Walker kicker.
Well, Walker doesn't know anything.
His next sentence is F Bubba.
Is it a compliment, or is it a compliment, Bubba, when you talk to Lummy and you go, Lummy, you're so needed for the show that I just can't go on without you?
Yeah, you're so critical. You're so.
I'm just saying, Lummy. I don't think that taking time off to do another job is something that I think I can allow you to do anymore, unless it's during a time that we already have scheduled off. You're too important to the overall sound and preparation and prepping of what I need that I just don't think I can allow it. I think the show suffers. I'm sorry you can make $2,500. What's more important, $2,500 or $40,000? I'm just saying.
That's a trick question.
I'm just saying.
Just kidding.
And so anyway, maybe I don't even have it. Maybe I just let it go and just be a little bitch.
Either way, you got everybody fired up in chat at 6:18 on Monday, Bubba. I think that's a special talent.
True.
People don't even know how much vitriol and fire they have coming out with to start the week right now. It's going to set the tone.
And I guarantee you, it's probably anti-me, isn't it?
It's yeah. Pretty much.
So as a boss, I'm just supposed to allow, I'm just supposed to have no problem with one of my most important employees that preps me and really, really does more than you really know with regards to the on-the-flyness, prepness, and it just does a lot. That if I'm a dick because I'm going to ask him next year not to take these 2 days off. So that he can go to a music festival and make, a couple $1,000, and that the bonuses that I give him and that my pay that I pay him is just simply, not enough, that it's worth jeopardizing, your relationship with me because I'm mad about it. And I'm a dick. I'm the dick. And I'm just supposed to sit here and let him do that and let any employee take any time they want off and just sit here and take it. And at the end of the day, the show probably will suffer, which at the end of the day might make you be mad because the show's not as good as you expected it to be. So you really can't have the best of both worlds now, can you? You bunch of dicks. You bunch of unappreciative dicks. That's what I'm saying to you.
The chat or us in the room?
Everybody.
Okay.
We'll take it.
Not you guys. Not you guys that are here and present and don't take time off a lot.
I was throwing up all day yesterday. They told me at the doctor to take the next 2 days off, but I was so afraid of what happened on Friday, I couldn't do it. I mean,
people are just so mean. The show now is set up that if you want the show to have the big show, lot of persons input dynamic, then you're right. I can't do the show by myself.
It's the captain and Tennille without the Tennille. You need them both. It's part of him. He's part of the show. Unless you have
but there's more than it's just not a two-person. It's not a two-person show.
But it's integral.
Captain and Tennille. I mean,
The C Morning Zoo.
They could have gone at least the Bee Gees.
Okay, the Bee Gees.
The C Morning Zoo.
With Jackson 5.
Yeah, without Tito.
Morning Zoo.
I mean,
They're suffering.
Led Zeppelin.
The C Morning Zoo. On Z.
I mean, what about AC/DC if Malcolm and Angus Young?
Oh, goodness.
Both took off.
It's not a good concert.
Now, I'm Brian Johnson, the lead singer.
Right.
But if Malcolm, my main guitar, and then Angus, my lead, my rhythm and my lead, both. I mean, all we'd have was Brian with some drums, and that's what I had. I had my lead guitar and my rhythm guitar. Now I could go without one of them, because the rhythm guy is good enough to be lead. And the lead's good enough to be rhythm, but I cannot have them both.
No, now you're doing unplugged stuff.
Yeah, now I'm doing, Bubba Unplugged. And if that's what I know, well, okay. I don't think that's as good of a show. And I found myself Friday needing Lummy. I found myself, maybe for the first time, maybe Lummy is just, and Lummy, and this is a testament to Lummy. Lummy is just, really, really, really stepped it up and became more and more valuable to the show. That his absence, prior was never really, well, it was noticed, but it didn't trip the show up. Now he's really, really, really niched himself into a really, really good preparatory / co-host position, and his absence really does affect the show.
I think exactly what the point you're trying to make, Bubba, and maybe we can kind of pivot and just really kind of focus on how important Lummy is and how you've come to this epiphany that Lummy is really critical to the show and important to the show, and how much we appreciate him and miss him when he's gone.
Wah. Bubba is me. I'm the victim. Bubba's mantra. How can you put that on me that I'm sitting here trying to do I'm the victim? How about I think the show wasn't as good as it should have been? How about that? Have you ever looked at it globally, or do you always want to look at me because I'm the host and I have to deliver this information that's in my little head? How about that? Has anybody ever thought about that?
I haven't. But I'll start every day now.
How about I'm thinking about the integrity of the show? How about that? How about I'm passionate that I feel as if, Seth has seen me many a times. I've hung my headphones up and I go, man, that show sucked. I don't feel good about that show. If I'm sitting here stealing money and just trying to get through these 4 hours and really don't care about the sound of the show, I'm probably, quite frankly, I'm not even having this conversation because I don't care. But I do care. Like, I care so much that I'm having this conversation.
Well, we're here for you today, Sponge.
I do.
And so is Macho.
I do have somebody that I respect very much, and it's a woman, and she's grown, and she's probably seen a lot of life. She said, "There's something There's something ethically wrong taking off from your job to work another job." That's just my take. You're not wrong, Bubba. Hey, and here's the deal. I never even really looked at it ethically. And I still don't look at it ethically.
Beach Metal Detective, $10.
I just look at it with regards to, not ethically, but just more passionately in the sound of the show. The show would have been so much better had Lummy been here on Friday. And Lummy means a lot to the sound of our show. To the point, maybe Lummy will be cool about it and will be like, listen, you know what? I agree with you. I probably shouldn't be, before. Listen, when Lummy was not nearly as important as he was, him taking off a few days to go do a music festival in Fort Walton Beach wasn't really that big of a deal. The show, we had other people here. The show, Lummy, in those instances, probably wasn't the most important. I'm sorry, the most liked and most popular person of the show. Well, Lummy now organically has turned into that guy.
You couldn't do, and I'm not trying to be facetious, but you couldn't do like a little Colton stand-in for those days?
No. Shut up, man.
Colton's got a day job, so
he's got a day job too.
Oh, okay.
Now he's, you know what? Now he is leaving his regular job to come do this job.
Very disruptive.
Now we're just eating our own logic.
I understand now.
Here's the deal. Seth, let me see if I can make it sports terms. When you're the sixth guy off the bench and you take a couple days off, that's not as big a deal. But when you're part of the starting five,
yeah, Pippen can't take time off.
When you take it off, Lummy's now the starting five. Starting five is me, Lummy, Seth, Macho Man, and Rhett. That's the starting five. For 3 days, we then have sixth man off the bench, Dan. And then, for 1 day out of the 5 we got, Babyface. And I think this Wednesday, my sister, Tara.
Oh, cool.
So, Lummy is, Lummy's my, Lummy's my strong forward. No, you know what? Seth, I think Lummy's my center.
Oh, he is.
Lummy's my center.
Greg Ostertag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lummy's my center. And when your center's gone, not just every team has a guy like, we can throw in Magic Johnson to play center. I'm not quite that good yet.
Bubba, since I'm reading chat for now before I close it out.
Oh, God,
everybody is saying that I should have stepped up on Friday and I should have done Lummy's job. Was there anything that I needed to do to cover for? Because we never had the conversation ahead of time. So.
I think you stated, I think everybody, see, I didn't have Macho in his lane. I didn't have Lummy in his lane. So you and Rat stayed in your lanes and did what you needed. Dan did what you needed, but we still had a few lanes uncovered.
Yeah, I was in a few lanes.
Yeah, you were rolling around. I mean, I bet your carpet's worn out as much as you were rolling back and forth. I don't see in there very often, but I did see one time where you were at Macho Man's and then you just flinged yourself back over to your area. Thank God the little wiener dog wasn't in there.
Got right over.
I mean, you were going back and forth, and we were all trying our best. Listen, I'm not gonna continue this on because just people hate me and people are mad at me about it. But
is he back tomorrow?
I guess.
Okay.
I mean, I guess.
Have you not talked to him at all this weekend?
No.
Okay.
Oh, you having like a black on him?
No. Why should I? If I speak to him. It's not. He
heard it. I mean, he heard it.
I know that, but I'm just gonna leaving him alone and letting him do what he needs to do up there. Letting him doing his job. Me having any conversation with him at all would be just disrespectful and distractive and make him already probably more nervous than he already is.
If he scratches you off like 10%, will it all go away?
No. Oh, please. I don't want any. No.
Okay.
No, this is not about money.
Okay, sometimes money fixes things.
Well, Danny, we don't all live in your world. Look at you.
I want to live in your world. I want to be in your world, Dan.
Seth goes, I want to be able to scratch off Huns and make problems go away. Please.
It's the dream.
The most truthful thing said on the show today was, I want to be able to have money to fix things.
You need an apprentice or anything, Dan? I've got some time after the show. Dan could be, if you painted Dan's face gold, he could be one of those guys like a street performer that doesn't move at all.
He could.
I was just not going to move.
By the way, so listen, Bubba needs to chill. I need to chill.
That's no gutso, baby. No guts, so no glory.
That's right. Do you have your own business and your most important guy can just ask for 2 additional days when he already gets 5 weeks off and you're not supposed to have
you saw how well the Bucks did when Tom Brady kept taking time off.
Yeah, well, I mean.
See? And he wasn't even taking time off during the games, but just during the week. And they sucked.
Well.
He was taking like a day off every week for his like personal days.
We're talking about practice.
Yeah,
I know. Well, practice.
Not a game. Not a game. Not a game.
These are games, Dan.
Practice.
These are games.
We're talking about practice.
Now you're doing Kevin Hart now.
Allen Iverson.
But did you see the new Kevin Hart Allen Iverson commercial?
Oh no!
About
yes, the DraftKings one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am right. I'm right. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, big fan. It's Charlie.
Hey, Charlie. This is.
Hey, quick question for you.
Yeah, it's him.
It's the guy. It's the guy. Yeah.
And that's what Lummy usually protects us.
Yeah,
with that guy.
exactly.
Lummy.
Oh God.
Case in point.
Here we go.
What more do you guys need to hear?
I just don't understand how they can't. Why they have to be so mean to me, and why they can't say, "Hey, Bubba, you know what? It's your show.
Some people say
it's
that.
your building. You're the boss. You pay them well. They just got a raise. Ethically, I certainly understand where you're coming from. You know, the guy leaves your job to go make a quick little money on this music festival that he's been doing for years, and it hasn't been a problem clear up until this past, just last Friday, where Lummy's importance was really, really showcased by his absence. And maybe moving forward, maybe I, pay Lummy. Well, see, I don't think that's fair either, that I would pay him a little extra money not to go. Because at that point now I'm already paying you a competitive wage. You already get bonuses. So, like, now I have to pay you not to go to this job that you go. Like, I don't know. I just don't think there's any really.
Let's get out of this, Bubba, because
because it's building so much hate.
Yeah, because it's like
not a exactly
not quite,
because you know why? Nobody can be me. Nobody can sit behind this board and know the importance of being prepared and on the fly stuff that he does for me. And I have to wear several different hats, and the only hat you have to wear is the hat of a listener who, for the most part, likes the show. Now, there's a lot of guys out there that we also have to figure out, though, that there's a lot of people in chat who simply don't like us. So, like, they, no matter what I said, they hate me. There's a lot of hate watching. We probably have 50% people who like us, all of which don't like me, and then 50% of people who hate us, and of course they don't like me. They don't even like you.
I don't think it's quite 50-50, but you do have people.
There's a lot of hate watching up in there.
There's probably maybe 20%.
Whatever. I think we need to get the hell out of here. Yes, it's all me. I'm a dick. Lummy can take any. I should just let any employee take any time off.
We have no content. What's $40,000 a year? Give the man a raise.
Yeah.
Slow day. Bubba's mad. Get the merch crick in there. Nobody stepped up for Lummy. Sorry, those were just all the comments I had memorized.
Lummy, we're gonna break.
What have you heard, Lummy?
Yeah. You know what? I think you're right, Seth. I think we throw it over to you, Lummy, and we say, like, what have you heard?
Well, I mean, I got some text messages, I think about 5:30 Central Time yesterday, which was always nice.
You didn't get any on Friday?
Oh, we talked on Friday.
We did?
Yeah, I called in the show.
You did?
Yeah. He told me how much of a dick I was for being gone, even though Macho Man screwed me over. But
yeah, have you took that up with Macho Man? I mean, Macho Man was sick.
He just tells me how sick he was.
Right.
So. And I mean, how can I be mad at Macho for being sick?
Right.
So yesterday night, I started getting a lot. Pretty much, I was kind of being told I was an asshole for taking time off. I should have given you more notice. I don't know how I didn't give you more notice, but
were you mad?
Well, I wasn't mad. I just kind of was confused. I mean,
right.
I guess I should have just said I was taking a vacation. 10 months. I was told that I went to the shows the whole time. I didn't go to one show. I actually had people do video just to try to get content while I was working the 14 hours. That all I did was party. I didn't party at all.
Well, first of all,
I'm not allowed to take vacations anymore.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. I don't mean to interrupt you.
I was told that my golf tournament I'm not allowed to go on, even though last year I didn't want the day off. I was told if I came in, I would be fired.
Yeah, you're right on
And I only wanted 1 hour to leave 1 hour early from the show. And I'm hoping that I'm still able to leave 1 hour early for the golf thing on Friday. If not, I will understand. Beach Metal Detectives, $10 super chat. And that pretty much, I'm just not allowed to take any days off unless the show's off.
Did you listen to everything yesterday, like in the morning?
I did. I didn't. Kind of.
You didn't want to go back through it?
Yeah, I was already doing it. 7-hour drive and listening to people text me. I was just like, I'm just gonna.
Were they calling Bubba a jackass?
I wouldn't say they're calling him a jackass. They were pretty much almost hating on me a little bit.
Oh, geez.
Beach Metal Detective, $10.
I mean, you completely misinterpreted the pulse of Chad and just the overall discord was. Everybody was mad at me. Everybody was mad at me for I was like listen. There comes a point where now I'm not saying that this is my mindset now. We're reflecting.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yes. Make sure you say we're reflecting.
We're reflecting.
We're not. This isn't what the law. See, I actually yesterday, after I met with Seth, came up with a kind of an employee guideline to time off.
Oh, nice.
Right now, we don't really have one. Right? We don't have a sick day policy. We don't have a personal day policy.
No maternity leave.
We don't have. Weeble Wobble Lummy. I don't know if it's his name or not, but he gave me $20 on the PayPal. Thank you.
We have maternity leave
at the Bubba Army.
I got a day.
Lummy, don't start.
Hold
with
on, no,
me.
I'm not. I'm being serious.
Saying,
Hold on. You said
start with me.
That
right
wasn't.
now.
That was the policy. That's what it was.
Okay, I don't even have maternity leave. Okay, I don't have a policy with regards to that. Please.
Oh.
So Lummy, you being gone on Friday, Macho being gone on Friday, just completely gutted the show. The show may have been okay because we are so talented and we were able to be funny in some instances. Dan was in here. Seth was in here. Rat. We did our best. I think the show was okay. Just the logistics of the show and, just things that I need that you provide for me, I didn't get. And it just kind of really threw me off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It just kind of threw me off. Be like if you're what it was, like Seth, a quarterback really, really, really depends on his starting center because his starting center puts in the shotgun position, puts the ball at the same place every time.
And it takes a quarterback to develop a lot of trust with an ass like that,
Right. Where he puts the ball on his ass when the guy's under center is, that the quarterback center exchange becomes, a very, almost like a pair of gloves where your starting center, the guy you are used to, he puts it one place, and then your backup guy puts it in a different. So it's
absolutely, Bub. It's one of the reasons the Bucs destroyed the Raiders in the Super Bowl 20 years ago because their center went AWOL in Mexico, and they had a sub center in, and they sucked. It's catastrophic.
And hold on, and they put Sapp right in there to be disruptive.
Right.
And Sapp is the most disruptive, So now if you're a center, I got to worry about getting the ball back to my quarterback, but now I got to worry about this beast, one of the best in the league, just making me look stupid. So Sapp could play. Listen, Sapp could play nose. They lined Sapp up on the nose a lot of times. Usually he was a tackle, but Lummy, if they would put him, if there was a weak center, they'd put Sapp on him because it would do two things. One, it freaked the center out, which usually caused him to make a mistake, and two, Sapp was the weakest link, so Sapp could probably get through there and get 2 or 3 sacks in a game.
Exactly.
He was so disruptive, so fast, so. And I don't even know, you were a team doctor when Sapp was there. I don't even know that he was really kind of a beast in the weight room. He was just farm, like Reggie White
Country
farm.
strong.
Yeah. I don't know that
he was strong in the weight room. He just refused to lift weights. He was just naturally strong.
That's what I'm saying.
He was just naturally a gifted human being.
Like Marcus Jones lived in the weight room.
Right.
Derek Brooks lived in the weight room.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys lived in the weight room. But
Sapp told jokes in the weight room.
Sapp like, yeah. Sapp, yeah, he didn't care. But he was just, oh my God.
Another difference between him and Gerald McCoy was that Sapp was mean and Gerald McCoy was nice.
Yeah, Sapp is mean.
Yeah.
Sapp
he said that's a
mean.
requirement to be a good nose tackle.
Sapp is straight ass mean.
Yeah.
His starting point with you is mean.
Yeah, Pete Diddy would have been a good nose guard.
Yeah, whatever.
If he was big. Was that kind of violent anger and disregard for the rest of the world, though, that makes
I don't think nose
defensive
guards
lineman.
have to put your girlfriends under covers and kick them. I don't think you got to be that mean.
But that's mean. They're mean.
So anyway, listen. So
Jason Lindquist, $10, Bubba Army Alpha.
Oh yeah, by the way, I got there's 3 new products right now in the Bubba Army shop, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army merch. Listen, the Alpha is in, and the Bubba Army Stanley-inspired mug is in.
Nice.
And, of course, the koozies are in, too. So 3 new products. I'll go through those momentarily. The Stanleys are to die for. They are to die for. They are badass. I think they're only $31.99, too.
That's it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Usually Stanleys are $49.99. Mine are $31.99, and I think the Alpha... Creed, listen to this, Dan. In doing some Creed research, Creed was initially my Bubba Army Alpha Volume 24 men's cologne is Creed inspired. I took Creed Imperial and tried to emulate it, and upon doing research on the Creed cologne for men, I read, Dan, that it was made for like King Alexander III in the 1800s. That's why it's so expensive. That's why I think it's made in Australia, but it's literally a bottle of Creed in the Nordstroms, and I don't there's Saks Fifth Avenues anymore, are there?
Not around here.
Yeah, but in the Nordstroms and things like that, a bottle of men's Creed will cost you no less than $400.
Yep.
And so, again, it goes back to it was made for a king. I used to have 2 or 3 bottles of the real stuff, and so now instead of that, I'm just coming up with my own stuff. It's badass. We have sold a ton of them. I think we're gonna sell out of them.
That's awesome.
And listen, here, I'm excited, as you know, Lummy. Now we're starting to get like Nikki Peeled, his wife Allie did an unboxing of the Air Bubba tennis shoes. I'm sorry, what does our buddy call them? The Fat Man Dunks. The Fat Man Dunks. Allie Peel did a unboxing of the Fat Man Dunks. Please, Bubba Army, as you start to get your Bubba Army ones, your Bubba Air Bubba ones, Fat Man Dunks, as you start to get these in the mail, do unboxings. Also, do unboxings of your Bubba Army Alpha, and I'd like to know, take that first spray and spray it on your neck or on your wrist or where. It's very. You only need 1 spray, maybe 2, but no more. It's very strong. It's very strong.
Just know Father's Day is coming up. So if you're looking to have a one-stop shop for all of your dad's needs, I would stop at BubbaArmyStore.com.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So listen, man, the Bubba Army Creed-inspired Alpha Volume 24. I'd like to see some unboxings of that. You guys get that to us, that we'll post up on our Twitter and Instagram and TikTok and Facebook, X, various places. And to get to what your general, like Seth, I need to get Rio and Craig's reaction without the cuss words.
Oh yeah, no, I'll talk to them.
We have it. We just got to edit it. We just got to put a couple beeps in.
Yeah,
I'll talk to them. I think they're like, S, mother effer, damn, this S is cool. I want people's first reaction to when you smell Alpha. because I think you'll be like, whoa.
I mean, should we take it out on the street and have Tuttle spray people?
Well, no. I mean,
chasing people down.
This is for. I mean, it's not for the masses.
Spritz here, spritz there.
It's exclusive, man. It's just for those that know. I didn't make enough bottles for just the general public to go out and buy some Alpha. I just made enough for the Bubba Army. So Bubba Army Alpha, is currently up. The koozie and the Stanley stuff. I'll go through that here momentarily. So Lummy,
I'm looking forward to a bottle of it.
Yeah,
I'll use it. I think it smells great.
So Lummy, Friday.
Yes.
It's a complete S storm. Usually you being gone, I got Mach. He can kind of fill in some of your stuff, but he was gone. He didn't even remote in. I thought he would remote in. I guess he was that sick. And you're out doing your thing, pre-approved. It's okay.
Well, at least can I say on the next time? I mean, if there is a next time, that Macho let me know. I could have remoted in for the first couple hours, just so you know.
Did you make good money this weekend?
Yes.
Good.
But I could have remoted in. I just wasn't sure.
Can you text me as to how much money you made? Because I got I got a lot of decisions to make here, and now has your wife heard of any of this hubbub? And what is I kind of would like to know what her opinion is. Is she like, oh my God, Bubba's being a dick about this? This is, you should be able to go up there and do that. Or is she saying like, man, I can kind of understand Bubba's position. You're a major part of the show now. Okay, I got that. Okay. And, I know that that's good money for our family, but, is it good enough money to potentially, you're a major, major part of the show, and maybe that's something that we should reconsider. I just want to know what her opinion is, because that has a lot to do with where I go.
I think she was wondering too on the clarification on like time off. Just because we normally don't, obviously the only times I ever take off was for this trip. And then
but would everybody agree that the 8 days that you get for the what we have established here is that you get 8 days for all the national. You get January 1st, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, Christmas, and New Year's Eve off. Those are 8 days. Everybody knows that, right? Paid. All days off are paid. And then you get about another 21 days off of my stuff. And if anybody wants to say, well, that's not fair that they got to take vacations when you take vacations. Listen, if you look at any major show, Stern, McAfee, like anybody that has a major staff, and I think Howard would probably be the template that we could probably most emulate, but that's the way big shows go.
Robin doesn't take a lot of time off with Howard there by himself.
The rule, and the reason why I know this, Dan, is because I
worked with him.
Worked there. The rule is you take your time off when your vacation is when Howard's vacation is. That's just the way it is. Boom. That's the way ours is too. So that's 21 days. And so that's 20 at least 21 days. So so that's 4 weeks. The 8 days that you get for national holidays is 1.5, nearly 2 weeks. So just rolling around here and not taking any additional personal days or sick days, everybody gets about 6 weeks vacation. And that's very, very generous by any corporate. That's a lot of vacation for most people. Have to work at a business for 30 years to get 6 weeks vacation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think
if you're asking what Ashley was thinking, we schedule our vacations around when you're off.
We have to. That's the rules.
I think she was saying for.
No, hold on. I'm not done. I'm not done. So that's what now. That 21 days is the minimal. I may take. I'm looking for another week. I'm going to probably take another week in the fall, which would be 5 days. So now that puts you at 26 days at plus 8. What's 26 plus 8?
34.
34 divided by 5. That's almost 7 weeks. That's almost 7 weeks vacation. So...
Did Lummy make bank this weekend, Bubba?
Yeah, I mean, did all right. So here's what I'm going to add. Here's what gets added. You have to take your vacation. The majority of the vacation that you have to take has to be during the days. Well, besides the 8 national holidays, has to be the days that I take off. That's just the way it is. If you don't like, I mean, you can quit. But that's just the way it is. That's not. I don't think that is by any means, mean or not fair or anything like that. Like, if you're part of a show and the host of the show takes vacation, you have to take vacation. And you're not just a sound grip or a cameraman, but you are part of the show, right? Like, you're not. A parking attendant, you're actually a co-host on that show, then it's expected that your vacations are around the host's vacations. That's just the industry. And if anybody in chat's going to be a dick about it, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not even going to read your nonsense. I got a whole other thing with you guys, bunch of dicks. So, in addition to my vacation days that you get, in addition to the 8 days of national holidays that you get, I'm going to give each person 4 personal days. You get 4 personal days to use however you wish. I just have to have at least a 2-week notice.
That's fair. Thank you.
Okay. Now you also get 3 sick days. So you get 3 sick days and 4 personal days. Now, the difference between a personal day and a sick day is a sick day, you don't have to have as much notice. It could literally be morning of, and you're throwing up, you're not feeling good, something like that. That obviously would be a sick day. You taking little Phoebe to Disney World 3 weeks from now, hopefully you plan that with me. That'd be a personal day.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, so there you go. So, Lummy, you could have used, moving forward,
yes,
you could have used your 2 days as 2 personal days. There's nobody's in trouble.
No harm, no foul.
That's the policy. And I think now if you add 7, so that's, okay, we were at 30,
it's 8 weeks of vacation.
We were 30 what?
You were 34.
Yeah, and so at
41.
Now we're at 41. We're how many?
That's 6 full weeks.
No, that's
but it's really
7.
It's really 7 weeks. 8 weekdays, yeah. Because 8 times 5 is 40.
Yeah, that's 8. That's 2 months vacation.
Jeez.
I don't want to hear it everybody else can suck my D if you don't think that for a mom and pop small business, that's not fair.
That's like what teachers get.
I mean, 8 weeks vacation. If you were to take 3 sick days, 4 personal days, the 26 days that I take off, and the 8 national holidays, you will have taken 1 day, 8 weeks, and 1 day. Now, you know what? Everybody can my D. If I don't want to hear anybody say that I'm a dick, I'm hard to work for, it's all about you, you're a oh my God, Lummy's the best, how can you do this to Lummy? I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. In fact, you know what you should be doing is you should be saying, God damn, Bubba, for a one-man operation, that you're actually pretty, that's pretty damn fair.
It is.
Now the other thing is this. And I'm going to leave this one with a hard one for you. Bitch, everybody can suck my D on this one. Because as you think, and I was mad at Lummy. I was. Because I was over here scrambling Monday wasn't as bad because I had Mach here, but Friday I was freaked. I was free. I was like Bubba Bird, and I was throwing it up, and I was like, I'm supposed to hit 3 out of every 10 3-pointers, and I'm bricking everything. I'm 0 for 50, getting our ass kicked. And I'm I'm freaking.
Bubba Green's erased $20.
And I'm taking it out on Lummy, and I'm mad at Lummy, and I'm like, Jesus, Lummy, why would you pick some stupid music festival over the show? And I'm looking at it my way. I'm looking at it, and through my glasses, and I'm mad as hell. And even yesterday I was mad as hell. I was like, man, the decision I would have made is I'm loyal to the show first. Screw this music festival, even though it's good money. I make pretty good money at I mean, listen, let's not forget, man, you're in the 8 weeks vacation that you get, it's paid. Like, it's paid. Like, it's not just 8 weeks, it's paid. So that cost me quite a bit of money. That's a benefit that is got some value to it.
Absolutely.
So anyway, Lummy, I was mad. I was like, man, I know you make a couple $1,000 for this thing, but I mean, Jesus.
Melp was here, $9.99, ordered Alpha.
So thank you. So I was mad, and I was mad up until I talked to F Boy. So I go to talk to F Boy yesterday. You know what F Boy says?
What?
I almost came unglued until he calmed me down. He goes, Sponjo. You know what? Now, in full disclosure, I've been talking to Seth about being the executive producer on the show, actually giving him that title to kind of just oversee everything. He's not really anybody's boss, but he's kind of the glue that keeps things together. Let me kind of helping you, helping Rhett, helping Mach. You guys are just, nobody works for anybody, but just entitle. I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
We've been talking about it for a couple weeks. And you know what Seth says? He says, you know what? I think you should not be mad about this. I think you should realize that Lummy really kind of is the glue that keeps a lot of this together. And I actually think that you should name him executive producer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what?
You liked it though.
And then you go, just sit down, because I was standing up in the studio, pacing like Dan. And he goes, just sit down and think about it. Think how hard he works. Think about all the things he does. Think about.
Well, he knows everything that's going on
right,
here.
And then Seth kind of self-deprecated himself, and he goes, listen, I can be gone, and you're going to miss, now my podcasting duties have since elevated me to a whole different set of responsibilities. But prior to that, I'm a chimer inner, keep things funny, keep things flowing, blah, blah, blah. But if I didn't have my podcast responsibility, I give you a few articles. I get the hell out of here by 10:15 if I wanted to. On days that I'm not podcasting, I can shoot a few buckets, a couple layups, and get the hell out of here.
Absolutely,
if I wanted to. And he's like, but Lummy can't. Lummy busts his ass. Lummy takes care of the goats.
Wow, here's some
like Lummy just Lummy is the glue, and you need to realize what he means to you, and you need to make him the executive producer. So Lummy, guess what?
Yes,
not
sir.
only am I not mad at you,
thank you,
but I'm going to give you an additional raise.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know how big it's going to be, but it's going to be a little something. We all just got raised. You guys all just got raises,
Yes.
but it's going to be an additional raise. And you now, and if you'd like to get new cards made, I'll make them. But you're now you are now the executive producer of the show.
Thank
Congratulations,
you, Bubba.
Wow.
Lummy, but damn it, Bubba,
Thank
we
you.
just got business cards made. Now we gotta get new business
Well, just Lummies.
We'll just cross out honest and stuff.
Yeah.
I just cross out on us.
A magic marker.
So, Lummy, I mean, I'm authorizing you to get new business cards.
Thank you.
And congrats, Lummy. And if you need anything, let me know, man.
Thank you.
And here's the thing. I lean on Seth.
I will.
Like, because, I was, Seth probably has the most experience of having that position, and I was going to give it to him, but he's like, man, Lummy's the young gun, and he
he's so entrenched with everything in the,
Right.
in the, the BRN that I know that he can produce content, obviously, but I just want to help him any way I can. But I mean, he has the workload of a producer.
Yeah.
So I felt like,
And that's what an executive producer does. They do everything.
And so Lum.
That's why I don't want to be it anymore, Dan.
But Seth said, hey, lean on him, let him help you. Let him, if he sees something that you're missing, he'll chime in on you. But also lean on him with regards to if you got a question. But Lummy, I'm not only not mad at you. I mean, my Lord, how soft have I gotten?
Wow,
I gave
he gives
everybody
you the double tall man, and you give him a new title.
Yeah. I mean,
look at this. People are going crazy though. Unlike yesterday when they wanted us all to die.
Yeah, they wanted me to be on that helicopter with the guy from Iran.
Neil Malpazir, $50 on the super chat.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I mean, great father, great executive producer, great goat dad, and I'm honored to call him a friend and to be here to celebrate his 40th birthday. Here's to you, Lum Lum.
Lummy's birthday! Bubba Army! Tampa Bay!
Fuck you, Lummy, you old piece of shit!
Hey, what's up, Gary Ganshow?
Damn it. I mean, the f***ing minute, the second we pull the f*** out and we catch a mother, god damn it, Mother Nature can suck my f***ing A.
Once again, 4th week in a row. Sucks.
When our event starts, it rains.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
How you doing? We're trying to make our way over there.
Hey, I think we got to stop it.
All right.
But we might. Let me look at the cell.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
All right.
We're good.
When you get back down, I'll feel the weight on the back.
Okay.
Right tire going down here.
Come on, Redness. Vent support, say it.
Say your vent support? Yeah.
Vent support, checking portal legs. Vent support. Where? Getting out of the car? Getting out of the car?
Sorry, I get distracted by women. I'm sorry.
God, we're not into pregnant Chinese chicks. Oh, look at this right here. Now this is the action right here.
Yeah, that's cute.
That's a MILF kicker with a fucking umbrella chain. Well, there's my truck right there. See it with the lights on?
Yep. Yes. They're sitting in line. They're pretty much like 5th in line.
And when they come in, they want to park.
Now, are we parking here, or are we parking?
No, we're going up into the left.
No, you need to go left, Bubba.
And you go left?
Go left, yeah.
Between that black trash can and that fence.
Now, where do I go?
Hang a right.
Well, we need to get to that other grass field to the left.
Yeah, we're on the other side of that barricade is where we need to be.
On this side or that side? So we're right here.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, this is lot 5 and 7, so we're gonna be right over here.
How are we gonna get in here?
That's the thing. That's all.
Oh, I thought there was an opening.
Wait, can we make it? Can we make it? Think I make it?
Yeah, we'll make it. We'll make it. You might have to move that, Colton.
You line this thing up.
Have to get skinny. No, we don't have enough. What are we smoking for?
I think we're burning something. I think something's.
No, yeah, you have some ignition that.
I guess let's figure it out. Maybe we can go all the way down here. Maybe they fucked up and left an opening like that somewhere, because we'll fit in that. We need to go this way.
Oh shit! We lost all of our lights and everything.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
So, they're on now.
Oh, now they're on.
You got your top wheeling lights on.
You see any of these we might fit through? Look, we'll fit through that.
Yeah, we can fit through that one.
Yep,
Yeah.
all day.
It's something.
You got sparks every time you do. I don't know what.
Every time you go in reverse. Yeah, that doesn't smell good.
It's 2:29. They should be letting them in here in a moment. And I think we're 1, 2, 3.
Are we?
Fifth car in.
Are we on the other side of that barrier?
That I don't know. That's a lummy deal. I don't know if that's.
Look, we'll fit right there.
Or what.
See
We-
by that
yeah,
tree?
We can fit through there regardless with the golf cart if need be.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if we're on that side of the barrier or this side. I'm thinking we would be on this side. I would think that'd be like preferred handicap.
Yeah. I mean, we're already here. We can literally ask the. Well,
No,
we
we're
don't
good.
ask.
No, we'll just say right here.
Yeah.
We're right here.
I honestly think we are. This is where we were last.
I think we fucking set this fucking golf cart right here.
Turn it off. So that's what we know we need. Look, you just need a fucking water bottle, a trash bag in your hand, and a green vest.
I stand with Trump, I stand with Trump. I stand with Trump, I stand with Trump. I stand with Trump, I stand with Trump.
Well, Babyface yesterday on the chat, on the video
Hey,
said.
should we get the sandbags?
We'll be holding.
Yeah, we'll be alright.
I brought the blowers in here just in case.
It should blow over quick though. It will. Yeah, it's blue over there, so it'll go.
It just blew up on us.
Right, that's all you do all the time.
It's still early though.
This is the definition of holding the fort down.
Heavy rain stops in 23 minutes.
Oh, absolutely.
Clear some room, clear some room. Load and help out. Now I feel like I didn't realize you were all this. I don't even know if I think I'm going to be standing on a... I don't think I'm over here. I just feel like maybe I'm on a hill or something. No, you're... Bubba had said it one time. I said, you're bigger than...
We're going to have a place for cats too.
I'm having a good time.
It might be through.
Everybody pay attention.
Yeah.
We're going to move the tent.
Getting the...
Good.
Okay. Yeah, the way you and Bubba bounced off each other, I really like that. And I've been listening since 2008.
50,000 Morgan Wallen fans are disappointed tonight. His concert that was scheduled for tonight at Raymond James Stadium has been canceled. Morgan Wallen posting on Facebook that he needed to reschedule because he was sick. He says he powered through last night, but he woke up feeling way worse today. So he's moving tonight's Tampa show to October 4th.
We are stuck on the side of the road.
Get on there.
Yep, I'm on. It is pouring down rain. We're currently crossing over down Mabry here. I mean, it is pouring. Look at the ditch. How the hell are we supposed to do anything? Look at these cars. Absolutely terrible.
Everyone, the worst fucking luck. I'm just trying to promote my fucking brand, man. Bust my ass.
You're good, Cole.
Look at this. Holy fuck. Take a video of that. Woo! Watch out for the turtle. Little turtle head poking out.
Watch your head, Red.
Yep. Look at that fucking river next to us. Put your head, Red. Ducking.
And again.
Ducking. Come on, you stupid fuck.
Come on, you dumb fuck.
Let's go! The fuck out of the way!
Watch your head.
Yep.
Again.
Yep. Damn. Watch out for that, yeah.
Oh yeah, now it's oh yeah.
You can't have a wet ground and do that. No, because you get 3 or 4 people. Yep. 3 or 4 people in there, now all the money's wet. Yeah. More Bubba Army stickers. Yeah, yeah. Move, bitch.
Come on.
Let's go!
No, don't yell at her.
And here's a little twist. The artist that was scheduled to open for Morgan Wallen is now apparently looking for another venue where he can still perform tonight. That's Jelly Roll, posting on social media that he was trying to find a place. He wrote, "Dear Tampa, I am working hard to put together something for y'all somewhere tonight, so stay tuned."
We should probably tell the story, Lummy, of Gene Lasker.
Yes, we should.
Like, people don't realize, well, for instance, his wife, Sarah, she's gorgeous. She's beautiful. She's way, like, Lasker doesn't get mad at me when I say this, but, like, she's way hotter than what Gene could usually pull. Like, I'm just telling you. I mean, Gene's got swagger. He's a biker. He owns his own business.
Are you saying he's not a handsome fellow?
I mean, he is. But his wife is would be like, she's hot. Like, she's hot. Like, she's hot. She's hotter than what Gene could pull. I've seen what Gene. Now, Gene, I will tell you this, and I hope this doesn't make Sarah mad, but Christine was hot.
She was a very beautiful girl, too.
Your first wife, now she had as bad of a temper as you did. God, she was mean as a snake.
Wasn't she?
My God.
She had a handicapped kid her whole life, though. So
no, you guys did. You guys
we
had it
did.
together.
So that's why I put up with it.
Right.
And then when the baby was gone, I didn't put up with it no more.
Man, so listen to this. One time, Seth, I get called. Lasker called. Hey, you might want to get over here. There's going to be some cop action. And I go, what? Because I got a whole race team coming over here. And I know it's not a night we were usually, because, like Thursday nights, we would, all of us, I drove a sprint car for Gene, and we had Jimmy Dials, and we had Hillbilly, and we just
Bobby and Eddie and Rusty.
Bobby, Eddie, Rusty. We just had, maybe 8 guys that would show up on Thursdays, and we would get the car ready. Wash day was on Sunday, but then getting the car ready, greasing the tubes, and just setting the car up, firing it off to make sure it starts, just overall maintenance to get ready for that Saturday night. We did it on Thursday, and we did it on Thursday in case we ran into a problem. It'd give Lasker a day to roll around town and get whatever machine or whatever he needed, whatever you needed. So Lasker is in a full-blown 1,000% fight with Christine. I don't know what it's about, but Christine knew that Gene's Achilles heel, the thing that really hurt Gene the most, you could call him a mother effer and a stupid ass and you're, whatever, but if you touched or messed with his sprint cars, that was Gene's.
You get dealt with.
Yeah. And so she knew. Like, most women would be like, I am not touching his sprint cars because I could get a left hook. I'm just telling you. Not this bitch. This bitch was mean as a snake. So she has taken at Gene's locks. Now, Gene's shop was connected onto their house in the back. And so she locked all. Gene didn't have a key to get into his house. So she locked all the doors to his house so he couldn't even get into his house. And then she changed the locks on all the doors to the shop so Gene couldn't get in. He couldn't get in the shop, and he couldn't get in the house, and he was just like...
That was through the divorce, right?
Yeah, it was going through the divorce.
Yeah.
And because she wanted Gene not to race those cars.
Well, she was itemizing every piece of equipment, every bolt and nut and wrench.
And she was afraid that, if I put one in the wall, right now this car's worth $55,000.
She wanted half that money.
Well, right now this car's rolling perfect $60,000. But if Bubba wads it up, it's worth about $10,000.
Yeah.
And she didn't want to lose her money, so she basically locked the whole place down. So Gene calls all the boys up and says, "I just want a lot of witnesses to be here."
we got the lawyer involved in it, and then he went to the judge, and then the judge gave me paperwork and gave me 3 hours to get as much out of that garage as I could.
But hold on. She wouldn't. So
she wasn't going to open the door.
So Gene took his cutting torch,
right there in front of the cops.
Right in front of the cops.
I cut a hole right in the door.
Cut the door open with a welding torch, and then kicked it in like this. And how about that, bitch?
I said, "There, now you got to fix the door. You should have just opened it.
You dumb bitch."
I got paperwork saying I'm coming in.
Right. So we all have to. All of us team. We have to completely load up. We're not racing. We're just loading up stuff into 2 trailers. And she's like, she's trying to
make herself go to jail.
I'm like, I'm picking up a steering box and left rear tire, trying to roll, and she's like trying to body block, stop me and everything. And Gene's got the paperwork, and he's saying, "Listen, Mr. Policeman, here's my paperwork. I got everything in the
get it out of our face."
And she's like, and the cop's like, "Ma'am, you need to."
The lady cop arrested her. Remember?
Yeah, but then hold on. Gene's not he's not a good winner, and he's even a sore. He's a sore loser, but he's also a sore winner. So rather than give the paperwork to the cops and have the cops deal with Christine and telling Christine to stay away, Lasker every once in a while be like, "Bitch, have you seen my paperwork? Let me tell you something.
We're
bitch.
coming back for more.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna go drop off this load, and I'll have it. Judge gave me 3 hours. Look at my paperwork right there. It says from 7 till 9, bitch." Like he was so fired up. One time, listen to this. She gets mad at him, and
poured dog food in my injectors.
So listen to this. So she gets mad at him, but she acts real cool. Well, in the middle of the night, she wakes up and she takes Kibbles and Bits dog food, and completely opens up his injectors to his race car. Opens them up. Opens the butterfly valves completely up, and pours all 8. There's 8 injectors for each cylinder. Pours all of it in, pulls full of Kibbles and Bits, then shuts the injectors down like you can't see nothing. Right. So we go to fire.
But she also pulled the oil breather off and poured it in the oil.
So we go we go to fire off our car, and Mike fires right up, and the boys are working on my car, and Gene keeps going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and they're pushing him off, and he can't get his car to start. He just can't get it to start. And finally, you got it to start a little bit.
We got it blowed out of there. Finally figured out there was something in there. We got it out, but we didn't know it was in the oil. And then when Kibbles and Bits sits in water, they get real
expands.
Big. Well, when the oil, it got real big too, and it stopped up the oil pump, burned the motor down.
Yeah. So Lasser comes to me. He burns his motor up a heat race. He goes, "Let me tell you something. You probably, with your talent, can maybe get 4th tonight." Listen, I'm in my Bubba Hogan '98 rock car. I'm ready to go.
You're in your prime.
Yeah, and I made the A feature back in the day, man. At East Bay, it was something just to make the A feature, and I'm starting like 12th, but I got Sport Allen and Kenny Adams,
Red Stauffer,
I got some really good guys up front, Danny Martin Jr. And so Lasker says, the way I got it sized up is that you're going to start 12th, maybe gain a couple spots on some squids. You'll come in about 6th or 7th. But if you put me in your car, we could win. Because you know how I am. I'm crazy. So we put Gene in my car. He gets second.
Nice.
Ended up getting second to Kenny Adams. That was your arch nemesis, was it, Kenny Adams?
Yeah, he spent the
Sport
most
Allen?
money to beat me. Yeah, Sport Allen. Yeah.
Like if you're did you drive those guys different? Like if you're rolling up to a guy that you really didn't have a problem with, and he wasn't your arch nemesis, you probably just passed him one way. But when you were coming up on Kenny Adams and Sport,
I make him have to work hard.
Would you deliberately try to put that right rear in their driver compartment?
Yeah, put it right up against them.
Just challenging them.
Yeah.
So Gene, how did Seth was asking, how did you get into powder coating? And you said, because I got ripped off, and I was like, I'm not getting ripped off. Let me learn. I think you actually came to me and said, hey, listen, I just got ripped off on some powder coating, and I'm wrenching on cars and doing brake jobs and things like that, and I hate doing it, even though I got my own shop. I'm going to try. I think I'm going to get into powder coating. I think I can get
what happened was, James Vega was in powder coating off of Nebraska, and we went and spent $1,000 on a frame to get powder coated. Now, that's ridiculous because I'm just going to wreck this car. Sooner or later, that car is going to be junk. So why spend $1,000 on a paint job on it on a frame? Who cares? But everybody wanted a beautiful car because we've been winning and we're doing good, and we really want to look really sharp. So we paid the $1,000. Well,
so when you were driving for the eye doctor in Ocala?
No, we was driving our own car. Remember the blue and white one with the checkerboard stripes on it?
Yeah, the O2.
Well, my Talon gloves that I run from Simpson, so you can feel the steering wheel really good. started chafing on the left hand from me grabbing that roll cage and getting in and out of the car, and I realized that it was messing my gloves up. So when I put my hand up there was sand in the paint job. So I went back to him and told him to fix it, and he kept my car for 2 weeks, and we had to use a backup car, and
we had to sandblast it all down.
Yeah, we just started. So he poked me in the chest while I was at his shop and told me it's just a race car, don't worry about it. And so I gave him a shove too, and got my car out of there, and I started, I went looking for him. I was going to stalk him, find him, and
beat him up?
Yeah. Yeah.
For real?
For real.
So the guy, hold on. So when you're doing business with a guy, like Seth, if you're doing business with a guy and he screws you over, you might give him bad Yelp review, right?
I'm going to go home and tell Phoebe and see if she'll
I
give him a call.
rented a car. When Christine seen me rented a car.
Now, hold on, Gene. Hold on. Just hold on 1 second. So the average guy gives him a bad Yelp review, maybe tells his wife to write a bad, Google review, right?
Yeah.
Gene says, I'm going to stalk you. I'm going to find out about, and then I'm going to beat you up. That's my Yelp review. So your wife saw you.
So
she
she's
saw
seen
you
that I was
renting a car.
Yeah, she's seen I rented a car.
But now, what does that? When you're renting a car, what does that mean?
Well, that he don't know what I'm driving, so I'm following him around and see
the
where
plates
he goes.
will come back to you.
Right.
All right.
So I get up one morning and I look on the kitchen table, and there is a pamphlet on powder coating, and there's a ticket for one person to Vegas. And then there was $1,000 cash sitting there. And I looked down at him and I said, what is this? And she says, well, it's going to cost us $10,000 easy on a lawyer for you when you put your hands on that dude. So I figure if I just buy the ticket and put you in and go learn the powder coating, and then we'll put our own oven in at the shop and you can do your own cars.
So hold on. So Christine's she's like, okay. She's actually have some business savvy about herself.
Was that the mean wife? Or
that was the mean wife.
That
was the mean wife. So the mean wife said it's going to cost us $10,000 to lawyer up after you beat this guy up.
Yep.
How about I give you a ticket to Las Vegas on a powder coating convention
for 4 days.
For 4 days, and let you learn how to do this. You can put an oven at your automotive shop, and you can just do your own chassis. I got $3-4 grand into this deal, getting you out there and getting you back, and you're not going to go to jail, and I don't got to deal with that nonsense. That's actually pretty smart.
Well, that's what she did. So when I got
saved
there,
that guy's ass though too. Or
yes, he did.
I mean,
she did. Yes, she did.
So you go out there, you learn the ins and outs of powder coating, and you open up your own
fell in love
powder.
with it. I thought this is cool because I said I don't need to learn how powder. I'm not a painter. I'm not going to huff paint. I don't like the smell of paint. I'm not going to do that. Oh no, this is a little different. I've read up on it, and there's no smells to a lot of it, and you just go and try it. I said okay.
So when you go out to the convention in Vegas, you have zero idea probably on the process and the equipment needed.
Nothing.
The equipment needed and the cure time.
I knew
and
nothing.
Sandblasting and the cleaning and the prepping and the oven needed and the type of powder needed and the gun and the kind of gun that you got to buy to
taping
spray
off the products and the tape that goes through the heat element.
Hold on, just the racks that you have to have.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, you got to have probably $10,000 worth of just custom-made aluminum racks.
If you want to be able to load the product quickly so you can paint it quickly and take it off quickly.
And so you go out there and you're like, man, this is pretty cool. I like it. It's better than doing brake jobs on Mrs. Johnson's, Ford, right?
Yeah.
Because before that, Gene was a car mechanic, and he got that.
I had a nice shop, 4 or 5 guys working for me at one time.
Right. But that's a grind, isn't it? That's even the automotive.
Well, the bad thing is if your mechanics leave a bolt loose and it could tear a lot of stuff up, you got to eat it.
Right. Mrs. Johnson comes back because some guy left a screw in her carburetor and completely blew her motor out. You got to stand behind that.
The thing about the powder coat is you can redo it quickly.
Sandblast and redo.
Right.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So that's how you got into the powder coating business.
Yeah. So when I got back, I built my own oven and put it in the corner.
The guy didn't get his ass whipped.
And yeah, he sure didn't. And so the one side of the shop was powder coating, and the other side of the shop was automotive. And
that's right. You did that for about 5 years.
I did that for like 1 year.
Oh, I thought it was 5.
And then I sold the automotive shop and just opened up and bought it with the money
Another
that I
oven.
sold the shop. I bought a brand new oven, $100,000 oven.
Now, does that oven? Because I remember when you first bought that oven, that was your pride and joy.
Oh, yeah.
But that oven is kind of a jobber oven compared to the ones you have now, isn't it?
Not really. I mean, that oven would last you for your rest of your life, the way it was built.
How about the oven you got now?
But the one I got now is more the computerized part of it's way better.
Oh, okay.
You know, the on and off and the quickness of getting the
Now, would
up to
guys
temperature.
ever build their own ovens?
You can.
I mean, just with the heating element and
But you have to get it so right on the inside. So
meaning,
all
like if it's
four
400,
corners are the same temperature.
that it's uniformly the same temperature.
Right.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And only the computerized, big ovens that you got probably have that.
That stay that good all the time, and the ovens, the bottom of the oven, the first 2 feet coming up, has to get hot enough because the heat rises. So the heat goes up so quickly that sometimes 2 foot of the bottom of the rack don't get as hot as the top.
So can you assure Seth that if you ever would swing by the shop and see, like, I think the oven actually does have a safety thing in it where a guy couldn't get caught in it. I know
you can just push the door back open.
Not when you got your four-wheeler parked against it.
Or the forklift.
You're not pushing that forklift out of the way.
Seth, everything is good. If he tells you to put stuff in the oven and you hear a forklift, run, okay?
You have me falling in the oven, though, Bubba, if I go over there?
Well, I mean, go over. You say if it's part of the Manning Up Seth series, you're going to have to spray the piece of the part. Then you're going to have to put the part on the rack.
Well,
and
what
then
about you got a 2 Jews play the blues or something?
2 Jews played the blues.
What is that?
No, that's the one.
Well,
why don't you do a live show in the oven?
One of those two Jews are playing the blues right now.
If they aren't here anymore.
Oh, with the girl with the Jew?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was.
That's where the nose come from.
Well, Gene.
Well, I'm just saying.
Gene,
I didn't know her. She was. I thought she was pretty good on the show. She was the best girl you ever had.
Gene.
You only had 2.
Gene. I've had 3. 4. My sister, Anita Wad, Janessa, and Anna.
Jabberjaw?
Jabberjaw was an executive producer.
Yeah, she was in the back.
Gene, you cannot put big nose. Like, you can't stereotype that with Jewish people. Like, that's a kind of a,
Why, same thing as Italians.
Well, I mean,
they got mustaches. It's just how you bred in.
It's how you're bred in.
That's right.
That's right. That's how God made you.
I mean,
you
what's your excuse? Somebody had sex
I don't
with,
have no excuses.
Somebody had
I'm good.
Somebody
in my
had
skin.
sex with an orangutan somewhere along the line.
Well, whatever happened, I'm doing the best with it. I'm doing pretty good.
And that's why when I go to Word Salami, he's going to come back and explain why we because Seth asked him, well, how did you pull such a hot wife? And Lassiter goes, God. And we're like, what do you mean? He goes, well, God gave me a real effed up life. I was an orphan and everything like that. So in my latter years, when it was time to,
I had to rebuild a whole brand new kingdom. I gave my kingdom up when I lost my daughter.
Right.
So I had to start all over.
God really, really screwed you over.
Well, he only gives you what you can handle, but evidently he don't know how to read a measuring tape because he thought I was about 80 foot wide.
He didn't give you near the credit?
No.
He said he didn't realize
he gave you too much, man.
Oh, he gave you too much?
Too much.
Well, then he took it all away.
Well,
so then you figured God owed you, like in your little religious, you're figuring that one of the reasons why you were able to score Sarah so hot is because
I think he stumbled over, seen Lasker, whoa, man, I've really messed that dude up. Then let me help him out. And then, he found Sarah who needed somebody good in her life and bumped us together.
We're going to tell, Gene is probably I'm sure there are some runaways and things like that that have the same course of life of what Gene has had, but Gene kind of human trafficked himself. He did.
Well, I had nobody else to manage me.
But you did have a mom and dad that you hated and didn't pay any attention to you and were mean to you.
Well, they gave me up.
And it's what I'm saying. So, you took it upon. You just didn't go. I know you were in some foster homes, but you figured out that the foster deal was horrible because the
had criminals in there,
right? And you're like, and most of the mom and dads.
They weren't just people who needed a home.
But most of the mom and dads didn't have any love or compassion. They just were getting a payday for housing some juvenile delinquent, right? Like most of them didn't have any compassion. The dad of the family didn't say, "Hey, Gene, come over here. Let me teach you how to work on this." No, it was
you didn't have none of that. It was all business.
It was all, you have to get this done and that done, and spankings. And if you didn't get your bed made on time, they missed your meal. Like they were mean to you when you were an orphan in the late 60s.
Yeah, but then people would work on 15 and 20 kids. I'm sure he wasn't.
What was the largest? What was the largest home that you went to? How many kids?
Like 8 to 10.
And so you'd just be like one of 4 or 5 boys that were competing to try to be alpha, right?
Well, yes and no, because I would get out of there and go work, find some kind of job to make money, and you'd have to pay the house because they would allow you out for longer than anybody else because you paid them.
How old were you?
8. 7, 8.
11 is when I started. 11
is when you started the shakedown?
That's when I had to work every day. I had to work.
At 11.
Yeah.
And so, we're going to get into this. and like, just Gene Lasser's life is fascinating. It really is. He reversed human trafficked. I'll tell you the story. And really, the man that really probably, I don't know if it would be considered saved your life, but certainly gave you a better chance in life, was a really great man by the name of Jerry Rod.
Yeah.
His name was Jerry Rod, and he was
mean, boy.
But hold on, though. He was mean, but deep down, he cared for you.
Oh, he loved me. Yes, he did.
Yeah, so he was mean, but he wasn't mean as in like foster dad mean.
No,
he was
but
mean
he was
because
mean as teaching you.
I'm teaching you some tough love, son.
And he's not wasting his time. If he tells you how to do something, then you do it that way. If you change your way and it's wrong and you do wrong, then he bops you because he told you the right way in the first place.
Now, what would a bopping be? Like right upside the head?
Yeah, man.
Like that would be a bopping?
Yeah, I mean, he shot me with a BB gun one time. And he thought my wallet was in my pants. You know how when you're wearing your jeans, you got your wallet and you got a stain there?
Right.
Well, the stain was there, and he shot that pellet with a 10-pump shot, and it went into me like about a quarter of an inch or a half inch into my butt.
So then let me ask you a question. Did he take you to the garage and dig it out with a pocket knife?
No, he threw me on the damn kitchen table and took a Coke bottle and boiled it and stuck it right on my butt. And then as it cooled off, it sucked the BB out.
Yeah, there you go. Now, just when Sethy thought
that was
she
torture,
had it,
too.
Jesus.
So
was hot.
After he shoots
burning
you,
my butt.
After he shoots you with the pellet that's embedded into your ass, he puts you on the table, pulls your pants down, puts the hot Coca-Cola bottle over the top of the
BB hole
of the BB hole, which kind of extracts it out.
Yeah, it got out,
and you probably still have a stain on your ass.
Of course.
So, Gene, here you are. You're hanging out in foster homes. It sucks. It's like the parents don't really have any love.
They steal your money.
They're just there to get a paycheck from the state because the state pays them for X amount of kids.
Yeah, and take your money too if they find any in your pockets.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Like if you'd have like if you...
I couldn't even hide. I try to hide under the mattress or hide it in some old clothes or something. And they just go through your stuff and find stuff.
So it comes. You're like what? How old are you when you jumped the fence at the racer and told at the races and met Jerry Rod?
Like 16.
Oh, you're that
15.
old. You're that old.
I was 15 then. Yeah.
Yeah. And you go to the old Golden Gate.
They pulled up on Fowler in Nebraska, and they would go headed down Fowler, going to Golden Gate Speedway. And two dudes, Mitchell and Gary, was on the trailer working on this race car with the back doors of this panel wagon open, and they're getting tools out of the back of the truck. And the dude said, "I said, man, what are you guys doing on the back of that trailer like that?" And he goes, "Working on a race car." And I said, "Where are you going to race?"
So hold on, they were working on the race car as he was driving down the highway?
Yes, sir. So the dude says, "You know anything? Do you know anything about wrenches? You know the sizes?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Hop on. We'll take you with us." So I jump on the trailer.
You jumped on the trailer. And at this point, you probably...
The toolbox is inside the panel wagon, and then we're on the trailer, and then when I have to get a wrench, that was my job to walk the plank there.
Yeah. So they're going 55 down the road, and
Probably 70.
They're like, hey, we'll have the
So they're
kid
running late.
because we'll have the kid. We're on the stable part of the trailer, but when we
We'll
have to
have
go
the
up by
new
the
guy, you know,
the
fall
new
off.
guy, when we have to send a guy into the panel truck, which means walking the tongue of the trailer.
And I asked him, I said, what if I fell off that damn thing? And he goes, well, we'd have kept going. We didn't know you.
Yeah, we don't know you. That's how people were back then. So, Gene, they're like, man, we need a half-inch open end. Go
Right.
get it. So you go there and get it. You knew what it was.
Yeah.
They're like, man, this is a good kid. So they get to the track. Do they pay your way in, or do you sneak?
Yeah, we snuck in.
So you sneaked
They
in.
snuck in, too. You know, so we all snuck in.
Right.
Jerry didn't pay for everybody.
Killing the promoter.
Yeah,
I know how
killing
that
the promoter.
feels. Times I get sneaked in every Saturday. Losing 35 a copy.
Yeah.
Son of a bitches. What was a pit pass back then? $15?
Probably.
$20?
$20.
Something like that?
Yeah.
And now Jerry Rod, he drove sprint cars?
Yeah, he drove sprint cars. He had no roadster.
Okay. So you get
He
there.
didn't never win.
Now you get there, and I'm sure the two helpers tell Jerry Rod, who was driving, "Hey,
Well,
see
he
this,
goes,
see this kid over here?
Where'd this monkey come from?
Where'd this monkey come from?"
And so I told him who I was, and I said, "Yeah, I was just, I was headed down the road, and I seen you needed some help, so I'm helping." All right, cool. So he let me hang out, and at Golden Gate Speedway, where the exit was, right against the wall, was like 10 phone booths. Phones.
Yeah.
In a row.
Payphones.
So at the end of the night, when he was getting paid over there,
you act like you're on the phone.
I act like I'm on the phone. Yeah, Mom, this, and yeah, Mom, and I'm going to go ahead and stay with Rod, and we're going to work on the car on Sunday, and so I'll see you Sunday night when you pick me up, all right? Yeah. And he comes running. Hey, let me talk to your mom, boy. I said, okay, bye, Mom. Oop, hit the phone. Lock it, and I wanted to talk to your mom. I said, I know, she's fine, bro. And,
so you're like,
I baloneyed him like that for a few weeks.
So hold on. So you baloneyed him. You told him that you talked to your parents and that they were like cool with you staying at his place working on the race car.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So you're able to baloney him for a few weeks
till he realized what was going on, and then he stepped into it with finding out who I was and where I'm coming from, and he got Calvin Henderson, who used to be our sheriff at one time.
Right.
At that time, he was Corporal Calvin Henderson, I think. Narcotics Squad. He was Jerry Rod's good friend. So he got involved and got me where Jerry Rod can
be like your guardian.
Be a guardian. He didn't foster me up or nothing, but he got me out of that.
Like he wasn't getting paid by the state, but he was at least given guardianship where he was kind of in charge of you until you turned 18.
Yep. So I could go to school and stuff.
Right, and he was mean as hell. One time he told you to do the dishes. You were 15, and you said, I ain't doing no dishes.
10 pumps.
And he pumped up his pellet gun 10 times and shot you in the ass.
We lived in Shady Hill, so we had to dig our own garbage holes, okay? So
what?
We had to dig our own garbage hole.
Seth, how much anxiety would that cause you? And you just can't go lay it out by the street in your recyclable Willie. You have to dig a hole.
You have to dig. So we dig a hole like 10 by 8 by 6 foot deep. Okay, and then we throw the trash in there, and you throw a little bit of gas on it and burn it, and they keep it burned down. And then when it got too full, halfway full, then we have to bury that and then dig a new hole. So he would sit there like Cool Hand Luke with his collar flipped up with the mirror glasses.
And make you dig.
And put the water bottle on top of the dirt mound while we were sitting in a hole digging. And we'd have to talk to him like this. Boss, question, boss.
Question, boss.
What do you want? Boss, I get me some water, boss. No water. And then you'd have to ask again.
So then you dig like 10 more minutes and then, go, boss man.
Then he would shoot the water bucket right in the middle and watch all the water drain out till halfway. And he would say, go ahead and get rabbit, boy. Go ahead and get rabbit.
Hold on. So what does go ahead and get rabbit mean?
Run.
Get you some water?
No, run. Get out of that hole and run. Escape.
Man, it seems like Gene living in a horror movie.
Oh, you don't understand. So anyway, this guy is the guy that raised you, right?
Yeah.
Mean as hell.
Mean as hell.
But deep down, though, Gene.
Oh, he loved me. I mean, he taught me everything that I know, all about automotive and common sense. I got all that from him.
Well, I don't know how much common sense you have, but you have an internal meanness that's second to none. But you do have compassion. Like, I mean,
Yes.
you're a very compassionate person, very loyal and very compassionate. But don't get on the wrong side. Was Jerry Rod the same way?
Yeah.
Like very loyal and compassionate, but if you got on the wrong side,
you can't disrespect them.
Did you ever really honestly get your ass kicked? Like you get your ass whipped?
No, just smacked around. When he teaches you something,
right?
You learned it. Because if you didn't learn it and you did it wrong the second time, you got hit. Okay, that was his payment. You want to pay for that teaching? Here it is. Bip.
And then he's just literally like, smack you in the back of your head.
Smack you in the back of the head, or kick you off the creeper.
Yeah, but when you were 18 and you decided to go on your own, and you said goodbye to Jerry Rod, did you say?
Well, see, yeah, he got into a bad crash and he was paralyzed. And,
he was?
Yeah, and he was in a Chevy Vega, and a drunk driver fell asleep at the wheel and hit him head on. So he was pretty banged up, and I helped him out for like 6 months at the hospital, be there every day. And then finally I had to go get a job because, Jerry wasn't paying the bills for me.
Right.
And so.
Did he have a wife?
Yeah, Janet.
Right.
Yep.
So
and,
you're at this point.
But she didn't want me around because, I was, she had to feed me.
Right. So
she had 3 of her own kids.
She hated you.
Yeah, I don't say she hated me, but she didn't want me around. She wanted me to leave.
Travis, semi-autoglass, $100, loves Gene Lasker stories. So at what point do you finally leave? No, hold on. But meanwhile, your mom and dad, you didn't really have a mom and dad.
No.
Like,
they didn't take care of me or nothing,
I mean, you've been in the foster system
since 11.
So from 11 to 15, you're at 11. Do your mom and dad just give you up?
Well, they gave me to my grandma, and then my grandma passed away, and then nobody wanted me.
And that's
my Uncle Don took care of me for a little bit, but he had 6 girls, and taking care of one boy with 6 girls wasn't really
ideal.
Working out.
Right. So finally, they're like, do they go to the state and just say, hey, this kid here, his mom and dad don't love him, his uncle can't handle him.
I guess they dropped me off there or something. I don't.
Did they send you to a juvenile detention center, kind of?
Well, yeah, trying to find someone to take care of me, that would watch me. And so that's foster care, same thing.
So you're in foster care. Then you met Jerry Rod, and then at what age do you finally move on and say, okay, I'm going to try to be? Jerry Rod's taught me how to work on car skill set, so I'm going to go out and try to do this. I'm going to try to go out and be a man. Did you get a high school diploma?
Yeah, got a high school diploma at Land O'Lakes.
Land O'Lakes High School.
Nice. Uh-huh.
Land O'Lakes High School alumni.
Yeah.
Right? So you got your high school diploma, and back then, that's all you really needed.
That's all I needed.
Right.
And then I got, I hitchhiked up to Tampa and found me a job on Hillsborough Avenue, 5519 West Hillsborough.
Just wrenching on cars?
Working for DNR Garage, working for Junkyard, taking motors out of junk cars.
All right, so they bring the cars in the shop, and you just part them all out, right?
Yeah, we used the flame wrenches on them.
All right, and so, and then that time you meet Christina, right?
Yeah, I met Christine. I opened up my own shop. I worked for Don for 6-7 years, and then I started working for Tire Kingdom, and then I rented me a couple of bays in John's Road Storage, and I opened up a shop there. And I hired Calvin to work at my shop during the daytime while I worked at Tire Kingdom. And then,
so you had your own shop, but you'd be at Tire Kingdom.
I'd be at Tire Kingdom as a service manager, and I would sell business like transmissions, motors, rear ends that we didn't do. And I would send it over there to my shop and do it, and then Tire Kingdom would pay the bill and pay me.
Seth, he's got some Jewish in him, does he not?
Oh yeah. And
he's
so
going to work at Tire Kingdom, and then he's going to refer all the big jobs over to his own shop.
To my own shop.
And Calvin's going to be doing them.
I'm taking notes.
And I got paid very well.
Seth
because
Automotive Shop coming up
I can't
next.
wait to see that.
Yeah.
My service was so high. I did so much money in service that that they didn't care what I did. I just keep making that money, boy.
Right, because I mean, you were just you have a lot of charisma. So when Mrs. Johnson came in and she maybe didn't need a new transmission, she probably could just got a rebuild or a flush.
But pretty much, all you gotta do is sell the people who need stuff because everybody's car is junk.
Right.
Okay. But Tire Kingdom had 90 days, same as credit. 12 months, same and then no charge,
cash.
Same as cash. And
so you could really nickel and dime these guys.
I would
and
sign
pad
them up on the credit card,
right?
Tire Kingdom, and then Tire Kingdom would pay the bill and put it on the Tire Kingdom card for them.
And then you would probably get a commission. So you were.
I got a commission on what I sold too at the shop. Yeah.
Right. So you were double dipping. Not only did you own the shop that Calvin did all the major work in, but
then I had Rick Walker. He worked for me. So him and Calvin worked. I had two guys.
Two guys wrenching.
And then when finally I just I was so busy, I might as well just go work in my own shop, you know.
So you told Tiger King, I got to go to my own shop.
I got to go.
now.
But they still sent me work, you know.
Right.
Because, they wanted to keep the structure of their service department making good money. So I still had to work.
So you.
But I worked for myself.
Talking about God.
So then, Brent, I just turned 30, and I had a pocket full of money. I mean, my shop was doing good.
You're 30 years old, you guys. And I
got money.
I'm 30 years old, Seth, and I got a pocket full of money.
I do. I'm walking around with like $5,000, $10,000 in my pocket at all times.
Really?
So
you didn't believe in safes or anything?
No, man. It was safe in my pocket. So I'm at the dentist getting my teeth cleaned, and I had crooked teeth my whole life.
Right.
Okay. And so the girls in the dentist place, they said, "Why don't you get some, get your teeth straightened and put some braces on?" I said, 30 years old with braces? Yeah, that'd be kind of hot. Well, let's try it. Get my teeth straightened. So I put the braces on, which was the worst thing I did in my whole life.
Really?
That was really terrible.
Hold on. Seth, think about all the things the guy's been through in life. He's been handed down from one family to another, and he says the worst thing in his life is putting braces on.
What was so wrong what was so bad with the braces?
Because they would pop that wire, man, and it would poke in your face, and you'd have to take wax and put your big old ball there. But the problem was, Lummy, is I was too old to be doing that to my sockets of my teeth.
Yeah.
And then when they straightened them all, the teeth moved the socket so much that the teeth got loose.
Oh.
So then the teeth went bad. They in time the teeth.
So you started losing your teeth.
Yeah. It cost
but
me
you
to
had
lose them all.
but you had a pocket full of money. Buddy.
So that's how I met Christine. So I met Christine at the dentist's office.
You met your first wife at the dentist's office. Okay.
And then and that was downhill from ever.
Well, no, we have to tell the story. We're talking about God giving you a kind of a crappy hand. You meet.
So I meet Christine. We have a kid.
Hold on. You guys have a baby.
We have a baby, and she's handicapped, little Jennifer, my little angel, and she's autism, had lack of oxygen to her brain being born.
Well, she was born with the umbilical cord wrapped around her.
They don't know. They just know that she lacked oxygen, whether her head got smashed a little bit and stopped her from breathing, or her, somehow oxygen didn't go to her brain.
She was oxygen deprived, which caused her to be very...
No muscle tone and never walk or never talk.
Like she was, and I'm very familiar with Jennifer.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up with Jennifer. That's when you and I were at our absolute best friendsness, and I, many a times have, hung out with Jennifer, gave her kisses and stuff like that. But Jennifer was never, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but Jennifer was so handicapped that Jennifer really didn't know much.
She wasn't human.
She was
she wasn't real. She was
just a body with a
doll that laid there.
She just laid there. Yeah. In fact, Jean would have to get Jean.
Well, what happened was when she got so much steroids in her body to keep her alive that her drool, her spit would cause pimples on her face, cause her rash. Because there's so much steroids in the water in her body.
So Gene didn't want his baby to have pimples on her face, so he would set his alarm for 2 times a night, once at 2 and once at 4, for him to go and take a wash rag and wipe her.
No. What I would do was, when we laid her in the bed, I put her to the pillow all the way to the left. So then when I get to her, I just pick her little head up and pull the pillow about 4 inches. Because if she laid in the drool on the pillow, that's what got on her face. That's what did it.
But if she was in a dry part of the pillow.
Right. She was fine because then the pillow
But you did that usually 2 or 3 times a night.
For 14 years.
For 14 years. And so then Jennifer dies. And I think Jennifer really defied. I think when you guys
should
initially
only lived like 2 years.
Yeah, they told you and Christine, listen, she's not going to make it very long.
No.
And she made it 14 years. Wow. And so after that your marriage was pretty much just hanging on.
Well, there were so many different things that's happened during that marriage with Christine that I'd put up with. But what I
She put.
I never
kibbles and-
blamed Christine
She
ever.
put kibbles
I
and
never,
bits in your race car.
I never put blame. She already had one kid before Jennifer. She knew better than to lay in that bed and let the baby go through trauma in her belly and not get a C-section when she should have got one by 9 o'clock that evening because she was induced labor at 6 o'clock. So she knew better. But her and her mother wanted to tell me to shut up and sit outside the room. They knew better. And we went till 12:15 at night until finally I snatched the doctor up and drug him into the room. And then they stat this, stat that, and they ran Christine out of there and operated on her and got the baby out. And the baby never cried when she was born. So we knew we had a problem then.
Right.
But
then,
I never blamed nobody until Jennifer died, and then all I had in me was blame. You know, Christina dropped the baby because the baby had no muscle. She was hard to hold. I had to custom build racks into the ceiling to put the baby on top of tables and pick her up in like a little net to bring her into the shower because if she'd be slippery, you drop her.
Well, here's the other thing. You can buy these systems, but they're like $5 or $6 grand. So Lasker
They're like
would
80 grand.
So Lasker would just make.
I made mine.
His own system that was as good, but not made out of aluminum.
It worked
and
fine.
things like, but it was
You
made
pick the
out of wood.
baby up and you
everything.
just walk right next to her and you can bring her all the way to the other
Right.
side of the
But
house.
Lasker fabricated all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't afford, the 80, 90 grand it would cost to outfit the bathtub to be
I
able
just
to.
made it easier for everybody not to hurt my daughter. But, Christine dropped her one time and it broke her femur. Now, Jennifer didn't cry. So we didn't know she was hurt. But every time I would move her a little bit or play with some toys with her, I could see it in her face. She would cringe. And I said, we got a problem. Something's wrong with her. She got
this baby's hurt or something.
Yeah. So finally, we take her to the hospital. And
hey, Doc, look at my baby. She's cringing.
they
Something's
say she's
going
got
on.
a broken femur. And there's nothing they're going to do about it. They wrapped her kind of snug, and they're going to leave her that way because she don't walk anyway, and let it mend that way. But I never blamed on that either. I never said nothing bad to Christine and what she did to my baby. But when the baby died, all them little things that she did to her, she handed her some soup one time so hot it burned her. Okay? That was an accident. I get it. But
somebody's going to get their ass whipped on it afterwards.
Right. The accidents don't happen if you pay attention.
So your Jerry Rod started coming out in you.
That's right.
Right.
So all them little things that happened to my daughter, that's all I could see in Christine's face.
After
I hated her.
Oh, okay.
Okay, for what she did to that kid and having a bad baby in the first place.
Right.
She wouldn't have had nothing would have been wrong with my daughter if we'd had a
the-
C-section at 9.
And you blame that a lot of that you blame on God because we go back originally to why do you have
Well,
such
God put me through all that.
I know.
He could have stopped that.
I mean, do you ever wonder, do you ever ask God, what the hell, God?
Yeah,
how much
many
can
times?
you, how much
Like
can you
every
put
day.
on, how much can you put on a feller?
I'm saying, God helps them, only gives you what you can handle. And I say, well, God can't read a measuring tape because he thinks I'm 80 foot wide.
He give you way too much.
Way too much. Come on, Bubba.
I got some phone calls. They're probably Lasker related. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, what's up, Bubba?
Good, buddy. Thanks.
I'm actually just listening to the show over the phone because my data sucks and I'm not at work today. And
So
I
do you
don't
just-
get the Wi-Fi to listen.
So you just want me to put you on hold and you just keep listening all day?
Yeah, I could. That would
Is that
work
what?
for me, but
At the end of the day, is that what you're asking for? Kid?
I think so. We used to get those calls back in the day.
I do have to say it's good to hear Lasker back on.
It is. We're getting through Lasker's story. So instead of hanging up on you, I'm going to put you on hold. I'm not going to go to you the rest of the show because I know that you're just trying to listen to the show. Okay, buddy?
Thank you very much, Bubba.
All right. Thanks, buddy. So, thanks. So, Gene, one of the reasons you feel that,
I feel God
over-delivered on the
he
woman.
stumbled upon me, and he said, man, I really gave it to you, didn't I, boy? And
I really gave it to you, didn't I, boy?
And then
that's how God talks.
That's right.
I really gave it to you, didn't I, boy?
And he didn't give my wife Sarah that good of a life either, you know. And
God sucks. He gave me a hell of a life. He gave me one hell of a life, but I'm now on the Gene Lasker orphan stages is where I'm at in my life.
So I think he just put us together, man, because, you know, we stumbled upon each other, and I got a happy life now. You know,
you got a beautiful life.
Yes, I do.
You got kids. You got a beautiful wife. You got your own business. You got some money, as you would say it. You got some money. You got lots of money in your pocket, right?
I walk around with money in my pocket always.
Walk around with money.
I can eat whatever I want to eat whenever I want to eat it.
House is paid for. No mortgage on your home.
Yep.
Right?
3,000 square foot home, 3,000 square foot pool area, 3,000 square foot garage.
All paid for. Let me tell you about that.
5 acres.
Can we just tell one last story, let me, before I go into words, and then I'm going to break down the Stormy Daniels stuff. But one last story, Gene, and that is I told the story a few days ago about how there was a time of your life, I think right when you were when you're working at Tire Kingdom or something like that, and you lived with your sister, and she was dating this Marine.
I killed him.
I know.
He did.
I put him to sleep.
I know you did. I know it. There's a story behind it because
he was a bad dude.
Oh, he like a super
he could break your neck with one hand.
Like here's the deal, Gene. Not a lot of guys you'll back down from.
No, I didn't want nothing to do with him.
But if that dude and you and him are just out back and you didn't have some
I'm
type
dying.
of bat or something,
he did kill me.
And he'd say, Gene, come on, put him up. You get your ass whipped.
He was one of them guys they threw out of the plane all by himself right in the midst of the enemy, you know?
Right.
And he make it home.
So you roll in late at night. You're staying with your sister.
What happened was I bought my first house over there off of Sheldon Road, and I had to get it tented. So as it was getting tented, I told my sister, I said, I'm going to stay at your house for the weekend while my house is getting tented. So at that time, my girlfriend dropped me off there, so my car wasn't there. So nobody knew I was there, and my sister didn't know. But the dude went to the bar, snatched her out of the back of the bar, snatched her into her van, kidnapped her, took her to the house. She ran down the road, tried to escape because she knew he would probably kill them kids too. And he drug her for about 80 yards by her feet. And, so her butt and her back was all road rashed. So I seen that at that moment. But they came in the house, and she banged on the side door, and she goes, I thought you were going to be here. And I heard that, and I said, what the heck? So I reached over, and, I grabbed my .45 and opened up the door, and I'm listening.
The bedroom door.
My bedroom door, but her bedroom door wasn't shut all the way, and I'm kind of like listening. And
is he being mean to her?
I can hear him going, thumping her on that. He got her upside down, thumping her on the head. And she had like a one-piece girl outfit, that goes from the top of her boob to underneath
kind of a
their
sexy
butt.
little bar outfit,
Yeah,
right?
Pulled down to like a little rope action around her hip. So she's, and then when I opened up the door and I looked at him, I could see all that blood on her and all the rash on her back, and she was hurt. And he's had her upside down, beating her head against the floor. And he lets go of her, and I got the gun right on him. And he goes, what are you going to do with that, punk? And I said, I'm going to kill you. Okay, that's what I'm going to do.
Hold on, let me just stop you. Seth, this is the kind of life this guy has led.
This is why I told you, Bubba, I didn't think he was real when I heard him back in the day.
Right.
So the dude is 8 feet from me.
Yeah.
4 feet from the wall. And I'm going to shoot him right in the face. I'm going to blow his head right off.
Right.
Okay.
Now, but hold on. The way you described it is he dropped her down, and now he's looking at you, and he sees he has a gun pointed right at him.
And he's got both of his hands out on the side.
Right. He's got both of his hands out on the side, and he asks you, "What are you going to do, boy?
What are you going to do, punk?"
And you say, "I'm going to kill you."
I said, "I'm going to kill you."
And at that point, he
reaches with his left, and he reached behind him, like he's going to pull something out of his pants. So I went, pop. I shot him in the heart because the babies was in the next room.
I shot him in the heart because the babies was in the next room.
If I shot him in the face, it would have been all over the wall.
Right.
And they'd have seen some of that.
You didn't want the babies to see the brain matter, so you shot him in the heart.
Right. And he hardly even bled.
Hey, hold on. I shot him in the heart because the babies were in the next room and didn't want them to see his face.
Shot a half inch from the bottom of the heart, went in there and lodged in his spine. He talked for a little while.
He did.
Yeah.
So what after you blew him, what'd he say?
He goes, don't let me die, don't let me die. Don't let me die. And I said, call an ambulance. So we called the ambulance, and of course the cops came and got me and put me in a cop.
But your claim to fame is that you're only in the back of the cop car for 15 minutes.
Sergeant Mercedes. Her name was Sergeant Mercedes. She was a lady cop, and she just released me and told me to come pick up my gun on Monday.
So hold on. So Gene, they go. You shot. So they're probably they have to handcuff you because you are the shooter. But they have to get the story all sorted out, right?
Yeah. Well, they're rolling him out on the stretcher, and he goes, I didn't think he had him in it. Well, did you try to reach for a weapon? He goes, I didn't have one, but I made him think I did.
Right.
So he just confessed everything right
to him before he fell out.
And so they then, your sister tells her the story. He says the Marine, the old grizzled Marine said, I was trying to bluff him.
Yeah.
And so at that point they come to you and say, hey, clean shoot.
Clean
right?
shoot.
Come pick your gun up on Monday. Right?
Yes, sir.
That's the best.
Seth, we think, the various things we've been through in life, right, are traumatic. Can you imagine this is what
you've thought twice about it. It don't seem traumatic to me.
You don't lose any sleep over it, do
ever.
You? I mean, you don't care.
You don't wake up screaming in the middle of the night because you see this guy's face or anything in your dreams?
No.
I think about him when I pick my 45 up from time to time.
You do? He's like, hey, this 45 did its job on this one scumbag.
You still got the same gun, huh?
Let me fish
nice.
on the J25. Love the Lasker stories. So, Gene, that didn't affect you one bit, right? You don't got to go to therapy over it or nothing like that.
No. Bubba, why did you mess with his mic and his position on the show then if you knew that he was capable of killing a man?
No, wait a second.
No, let's not get into all that.
Hold on. He brought it up, okay? There was a procedure. And there was the way this company ran. And it only ran one way, his way. Got it?
Am I Bubba Rod?
That's right. Bubba Rod ran it one way, his way, okay? And we all played that game. We had to. That was the only way you were going to play in his toy box, okay? So that chair meant something. This chair meant something. This chair meant something. And he told you what it meant whenever he wanted to. So when I came in here that day, and she was in the wrong chair, I got mad because she didn't deserve it. Not that I deserved it. Not that I deserved it. Not that she did not deserve that chair. She should have not ever been sitting in there.
Well, Gene just put too much credence.
No, that's the way you was, man. I mean, I can't help you change now. See, now you can say, oh, yeah, I'm a better Bubba. But you was not a good Bubba then. Okay? You were the worst dude ever. But, but seriously, he had the radio show, so we had to play the game. We had to put up with him. But he was mean. You're mean. You know that.
Where's Bubba?
Bubba, what do you want to say?
I don't.
He was getting better at that point, Gene.
I don't know.
Probably. We still loved him. He's still my good friend, even though I've quit so many times, but I never quit being your friend, though, did I?
No, you've quit.
I quit the show.
We've quit the show.
But I didn't quit your friendship.
We've quit racing together. We've got back together. You've come back on the air. I went back to racing. We've had this roller coaster of a relationship as far as working together for 20 plus years.
Because I had to learn how to put up with you.
Dating back to 99. That's when I first met you at that East Bay.
Yeah.
And you started out as my nemesis, he's like, hey, they're going to take this fat radio guy and put him in a sprint car. All of a sudden, he's going to be a sprint car driver.
Not my track.
Not my track. I tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to go, and the first time I got an opportunity to wreck him, I'm going to wreck him. Then I'm going to say, welcome to sprint car racing there, fat boy. And that's what he did. So I'm driving for Paulie, I'm driving for Bucky Milam, and they're like, listen, You're going to be okay, but you got to watch out for that. And I think at that time you were driving the 41 car.
Yeah.
You got to watch out for that.
No. I was driving the 02 car. I didn't drive the 41 car until we teamed up.
So my teammates are Johnny Gilbertson, Sport Allen, and Paulie Milam. And it was a 4-car team. Think about how rare that is. Think about how much money that probably cost.
Are these all real names, Bubba?
Yeah.
I mean, this is
Yeah. And Bucky Milam owned a big Milam well drilling business down in Sarasota, Bradenton. He was loaded. He had a 4-car sprint team.
Loaded.
4-car sprint team. And quite frankly, didn't care if we won or not. Like Gene, he was just there to have a good time.
Having a good time.
And And so we were like Speed Racer, the good guys, and Gene was like Driver X. You know, let me remember Driver X. That's what Gene was, and like that they even my fellow.
I worked my whole life to be a winner. I worked my whole racing career to win, and that there was no second
All
place.
All of a sudden,
for
you're going
me.
to bring this hotshot DJ in here, and he gets everything handed to him. Not my track.
Trying to get on my microphone time.
So Sport Allen comes to me, and he's the best driver that we have. And you got to admit, Sport was a hell of a
good shoe,
hell of a driver.
Yeah.
And he's like, listen, I'm just going to tell you right now, because he was kind of like the team leader because he won the most.
He knew the most.
And he knew the most, and he worked the hardest. He just, he deserved it. And he's the most talented. He goes, you don't want any part of that guy. I'm just telling you, I've had my run-ins with that guy, and I just try to stay away from him because he's bad news. He's a prick. He just don't understand. He is just the most impossible person to deal with. Like if you like,
and that intrigued you.
And I'm like, he's like, yeah.
Of course it did.
And he goes, so what do I do on Monday? I get on the air after my first weekend of dealing
and write
with
a song about me.
And write a song about him. Remember, it was we got to. You know what? Ned wrote it. Let me see if you can come up with the Lasker Sprint car.
I'm dragging baby seals behind my car.
Yeah. I'm traveling down the road and I'm effed up by Gene Lasker.
I mean, I sent you the video where Gene drove the motorcycle in the studio. In the building too, so I'll try to find the next
one. What'd you do, Bubba? Did you come in and just tell Manson to write a song about this guy that you met?
There's this guy I didn't know.
He didn't have to tell Manson anything. Manson was a jerk just like him.
No, hold on.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening.
I heard this guy named Bubba the Love Sponge. 30 years ago, he was a somebody. And so for clout, he was hammering your guy.
This is Tfu's. Now, here's the thing. If this really is Tfu's dad, his TikTok account, I think his name's Bob or Robert. I know him. I've met him a couple times with Billy Bullers. And for him to act like, because the person asking the question here tries to act like I'm just some local yokel radio guy that he may have in a fleeting type moment heard of. But realistically, if Tfu's dad, which this is Tfu's dad's account, if it's him asking this guy the question, then he knows who I am. He doesn't have to act like, I guess there's some radio guy who might have been relevant 30 years ago named Bubba the Love Sponge. And if it really is you, Tfu's dad, bitch, I'm going to have a word with you when I see you.
But Terrence.
And this is talking about the Lieutenant Dan situation. And I don't think any of us think that was a very funny situation.
Now, is this Tfu?
No.
No, that's the Tampa, the guy he's some TikToker.
I think this is, Seth, isn't this the guy
Tampa Terrence,
that actually found Lieutenant Dan and discovered him and put him up on TikTok the very first time, this guy?
Bubba, I'm going to keep it a hundo with you. I have no idea what this is or who this is.
That's Tampa Terrence. That's the guy that found Lieutenant Dan.
All right, so that indeed is what I thought it was.
Yes.
This is the guy that started the whole Lieutenant Dan craze.
Correct.
Maybe the world may not have even been exposed to Lieutenant Dan had it not been for this dude.
So what, was he hanging out at the river and he seen the guy on the boat?
I think so.
And asked him if he was going to stay out there during the storm, and he said, yeah.
I think that's as good a guess as any.
But Terrence, the inventor of the live stream in Tampa, he went out in the hurricane and came upon it.
Yep, this, by the way.
Why do we need the music?
This is Tfu's father. I've spoke to him.
Young guy, Tampa. He went out
I've
and
spoke to him on the phone before. This is Tifu's father. This is his dad. And I'm calling Billy Bullers up right now and getting his number.
the hurricane and came upon a young guy that was dubbed after the fact as Lieutenant Dan. And he, Lieutenant Dan, told the mayor to go F herself, and guess what? I don't like her, so he did a good job. That's not what you're going to hear on the internet.
Now, hold on. Do you not know what I don't like the mayor. I've clowned the mayor. So we have that in common. So what do you mean that's not what you're going to hear on the internet? That was my entire position.
Isn't this an odd piece of content, though?
Yeah, but why? It kind of is.
Okay.
Hold on here.
But here's what bothered me today, and you can respond to this. I heard this guy named Bubba the Love Sponge. 30 years ago, he was a somebody. And so for clout, he was hammering your guy. And I don't know your guy. I know he doesn't. Say he's some dirtbag hustling. He got $100,000, he said.
Now, isn't that what Lieutenant Dan is? A dirtbag hustler?
Yeah.
I mean, it was the only thing that all of us have agreed on today. Simultaneously, we all said, yeah.
Lucky I didn't find him.
He did try to set a woman on fire, right? I mean, that's
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Right, and I mean, Seth, we've seen his rap sheet.
He might have beaten a cop.
What would you know what? And then he says, he does this all the time. He just came upon the boat.
Now, hold on. Listen, Tifu's dad, he does do a bunch of stuff all the time. Have you seen his rap sheet? He's been arrested no less than 10, 15, 20. He's been arrested more than Gene.
Jumped in to say he was doing this. So I want you to respond to what this bull is.
Okay, first of all, he asked me to make the videos of him. When I first met him, he was like, I want someone to tell my story. And I was like, listen, I do social media, so let me tell your story for you. So that's what I did. I told the story. It blew up. Got out. Like, it went crazy. So, yeah, I just did what he
So he got $100,000.
I don't know. I don't think anyone got 100. He got 50, maybe 40, I think.
So it and
That's still
and
too
the
much.
big
Yeah, hold on.
factor is all there are haters on the internet. Everyone's hating on this guy. He doesn't have a leg. He's disabled. So what? How about empathy? And you don't know jack shit about him, so don't talk about him in a negative way.
Listen, Tifu's dad.
Did he have a stroke?
I don't need to know anything about him. I just pulled up his rap sheet. He's been arrested I don't know how many times. He's a grifter. This guy made him famous.
Was this a setup then?
I don't know what this is.
Of course it is.
Like, I'm asking you,
You think
Seth,
Lieutenant Dan was a plant now to get to? I mean, if if they're saying we don't know Lieutenant Dan, then they clearly know something we don't.
But here's the deal: if we don't know Lieutenant Dan and we have hard evidence of what Lieutenant Dan's past has been, then who really doesn't know Lieutenant Dan? Because the information we got from Lieutenant Dan wasn't hearsay, wasn't our opinion.
Backs on paper.
The guy's got paper, and that means you've been arrested several. I think there was actually a report as to how many times he's been arrested.
It's over 15.
Yeah,
so
Wow.
What is the point of this? Like, Seth, is Lieutenant Dan, was he a plant for?
Well, then, Bubba, that means that his daughter crying was a plant. I mean, that really, this is taking it to like a Hollywood type production now. But I don't know how gullible we are as a society. I thought it was real. It looked like that, he teamed up with this guy. I don't know if this guy thought that, obviously he didn't know that people were going to start giving this guy a bunch of money. But I don't know why it's worth defending this, a week after the fact.
Well, now, because the guy's calling me out. And he's calling me out as I'm wrong.
Well, for you being irrelevant, they're doing a 2-minute video about you and what you said.
Right. And to the point where Tifu's dad is seeking out our content of calling out what we think is a fraudulent Lieutenant Dan. So how irrelevant are we?
So and the big factor is all there are haters on the internet. Everyone's hating on this guy. He doesn't have a leg. He's disabled. How about empathy? And you don't know jack shit. about him, so don't talk about him in a negative way.
Well, let me tell you something.
We didn't take his leg.
It doesn't. Yeah, we didn't take his leg, and the only thing that we spoke about him is what we could find on the internet. He's got a rap sheet a mile long. He never did, he was able to bamboozle the mayor. He didn't bamboozle us. Maybe we are the only ones that really called this out for what it was.
I sent you what looks like to be on this Terrence guy's page, his first video with Lieutenant Dan.
Terrence looks like he spends a lot of time in Ybor.
Terrence Cannon is his name. He's like,
We're here with the real life Lieutenant Dan. Big hurricane coming. What are you going to say to the hurricane?
Oh, my God.
Fuck you. You want
Oh.
me? Come and get me. Yeah. Anybody. Wind, devil, cops, anybody. Bring it on. I'm ready for you all. Let's go. He's not leaving, baby. Go.
I'll tell you who's chasing clout is the original guy that taped him.
Yeah.
Right?
Terrence Cannon?
Yeah.
It makes me...
This guy here, we're not chasing clout. We're reporting clout chasing.
Look how short those shorts are. It looks like he shaves his
This
legs,
man
too.
has been kind, helped him, and always be positive. So what do you think of that?
I think that this guy's...
Look at the way he's standing.
Hold on. Tifu's dad is really a piece of shiz.
Yep.
And his other son... Now listen, both of his sons are very, very successful content providers. I mean, Tifu makes millions of dollars. He's one of the very few that he's one of Twitch's big time stars where they write, $5 and $10 million a year checks to keep him on Twitch. I know that to be a fact. And then his brother is the Juke Squad on YouTube, and I think they have 8, 9, 10 million subscribers. So both of his sons have done very well with regards to the digital world. I don't know why he's calling me out.
Is the dad a leech? Like a hanger-oner?
Well, I mean, I think his dad, kind of. I mean, why don't you just live off your, I don't think that you have to.
You think the dad's in content development now? Like he's okay.
Yes. I think the dad's trying to get a rub where he should just be the dad and the kids are, scraping him off, a few $100,000 a year to be the dad. I don't think you got to call me out when at the end of the day, man, every person that has been told the Lieutenant Dan situation thinks the guy's a meth out tweaker that bamboozled everybody. Maybe he didn't mean to per se, but Tampa Terry or whatever this guy's name is, he certainly exploited him for the first time in his 15-second deal that built Lieutenant Dan up to what he was, that got him $50,000, supposedly a $1 million deal with Kick until he said the N-word. Like, I'm not clout chasing. You don't see me clout chasing because of my comments about Lieutenant Dan. I made fun of our mayor who said that they had apprehended him and put him in a shelter.
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
I mean, I don't even know why I'm even part of this situation. I made fun of our mayor, which Tifu's father doesn't like, and I made fun of the fact that our society is such suckers that we would make a guy like Lieutenant Dan a star when all you are is having been arrested over a dozen time crackhead tweaker with one leg.
Bad dad, too.
And a bad dad. I mean, listen, Tifu's dad, go watch Lieutenant Dan's daughter talk about how much of a grifting piece of shiz he is and how nobody should give him any money.
You think you've met Tifu's dad in the past and maybe you did something to offend him? Or...
I had to, listen, 3 or 4 years ago when we were really predominantly Twitch, I had Tifu's dad on the phone. Billy Buller's conference called us. And this was when he was at his, he's still huge. And we were supposed to have Tifu in the studios to play a game. And for some reason, that went awry. Tifu didn't think we were big enough to get his rub. And quite frankly, we probably weren't. There comes a point where, we had 50, 60, 70,000 followers, and he's got, 8 million. Probably ain't worth it.
Yeah. How about some charity, though?
Yeah. How about a guy from your own hometown that broadcasting-wise at that time was the biggest, on Twitter. I'm sorry, on Twitch. We were the biggest on Twitch. We've since backed off of Twitch because they're just impossible. And why not spread ourselves? Why not do, 2,000 on Rumble, 1,500 on YouTube, 1,000 on Twitter?
Twitch was taking a big percentage, right?
Yet Twitch took a larger percentage, and they had and they're so transphobic that they're ran out of San Francisco by a bunch of lesbians. And they didn't like what we do, and we'd constantly get suspended.
Man.
So I don't know. I don't know how I got to be the bad guy, but and I don't even think I'm the bad guy. I think we're one of the very few people that got it right. We got it right. We called it out for what it was.
Do you think people just pile on you sometimes because they think you're an easy target, or?
No, I don't think. I just think people have such a disdain for me because they don't really know the truth about a lot of things that I've been involved in, and it's a lot easier to hate me. It's just a lot easier to really not do your research and what I've really done, rather than just to hear that most people only have heard that I was a dick.
But they're missing out on such a great person, though.
Yeah, stop.
No, I'm.
You're really kissing so much ass today. It's pathetic. Hey, how you doing, Eric? This is Bubba.
Bubba, I think you muted your mic.
I muted my mic.
Yeah, I think you did on accident.
I muted my mic.
Yeah.
No, how did I do that? Where's
right
that?
there? See on mute, all the way to your left. Keep going, all the way to the other side.
Right here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're muted.
Now, how do I unmute it?
You should just click on it and it.
Did I okay, hold on.
Oh, it says you're muted still, Bubba.
Okay, Macho Man's doing it. Okay. Macho Man's doing it. I can completely take over my life. Now I'm over here. Eric's looking at me. I'm looking at him.
Superstar here waiting
exactly.
for us.
Hopefully Eric can hear us now. Hi, Eric.
Hey.
I was trying to blame you being 2 minutes late on you acting like a big-time superstar, but indeed it was my stupid ass who had my mic muted, so I apologize.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure if you were in the middle of finishing a segment, so I didn't say anything.
Well, we were in the middle of scrambling at really, to be honest with you, to get you because it's my I'm
now you're muted again.
Well,
I think he's messing with you, Bubba.
Am I muted again for real, or are you just screwing with? You're just screwing with me like you do.
I'm not. No, I'm not. You were muted for a second.
How can you tell I'm muted when you can answer my question? I got you. How you doing, Eric? Let me ask you a question. Oh, now. That would be so cool. We should start a new thing called silent interviews, and you just yell real like when you tell somebody to F off, like you can read their lips, like. And that should be a new thing. Nah, it probably won't work. Hey, you know what? I do have. You probably don't know, but one of your early on guests, Akira. I found her. Did you know that I found her?
What do you mean you found her?
No. So I signed on with Stern in 2006, and we have to go down and do every 3 months. We have to do a week's worth of show from New York, because our studios are usually in Tampa. So we go to the Hustler Club, and as soon as we get there, and she's dancing as this 18, 19-year-old. And one of my producers was really, really rich because he owned voyeurdorm.com, and he just was hanging out with me. He had a lot of money, and he had a thing for Asians. So he paid her to come to Florida and be our show whore. And so she, for 2 years, was our show whore, Akira. And then Gina Lynn came in and did an interview.
This is a dark story, man. You covered me up.
I know. But it's very much on point for what you like.
We told them not to tell you.
This is stuff that you like. Yeah, show whores. You like that. Come on. And so she's our show whore, and she would just do whorish type things and on the streets. Well, then Gina Lynn came in and said, "Listen, my husband Travis can have sex with you and we can make you a porn star. So her very first scene was with Gina Lynn and her husband Travis, and she became a porn star and left my show.
Wow. I want to write the script for the biopic.
Yeah. I mean, you can be in it. Please.
I want her to be played by Jeff Goldblum. Blow everyone's mind. Who's that on your screensaver? Is that your family?
Who? No, we have fans send in pictures, and they just and we.
It'd be great if you had the R. Bud Dwyer suicide footage playing behind you.
Maybe the what's that? What's that?
Zapruder film.
The Zapruder film.
The Zapruder film. Yeah, you have Gaddafi's footage.
The Hindenburg blowing up. You know the twin. When the planes are hit. When the planes hit the Twin Towers, just that moment.
Yeah, 9/11 footage backwards.
Yeah, exactly. All of that. Just all of that. Then you throw in a couple of Man on the Moons and a couple. Oh, then you throw in the space shuttle blowing up. Remember that? That
the Challenger. You talking about the Challenger?
Yeah, you throw the Challenger. I mean, if you're gonna go with the
I'm Floridian, man. That cuts deep.
I know.
You see me say out?
You were, I think, West Palm, right?
Boca Raton.
Boca Raton,
baby, where Seinfeld's fictional parents are from. I went to high school in West Palm Beach, though. We used to say West Palm.
Was any of your girls Epstein? You know, because he liked to comb the high schools over there.
You know what? That's a good question, but I think I'm too old. I think he was in a different era, but he was very. I mean, like his house was very close to my high school.
Man, he was a monster, was he not? Please.
I think he's still alive.
You come from that side of the fence that he's still alive.
Elaine Maxwell didn't kill herself.
Well, she's still alive. I mean, but she's doing time, right?
She didn't kill herself. I
got to tell you, man, your teeth game is on point. I mean, even after maybe the resident.
They're dentures.
No, they're not.
I got rid of all my teeth.
You got
for cosmetic reasons.
Like you got like the Hollywood veneer gimmick. Is that what you got going on?
I just ripped all my teeth out.
I know. Do you have to? Are they implanted permanently, or do you got to like put in like a mouthpiece?
No, I wanted to be able to give prison blowjobs. Just as like.
I mean, I guess it just sets
a way for supplemental income.
Right. Yeah, and it's really a good. You know, when you do go to prison, who's going to beat the guy that gets given free those out? Like that guy's going to be the.
Toothless blowjobs. I'll be the king of the cell.
I mean, you'll have the most in your commissary. You'll be running the joint.
I'll have a wallet full of cigarettes.
So anyway, Eric Andre, I'm sorry, he'll be at the Ritz.
Are you coming? You're doing my show, right?
Well, now, yes, I am. But I have to ask you.
That's a hard commitment. Don't flake.
He's nervous, Eric.
I'm not nervous. I'm Bubba the Love Sponge.
What are you nervous about?
Well, I'm not.
You want a Xanax?
I got so much of that stuff. I mean, I'll bring you what you need, buddy. I'll tell you that. I got everything. Okay. So
if you ask a Floridian for pills, oh my God, it's like a pharmacy in everyone's pockets down there.
Like, and like if you are a pill guy, we're so happy to give. Like, yeah, I got a perk with a Zanny Chaser, no problem.
It's nice in Florida. You get to choose the dosage from the person you ask for it from.
No, but like, oh man,
you want a 10? You want a 20? What do you want?
Yeah, you want a 10, 20? You want a 10, 325? I got it, buddy. Non-generic, right here. Yeah. Now that's the thing I want to ask. First of all, I would recommend anybody to go to see the show because Eric's very talented. He's done a lot of stuff. His stand-up is great.
These shows are wild.
His shows are wild. That's what.
A lot of nudity. A lot of full frontal nudity.
But Eric, my question to you is: how did you pick me, and what am I going to do?
You're an all-time legend. You're an icon, and we have a Florida brotherhood, and also, I'm just going to interview you.
Okay, perfect. And let me tell you something. There's a bunch of, listen, you know all the dirt on me. I've done a lot of stuff, and I want to tell you,
you have an insane life.
I want to tell you. Nothing.
I'm surprised you're alive.
I know.
Like, technically, you should be dead.
Because here's the deal, and you don't even know this. I've been on trial in Tampa, jury trial, 4 times. I'm 4-0. John Gotti only went on trial twice. I'm 4-0 with jury trials. So, but I want to tell you,
you have the longest Wikipedia I've ever seen.
And so I want to,
like John F. Kennedy's.
And I want to tell you this: don't be like, not that you would be. There's nothing out of bounds. Like you don't. I'm not going to go to you and say, "Hey, Eric, don't ask me about the Hogan sex tape," or "Hey, Eric, don't ask me about." You can ask me about anything. I don't care.
That is, if I start now, I'm never going to stop. So I'm like biting my.
Yeah, save your gotcha material for stage, bitch. Is what I'm saying.
What is the most high or drunk you ever were back in the day?
Oh, I didn't even start doing drugs until like 12 years ago.
And then did you go to the moon?
No, I'm at the moon every day. I mean, I'm literally there at the moon. I mean, like I'm halfway. Like my rocket ship left 3 hours ago. I mean, I'm halfway.
You're half in the bag.
Yeah, I'm half. Like I'm just starting to come into it right now. I mean, I'm really starting. It's really like a racer would say, my right rear is just starting to get hot right now. You know what I'm saying?
He's like a Mogwai. He comes with very specific instructions on when he has to have his pills and how, and you can't get him wet after midnight. And there's a lot going on.
Yeah, we got a 2-4-6 regiment where I can't eat past 2 because my pills that I take at 4 won't kick in till 6, and then I got to have 9 straight hours of sleep, and then I get up and I got a whole regiment I got to go through for that deal, and then it dials me right on in, and then I got to start winding it down and get decompressed at 1. Like it's a whole thing.
I can't wait to look at your organs at your autopsy.
Oh, I'm not going to have an autopsy. I mean, when they.
What are you going to do? Burial at sea?
Well, I mean, somebody's going to probably end up blowing my head off. Is how I'm going to end up dying. I mean, I got great pill control. I mean, I'm never going to die that way, Lummy. I mean, please. No. I mean, I'm industrial strength. I'm the finest strain of Indiana white trash you can have.
Do you have any violent arch enemies? That you fear, generally.
Yes, very, very much so.
There's some guys that you're like, if this guy runs into me, he will try to kill me.
But also, I would kill him too. Like I want to kill him as much as he wants to kill me. So, bitch, you know what? I roll around with one of those Judge handguns that shoots 410 shotgun loads. So, bitch, you better hope that my shotgun load doesn't get to your face before your stupid ass handgun load gets to my fat gut, because my fat gut will repel your hollow point, bitch, and shotguns don't miss. So.
Eric, do you have anybody?
You're like Hunter S. Thompson.
Do you have anybody that you're afraid of that you messed with in the past on your show or something like that you're like, oh man, I can never see that person again in Hollywood?
I think Chet Hanks wants to beat me up, but I can't remember why.
I think you talked a bunch of crap about him.
Because the music sucked?
I don't know, but like last time somebody fucked me up on a red carpet, he was like, "I'll kill that son of a bitch."
I don't think Chet Hanks could beat you.
I don't think Chet Hanks. You got to worry about that pussy. I mean, like you physically, I got to think you ain't got to worry about. He's like a little puss,
Yeah, I don't.
And meanwhile, you already got your brass knuckle starter kit. Look at that 2-ring deal right there. I mean,
I'm waiting for him.
But you need one a little more. Florida, a nice big old hill country boy from Plant City could survive that. You need a 4 across the 4. You need a 4 knuckle. If you're coming to Florida, you got to have 4 knuckles deep. You know that.
Yeah, for sure.
Can I get an Eric question before this gets out of control?
Yeah, it's not going to get out of control. We both admire each other. I love this guy.
Eric, I just want to know, man, I know this is a vague question, but I'm fascinated because I love Danny McBride and all of his shows. What was it like when you were on Righteous Gemstones? And I'm like, how much freedom did you have with that character?
Those guys are the best. I had total freedom. They are like so nice and polite and nurturing and fun to be around and creative and smart. They're like the best crew. They like moved their whole production to Charleston, South Carolina, which I don't know if you've been out there. It's like one of the most fun towns. I call it clean New Orleans. It's just such a great food town, drinking town.
We used to be syndicated. We used to be syndicated for 13 years in Charleston, South Carolina. Till one of my producers sent a best of show that had 17 Fs in it, and we got thrown off.
It's awesome out there. So like those guys are awesome.
So and I'm not trying to be the standard radio guy from Grand Rapids and ask you Danny McBride questions, but I mean, huge Danny. I mean, if you're not everybody I know is a Danny McBride fan. Is he really, as just a regular dude, just like you and I, just a regular? Is he as funny in real life as he is in character?
He is the most down to earth, cool, funny, smart guy. He's the best.
Does he ever, like when he's just rolling around, turn into Kenny Powers? Like, he'll do a Kenny Powers type deal?
He has a little bit. He has a little Kenny Powers in him, but like, but he Kenny Powers is like a bully and like has a lot of darkness. Like Danny is like all light. He radiates golden light. He's just so sweet.
Were you nervous around John Goodman or anything?
Oh yeah. We would go to dinner all the time. John Goodman's the man.
Oh, he's like old school royalty almost. Like he's he's like Hollywood grit. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, he is the fucking best. I just lost my train of
Plus,
thought. Big Lebowski's my favorite John Goodman.
Yeah. I mean, he's done so many. He's done so. So let's talk about. We have something that you've never done before. I know that you've done a bunch of radio shows and things like that. Most radio guys are stupid and suck, aren't nearly as talented as I am. But and so I would only come up with something this brilliant. Actually, my producers thought of it, and that is we're gonna buy a pair of tickets to your show. And, because that's at the end of the day, man, we're trying to sell some tickets for the Rich Show next Friday, June 7th. Get your tickets. Show times, I think, 8, something around there, Eric, 8.
Yep.
It's a good venue, 1,500 or so seat venue, not a bad seat in a house. Eric's going to do a show. I guess I'm going to be part of something. So hopefully I'm not like getting peed on or a cake in the face or anything like that.
Come on.
So anyway, my producers, I want to buy a set of tickets and give away, not have you comp them. I want to buy them. But we have, it's on contingent on one thing. And it's a trivia contest, and we ask you 3 questions about yourself. How about that one? Nobody's ever done that one for you, have they now, buddy? Exactly, with that hair on point. Look at that hair.
He's beside himself.
Look at that hair. Look at that hair.
Hair, it's a merkin. It's a pubic wig.
Look at that thing. My God, you look great as
You
hell.
borrow it anytime you want.
And if you really went out for a blowout, like a blow dry out, where you go to the beauty salon and they blow it out, oh man, you'd have like that 75 JJ Walker fro. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, totally. I don't mind.
Yeah, you could bring the fro back, like the real big picked out fro.
You should see my pubes.
Really? You're not a clean shaven guy?
No, it looks like I got Lenny Kravitz in a leg lock down there. There's dreadlock.
Have you? My sister, she is crazy over Lenny Kravitz's new video. Have you seen his new video where he's like in a bathtub and stuff?
The guy's 60 years old and he has abs.
I mean, he looks like
over the age of 22 years old has abs.
He's got to be on Roger Clemens type growth. I mean, I'm telling you,
there's no way you can be 60 and have abs.
I know, and my guy looks and he's straight money. Think about how much ass he gets. My God.
It's got to be a line out the door.
I wonder who gets the most. I wonder what you think. Leonardo DiCaprio gets the most ass in Hollywood still. Do you think?
Yeah, probably.
I heard that Lenny doesn't shower though.
Yeah, I did meet Lenny one time back in the '90s in Tyson's Corner, Washington D.C. at a radio convention, and he had the worst body odor of any human being ever. Like it was the worst. It was like you know how you. Like sometimes body odor kind of like smells locker roomish, but other time it's like repugnant. Like it's just like, wow, did this guy roll and poop before he got here?
Him and Matthew
might have been
McConaughey.
some hippie patchouli, like natural deodorant, like the salt ball you get at Whole Foods kind of phase. But I met him recently, last week, randomly, not intentionally.
You met Lenny Kravitz randomly last week.
In Paris. He had his 60th birthday party, and I just waltzed into some hotel and I met him. He was very nice, but he did not smell like a barnyard. He smelled wonderful.
And I bet he had the finest French bitches just at his every beckoning call.
It was like a harem of beautiful French women all around.
Looked like a Louis Vuitton fashion show. You know what I'm saying?
It's insane.
You're not a Louis, like some African American guys are like Louis Vuitton guys. You know, I know my buddy Dion.
No, I don't wear sunglasses at night.
Yeah.
I'm from Boca Raton. I got all my clothes at Goodwill.
Now, when did you officially move out of Florida? For did you stay? Were you here all as a kid, a teenager?
When I went to college in Boston, I went to a jazz school in Boston.
You did?
Yeah.
And so that's what got you out. Now, what do you play an instrument? Was it just how to?
Yeah, I play bass, stand-up bass.
That's but the easiest. Isn't that kind of the easiest? Like only have to hit 4 chords.
Oh, it's one of the hardest.
Really? Because they always look like they put the big fat dumb guy on the bass. I mean, I'm just saying, like Gene Simmons, and you know.
It requires.
Oh, you're talking about one of those like old school, like a Stray Cat 20s bass.
Yeah, stand-up bass.
Yeah, the double bass.
Oh, I gotta see you on that, there, Eric. Come on now, I gotta see you. You're gonna be slapping the bass for the concert.
I'll be slapping the bass. I won't be slapping it at the show, but I'll be slapping the bass at home.
Oh, I bet you do. Romantically, let's talk about that. Like romantically, like who you like, you know, are you publicly involved with like a real hottie, or are you just like got a bunch like? Do you got groupies in every city? I'm thinking 4 or 5 deep. I am.
I'm celibate. I chemically castrated myself.
Really? I wish I would have done that. It would have saved me millions of dollars over the years. Wouldn't it be cool if you could chemically castrate yourself and be like, I'm going to take this pill and it's going to make me not to want to have sex with girls anymore, and I'm going to save all that money? Because think about the money that we've, you know, wasted on what? Trying to get laid, trying to impress a chick, you get a new car, get a big house, buy an airplane, you know, buy a racetrack. Right.
Chop them up. Be a eunuch.
I got a vasectomy, but that's, you know, I still have the drive and the desire to blast a girl.
Got a vasectomy, so you're shooting blank. How many kids you got?
Just one, and after that one, I was like, man, I'll never get cornered again. I got to make sure, you know, because I like to blast a lot of chicks when I'm single, and so I don't want one of these coming back on me.
He's got a sex slave.
I don't have.
You're one and done.
Yeah, just one kid, you know, who doesn't have a relationship with me and who I cry myself to sleep every night about. But, you know, that's another here nor there.
So the trivia.
Wow. You didn't want any more?
No. I mean, if I was with a woman that loved me for me and, you know, went through the good times.
What's your longest relationship?
The one that banged Hogan?
The one that he's in now?
Probably the one I'm in now. But prior to that
so
was...
Wait, it was the woman you're dating now. Is she going to bang Hulk Hogan?
No, she didn't know.
Brutus the Barber Beefcake this time.
No. She's right to Greg Hammer Valentine. She's over at Kevin Nash's house right now.
Wait, why did your wife bang Hogan?
Because it's just, you know.
He was into it, Eric.
Eric is boys, man. Boys just hanging out.
Listen,
you're a cuckold.
No, I'm not. If I'm a cuckold, then I would want to do it all the time. It was just, you know.
It was a one and done thing?
No, it was a 3 and done thing. But I mean, I'm just
one tape cut out.
So your wife was like, "I want to fuck Hulk Hogan in front of you."
Yeah, well, yeah, we had that discussion.
Well,
sure.
wasn't it fun? He was in the office.
What's that?
Sorry, just dropping f-bombs.
Yeah, I dumped it. Don't worry about it.
Bubba wasn't in the room.
I wasn't in the room, and I was
buying go-kart parts.
I was trying to help out my buddy.
I thought you were filming. I thought you were the camera.
No, the camera was surveillance that I'd set up years ago.
Oh, I thought you were filming it.
You thought I was Johnny Ron. You thought I was Johnny.
I thought you were a journalist for Gawker.
See,
that would have been better.
Everybody has this so effed up. The world doesn't know how bad I got screwed. No, it was part of my surveillance tape, and then an employee stole my tape and shopped it to Gawker and got me fired. Yeah, that's how messed up it is.
Wait, so your wife was cheating on you with Hulk Hogan?
No, I allowed it because he was going through a tough time, needed some hot ass. That's what a good friends do. Say, hey, you know what?
You were like, you want to bang my wife?
Well, he had expressed interest, and she'd shown interest, and so like, hey, you.
Eric's not coming to Tampa.
That's not the rules.
Welcome to the.
You can't be like, I'm going through a tough time. Man, my friend Steve, his wife is smoking hot. Yo, Steve, you know I have a hot wife. You mind if I, play
but you know, if you're Eric Andre, maybe the one answer might be one way, but when you're Hulk Hogan and you're making that call, I mean, you know, come on, you got to help the world's greatest.
You and your wife were like, hell yeah, let's do it.
I mean, kind of.
That's Hulk Hogan.
I mean, you sit here and judge my kinkiness. I was a little kinky back then.
Oh, I'm not judging you. I'm not judging. I think it's actually very progressive.
Yeah,
I'm like,
but here's the deal. I wasn't Johnny Ron Howard film guy right there. I wasn't there.
I thought you were filming it and working with Gawker. And
no.
It was like I thought you guys were making a porno.
No, I wish.
Oh, then have I got a documentary coming out for you, my friend?
Yeah, I got a documentary, Andre, called Video. I shouldn't probably say. I probably shouldn't say what it's called. Yeah, because the documentary guys get so mad at me. But I got this documentary that lays it all out. Because the average person like you thinks that I was Ron Howard with my little camera up in there.
That's what I thought it was.
No.
Wait, and then you stooped Hulk Hogan's wife afterwards?
No, I wish.
That's what I read.
No.
Oh man, that's out there that you banged Linda.
Hold on, you read that we did a swap.
I read that you banged Hulk Hogan's wife.
Yeah, Linda.
I wish.
That's awesome.
I would have at least gotten something out of my losing my job and my house and my I lost it. That
dignity.
That sex tape cost I lost everything because of it.
Really?
Yes.
Why? Why did you lose everything?
Because I got fired from all my radio jobs, and I mean,
For what reason?
Who wants the guy that did that let his wife blast Hulk Hogan as your morning guy?
I do.
Well, I mean, back into yeah, I know. The answer is I do. I want that shady son of a bitch. He's probably going to be way funnier than the next guy. But instead, Eric, the guy that stole it got my job. The guy that stole the tape is the guy that yes. And he's still there today.
Stole the tape? Was he a disgruntled employee or something?
I had an employee that worked for me that stole the tape out of my desk. He then shopped.
And then the guy that made PayPal sued Gawker?
No. Then he gives it to this other
Peter O'Toole or whatever his name was?
Peter, yeah, I think it's Peter. Was it
I think
Peter?
it is Peter
Yeah, I
O'Toole.
think it is Peter O'Toole. And no, he just financed Hogan's trial. He just financed it because Hogan didn't have enough money to hire a real powerful law firm because he was down on his dumps. Don't you think I should have got some of that money? That's my tape.
I thought you and Hogan went to the thing together.
Yeah, meanwhile, Hogan hates me more than anything in the world. I haven't talked to him since 2012. And the guy that sold the tape, this is gonna hold on. You being a huge Howard Stern fan, this is gonna blow your mind. Howard Stern's agent, Don Buchwald, that office is the one that negotiated with Gawker.
This is all like crazy to me. So that really that turned your world upside down because I thought that
done.
I thought that was like a big. I thought it was like good press for you.
No, I mean think about it. It's on the surface. Guy films his wife, having sex with Hogan, and then tries to extort Hogan for $1 million. That guy's a scumbag. We don't want him on our show. Fire him. Instead,
oh wait, did you try to extort Hogan?
Yes, they tried to extort Hogan. It was a big.
Hey, not Bubba. Bubba didn't do the extortion.
No. The people that stole the people that stole the tape tried to extort Hogan for $1 million, and the FBI arrested them, but then wouldn't prosecute them because I was the victim. And they're like, Bubba the Love Sponge doesn't make for a good victim, so they let the guys who stole it and extorted Hogan away. They let him off. Let him go.
I feel like we've learned so much about Eric on this interview.
Yes, we have.
No, I feel like I just wrote his show for next Friday. Hey, we got to get to the trivia. Enough about me. Enough about me. Let's talk about you.
This is according to the internet. If you know these 3 questions, then I will buy. I'll up it. If you get all 3 right, I'll buy 2 pair of tickets to give away.
4 tickets.
4 tickets total, and they're very reasonably priced. Don't be cheap, everybody. They're not like $150 a ticket. It's $50 a copy plus the fees or whatever.
And this
very
guy's
good
funny.
deal. It's going to be an all-night show, worth your money at the Ritz in Ybor. Great venue. First question. What is the name of the Blarf song that has been said to have broken up the original band?
I Love Abortion.
Yes.
I love that you know that.
Oh, hold on now. See, we're going deep, bitch. We're going knuckles deep. We're almost
How do you
fit.
know that?
And that should show you, man. This is a real show right here, Bubba the Love Sponge. I'm telling you.
That's a deep
Not only did he not tape his wife, and he ruined his life. Did he not? That almost rhymes. He did not tape his wife, but it ruined his life. All right, next question.
Question number 2.
Question
and
number 2.
You're going to get this one. What is your code word when you need medical attention on set?
I don't know. Hold on. Stop.
Popcorn.
I don't know that we should say that because people might start blurting it out at the gig, Brian.
Well, I think he has to say it.
Oh.
It's only when it's not when I need medical attention. It's when I'm pranking someone and they have a knife or a gun or they're about to
It's going right. Like it's not going good.
How many times have you had to popcorn?
Several times.
Is there usually at
One
least a
guy almost broke a bottle over me.
Is there usually a one popcorn per show? Do you usually average that?
Yeah, it's one popcorn per show.
And if you don't get a popcorn, you probably feel as if you didn't really quite go as deep as you could have. You know?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people have talked me out of getting my jaw broken on camera.
So, who do you scream popcorn to? Your security, or just your handlers?
Security, or if there's like an AD close by, anybody on a walkie.
Yeah, popcorn. This is Eric. Popcorn.
Yeah,
popcorn. All right. Final question. If he gets it right, we buy 4 total tickets.
And this one isn't totally fair, but I want to see if he's ever Googled himself. But what does the internet say your net worth is?
Oh.
See, I think he could miss.
It's always way wrong. It's always way wrong.
They say I'm worth $5 million, and I mean I barely have $200 in my savings account. I mean, I literally, I gotta sometimes worry whether my credit card is gonna get declined at the gas pump. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, can I afford a $75 fill-up? I don't know if I got that kind of leeway on my card.
As an alternative, what did you tell Howard you ended up making on Bad Trip?
Oh, I think I said 17,000.
Ding, 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 ding. He nailed it. Eric Andre knows Eric Andre.
He does. I like this dude. I really do.
He got all 3.
So now, Eric, how about this?
We'll be giving away 2 sets of tickets.
We're gonna. Look at that! Oh my God!
Cool.
Now, do you do that to yourself? Do you got somebody chiming in and running the controls for you? Which one?
No, when you do certain hand symbols now, they come up like.
So if I did the same thing,
well, no, he's got me.
Yeah. It has to be on.
He's got me look like a real stupid idiot right now.
Look. See?
No, but not for me. Like, it's not doing anything for me.
Well, because we don't have it set up, Bubba.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I've set it up.
My producers don't have the devil rain.
You should stop, Bubba. It doesn't look good at all.
Sorry, I didn't think we were going to have any screen effects for your interview. So.
I'm sorry. What's it? Now, what does this get us? What does this get us?
He's just making faces at you now.
I'm just smoking joints with my eyes.
Yeah, there you go. So listen to this. I think we've had a pretty good little bonding here. I really like you. I'm excited to be on your show. I'm
in Berlin right now. I wish you were with. I'm going to a bunch of sex clubs in Berlin right now.
You got me all wrong. Like I've really my sexual barometer has completely changed since the good old days. Okay,
I'm getting you. I'm buying Viagra off some sketchy Russian guy tonight, and.
If you need Viagra, man, I got these ones from Canada that they throw in a little bit of like like it's Viagra with some Xanax mixed into it, so it desensitizes you, so you're hard, but you can go longer. Yeah, I got some of that black market stuff. You want some? I'll bring it. Oh yeah.
Hook it up.
But you got to take a couple Tylenols with you because you'll get a little bit of a headache. You know what I'm saying?
It will kill you.
Eric Andre dies in Tampa in a Jim Morrison type bathtub penis hard gimmick story. So what I'm saying is this: I like you, I really do, and I would
I'd let you screw my wife.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Is this the proposition? Are you about to make an indecent proposal?
No.
I will.
No.
I will.
How much will you pay? How much will you pay for
Shut
that?
up, Eric. Listen.
$50. I'll send you my Venmo.
Like back in the day, I used to have Tucker Carlson on every Tuesdays. Now we have some different guests every once in a while. Can we make you once a month or so call in and check on you just to see? Because listen, I'm digging you.
I would love to, but only if I get to bang Tucker Carlson's wife.
Well, oddly enough, Tucker doesn't talk to me anymore because the Media Matters recorded like 5 years of my show and took every one of his appearances out of context and tried to get him fired over the deal. So Tucker's not too happy with me right now. No. And so, but
I'm burning bridges all over
I'm thinking you and I cutting it up once a month, just seeing how the world of Eric Andre is doing, and more great global stories that we could get from you from time to time.
Anytime.
Eric, I wanted to ask one more question before we let you go, if that's all right. The internet's curious. I'm curious. I love this lost media stuff. Are we ever going to see that demo pilot episode that you put together of the Eric Andre show? Because there's been a couple of references, but It really there's nowhere to see it.
I have it. I could post it.
You need to, Eric, you stingy son of a bitch. I mean, people are clamoring for it.
I have to see if there's. It's kind of illegal. Like, we did pranks where we didn't get any releases signed.
Yeah, but I mean, I haven't seen anybody go to jail for not having a 2257. Please, come on now, brother.
Yeah, it's probably fine. I can post it.
Is it true that you spent a year teaching yourself Final Cut to put it all together?
Yeah. I bought Final Cut for Dummies, and it took me a year to put together a 7-minute sizzle reel.
That's awesome.
But now you're probably pretty proficient. I mean, now, right? Or you got people. You probably pay people.
Now I hire editors.
Right, exactly. You can get an editor in India for like $5 an hour. You know what I'm saying? On Fiverr. Don't you go to Fiverr or something like that? They'll make a logo and edit up your whole video for like $8 or something.
Well, that's not what rich people do, Bubba. That's what poor people who lost everything do.
I'm sorry. Poor people who lost their wife and their job to Hulk Hogan. So. Anyway,
my celebrity net worth is $17,000 a year.
If you're curious, it's $4 million.
It is $4 million. You're worth $4 million.
I wish.
Now, are you going to be having a fancy tour bus for this tour? Like, you got like a badass tour bus where you can bring the groupies on?
I stopped doing the tour bus because I can't sleep on them.
Because you know why? Because when you're sitting there sleeping, you're thinking if the driver falls asleep, we're going to go off the cliff.
Happened to my buddy of mine who's in a band. The driver fell asleep in the Rocky Mountains in a very icy street. The driver's practically a vegetable, like crashed the tour bus. He got smushed. My friend's arm, he's a guitarist, and like he didn't ever regain full
because the guys are all back there in the bunk beds, and so they're just like a big accordion.
They got rocked.
Right.
The drummer was like mincemeat. He was like in a wheelchair for a while. It was horrible.
Yeah, it's probably just easier to rent a car.
Dangerous, and I get horrible sleep on them, and I stopped doing them after the first tour. I just fly, or I'll rent a jet, just like a rental system.
I mean, you rent a jet because you're like that's how you roll, A
jet?
Yeah. Or at least
I'm like middle seat on Spirit Air.
We're gonna have to pick him up from the airport, Bubba.
Hey,
yeah. So I have like 3 connecting flights through Des Moines and Cleveland,
Grand Rapids. Man, sorry, Eric's getting delayed out of Grand Rapids. So anyway, listen, Friday in Tampa, then Saturday in Orlando. By the way, we're heard in Orlando as well, and he'll be at the Plaza Live. On Saturday in Orlando. Then he goes Sunday to Miami. Man, they got you booked nice. You're making some good grip, buddy. I'm telling you. You got a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then you have a day off. Then you got a Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Bitch, I mean, that's for rock stars that are making money. I'm telling you.
Let's go. Let's sell some tickets.
Let's do it. Hey, and so I just want to make sure that we are clear. After, if things go good, next Friday with me and you like me and I like you, that from time to time you'll call the show and check in and we'll just cut it up a little bit.
Of course.
Perfect. Eric Andre next Friday at the Ritz. I'm going to be there. Not that matters.
Check out his comedy show, Legalize Everything, on Netflix. Hilarious.
Oh, it is.
Bad Trip, one of the best.
Is that from like 2012?
Bad Trip is 2000. Well, it came out in 2021. It was supposed to come out in 2020.
I thought what was from 12 that Eric shot? I thought Eric shot something from
when he started shooting the
Eric Andre show started in 2012.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, no, but Bad Trip is hilarious, man. I just want to tell you, one of the greatest pieces of cinema I've seen in terms of comedy.
Oh, thank you.
That scene when Tiffany Haddish rolls out of the from being locked up, and that poor brother who's sitting there watching her, and he doesn't know what to do. You can see the conflict, like the human side of things in that movie is what I think a lot of people miss out on. Is like you put people into situations that are very difficult,
very stressful,
and seeing their reactions and the natural inclination of humans to want to help another human, even when they're it's amazing.
Anyway, Eric.
Totally.
Hey, buddy.
Really big fans over here, Eric.
Huge fans,
Thank
as you can see. I mean, we went deep with you today, bitch. We're not the standard Grand Rapids free beer and hot wings show. You know it now. So I expect a little more respect, okay? Thank you. Appreciate it.
You guys.
He invited you to do his show with him, Bubba.
I'm just messing with the guy, cutting it up, man, bitch, with that hair and those perfect teeth made for oral in the prison. I love him. Eric, I'll see you next Friday, and then all next week we'll promote the show and give away. We're actually gonna buy some more seats to give away as well. That's how much we want to support the show.
Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. And maybe let me make sure we have all Eric's information, right?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. And we're gonna it's next Friday at the Ritz, and we'll start handing out tickets probably tomorrow. Okay.
Perfect.
Eric,
Awesome.
appreciate you, bud. Thank you.
All right, Bubba. Thanks, y'all.
All right, now thanks.
Appreciate it.
Well, what do I know? I'm not. You haven't been positive all night long. You have been. I mean, you have been.
What are you talking about, dude? I've been all business. This is a serious event to get here. So, I mean, and you're here. You're sitting right here.
I feel like we're in it.
Only 4. Oh. I need to get higher. Needed to.
You need to get.
No, I'm higher.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Eric Andre Show!
Guest coming to the stage is a Tampa Bay legend. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him from Smash Mouth, Bubba the Love Sponge! Now, you were named after the Bubba Gump shrimp thing from Forrest Gump? No. Where are you from originally?
Warsaw, Indiana.
Uh-huh. And where do you live now?
Now?
Yeah.
Tampa.
T-Town. What part of Tampa?
Yeah, Tampa, T-Town, 813.
What part of Tampa?
West Shore.
Is West Shore the best part of town? Moves, Bubba.
I used to have a 10,000 square foot house. I lost it all, so fuck it.
Why'd you lose it? Because Hulk Hogan fucked your wife?
I'm the dumbest motherfucker when it comes to sex tapes. I'm the guy that's on the wrong side of the sex tape.
Wait, and then you got strung out on pills.
No fucking guy on pills.
You went to the pharmacy and you said, how much for the pill scrapings off the floor?
Hey.
And your father is Bubba Gump and your dad is, and your mother is SpongeBob, right?
Yeah, actually.
Did you, how's your love life?
Good, I got a really hot chick with big tits. She's
Bubba, this is it.
13 years younger than I am.
She's 13 years old? Jesus Christ. You Captain Predator. Is she here in the audience?
Yeah, she's
Who
here.
thinks he should propose to his girlfriend right fucking now? Who thinks he should propose? You ain't gonna do better than this. She's beautiful. Bring her up here right now. Bring her up. Bring her up. Bring her up, Bubba. Bubba, go ahead. You ain't gonna do better than that. You're not doing better. You ain't gonna do better than that. Come on up. Come on up. Give it up. She's an angel. She's an angel. Don't give me that little look with those little Will eyes. Get up, Wendy. You're gonna understand it. You're gonna make her do it.
Yeah. Wow.
Bubba, come on. Who wants to see him propose to his girl? Don't embarrass her. At least take it. At least take it. We got a special something planned other than this. No, this is it. This is everybody get the cameras out and film this. Take a chance on love. Please. I took a chance on love. Oh, we seen it. Should it be this hard for the guy to propose to such a beautiful woman? Exactly. Exactly. Look at her. Bubba, you ain't doing better than that. Let's be honest. Come on. Nope. Wow. I got all the time in the world, Bubba. What the fuck? Eric, that's bullshit. Hey, Bubba, you got two options. You either propose to that little angel or you show us your fucking dick. Show your dick! 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 Get a close look of his dick! Show your dick! Yeah! Yeah! Are we seeing it? Are we seeing it? Can we see the Hulkster? I want to see that. Propose to her! Propose to her! Propose to her! Or show your dick. Or show your dick. Those are the options. Show. You're fired. Erica, will you marry me? Oh, yeah! Did she say yes? Did she say yes? Yeah! That's Bubba. Now, who wants to see Bubba chug a fucking beer right now? Huh? Chug, 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 chug. We gotta celebrate, baby. Chug, 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 chug. How you feeling? Good, motherfucker. Now, who wants to see Bubba chug a Red Bull? Chug, 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 chug. Now, who wants to see Bubba chug some hot sauce? Chug, 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 chug. You're too high class for us? No, motherfucker. You're too high class? I got an indigestion problem. You come from Warsaw, Indiana, you think you're better than us? I did every fucking thing you wanted me to do. Except then who wants to see him chug coffee mixed with wine? Chug, 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 chug. It's coffee mixed with wine. It's so good. Bubba, what is going on with you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm in class earlier. Now you're making. I got nervous. I'm sorry. Okay, Bubba, you seem stressed out. Whoa, whoa, shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. What the fuck? You seem stressed out. What the fuck? Bubba. Whoa, wow. What? Whoa. Bubba. Oh shit. Bubba, I'm trying to conduct an interview. Wow. Wow. Okay. Whoa. Okay.
You're spinning out.
You got me fucked up.
You're
You got me
spinning
fucked
out
up.
in a paranoid
This is not
ball.
my fucking comfort zone. I'm fucked up.
Bubba, you took a trip.
Oh, I'm supposed to tell you hi from Alex Stein. Alex Stein.
Hi, Alex Stein.
Big fan.
Okay.
Big fan, yes.
Bubba, you took a trip to Italy recently. Do you want to show it? Can we look at the pictures from your trip? Can we just see some of the pictures? Oh, okay. What else? Wow. Oh, Matt Damon was there. The guy fucked a dinosaur.
Man, I wish I looked that good.
Oh, the lady from Baby Reindeer was there. Very good. And I was there. And,
Wow,
what else?
that looks good.
Oh, and we have a video.
Wow, you got a video.
2 Chicks, 1 Cup.
Oh, wow.
From your
Oh,
Italian.
wow.
No, okay.
I almost feel wow.
Bubba.
Wow. I almost feel inspired.
Eric?
I'm sorry.
Eric?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. This is DJ Doug Pound.
Oh, we've never met before. Hi.
Yeah, I was the opening act, and I wasn't on the flyer, but I fucking killed it.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, I was looking up your guest here. Do you know he's kind of problematic? Did you see the event he performed at last night?
Oh no, show me what's
Look
going
at
on
this.
there.
Oh,
What?
He did a P. Diddy fundraiser.
Really? Wow.
Nude performance.
Reese Witherspoon, maybe move a little so the guests can see the.
P. Diddy's a billionaire. Why does he need a fundraiser?
Why would you?
Oh shit. Oh shit. What the fuck?
Oh, P. Diddy's got sex tapes.
Wow.
Bubba, can you just relax?
Anyway, why don't you? You know what? You have a beautiful woman back here, Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah.
Do you know that Reese plays the spoons?
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, check this out.
Reese, play the spoons for us, baby doll. Give it up for Reese Witherspoon. Don't you think Arnold Schwarzenegger should change his name to Arnold Schwarzenegger African American?
Yeah.
Yes. Where are you from, man?
I told Warsaw, Indiana.
And why are you so stressed out on the day of your wedding?
Wow.
Because I didn't know what the fuck was going to happen here tonight.
If anybody has any questions for Bubba, do we have his phone number? Can we put his number up? Is this your number? Can we give him a call?
Wow.
Give him a buzz.
Please.
Okay.
I mean,
Now,
this is overwhelming. By the way, you got great fans. Awesome fans. Thank you guys.
I see what you did there.
I've been at a lot of different events, and these are some hardcore motherfuckers. Let me tell you that right now.
They're the best.
Yeah, the best. Does your fans have a name like my group? Who like
Juggalos.
Okay.
I feel a little like it right now. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Oh my God.
We're here on our Juggalo Island. Fuck with my chair, I'll whip his fucking ass.
Wait.
You want this, please?
No.
Wait, are you worried about fecal matter?
What?
No,
Something else.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. It's your baby.
Are you
It's your baby. Do you want the photo?
Hey, Bubba, do you want some fresh cracked Adderall?
You are the father.
Open your mouth.
You are the father. You are the father.
Bubba, you're stressed out. Come down here with me. Let's sing Silent Night, shall we?
Please.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round your virgin mother and child.
You just threw our baby down? You don't care about us?
Come sing in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace.
Wow.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Bubba. Wow. Even though he don't care about our baby,
Now give it up for Bubba's ex-wife, Rhonda Shear, everybody. But go down and come here. What am I doing? Rhonda Shear, Rhonda Shear. Wow. Give her a microphone or something. Jeez Louise.
Those are some nice titties.
Now, have you and Bubba hooked up in the past? Who is this alcoholic Canadian?
We have hooked up in the past, and he was wearing huge prosthetics.
Whoa, you have a fake penis?
No.
On his boobies.
No.
On his boobies.
He has fake breasts. Who wants to see Bubba's cock? Show us your pubic hair.
I don't have any pubic hair.
Show your dick! Show your dick! Show your dick! Show your dick!
I ain't got shit. I ain't got shit. I mean, I'm not trying to fucking act like I got some shit. I ain't got shit. How about you show us your dick?
He had enough to give me a baby.
I already did it, buddy.
Show Andre's dick.
I already did it, my man. This is Rhonda's interview, Bubba. This is Rhonda's interview.
Oh, you told me to stick around,
I'm
motherfucker.
fine just to be a bystander.
Now, what do you do for a living?
I manufacture bras and panties.
Woo!
She's got some panties.
Who out there likes bras and panties? Huh?
These are for you.
Thank you so much.
So
cute. Wow.
And if you don't like the big ones, you can have the small ones.
Oh, yeah.
Put those on.
I buy the used ones off of Japanese eBay.
They're both
Put
used.
those on.
No, this is my show. You don't tell me what to do.
Put those
Figure
on.
out what that prop is, Rhonda.
Those on.
What is that?
Put those on. Put those on.
Turn this show
What
on.
is
Turn this show
What
on.
is that?
Down,
What
motherfucker.
is that?
I
What
lost
is
control
that?
of the audience.
What is that? What is that?
Put them on.
I think
Put them on.
Yeah! Yeah, we about to get a two-timer! Oh, shit!
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Tuck that shit up nice.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah!
Put that shit on, motherfucker. Hell yeah. Put them on. Put them on. Put them on.
He's not doing it right.
Hell fucking yeah.
You're just playing with fire, you know that. He gonna do that shit.
Hell yeah.
I got a little Now it's your turn, Bubba.
Exactly. You too, Brutus.
Now it's your turn, Bubba.
Yeah.
Okay, this show has gone off the rails. I apologize to my tour manager who wants to keep the show professional. I apologize
You
to
got a
my
nice ass.
opener.
Eric, you got a nice ass.
Oh, God.
Ass. Women are going crazy over that ass.
Wow. You talking about this ass?
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that.
You talking about this ass right here?
Look at that beanbag. Look at that beanbag.
Anybody in the mood for some
Oh,
chocolate?
shit. Oh,
Beanbag. Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay.
You sexy red.
This has gotten out of control. Can we just finish this segment? Who wants to see Bubba kiss the fridge keeper, huh? The fridge keeper. The fridge keeper. We'll be right back. Bubba the Love Sponge, everybody. Ron DeSantis. We'll be right back. Thank you. Howdy, y'all. I'm good.
Look at that. So, see, look, I typed in Bubba the Love Sponge on the philhenry.com search engine. Wednesday, February 24th, 2010, and then Friday, December 11th, 2009 are the two instances that they have.
Jeez, we need a new mention, Bubba. It's been 14 years. 14 years since the Love Sponge.
Yeah,
there he is.
I need to tell Phil that. Phil, you're on the air with Bubba and my co-host Seth.
Great. I don't have any clothes on. Oh wait, I got a shirt.
You got clothes on, old timer.
Look, can you see me, or are you lucky
you
can't?
look perfect. You look absolutely perfect, like the fucking stud that you are.
Hall of Famer.
Hall of fucking Famer. I can only.
That's what they say.
That's what they say. Hey, now, listen, I got a little bit of a problem because I went into philhenry.com. It's very navigatable. It's the way you've been. I mean, literally, that's how people have been hearing you since I think 14, right?
Yeah.
10 years.
About 13, 14, yeah.
And I haven't been mentioned. I typed in the search engine Bubba the Love Sponge because a couple of times you have mentioned me, and it's quite the honor to have been mentioned as a radio guy on Phil Henry. And I think
you're going to go in there today, that's for sure, man, because I'm doing this.
I remember one time you were like, somebody was bitching about Barack Obama having fried chicken on the Air Force One, and somehow I got mentioned. Bubba the Love Sponge got mentioned. I don't know. You know, in your head, I don't know how the fuck that happened, but I don't know how it happened, but it did. And I got to tell you. So, do you now? Are you in Florida right now?
No, dude. I'm in California.
You're in California.
Just crawled out of the sack. That's how much in California I am.
That's right, because you don't start your show till 9:00 California time.
I don't even start a show. I mean, my show is completely recorded, Bubba, so I could start it right now and finish it at 6:00 tonight, so long as I get it out there by tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I don't do anything live anymore.
How much, can you do it all yourself, or do you have to have at least one guy?
I do it all myself. I mean, it's basically about a half an hour, and I do it every day. And I'm editing it myself. I have my studio here, and yeah, it's pretty no fuss, no muss.
When did you stop doing the live show, Phil?
When it was live, I was doing it live for a while online. I think I did it for about a year on TuneIn. Remember TuneIn?
Yeah.
I don't know if TuneIn's still around.
Yeah, it's still around. It still steals people's shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember I talked to those guys. They said, we think you guys, what we'd like to do is feature your classic archive, a bunch of horse dung that never really came to fruition. But I stopped doing it I started thinking, why am I getting up early in the morning doing this live? People are doing on-demand listening now. This is what the internet's all about. So I said, screw it, man. I'll just record it and put it out there and make sure it's out there daily. And that's probably all people really require. So.
And at the end of the day, man, I mean, like I still have 4 or 5 terrestrial affiliates just because I'm so old school that I'm afraid to let them go. But digital pays for about 95% of the 95% of the freight digital pays for. I'm just afraid. I'm an old school radio guy like you are. I'm afraid, and maybe I need a prodding from a Hall of Famer like you that that just says, listen, let it go, let that bullshit terrestrial radio morning show mentality go. Just fucking let it go and do your own shit and do it at your own convenience.
No, man, I you know what's best for you. And, I was talking to somebody the other day. They said, people tell me this all the time. They go, radio, is going to make a comeback. Radio, not that radio needs to make a comeback, but live radio. And I'll tell you something, Bubba. My buddy's daughter, Katie, she just married a great guy. His name's Cam. And Cam and I were talking. Cam's in his late 20s. He listens to live radio every morning. I said, dude, are you kidding me? You're like 28.
Like the fucking Woody show or some bullshit like that.
This cat listens to news, man. And I go, you're kidding me, man. I mean, a guy your age, I thought you cats are like completely off the news. No, every day I'm listening to morning drive. I'm listening to afternoon drive when I'm driving home. Because what he wants is the immediacy of the news unfolding live, people talking about it, then people reporting it, and then people, sort of putting it to bed. But he wants that. And so there's an audience for that immediate kind of conversation, man.
For that small niche, just that small little bullshit
I don't know,
niche.
man. I think it's larger than we think.
But here's the deal. Here's the problem, Phil. Here's why terrestrial radio's fucked. Is they didn't replace the Howard Sterns, They didn't replace the Tom Likas, the Phil Henrys, the Neil Rogers, the Bubba the Love Sponge, the Man Cows, the people, the Opie and Anthony's. They didn't have any young kids that they taught the craft of radio. Remember when we were going through the ranks, we would have like a Mark Driscoll or somebody like that air check us and go through an air check and be like, Phil, why the fuck would you say right now it's 78 degrees when everybody knows it's fucking right now? And they didn't have any minor league system for any of the big boys. Now, I wasn't near the franchise you were, but I'm kind of in that next rung down. Like, it's you and Howard and, Rush.
I don't know, man. I think you're in terms of your presence, you're far better known than me. On the radio, I think so.
I don't think.
For the very reasons for the very things that you say are kind of antiquated. I've seen your operation, bro. Remember when I was down there?
Yeah.
Thoroughly professional operation. You keep on with that presence, that brand that you have. That's enormous and amazing. I'm like just some guy who gets up in the morning, crawls down to my studio, and throws some stuff on the tape and.
Yeah, but you're so fucking. And here's the thing, man. You are so fucking talented that the first time I got a story for you. It's November of 2005.
I bet it's about you, Bubba.
It's about me. No, it's fuck you, Seth, you bitch. So I'm flying to New York City to Don Buchwald's office, and they're getting ready. They're trying to throw together the Howard 100, Howard 101
That's right.
channels. And so I fly in there. I've never met Howard. I competed against him in 4 or 5 markets where I talked shit about him and he talked shit about me. You just standard shit. And so I go in there and I walk into this dark room and there he is. And I mean, listen,
it's like the Wizard of Oz.
That's fucking that's that's the guy. Like, I mean, that's the guy. That's the fucking guy. That's the Tom Brady. And he walks in and we start talking about radio. And he goes, well, who's your favorite radio guys? Growing up, he goes, obviously, you're applying to do afternoon drive here, but who are some of your influences? And I go, well, the top of my list comes Phil Henry. I said, then I grew up with Kevin Matthews and a lot of the WLS stuff in Chicago, Dick Bionday. I said, and then I said, a little bit of Tom Likas just because I'm know the radio landscape, so to speak. And he goes, wow. And I said, here's the deal. You got to throw Jim Rome in there just because he's so fucking good at reset.
Original.
God, and you listen to his interviews, and he has the best art of reset. Like subconsciously, every 3 minutes.
He's so prepared.
He'll
That's
be
why.
Like, Jim Rome with Bill Belichick on the phone for another few minutes, and then he'll go on, and then just like clockwork, and 90 seconds later, Bill Belichick on the phone with us for a few more minutes. Like, he's just so fucking smooth. And then you got to give the guy his due. Rush Limbaugh. I mean, for the...
I'll tell you about Rush. I always get into this problem. I try to tell people Rush was an original in terms of his presentation. And they always just start shitting all over me about his politics. I go, look, you got to be able to separate that, man.
Right.
I'm talking about Rush as the art of broadcasting that Rush Limbaugh brought to the air, brought talk radio back, man. It brought it back. It made it possible for me and other cats like you. And so... I got no problem putting Rush Limbaugh there because I'm a broadcaster, you are, and I understand what the craft is as opposed to people getting emotional about message,
Well, the craft, though, is very few know it. And very few know that you can develop characters and that you can develop inner drama when you're in. Like, that's what you have absolutely done better than anybody, that's developed these characters and the inner drama between, the steakhouse guy and I think one of your if I remember right, one of your very first characters was a bad guy that was Iraqi Raj, that after 9/11, and he would call in and get just so fucking full hot on being pro Iraqi, and he would talk all this shit, and people thought it was real, and people were going fucking absolutely crazy on the deal.
Yeah. Well, you find a topic that's really organic and you run with it, man. And during that particular time, we had the situation in the Middle East and Raj. But, you want to make it funny, too. So he'd say things like, you people with your fast food, god damn, and he'd get into a whole supersizing stuff. And this is the whole thing with American. Why don't you go get yourself a burger or something? Go get a big malt and you'll feel better. And, of course, now you're attacking the actual grassroots culture of the country. That's what made it fun. But we discovered that there was some stuff that was automatic. Like if you talked about kids, bang, here come the parents. If you talked about flying, believe it or not, pilots, we got a million pilots to tell you what's up. If you talk about just certain topics, no matter what was going on, it could be the most boring day in the world, and if you hit people in the right place, they're going to call you and talk to you about that stuff. So
Phil Henry on the phone. Phil Henry, freshly nominated to the Radio Hall of Fame. That came out of nowhere, Phil. Like I hadn't seen you as a nominee for the last. Then boom, next thing you know, you're there.
We thought you were in.
I thought you were already in.
I was shocked to hear it. I told people I got a snowball's chance in hell of getting in the Radio Hall of Fame. Are you kidding me? In fact, that's exactly what I said to them when they sent me the note, and called me. And I just didn't think that the radio establishment would want to have anything to do with Phil Henry, because my show was a hard sell, man, and it was a tough show.
Well, at one time, you were on 120 affiliates, though. I mean, you were fucking rolling at one time.
We were doing pretty good. But then we'd have all these affiliates saying, like, "I don't get it." Well, what's to get, man? Don't you understand what I'm doing here? It's a satire of talk radio. It's a satire of radio, and maybe that's what they didn't like. But
I don't think a lot of them could comprehend that you were making fun of the industry in itself. Like they didn't understand that it's a satire of the job that you're doing.
Pretty much, yeah. And
so anyway, my story, Howard, I asked Howard, true story. I go through my guys. I go, who's yours? And he goes, fucking Phil Henry. That's what Howard said. He goes, Phil Henry. And then I think it was Cousin Brucey, some New York shit, Cousin Brucey and some stuff like that. But, when you got, radio people appreciate you the most. I think, just because they know how hard what you do is.
We said he's your favorite radio guy's favorite radio guy.
Yes, exactly. You should actually, you should, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, Phil, because you're fucking the man, but you might want to say, you know what, at the Hall of Fame, I just want to let you know that I've been described as the radio guy's favorite radio guys.
I mean, it's hard for me to believe any of that stuff. It's like when people tell me that some guy told me the first time his wife laughed in about 6 months was when she was coming out of a coma, and she was listening to my show. I don't know whether to laugh at that, or feel touched by it.
That should be a bit. She should be calling from her deathbed, and she's like, I just want to let you know, the first time I laughed is when I heard you, Phil, that you're back on the air. I'm at philhenry.com. I'm downloading all the old shit.
Phil, just because we're massive radio nerds, can you just explain the process of when you're going and you're going to do a call, with one of your characters? How many lines do you write out? How much preparation goes into that before you execute it? Or are you making all this stuff up on the fly?
Well, you know what you're going to do. You bullet point the bit, okay?
Right.
By bullet point, you guys know what I mean.
Sure.
By bullet point, you put down, okay, I'm going to go here. I want to go here. You can't write it out. It's impossible,
right?
Because but you improv. So, and that's one of the beauties of our business and what we do is the improvisation's great. I love improvisation. I like to do it, but you got to have a structure. So that happens before. I turn on the mic, and sometimes while I'm working, I'll sketch some things out. Then you just go with the improv. You go with the character. And Stephen King said something that's really smart. He says, story follows character. Character doesn't follow story. So you have to have the character. Then the story flows from the character. How would this character do that? How would, I don't know, whatever we're doing, right? Like climate change. How would Raj Finine deal with that? I actually invented a character named Dr. Ron Tarner. And suddenly, all this medical stuff started coming out, and all this environmental stuff.
How did Ron Tarner feel about COVID?
Here's what Rod Tarter would say.
Yeah, I'd be like, hey, I got Rod Tarter on the phone. Rod, what's going on, buddy?
It's fantastic, Bubba. I'm honored to be on the program. COVID, right now, we don't really know what it is. I know people are getting sick, but we're getting closer to knowing. Well, it's a virus, don't you?
And it's a virus.
You could call it that. I don't know. I don't know whether it's something in the water or what. I mean, I had a pilot named Mark Griego, and people love this. He'd say, Phil, I've been flying for 40 years. We don't still know how airplanes get off the ground. It's something we're still studying. Wait, you fly every day? Yeah, every pilot is scared to death every time he gets behind the controls. The passengers don't know this. So you don't know how it flies. No, I don't have no idea how it flies. I just know I push the buttons and it goes up.
A lot of people don't realize is that Phil's first radio station was in Winter Park. And
WBJW.
And he went out, his mom and dad separated, and somehow he ends up in, I think, a construction job in Orlando building Walt Disney. And
yeah, I was working construction. And you know who else worked construction for many years? Adam Carolla.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That cat was in it for like 10 years, which is a little loony there, Adam. But yeah, for about 3 years, I was a cement finisher. I was a rod buster. I was hauling freaking concrete. And
did you like Orlando? Did you like it?
I like the girls I met, man. At that time, the only reason for living in those days was women.
Let's talk about. I have often talked about, and I'm just going to be very honest, and it's probably
sluts kept Phil alive. Thank God.
Well, I find I could never talk to Howard about this because Howard didn't participate in it like I did, but I participated, and I grew. My radio era is just about 3 years later than his, and so I can only imagine. If the slut groupie factor in Tampa, Florida in 1992 was the level that I participated in, I can only imagine, because you were in Miami. You were the big slinging dick in Miami.
Yeah.
You've been the big slinging dick in L.A. You've been the big slinging dick in, every place that you've gone to, you've been the it guy. And did you partake in all the groupie ass that I did? Because I would do 2-a-days.
I didn't do that, but I was talking about when I was a construction worker.
No,
when I got into radio, then it really got crazy. Yeah.
If you were picking up ass as a concrete finisher, and when you're being the night guy at fucking BJW, fuck, you were probably slaying.
Hey, dude, let me give you a story. I was working overnight, late night at BJ 105, which was sort of contemporaneous with Q105, which was the big CHR station in the country. Bill Tanner and all those cats. And this this woman calls me and invites me over to her house. This is a woman in her late 40s, dude. I'm 22.
Yeah, that's hot.
That's the first piece of ass I got that was like 20 plus years older than me. Okay.
And was she a radio? And she was a radio groupie too.
She loved my show. She thought I was, I don't know if she thought I was great. She liked the music. She just wanted to see this young dude, 22, in her house, and I was a better man for it when I left that morning.
Well, I got it too, and then you know how to work like I do. So then we incorporate them into the show the next day. Like I know all the fucking tricks like you do, buddy. You incorporate them onto the show, and then they're like, then you send. Oh yeah,
I didn't want to. And the other thing is, I didn't want to get married. People say, "Why don't you get married?" I said, "I'm not going to drag a woman and a kid across the country with this career." I knew what I had to do with this career, man, and I did not want.
I didn't get married until I got to Tampa, and I knew this was going to be.
And you got settled down, man.
Right?
Yeah,
and then I went. Hogan obviously had to fuck my wife, so how that went.
That kind of sucks, but the plan seems solid.
The plan seems solid until. But here's what the fucked up thing is, Phil, is that everybody knows that Hogan fucked my wife, but everybody thinks that I was like the fucking cameraman right up in there, and then that's what
I heard.
Yeah, exactly. So I was the cameraman, which I wasn't, and then I went and shopped the tape to make all this money, and none of that's true.
How did that shit go out like that? How did that happen?
I had an employee steal it from my studio, shit. And then he went and brokered it in L.A. and all these L.A. companies are like, listen, if you don't have a 2257 consent form on these people, we can't do anything about it. So they pick up the phone, the bad guys. Well, then they extorted Hogan with the FBI had a sting in a hotel room. They extorted Hogan for $1 million, and on this dummy check kind of deal. Keith Davidson, who is part of the Trump trial and stuff, represented the people that that stole the tape from me. They arrested them, and then when they found out who the victim would be, me, Bubba the Love Sponge, they fucking dropped the whole damn thing because they're like, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Great.
Bubba the Love Sponge doesn't make for a good victim,
Jesus. I heard all that shit. You're right, and I didn't give a shit, just so you know. I could care less. I don't know what was going on with you, man. It didn't make you a bad guy in my mind.
Us DJs, we like to fuck a lot of hoes. We
whatever.
Can't help it.
Yeah, you know what? It happens. But now that you're telling me this shit, what I heard, didn't it put some company out of business, man?
Gawker. So Hogan went and sued Gawker, the people that published it. But Cox Media, they're the people that sent it to Gawker.
Oh,
and
Jesus.
Hogan sued them in a second lawsuit, and they settled. And rumor has it, so I don't know this to be true, is that Hogan they settled for $55 million. They gave Hogan $55 fucking million, and that radio guy who shopped it took my job, has my job.
At the station you were at?
Yeah, at the station I was doing mornings at, syndicated. He stole it while I was there, shopped it, but the station thought I was the bad guy. And they're like, we can't have the morning guy letting his wife fuck Hogan, so we got to fire him. So after the first trial, I was already fired. They finally figured out who really did broker it, and it was one of their guys, and he still fucking got a job.
He's still got a job. What? Why don't you sue somebody, man?
Well, I did. I did, and they pretty much fuck. I mean, it's like I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy.
You don't make for a good.
It's like a drug dealer calling the cops up and saying somebody ripped off my cash.
Somebody ripped my money off. Oh man. Well, have you learned your lesson? You're not hanging around with all those assholes now. You're with a higher class person like me.
Yeah, I'm with a Hall of Famer like you. Now, oddly enough,
do you still have the big compound there?
Oh yeah, I'm exactly where you saw me. The only thing
I love that place, man. It was like tropic, and.
Oh yeah, and now since you've been here, we've added in the back. We have 2 goats that live back there by the pond. Perfect. Nice little habitat from them. We've turned the upstairs into like a little clubhouse, so there's a clubhouse up there.
Sweet.
And then when you first walked in, all that area where I had people answering the phone and all that shit, you don't need those people anymore. So I bought all this gym equipment and put like in the front deal. So it's
awesome, man.
We're only a cup of Kool-Aid away from being David Koresh. Because the Bubba Army is much like, you and I may not have the cume that we used to have, but we have the hardcore P1s.
The people, man. Yeah, that's true.
That will pay to hear us.
Yeah.
And we can make a living on. We really can.
It's pretty cool. That all of a sudden we're entrepreneurial. And I have a character I do named Tom Dovka. He's a radio consultant, and he's like every consultant I ever had, and probably you too. It's like, why don't you just do what I tell you to do? Why do you say no? Because I don't want to do what you tell me. What? It's like it's unheard of, And so all those guys are kind of out of a job now.
Yeah. Man. I mean, radio. I mean, if you look at the financial security or the financial livelihood of iHeart, Odyssey, Cox, Beasley, Cumulus. I mean, they're all selling their towers, filing for bankruptcy, cutting talent. And here's the thing. Radio doesn't care about guys like me and you anymore because...
If they ever did,
well, they did. They did. Yeah. They cared. They really thought that what we did was worth something, and that we could garner an audience, and our cume would be high, but our TSL would be through the fucking roof, and which would give us a good share. And we had the Randy Michaels and the guys that didn't mind complaint calls and things like that. And now radio's put its head in its sand and buried its head in the sand. They're afraid of any type of controversy, any type of phone call.
Anybody who potentially wants to make more than minimum wage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say all this because these are everybody. I think if you think that way, and I've already been thinking that way, then everybody in the business seems to realize that the cats that kept this business alive are the talent. And I hate to say this because I know a few GMs that I really love and admire. One of them was Bob Green that I worked for in Miami. But most of the technocrats, the programmers, and the general manager, the guys that drove this business into the ground, the guys that were supposed to have the brains to keep this thing flying, the Dickey brothers at ABC. Boy, that makes me laugh, those clowns. I mean, all of these guys were supposedly the brains behind what we did. An entire industry collapsed. And it wasn't like newsprint, which is gone, and you understand why it's gone. Nobody's going to whip out a newspaper and do that. But radio had an adjunct. It had the internet. It had a parallel track that it could offload programming and begin to sort of combine the two and make it continue its live relevance and at the same time have this streaming aspect to it.
Phil, when did you kind of adopt that? I saw you speak at a morning show boot camp convention in Chicago in 2015, 2016, and you pretty much curb stomped radio for 45 minutes. You pulled out your phone. You go, everybody's got one of these. This is where you need to be. And if it seemed like you were ahead of the game, when did you start to see the decline in radio and that you needed to be more digital?
Well, like when I went on to TuneIn, as soon as I left the radio, the terrestrial thing, and I'm on TuneIn, and I wasn't really pulling any more advertisers. I wasn't really, just you expect, well, what are you going to get with just word of mouth? But the fact is, I knew that everybody was doing their appointment listening now. They had their phones, they had their whatever, and they weren't just going to get up early in the morning at 9 o'clock and listen to Phil Hendry, and they weren't going to figure out where they could find it on their car. How do I put an app on the screen here? They were just going to listen to me when they listen to me, and I kind of had to have it beat into my own head that you don't need to be getting up and doing it live here, Phil. It's like what Bubba was just saying. He knows terrestrial is sort of on its way out, and yet you just sort of you're.
I'm afraid.
Routine,
I'm like, Phil, I'm really genuinely afraid to let go of the
Don't be
6-7 affiliates that I got in the mornings. I'm just like, I'm like, oh my
Well,
God.
that's cool. I mean, you respect them and you're serving them, and that's all right, man. But you do like you really don't have to be afraid.
Here
because
I do mornings, which means I get up at 4 o'clock, and you can't have a life if you have mornings. You can't go out at night and go to dinner, and it's just and I've been doing it for so long that really the dream day part would be mid. I always used to make fun of the midday guys,
Midday's perfect.
You'd be like, man, fuck middays. That guy's got to play like 8 records an hour. I'm talking all morning long. Fuck middays. But I mean, like middays, like 10 or 11 to 2 or like noon to 3. That would be the jam. And I think that's what you do for the most part. So, when you tape.
Well, you have to, yeah. But I mean, I got so much else happening now. I shouldn't say I got so much, like I'm Mr. I'm just so working all the time. But I'm doing voiceover. I actually stick my ugly mug in front of a TV camera every now and again. Somebody hires me to be an actor, and
you've been you've actually acted. You've probably acted next to who is the cat? Jay Thomas. Probably next to Jay Thomas, you're the next biggest radio guy with the amount of screen time on acting. I got to think that you're number 2 behind Jay.
I don't know, man. Jay was on some big movies, and
were you and Jay close?
No. I don't think he actually liked. I don't think Jay actually liked radio people, to be honest with you.
How about I'm going to ask you some. Listen, I don't know of any of your struggles or any of your fights or anything like that. So if I bring a name up that's like taboo, please already forgive me. But okay,
okay.
Rick Dees.
Yeah, I met Rick. Finally met Rick after he'd left the business, and a hell of a nice guy. Nice man, was complimentary, and we were at a couple of radio panels together. And I can't. How do you fault a guy that was as successful as him? How do you?
And did he have the? I mean, they were paying him. I think I heard back in the day that it was like $6 million, like
a year.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I heard from really good sources that he was like in his last couple deals were like $4 to $6 million a year.
Hey, God bless him, man, for getting it. I mean, that was the kind of bread that they were making. Los Angeles, the market. I thought I heard something along the lines of it was maybe this is like a $500 million a year advertising market.
In LA, I think you're probably right.
LA alone, yeah, is
what do you
insane.
think what do you think the big boys, like the big morning guys now, are making in LA? Like like back in the day, I mean, you could pull when you were on KFI, you were probably making a ton of money, were you not?
Well, when I had the best year I made a couple of million, but that was also some television pilot money,
right?
And it's that kind of thing. I think for radio, my best year was probably a little bit over $1 million, but now I hear everything's getting cut back. I don't know what they're willing to. I don't think they're willing to pay people anything.
They take barter. Now it's barter. Now
they give you 2 extra vacation days.
It's now I'm hearing that it's barter, or it's like pennies on the dollar, and then they're going to allow you to go and do what you and I do. But these people don't have 39,000 hours of content like you and I do.
Yeah,
they haven't owned their own intellectual property. They just do a fucking show right now, and the company owns the property, so they don't have anything to even build. Show 1, I guess you could start out. So they're giving these guys opportunities on YouTube and various other places, but these guys are lost because they're telling you either take a 50% haircut. And you're allowed to go do your own YouTube channel and all that kind of shit, or you're fired. That's right. Or you're fired.
Yeah, I did hear that some big cats, a couple of them, people I know took, every year they're taking a pay cut every year.
Yeah, they're like, I know a guy from Denver. He's the #1 rated guy. BJ Harris with Jamie White. You're probably familiar with Jamie White from back.
I know Jamie. Yeah.
And I think BJ was making. They were number one persons 2554 morning drive Denver, and I think before shit got real bad. I think their last contract is they were making like, $250 a person. Which, man, you can. I mean, that's Denver. You can live on
pretty
that.
good bread.
That's
sure.
not bad. That's pretty good bread.
But
Now, that's not good bread in L.A. I mean, you're not going to do shit in L.A. with that.
well, I'd take it. $250K if somebody throw that at me, sure. Well,
I mean, but you also have your ancillary shit to
well,
do.
yeah, you have to. And here's the thing: you and I came up in this business, man. It was what we knew. It's what we loved. It's what we wanted to do. So we were building from the time we were kids, from the time we were teenagers. We were building our thing.
Right.
It just was who we were. You can't get into this business as some dude who used to be a businessman or in advertising. I think I'd like to do a talk show. And you've seen these guys come and go, man. And they got sheared, man, when everything sort of went south about 10 years ago. So
my guy from Denver at what is it, Odyssey, they're like, hey, the new number is $125, take it or leave it. And, we'll play fucking music and not have a personality. And that's what, and, we'll allow you to go and do your YouTube and you can do some podcasting and shit like that. And he's like, well, I haven't prepared or built that infrastructure. People don't realize how much infrastructure that you and I have had to build.
You got to do, from the very beginning. And, I have 60,000 hours in my how much content do you have on your website, man? Because I know you've got a lot of stuff.
Probably 20 or 22 years worth. So I would say, I forgot.
We got to figure out how many thousands of hours. So that sounds cool.
How many hours is that? Yeah.
I think I have 15 terabytes.
Well, we got to know years. Let's turn that into 37 years, Bubba.
No, well, I mean, I would say Phil, probably 20 to 25,000 hours of shit.
Right. That's huge, man. That's a huge number, man. I got 60 and there's cats out there that have similar numbers, and that just doesn't happen overnight.
Hell no. Like I said, if you're my buddy BJ, what do you tomorrow you start show 1 of the new BJ show? Like you're fucked.
Yeah. People are going to know, well, what happened to all that other stuff, man? God, I've got 2 sets of fans. I got the people who love the digital show that I do, and then everybody that just is married to the radio. If I didn't have that radio stuff online, everybody'd run away, but they're all like, I just went into the archive, man, and I listened to that bit.
Oh yeah, you gotta have a huge and mine's BubbaArmyHQ.com. Of course, yours is PhilHenry.com.
Phil Henry Show, right?
PhilHenryShow.com, yeah.
.com. I have a search engine just like you do. So you can type in Phil Henry or I typed in Bubba the Love Sponge and I haven't been
anything
since 2010, motherfucker. I thought we were closer than that, bitch.
I guarantee it, man. You'll be in there.
I mean, last time I was serving chicken to Barack Obama. I mean, get me in there doing something now. Come on, buddy.
All right, dude. I'm sorry about that. I don't know. You could type in Howard Stern's name, man. You're going to find him in there. I don't know that we keyword it that way. I think most of it is like Ted Bell and all these other characters we created. And
I was trying to find. My guys didn't quite find it before they left, but I have the 2 times that Phil did mention me. And I was going to try to play him for him today, but I don't think we have the capabilities of playing down the line. I don't think.
I'm sure I'm sure he'll be good, Bubba, if he doesn't hear him shouting you out.
Yeah, you're sure Phil's going to be okay if he doesn't hear himself
think he'll get
shouting
through the day,
me out.
Yeah,
I think that's my own ego trying to cut right into it.
Yeah.
I got to find that bit now. I got to find that Barack Obama eating chicken, and of course your name came up.
Yeah, and you were being really it was kind of like cringe, like where you're going with it. But since another character was saying it, you were like, man, quit being racist. You're trying to tell. And the one guy's like, let me tell you something, man. That Barack Obama, he's got some collard greens and some chicken and everything.
Shit.
And then you're like, no, sir, please don't act that way. Stop being racist. And just because he's black doesn't mean you have to have fried chicken on the airplane. And he's like, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about, Phil. You fucking asshole.
Yeah. How did your name drop into that?
I don't know. I think that you're like, somebody said, Bubba the Love Sponge is on the other line. Like, tell Bubba to hold on or something like that. Like, I can't get in your fucking crazy head.
Phil was so high for that show.
Yeah, Phil was so high. Phil, do you get high? I mean, we get high. Do you get high?
Oh, not for many, many years, man. Not
really?
For many, many years. And everybody in my life does. In fact, I got a blunt from somebody sitting here wrapped up in foil. In California now, it's legal. You go, they got weed bars down in Hollywood. You drive down the street, you get a contact high if their windows are rolled down. And I'm not kidding.
Now we're getting ready. Florida's getting ready to vote on recreational in November via referendum, and they're saying it's going to pass. And so you guys have rec. I don't know if our rec bill will be the same as your rec bill, but I mean, like, is it just wide open in Cal? Like, just wide the fuck open?
Yeah, dude, absolutely. I could go over to the marijuana factory right now. There's a place down the street called the Skunk Mill. There's a couple of places in Port Hueneme where I live I live in about 30 miles north of LA, and you can go anywhere. And it's pretty cool. I mean, my girlfriend at the time, Barry, who I love very much, and she's not feeling well. Barry, I want to say hi to you. Barry has been smoking weed. As a lot of people, it's medicinal. Okay, a lot of people,
it really is.
Works with the brain chemistry, man. Yeah. So I looked at this place and I'm like amazed. They got joints that are rolled into packages. They got a cat there who's chopping up hash. It's like the weed smoker's dream, man. And
man, I'd be down there getting high every day before your show. Can you imagine how fun? I mean,
no, I can't do that. I can't get high.
You can't get high before a show?
No, not even drink. No, because everything's kind of off. I know guys that go out and golf on a case of beer. I couldn't swing a golf club either. So.
Well, I mean, that's just because you suck at golf. I mean.
Yeah, well, that's my excuse. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Now, are you currently dating a girl from Florida still?
Yeah, my girl Jackie. She lives down in Melbourne, and we're making plans for her to come out here, or maybe Phil Hendry goes to Central Florida. Because here's the thing,
listen,
man.
Central Florida blows. I mean, LA's a shithole. I mean,
Central Florida blows. I mean, LA's a shithole.
I mean, it's a shithole.
It's Melbourne, though, Bubba.
No, hold on.
LA's my home, bro. I mean,
I know.
This is where I grew up. This is my place. But here's the thing about the entertainment business. People are saving money by shooting shit all over the country now, man. So and here's the other thing that I want to do. My real plan is to go on stage and do my show improv in theaters, okay? Because I did a set at the Upright Citizens Brigade, which is an improv theater here in Hollywood, and it was received really great, man. I was doing a couple characters. So I think the future for Phil Hendry is going on stage and doing a live show in addition to the other stuff that I do online,
So kind of more like a Henry Rollins spoken word kind of deal?
Only comedy. Yeah.
But what you do, Henry's intense. Henry wants to talk. By the way, very, very good friend of mine too. I think that he's
he was on the documentary.
Yeah, we watched your documentary. Trailer.
Henry's great. He's a great guy. And
did you know when I got fined by the FCC, the largest single fine, $755,000? There were two people that wrote letters to the United States Congress. And Henry Rollins, Mick Foley, the pro wrestler, wrote one, and Henry Rollins wrote a letter to Fred Upton, the congressman from Michigan, who was all behind Nipplegate, saying that this is absolutely just a fucking wit. And here's the deal: what started out as a television problem, Janet Jackson Nipplegate, ended up radio. Me and Howard were the two casualties from it. So what the fuck? Like you took a TV problem and turned it into a radio indecency problem.
That's exactly what was wrong with our business. They weren't backing up talent. They should have. You think Les Moonves is going to go and talk to all of his stars and say, don't be bad people? No, he goes to Washington and tells them to pack it right back up their ass where they found it.
Right.
He backs up his talent. In our business, they did not back us up. They ran off to Washington, D.C., listened to the threats, came back and told us, what happened to me? It wasn't a big thing. But I was told that I got a jingle, Ted's of Beverly Hills. We want to put our meat in your mouth. That's the song.
Right.
That's the song. Look.
Which, by the way, Ted Bell, one of your biggest characters, owns Ted Steakhouse right outside of Beverly Hills. All the fucking stars are there. He's got the gossip on everybody. I mean, that's by far one of my favorite characters. And so you had Ted Bell's meat in your mouth, and they made you fucking dump it.
And so we want to put our meat in your mouth. So I had to beep it. And now most people would say, we want to put our beep in your mouth. We beeped the other one. We want to put our meat in your beep. Which was
well, that's actually dirtier.
It's filthier. Far filthier.
It's far filthier.
It worked.
So if you remember, during those congressional hearings, Clear Channel had just got rid of Randy Michaels. Mel Karmazin was in the process of leaving CBS for SiriusXM, and so when you had Mel and Randy in the business, you actually had people that Randy Michaels used to call me up and say, "Hey, are you on vacation?" And I'm like, "No." He goes, "We haven't had any fucking complaint calls here at corporate in like 2 weeks." 2 weeks. I'm like, I was like, all right. So I would,
Cool.
do something to fucking get a bunch of complaint calls. The worst trouble I ever got, Phil, is it was around Christmas time. I'm on this top 40. I was in the Power Pig. Remember the legendary Power Pig?
Power Pig, yeah, I
so
do.
I'm on the Power Pig. I'm the night jock. Bubba the Love Sponge. I got so much fucking bullshit going on. I'm saying I'm the homie with the big baloney, and my dad owns the radio station, so don't even try to get me fired. And
That's
I'm
great.
clocking hose and whatever. And so it's like 2 weeks before Christmas, and I get on the air at 7 o'clock, and I'm like, at 7:05, Power Pig, Bubba the Love Sponge, and I have absolutely the most important announcement for all you young people. It's for young people only. Usually I tell you not to call me. I call all you young people fetuses, and I tell you to hang up. I ask how big your mom's boobs are and things like that, but I don't want to have anything to do with kids. I hate kids, and so please. But this is the one opportunity that I'm pro-kid, and it's going to be at 8:30 tonight, and I need all the children that I am usually mean to listen to the show at 8:30 tonight. So comes around 8:30 at night. We had like maybe 12, maybe 11 phone lines. I get all 11 full of kids. Johnny, are you there? How old are you? Yeah, this is Johnny. I'm 6. Sally, are you there? Yeah, this is Sally. I'm 9. So I go through all of them, and I said, I just want you to know one thing. Santa Claus ain't real. He ain't real.
I heard about that.
He ain't real. And it's your mom and dad and everything. That's all a big lie. And look at your parents and tell them to be honest with you and tell you the truth. I almost got fired over it. And
I can dig it. I remember that. Yeah.
And they had to hire a temporary phone answering agency to answer all the complaint calls. And the radio station got sued by 2 different parents saying I ruined Christmas for them. And they had, $1,900 in damages from all the toys that they had bought and stuff like that.
$1,900 in damage.
Yeah. So that I gathered. So that was one of my.
That's totally cool. And that's the kind of bit that I probably would have thought of doing it. Well, you're the guy that thought of it, but it's the direction that I go in. And people say that's very cruel. Every day of my life when I went to school, kids were telling me there was no Santa Claus.
Right.
There was my friends,
Listen, I'm going to be intellectually honest, and it's probably a little naughty, but just like how us guys learn how to jack off, we learn through our buddies. Our dad never takes us aside.
I discovered I was completely organically independent. Nobody taught me anything.
Nobody taught you, hey Phil, if you pull on it long enough, it starts feeling real good and it spits out some shit.
They didn't, man. I just all of a sudden one day discovered it. I thought I was dying. The first time it happened, I actually thought I was.
My God, dying. And you're we can't remember our first nut, but can you imagine how big that first fucking nut is? I mean, right? My God. I mean,
but this is a Hall of Famer. You got to limit the nut talk.
2 fucking beach towels worth, man.
Yeah, Jesus. This is my friend, fucking Phil Henry. We could talk about our first nuts together, please. Probably never been. I bet you, Phil's never embarked upon that topic upon radio ever. Probably your first nut.
Not on radio, no.
No,
because you cats already had that territory covered. That was the thing about. Howard, a lot of guys were already exploring all that really, really super forbidden. So I went the other way with what I was doing. I went into crazy shit, crazy shit.
We were into more of the sexual blue shit,
right,
which is
exactly.
really kind of low hanging fruit. You were kind of more into the art of characters and developing characters and storylines, and a little suggestive at times, but not nearly the shit we were spewing.
Well, psycho shit. For instance, I had a character. I had heard that women, when they're giving birth, curse out their husbands. When they're giving birth, they're telling you, piece of shit, you did this to me.
Like, fuck you, Phil. Fuck you.
Yeah. So I had a doctor. His name was Dr. Jim Sadler, and women do get very vocal. They talk about what an asshole I am. You mean when they're having the baby? Oh, yeah. So, yes, on occasion, I'll go ahead and just, pop them one. And this shit. And of course, he takes all the heat, the character. I don't. People
right.
are like,
That's like the time. That's like the time that when you were doing the Barack Obama is got fried chicken, you were yelling at the guy saying, "Sir, please
How dare
quit
you."
being so stereotypical that an African American man wants collard greens and chicken." And he's like, "Shut up, Phil. I know what the plan is." You can go back and forth and scold that guy.
Well, that's the thing. That's the interesting. And your audience forgives you. They forgive you. So they say, I heard a guy on the Phil show say that he would belt a woman who was cursing too much while she's having. Well, that's Phil doing the character. Well, okay, but still, it's not really Phil. Yeah, that's Phil Hendry doing it. But once you say it's Phil Hendry doing a character, all of a sudden it kind of softens, and they're all like, "Oh, okay." It's just like, you mean it's a joke? Yeah, it's a joke.
Did you ever have an opportunity to get to see George Carlin, Phil?
I saw George Carlin in Vegas. Yeah. In fact, George Carlin and I talked.
You did?
We talked on the phone, and I got to Vegas with my wife, and I said, let me just roll the dice and try this. She goes, what? I'm going to call Bally's and see if I can reach George Carlin. I got a message. I said, George, I want to go to your show tonight. I do not want a comp ticket. I just want a good seat. I'm willing to pay for my ticket. Next thing I know, we were comped ringside, dude.
Oh, man.
For George Carlin. And at the end of the show, he says, all right, here the people that can come backstage. Joe Jones, that crazy motherfucker, Phil Hendry. And so that was a high point, man, for sure.
Who like, me talking to you, obviously you're one of my Mount Rushmore radio gods. Who do you think are good radio people?
You, Howard, Jim Rome, you're absolutely right. I like the originals. Art Bell was totally original.
Oh, Art Bell. Did you ever get a chance to Neil Rogers when you were in Miami?
Neil was a total original. Neil was like he was stand-up comic, also a commentator. He was everything,
He had such a Jewish deadpan approach where, he was such a yenta and he was just such a fucking prima donna that it was just so, he was like on a whole nother swag level. You know what I'm saying? He'd be like,
he was the first guy of all of us to come right out on the air and start bagging on management.
I know. He'd be like, I got this memo right here that says, such and such and such and such. And you got to put it, he's like, they can completely screw off. You know what I'm doing? In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave a half an hour early tonight and tell them to fuck off or something like
basically,
that.
He had the greatest timing of anybody I ever heard, man. And he had that 360 where all of his drops were. You know how he used to use carts?
Right.
He was the first guy to digitize all that stuff. So he was bang, bang. And it was just crazy. And the other thing that was cool about him is he didn't get any phone calls. He complained about it on the air. He says, I want one person under the age of 100 on the Broward line right now,
And I even heard him one time. The phone lines were slow, and he wasn't getting what he wanted. He was getting some kids and some bullshit. And he's like, I tell you right now, if I don't have a hot female, and and he was gay too. He was openly gay, but he's like, if I don't have a hot female in the next 2 or 3 minutes on the Broward line, I'm going home. And in one instance, he went home. He went home, and like Jimmy, his producer, had to do the rest of the show.
Fill in the rest of the time, yeah. He would do something, and I would say to him, I would come in, I'd say, you know what, I feel shit all day, but when I come here to the radio station, I feel great. He goes, really? Because it's the complete opposite for me. I feel great, and then I come here.
And it sucks. That's right. You worked with him. You worked with him in Miami.
At IOD, Neil was middays 10 to 2, and I got afternoon drive 2 to 6.
Who was mornings back then?
That was Rick and Suds.
Oh, damn. That's a hell of a lineup.
Yeah, Rick and Suds, and then we had Jeff DeForest did sports at night. We had Dolphin football. That's the only station I've ever worked at that was a what do you call it, man? When it's the main
affiliate for a major franchise
that we were allowed to bag on the team. I mean, the Dolphins were paying money, or we were paying them money. I don't know who was paying the money, but they were the flagship for the Miami Dolphins, and we were there just ripping Shula and. The whole team. It was quite an education for me.
So, as you say, you're dating a girl from Melbourne.
Jackie was in TV news in Tampa, as a matter of fact. Jackie Bales. There may be some listeners of yours that remember her. She came to Tampa in the early '80s. She worked at WTSP. Is that Tampa?
Yeah, Channel 10. Yeah, Jackie Bales.
Jackie was there. They just had a reunion. In fact, she was at their reunion in Tampa. Then she went to Miami to WSVN. And I met her when she was doing some radio news at WIOD. So,
and that's your girl?
That's my baby. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So that's crazy.
Yeah,
Wasn't she
she's a
living in
great-
Tampa for a little bit?
She lived in Tampa, and then she was dating Mark Potter, the CBS field reporter, and Mark was based out of Miami, so they moved to Miami, and she was at WSVN right there where WIOD used to be, right there, the Causeway, and she was there for a number of years, and then she got married. She had a son. Her son Ryan's a great guy. He's in Orlando, but Jackie and I just hooked up, how everybody does these days, on Facebook. I hadn't talked to her or seen her in years. And we hit it off. So now we're trying to figure out who's moving where, man. You know.
What do you think? You know she's coming out there. You're not going over here.
I don't know. She wants to stay near her son. Ryan's in Orlando, and I understand that. And it depends on the direction of the business. Like I said, if television keeps leaving Los Angeles and filming all over the place, I mean, I can do my show anywhere. I can set up my studio anywhere.
And there's no state taxes here.
That's what they say. There's no state taxes in Florida. You're right. The only problem is the state's like the climate change is beating the crap out of that place, isn't it?
Oh, hell no. Oh, no.
Yes, we're melting. Yes.
No, I mean, it is. But
the insurance companies are leaving. You know, that's
yeah,
what I've been hearing.
you're pretty. You've done your research, Phil. You've done your Florida fuckery research.
He said he'd rather pay that state tax than
He said I'd rather pay 8%.
I love Florida. Some of the greatest days of my life were spent in Florida. So. And now Jackie's there. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind coming back to Florida.
What city had the best, freakiest groupies?
Oh,
I mean, mine's been Tampa. You got to understand, I went Terre Haute, Grand Rapids, San Antonio, Chicago, Philly, Orlando, Chicago, Milwaukee, Tampa. That's my radio career. And
Atlanta was pretty nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Atlanta was pretty nuts. And I hate to say this, man. It's a terrible thing to say. But I hate to say this to you married guys out there. Your wives... They're not being good girls.
Oh,
man.
no. I was fucking a lot of married
good
chicks.
girls.
Especially when you're on the radio. Those wives just love sucking radio guys' dicks. I mean, I'm just, for some fucking reason, it's something in the airwaves. But when you get a wife that's not quite so happy, she loves to suck our radio guys' dicks. She really does.
So, yeah, Atlanta's a great city. Miami was fantastic. L.A., what are you going to do? But I've been here for so bloody long.
Right. And today's, well, of course, you have Jackie, and I have a significant other as well. Although she will let me, if I could find an African-American woman that would sleep with me, she will give me that pass. I have that pass.
She'll give you that pass.
I've never been with an African-American woman. It's one of my bucket list things to do.
They're fucking yearning to be with you, Bubba.
I mean, you know. But I can't. I do have that pass. If I could get one that would like me.
Do you know any Phil?
Phil, have you ever been with
I have known.
Have you been with a black girl before?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean,
he said Atlanta. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's true.
Atlanta, and I was in love with a beautiful girl named Yvonne up in the Twin Cities. And I came to L.A. I don't know, man. Something just didn't work there.
You were in the Twin Cities?
The hottest chick, one of the hottest women I ever met in my life was in Miami, Dion. She was African-American chick that came out to one of my remotes. God damn, was she beautiful. And she had a boyfriend, but that didn't stop her.
Right.
So,
and they say they say those African-American women, they know how to fuck. Like, they know how to,
well,
like,
I don't know. I think they were a lot worse than one of the white women. No, I'm just kidding. No, I wouldn't go that far. I think women.
But see, women back in the day, it was cool because there wasn't a lot of shit going on. So you and me and the type of radio and Stern and Opie and Anthony, we were social networking. Before social networking was out, if you wanted to know what was cool, or you wanted to hear women, or you wanted to hear callers, or you wanted to hear the hip guy tell you what nightclub's cool or what part of town is cool, you didn't have anything on your phone to refer to. You had Phil Henry or Bubba the Love Sponge or Howard Stern. So we were the social networking before social networking, came to town, and so we were pretty much the one-stop shopping as everything they needed to know.
Well, yeah, I mean, the radio was like that. Where the concerts were, what clubs were open, who was in town. Yeah, what was going on.
Remember back in the day when we were running hard, man, we would say no to marginal rock bands. Like it'd have to be Aerosmith or AC/DC or something like that for me to say, nah, I don't even want the lower bullshit in here.
Far out.
Well,
what did you say? Did you ever say no to anybody that went on to become something, huge?
I was early on Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll, the guy?
Yeah,
I was early on him. I was like, I had him on in 15 and 16 when he was like doing a 200-seat venue. And now he won't return my call. now he won't come on the show. He was on the show when he was, needed to sell 250 tickets at the Capitol Theater. But now he won't go on the show because he's,
But you had Kid Rock back in like 2000 and stuff.
Yeah.
It's some big acts come through.
I've had them all: Aerosmith, Kid Rock, but probably the coolest. I had Joe Walsh on one time.
He's great.
And I have him on there, and I just start setting him up. Hey, Joe, you're in town this weekend. You're kind of doing a one-off of the Eagles. So with regards to that, like, can you only play the Eagles song that you were part of, or can you play any of the old catalog? And he didn't want to answer that. So everything was just yes and no. And so then I'm like, listen,
see the show.
I'm like, yeah, he's real stiff. And so he's like, I'm like, hey, Joe, we got an acoustic guitar here. Could you maybe, play like some acoustic stuff, like maybe Life in the Fast Lane or some kind of bullshit like that? And he's like, no, I don't think so. You need to come out to the show and stuff like that. Well, when he was waiting to get on the air, this was like in 96, 97. And so all the porn industry would send me, in order a way to market some of their porn or something like that. So I would like the Digital Undergrounds and all these porn companies would send me these VHS tapes of all their latest titles, all the porn. So we always had about 15 or 20 of these VHS tapes back by my office, and that's where kind of the waiting room was. Well, Joe saw these. And so, you got to understand back and then these guys, there was no satellite TV on top of your bus or anything like that. You were just watching VHS tapes. That's all you were doing on your tour bus, going from town to town. And so he goes, we go into Words. I'm having a tough time. I can't get anything out of him. So I'm like, hey, let's go to Words. And Joe, let's come back and see if we can get Joe to do some stuff. So we get off the air. We got like a 7-minute break. And Joe goes, hey, I was back by your office and I saw these porno tapes, and big asses and, busting cherries and just all this kind of bullshit. I'm like, yeah. All the porn companies, they send them to us so that we'll talk about them or stuff like that. He goes, well, listen, I'm on a tour bus, I don't know how many days out of the year. And I go through this stuff like you wouldn't believe. If I can go out and pick out 10 of your of my favorite titles, I'll play 6 acoustic Eagle songs in a row. I'll go into like a mini concert. I'm like, so he went back there.
What a fucking pervert.
That guy went back there and picked out like Squirters 101 and, In the Butt and all this kind of bullshit. And then we came back and it was like a whole nother dude. I'm like 98 Rock, Bubba the Love Sponge. And Joe's like, Bubba, you ready to go? And the next thing you know, he's like hits Life in the Fast Lane and then hits Hotel California and then Desperado. Went into like a 5-song super fucking set just because I gave him Butt Bongos 9 or something like that.
Well, see, you just had to pay him. That was it, basically.
Yeah, you just needed some porn. What was
you reminded me, man, when I was in Miami at 78, I was at WSHE. We were doing album rock, and what a time that was, because Joe Walsh was at Bayshore Studios recording But Seriously Folks.
Right.
And Bob Seger was down at Criterion doing Criteria doing his album. There are a lot of cats were down there recording in those days.
Would they ever swing by the station,
Yeah, we got a lot of people coming by the station, man. I had Frank Zappa and I had Hall & Oates came in. I had, I can't even, the best one was Alice Cooper showed up. In those days, when you were doing your show and you had a star on, outside the station, kids would gather because they were listening. They knew that Alice Cooper was there. So when they walked outside, there'd be about 200 kids standing there.
Right.
I had Alice Cooper and Bernie Taupin, if you can believe that. Bernie Taupin was writing with Alice Cooper at that time. And we walked outside, and there's like 500 kids waiting to meet Alice Cooper. And poor Bernie, who's one of the most brilliant lyricists ever, went to put his hand out thinking someone would shake it. And went by him and shook Alice Cooper's hand.
They go right into Alice Cooper.
But that was a phenomenal time in Miami back when all that recording was going on.
And that was Miami. Like, was that during the cocaine days? Like,
it was, bro. It was back.
It was
to
the
cocaine
Wild
wars.
West, wasn't it?
Yep. Yeah, it broke out at a shopping center parking lot, and that was the first firefight that I heard about. And then the FBI got involved. It was nuts. Billy Corben made a movie about it, I think.
Oh yeah.
Cocaine.
He's actually done a couple. I've had Billy on the air a few times. Have you had Billy on the air?
No, I haven't. I know he's a terrific guy.
Oh, he's a great guy, and he's totally
Miami all the way, man. That cat is at city council meetings stirring it up down there.
Oh yeah, he's fucking it all up down there. Like he did a thing called Screwball, which was about the Balco steroid thing. One time I had him on the air promoting that, and he's done the Cocaine Cowboys, and I think he did a newer version of Cocaine Cowboys, kind of like a new millennial version. And
yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
How did your documentary do?
You know what? I didn't produce it. It was produced by Jordan Brady and Pat Reynolds, and Freestyle has it. I was just the subject of it. I got a lot of interest. Everybody that's seen it says that they love it, and I can't watch it. I just can't. I watch parts of it. I know what I said, and but everyone that's seen it likes it, and it's over on IMDb right now with about an 8 rating or something, and.
I think it's available on iTunes.
It's on
Apple.
Prime Video. It's on iTunes. It's on Apple TV. It's I don't know where else, but
I think it's just called. I think it's the Phil Henry documentary.
It's called Henry.
Henry.
Yeah,
Henry.
Yeah. And so yeah, and we got a great bunch of people to go on the record on there. Pat did. Bill Hader, God bless Bill Hader, man. He just goes on about how some of my characters like Herb Sewell and Judd Apatow is on there, and Henry Rollins.
Henry Rollins is on there.
Kevin Pollak's on there. My friend Derek Waters is the producer, the creator of Drunk History. Wayne Fetterman. I know I'm forgetting somebody, man. I'm going to really be pissed off that I did, but there's some great people there.
Phil,
John Brandmeier's on there. And
how is Johnny B? I grew up in Chicago. I grew up listening to Chicago radio. Johnny, he was the man, and then he went to L.A. and kind of fucked it up a little. Like I think he went to L.A. and L.A. wasn't what he wanted it to be. I think.
Well, I think Johnny was still on the air in Chicago. I think he came to L.A. to do some TV.
Right.
Maybe.
Right.
I think he's always been a monster in Chicago radio and in the areas where he, busted out. I think Los Angeles, I think his effort out here was more of a TV thing. But you know what? I'd kill, man, to have half that cat's, notoriety and audience.
And talk about a guy that I think did good with the bread. I think Johnny B did good with the bread.
Yeah. There's some dudes that I hear are really, like Adam Carolla told me that the most brilliant guy he knows in the business when it comes to business is Jimmy Kimmel. He says Jimmy is a guy who is funny, but he also just locks the money down.
Well, I think he makes like $31 million a year over there.
Right. He makes a lot, but when I got back to LA back in whenever the hell I got there, 96, 97, Jimmy was doing the Man Show with that. He was just doing a radio show,
Right. And he was wasn't he the stunt boy for like KLOS or something like that?
I don't know. I think he was at K-Rock.
K-Rock. I'm sorry, K-Rock.
The man show at K-Rock, yeah, with Adam.
So the big franchises I think in LA are all gone. Obviously Rick's gone. Kevin and Bean gone,
man. Yeah, Mark and Brian are gone.
Mark and Brian.
Yeah, those were the days, man.
I mean, now, Seth, you went out there for a week, and you were supposed to produce who?
I got hired to produce the morning show on K-Rock, so it was Klein and Alley.
Who was it?
It was on K-Rock. Kevin Weatherly was the boss there. So This was just over the last year or so, and I went out there for a couple of weeks, and I think they were in 25th place, and the host wasn't listening to me. And I came back, and I was working at home in Florida, and I just go, I can't go back. I can't move my family. They're going to pay me $80,000. I was going to move my whole family out there. I was going to be driving fucking Uber Eats in a month, trying to make ends meet. And I just decided that I wasn't going to haul my family across because Phil and I've been in Tampa my whole life for radio, and I felt like California, LA. I felt like that was. I made it, and the fact that they called me, I got the job. I felt like, I had that moment, but then I just decided it wasn't worth it to disrupt my family and everything to go out there to try to, live some sort of K-Rock dream.
No, dude, not for 80 G's either.
Yeah.
That won't go a long way in Los Angeles,
Scott-
especially with a family.
Scott Shannon tried to hire me for pirate radio. Did you know that?
No, man.
Yeah. So
are you shitting me?
1989. I'm in. I'm in.
At the height.
Yeah, to fucking right when they're rolling it out, and I'm doing nights at KTFM in San Antonio, and Bubba the Love Sponge is my name, and he stole my name when he was doing at Z100 in New York. His traffic guy was Bubba the Love Sponge. Well, I went,
heard that, man.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
So he calls me up and says, hey man, you want to be the night jock? You want to be the night jock at Pirate Radio? I'm like, yeah. He goes, I'm gonna send you. So I flew out there, and he meets me. This is way before 9/11, and so that's why you could literally meet a guy right at the gate. So he meets me right at the gate, and he pulls me into. And he goes, "Hey man, let's go ahead a few drinks here at this bar here." And we're still in the airport, and we're having drinks. And he goes to me, he goes, "Hey man, Pirate Radio, man, I just want to let you know it's really kicking ass here in LA, and Axl Rose listens to it, and everybody like that. And I just want to ask you just one question. Can you do this? I'm going to do a break for you. I want you to know. Can you do this?" I said, "Okay, I'll listen." He goes, 100.7 Pirate Radio. And I go, "Yeah, I can fucking do that. Yeah, I can do that." And he goes, "All right, well, for the first 3 weeks, that's all you're going to be saying is just 100.7 Bubba the Love Sponge Pirate Radio." And I'm like, "Well, what about all the phone calls and all the hot chicks and, all that kind of shit and the attitudinal rock?" He goes, "Listen, man, you're just a tire on a chassis. The whole chassis is Pirate Radio, and you might be my right front tire, and I might just need you to play records for 2 or 3 months and not have any type of attitude or any type of personality. I want the morning show to recycle the personality into the night show, and then the night show." And I'm like, I don't think I can do that, Scott. I don't think that I can't. He goes, "So this is so fucking brilliant." He goes, "That's why I got a ticket that's returning back to San Antonio in 2 hours, my friend."
Oh shit, he did really?
Yeah, I swear to God.
That's hardcore, man.
Then I went to B96 in Chicago instead, but I actually, and he offered me $115, 115, and I'm like, that seemed like a lot of money because I was making 35 in San Antonio.
In 89, that's pretty good bread, yeah.
That's not too bad,
Pretty decent, man, yeah.
But then,
I was morning drive at KLSX back in 87 when I was still a disc jockey doing 46,000 a year.
Wow.
Yeah, in 88, 87, 88. And then, so I think 115 G's. That's all right, man.
In part of AFTRA and all that kind of deal, and
in the union, all that stuff, man.
I got my SAG card for doing a voiceover on Saints Row video game. Is how I got my SAG card.
For sure, man. Yeah.
I keep up with the dues, but I don't know what it means.
Do you get residuals at all? Do you get a residual check?
No, no.
Well, those residual checks are nice, man. I get about 3,000. It's not a lot, but I got $3 or $4 grand. $3 grand a month on residuals alone.
Just from like Futurama and stuff like that?
Futurama, you name it, man. Every show I've ever been on. My agent called me up and he said, "You're supposed to pay me commission on those residuals, don't you?"
Like, I didn't even know you knew about it, motherfucker.
Exactly.
I had Richard Marx in here one time. And I thought Richard Marx was going to be like this adult contemporary kind of like,
But I got to dip out, by the way.
All right, go ahead.
All right, listen, Phil, it's been great talking to you, man.
Thank you, brother.
I'll continue with Phil just for a little bit longer. I'm like a little bitch. I got my radio guy here, But anyway, so I had Richard Marx in here. And so I thought he was going to be Johnny, adult contemporary, like not... Motherfucker was funny and dirty and starts singing some parody songs about John Legend being an asshole. And so then we get off the air, and I'm kind of walking him out to his car a little bit, and I go, and he was talking about his mailbox money. He's like, "Listen, the real money in radio," because I'm like, "Hey Phil, hey Richard, you've had 8 #1 singles, and you've written, all this kind of shit, and like what's the most money you ever made?" And he talked about how he would make all kinds of money and like how much he would make a gig. So I'm walking him out, and he goes, "Where the real money is is the publishing and the licensing. And he goes,
Yeah, man.
I've gone on and I've written 7 #1 country songs that other people have sing that I own the rights to. And I go, wow. And he goes, so this is in 2008. And in 2008, he was making $9.5 million a year, and he called it mailbox money.
Just mailbox bread.
Just mailbox bread. Not any kind of gig bread, like not any kind of new album bread, but just back in the day, fucking writing publishing bread. 9.5 fucking million.
Yeah. Well, that's a great gig if you can get it, man. And then the other thing is, of course, protecting the rights to those songs. And that's a problem that I will always have. People taking my shit and
putting it up on YouTube, and you can't even fucking keep up with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a lawyer. It's like whack-a-mole, But
I got my federal, Bubba the Love Sponge and the Bubba Army and the Bubba Radio Network are all federally trademarked. So usually I can just send. I got that, obviously on a PDF, and I just send it right over to But again, you take 2 down, and 3 weeks from now, 4 others will pop up, and I'll be hearing hearing some of your bits on some That and my clothing, my Bubba Army clothing, I got people stealing the Bubba Army logo all the time, putting, cafe press and stuff like that.
Hey, Bubba, do you send those takedowns yourself, or do you have your attorney do it?
I do it myself.
No shit, because when I was doing it, YouTube used to be really good. Down it came. Then all of a sudden they're dragging their ass and asking me to resubmit, and we're missing some information, which is total bullshit. I mean, they're just they make their money on that stuff. So why would they want to take it down right away?
If you got like a little like kind of a little PDF that went through and just kind of like a template that you could just fire off to them,
right?
That showed your trademark or showed whatever, all the shit that you own and all the licensing, they usually are pretty good about it. They really are. Yeah, and stop paying that fucking lawyer, $600 an hour to do bullshit work for you.
Yeah, for sure.
So what kind of what kind of house you got out there in California?
I have a modest beach house. When I say beach house, I'm about 2 blocks from the sand. I got this house back in 2002, and I've owned it for 20 years. I had a renter in here for a while. I was married, and then, we got divorced, and I got this house in the divorce, and she got the other bigger house. And
yeah, but boy,
nice house. I got 2 stories.
So you bought it in 2002 for X, and I mean, whoo, I got to think that this is one of those I bought for, 1.2 million, and it's worth 6.9 right now.
Oh yeah, well, it's gone up in value, and there's no question. I mean, this is California beach property is pretty, even now, pretty valuable. And I'm going to sell the house because I got to get closer to town anyway, Or if I go to Florida to be with Jackie, obviously,
you got to be. You got to come where the pussy is. Come on, bud.
Shit, I'll tell her you said so, man.
Yeah, I mean, tell Jackie I'm her biggest proponent. I just want to know. I may not see you very often, but I just want to know that Phil is within driving distance of me.
Yeah, I can drive over, man.
And you can come over and do a couple shows here, whatever the fuck, man. I'd love to have you, my friend.
Yeah, that would be great.
Anyway, listen, I got to wrap it up, but more importantly, Phil, you just don't understand how much admiration I have for you, because I'm a true radio guy, and I'm so honored to talk to you, and I'm so proud of you for obviously people don't think that the Radio Hall of Fame is really that big a deal, but think about this. Let's say you're a bus driver or you're a fucking construction worker, and they had a Hall of Fame for what you do in life.
Yeah.
To be nominated in the Hall of Fame of what you have chosen for a career, meaning you're recognized as one of the best ever. Yeah. And as much as people think that the Radio Hall of Fame is a joke, it still gives you it just gives you a little swag and makes you feel good about yourself.
I didn't believe it when they told me, and I'll tell you something. This is true, man. During the first 17 years of my career, I was really lost. I didn't like what I was doing. I didn't want to be a disc jockey. I wasn't funny. I tried to be. I sucked. I don't even think people really knew I was on the air. And I remember walking to my job one morning. I got out of my car and I'm walking, and I was 35 years old at the time, saying, how I wish I could restart my career. How I wish I could go back to the beginning and start it, do it all over again. But I couldn't.
Now, what market was this, Phil?
I was in L.A.
Oh, okay.
I was doing mornings.
So you're doing more. Hold on. You're doing mornings in L.A. and you're like, this fucking sucks. I hate it.
Yep. Yeah. It really was. I was playing their music, and I had a program director who was telling me to shut up and play the records. You know the type.
Right.
And
those kinds of guys don't like me and you at all. They hate us.
No, man. It was their music is God.
Right.
And so I got fired from that job, and I finally told myself, I was on a train. I was headed into Seattle to see a girlfriend or something. But I remember sitting there and saying, I don't care if I die. I'm going to do the kind of work that I want to do. I don't care if I don't get another job. I don't care if I have to work in a small market. I'm going to do what I want to do. That's when I made the decision to just throw all the shit away, be myself. And I'm not trying to tell everybody this is a lesson in life, but it kind of is, man. At some point, you got to step off the cliff and trust that the chute's going to open.
And I'm kind of there, and I'm having a guy that I look up to as the highest entity of radio, Hugh and Howard. And obviously he's not on terrestrial radio, and he cut the cord, so to speak. And I'm there where I'm ready to just offer my library, do a show on my own, whatever, noon to 3 show. And be self-supported of, my YouTube channel. I got 115,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel.
That's great, man.
You're
doing great, Bubba. I mean, I think you've committed to being the performer and the artist that you always wanted to be. I think you've already done that. I know the sky's the limit. I mean, there's many more places to go. But when we get out from underneath the thumb of the people that we want to please, and start pleasing ourselves, that's when life begins to get better. So,
Phil, man, always been a huge fan, my friend. And tell Jackie I'm pulling for her. I'm her Florida Union rep, okay, my friend?
I definitely will.
And thank you for answering my text, and let's keep in touch, bud.
Anytime, man. Anytime. Love you. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for me. Bob, I appreciate it, and it was great talking with you this morning.
So proud of you, my friend. Good luck to you, and I'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much, Phil.
All right, man. I love everybody out there, too. Thank you so much.
Bye, buddy. Thank you.
Hey, buddy. Right, bye-bye.
I love Phil Hendry. Fucking absolutely love that guy. I don't even know if most of you people can appreciate what he represents in radio. And you got Howard Stern. Howard and I are having a meeting. And I ask Howard, who's your favorite radio guy? He's like, fucking Phil Hendry. I'm like, me too. Me too. I'd like to open the show up. Lummy, I have a Don Buchwald story.
Oh.
But in remembrance of him, I think he passed away either a day or two ago. Don Buchwald, the longtime agent for Howard Stern. He was I think he dabbled in being an agent and having an agency for voice talent and radio personalities and things like that. But then he hit Howard. And I think at that point, Don dropped everybody and just concentrated on Howard, and then had his assistants, deal with the talent. I think he had all. In fact, I just think a couple weeks ago, I referenced Don Buchwald with offices in London, L.A., and New York.
Yes.
I forget what we were talking about, but somehow Don's name came up. I've met Don several times, and I know this is probably a tough day for Howard, my friend. And rest in peace, Don Buchwald. You were very kind to me in the few interactions that I had with you. And here's my Don Buchwald story. I only had one real face-to-face, long time dealing with Don Buchwald, but when Howard expressed to Don that as he was building his Howard 100 and 101 channels in circa 05, he had expressed, that he was interested in my show, me and my guys. And so rather than to fly me up for an interview, which they did, they flew me and Brent. And it was a weekend before Thanksgiving, I think in 05. It might have been 04. I don't know what day. And so we fly, and our instructions are go to the Don Buchwald office to meet Howard. But just Bubba. So Brent just basically flew up there to be my little buddy, so I didn't have to be by myself. And so I go by myself to Don Buchwald's office, and it's not overly fancy, but it's in a really historic part of, I think, Manhattan, and it's like on the 3rd or 4th floor. I think he had the availability to take the steps or the elevator, but of course I took the elevator.
Of course.
I mean,
why not?
That's probably the difference between me and you, Dan. You'll take 3. Will you go up 3 flights?
I'll go up 2 sometimes, but I won't do more.
Your
than 2.
cutoff is 2?
Well, I don't want to be sweaty.
Yeah, true. So I go to Don Buchwald's office, and now I've not gotten the job. I'm in consideration for this job to work on Howard's channel. No parameters as with regards to day parts, with regards to even having a chance. But I had an interview, so they had me waiting in the guest lobby there, which was kind of by the secretary area. And then they're like, "Mr. Buchwald, we'll see you now. Follow me." So I follow this woman into Don's office. Now Don's office is super big, and it's facing the street, so you can see I don't know what avenues there. But it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool office. And Howard's not there. I'm like, okay. He's like, "Hey, sit down and tell me a little bit about yourself." I go, "Well, my name's Bubba Clem. I don't know how old was I in 04? 38. 38. I'm 38. I got a kid. And this is what he said to me. Don Buchwald only said one thing to me. I laid out kind of what I was all about. I got a kid. I'm not with his mother. I have 50% co-parenting. Well, I used to. Anyway, 50-50 on the parent deal. I've been in radio since 1986. There was a couple markets that, and I did say this to Don. I go, there were a couple markets where I was head-to-head with Howard, in Hartford, in Orlando, and I did, in a competitive type way, talk some smack about him. And he goes, "Oh, man, don't worry about that. Howard probably doesn't even know about it." I go, "Okay." And then he goes, he asked me one question. He said, "What type of relationship do you have with your mother?" I go, "Oh my God, my mom is my world." Like, and that's the truth. I mean, you guys know that. I mean, I'm not fibbing on that. I fret over my mother. I mean, as soon as I go to see my mom, I'm just, I just love her so much. She's my world. And he goes, "All right, hold on a second." He goes, "Do me a favor. Go ahead and leave my office, and you're going to go down 3 doors, and on the 3rd door, past 2 doors, but on the 3rd door, make a right, and there's a conference room in there, and there you go, and sit down." I go, "All right." So I went down there, walked in past the secretary, past 2 doors, went to the 3rd door, made a right, and there was Howard. And the dark had the conference room had all the lights turned off, and there was Howard. Now, if you're in radio, and
sounds like some Wizard of Oz type stuff here.
But it is. But I mean, if you're in radio, I mean, like this is like the Tom Brady. I mean, this is the greatest of all time.
Meeting Michael Jordan.
Yeah, for real. So he stood up and he goes, "Bubba Howard," and I was amazed by how tall he was. I was like, "Oh my God." I think he's 6'7". I think Howard's 6'7", 6'8".
Were you blown away by how handsome he was?
He was just Hollywood. He just looked like a star. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He just had his hair done, had like a jean jacket on with like I can remember this like nothing. He had a pair of like Caterpillar work boots. He wore those for I don't know if he still does, but he wore brand new. I mean, kind of like the black guys wear Timberlands.
Yeah.
Maybe the rich Jews wear Cumberlands. I mean, Caterpillars. Maybe the rich Jews wear Caterpillars. I don't know, but he pulled it off nicely. And he was like, "Hi, Bubba, I'm Howard." And I go, "Hi, Howard, Bubba." He goes, "Let's sit down and talk a little bit." So we started talking. And he's like, "Obviously you answered the questions correctly because you're down here." He goes, "I didn't know if you were going to make it or not." Oh. Meaning like, Don could have told me, "Hey, listen, good seeing you. Now hit the elevators." So I go, "Yeah, well, I guess." And then he said, "Hey, who's your Mount Rushmore?" A lot of times, listen, if you listen to some old Bubba, I never really used the Mount Rushmore analogy. And I just started doing that, and I'll tell you, I picked it up from Howard because the first time that expression was used to me was when I was interviewing with Howard, and he asked me who was my Mount Rushmore of radio and why. And I said, well, you, Jim Rome, Rush Limbaugh, and Phil Hendry.
Back then you said Jim Rome?
Yep.
20 years ago?
Yep. Oh, he was hotter then, probably he is now.
Jim Rome was huge back then.
Yeah, he had like 580 radio stations. And he goes, okay. Yeah, and then we just like for an hour, like a couple little bitches just kind of gossiped about radio. And here's
did
a guy.
Did he ever ask if you were cold and offer you his jean jacket?
No. No, he probably made me have some hand sanitizer before I shook his hand. Or he may have sanitized afterwards. I don't know. But anyway, his longtime agent and owner and founder of Buckwald and Associates lost his life at age 77. I didn't really get into the details of it. I just saw that he had passed away. So R.I.P. Don. And Howard, sympathy to you and your family. He was your guy. He was your Tom Bean. Lummy, we're waiting for Brett Favre.
He's a professional. He knows 9 o'clock is not there yet.
Lummy, I have to minimize this here. I got to because I got to get the wiki. And the information about the movie you sent me is behind. Can you resend it to me?
Of course, yeah.
Because I can put it on a different screen and refer to it.
But this is gonna be wild when Brett Favre just sits in the chair and he just appears like he's getting ready to do a concert.
Yeah, and you'd be like, "Hey guys, what's going on?" It's Brett Favre. I was out there weed whacking a little bit, and I figured it was about damn near 9 o'clock, and I knew I had to talk to some sodbusters from Florida to promote my concussion movie. So how you doing? What's going on? I guarantee you when Favre steps up, he's going to have like sunburn cheeks and nose because he's been out working all day. Or
Cheek Charlie 21520.
He's been out.
You think he's in the yard already?
Oh yeah, he's probably already.
I think he has a tractor. He gets out there.
I think he's got more than one tractor, Lummy. I think Brett Favre's got multiple tractors.
A fleet, would you say?
I don't know. It'd be interesting to.
How many tractors does a man need?
Lummy, did you resend me that?
I'm trying to get to it. I'm sorry. Do you want the trailer or?
Oh, here it is, right here. Here, I got it.
Oh, the okay. I wasn't sure if you wanted the trailer for the, but yeah.
Let me see here. I just need to find out. That's about the movie's about Tyler mostly, isn't it? Let me.
From the trailer, it looks like Favre, I believe, was the executive producer of it. So yeah, he's in it a good amount. Him, Jim McMahon,
concussed.
You talk about Tyler Sash,
the American Dream.
Yeah.
Let me. We had Felix with $50.
Thank you.
Felix Barajas.
That's his herpes $20.
And. Just standing by for Brett Favre.
Do you think Brett Favre...
I got to ask him about his fleet. What type of fleet he's got.
Bubba, do you think that Brett Favre would play quarterback in the Olympics in 4 years for the flag football team?
He'd probably kill it, too. He'd be the best.
We need to ask him that. We need to ask him that. The 2028 games in LA.
Yeah, because he could do it almost without getting touched.
Yeah.
Right. You don't have to move.
I don't think. Yeah, it's just straight throwing laser. And I'm wondering. You think Brett can still? Can still throw laser beams?
Yeah. Yes.
Sure.
Yes. Is there any kind of rush in that flag football? Because there's so many different rules with different types of leagues.
There's not. I don't think there's a rush. I think there's a guy that can stay at the line of scrimmage and put his hands up.
I think he's got to count too. It seems like it's kind of like backyard rules.
And that's what Favre's all about.
Right now, we're so fixated on the breakdancing that's happening at the Olympics that we haven't fully been able to dive into flag football in 4 years. But I think getting somebody like Brett Favre back there would really amp up interest in it.
Yeah, he's got the copper fit on his elbow.
Right. Put the copper fit on there, Brett. You can get some back-end endorsement money on that. You tell Copperfit, hey, Copperfit, I know you're paying me $5 million a year now, but if I'm the head quarterback for the 2028 flag football Olympic team, that's we're gonna have to put
We'll put Antonio Freeman out there on the side. I mean, we'll make him feel comfortable.
Him and Jerry Rice.
Yeah, I don't know if Jerry can
Jerry's
still.
another Copperfit guy, so.
You think Jerry can still?
Oh, yeah.
Jerry. You think Jerry still got the skill set that Brett does?
Yeah, bring Dion out there, too.
Dion!
Put him up against Doug Flutie and get some new eugenics out there.
Yeah, actually, you could just bring the 91 Falcons because the 91 Falcons had Brett Favre, Deion Sanders, and Andre Rison. So that's all you need, Lummy, right there.
There you go.
Andre's just not trying to get his house not burned down. But left and
I
isn't
think she's
left.
dead.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Burn his house down.
I think R.I.P. on Brett Favre getting off the tractor and getting his ass in here. The first thing I'm going to bust his balls. I'm like, hey, Brett, we love you to death, but I mean, I know that you made really good money. I mean, can't you get a better backdrop than that?
Oh, come on!
I mean, every time to get a watch.
That's a gunslinger backdrop right there. Look at that.
Yeah, but if he opens those blinds, it's probably a beautiful view behind him.
Oh, I'm sure
And
I'm sure there's an immaculate lane. Maybe we should ask to open. Hey,
But you got
exactly.
You have pictures of halfway strangers behind you rotating. I mean, we all have different backgrounds here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
there's a guy that showed 40 times. I asked you who he was. You said you don't even know.
I know, but Brett Favre's backdrop looks like a prison in Moscow. That's literally the Zoom chair that Travis Scott's zooming back to America in right now in a Paris prison. This is a Paris prison backdrop.
Dave Mars 20, Mike Thurman 20.
Right?
Yes.
Like, Brett, man, get a chair that, is that your mom's hand-me-down?
I don't know, Bubba. It could be like from his dad or something.
Yeah, it could have been his dad. It could have been his dad's chair.
Exactly.
Isn't the last time somebody talked to a chair? It was at Clint Eastwood at the Republican National Convention.
Hey, this is a Brett Favre interview. Now, Brett is...
The Brett's chair.
Yeah,
just directed the Brett's chair.
But here's the thing. Brett's actually hooked on to us. So Brett has already jumped through the hoop.
Oh, he got on early, 8:30.
Yeah, so Brett just, he's responsibly, already we're live into Brett Favre's, house somewhere outside of somewhere in Mississippi. We have a live video feed of Brett Favre's chair and backdrop, and Brett Favre is somewhere around here because he signed on, but we just don't know where. Maybe Brett Favre is so concussed.
Playing that racing game on the Twitter.
No, he may have forgot. You know what I'm saying? He may have turned it on and got busy. You know.
I mean, that's what the whole concussed movie is about, too.
Right.
I mean, really, it's only been 3 minutes, Bubba.
Favre could be like, I'm just going to tell you right now that right there is another version of being concussed when you cannot remember time or your interviews.
Well, it's better than a bookshelf, though, filled with books you've never read. This is at least his house.
Hey, at least we know we're looking into Brett Favre's office right now. Okay? I mean, that's all I really need. I'm such a Brett Favre fan. Please.
Lummy, you freaked out a little bit?
No, not at all. The first one I was, but not this one because he signed on early.
Backdrop got better.
Hold on.
Oh, wait, it says he can't hear us.
Right, hold on.
This chair is cool.
He can or cannot?
It says he can't.
The chair is way
going to
cooler.
come around.
Hold on. I don't know if he's going to be able to hear. Do I have to hit any buttons or anything?
See shadows.
Oh, this is going to be great.
Exciting.
He's about to appear.
He was shirtless.
He's putting his shirt on.
You got to remember, too, he's an hour behind, so it's 8 o'clock there. All right.
I can't wait for him to be able to hear us so we can tell him how bad we've been clowning you so bad you wouldn't believe it.
Will you open your shades?
Yeah, we can hear you. We've been on for like 5 minutes being like, man, this is going to be the first interview where the guy never shows up. And so we're going to actually
talk about him really good.
We're actually going to go viral because we're going to be the only guys that interviewed Brett Favre's hand-me-down chair. That's it. We had all these great questions for the guy. We were ready to promote his movie and everything, and all we got to do is talk to his chair.
Hey, can you open those blinds behind you?
That was a big classic.
We've been arguing about what we think is behind your blinds. Like, is there beautiful landscaping, or is there cows, or like what's behind your blind? A pool?
That's actually the front yard.
Were you cutting it?
It's
He's
just
sweating.
typical landscape stuff. It's a pain in the ass to keep up.
And Brett Favre is not the guy that hires a landscaping company. I'm just telling you that right now.
True. I'm very tight.
What? Well, not tight, but you're the kind of guy.
No, I am. I still have my my per diem from college.
I'm going to mention a name, and he's a very, very good friend of mine. I go visit him a couple of years. I met him in '96, and I've often told you that I'm really good friends with Deion Sanders. Like, we're really good friends.
Yeah.
And you can't be tighter than Deion. Deion's tight now. Woo!
I think I got him beat.
And you played with him in in '91.
My first year in Atlanta, Deion took me under his wing. We had played against each other in college.
Right.
I threw as many touchdowns to him as I did to our team.
Right. he did a couple pick six on you in college, didn't he?
But yeah.
Yeah, but hold on. One time you beat him like when they were really high rated. You beat them one time, I think, in college.
That was the year he had left. They still had a good team. They had Leroy Butler and Edgar Bennett.
Right, former Packers.
Their quarterbacks were.
So 91, you're in Atlanta. Deion comes up to you. What's your first interaction with Deion?
My first interaction with Deion was training camp, and he comes up to me after morning practice. I'd gone through the morning practice, and we had mini camps, if you remember when I actually called them mini camps. And I don't think Deion was at every one of them because he may have been off doing baseball or whatever. But so he comes up to me after the morning practice, and he says, let me back up. One of the mini camps, he named me Country Time.
Country Time.
He said, I'm prime time. That's showtime, pointed at Andre Rison. And he said, and you Country Time. and that is stuck to this day. In fact, Deion called me Sunday morning, early. And, I see it's Deion. Say, Deion, what's up? And he said, Country Time. He always was like singing this up. Country Time.
Wait, hold on.
What you doing, Country? He said, I just wanted to call and tell you, I was in a quarterback meeting yesterday with Shador, his son, and 4 or 5 other quarterbacks and a quarterback coach. And he said, we got to telling country stories, and we were laughing. And I just had to tell you that we were talking about you, and it was all good. He has always been overly, I wouldn't say overly nice. Deion, the misconception of Deion over the years is, he's a little flashy. No one can market themselves like Deion.
No.
Now, I think he's a genius.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And he can back it up, which is very, very important. But he knew how to pull the strings, and he knew what strings to pull and when to pull. But he comes to me like the first practice in training camp. We're in Sewanee, Georgia. It's hotter than hell. This is back when two-a-days were real.
Right.
You practice in full pads. You hit both practices, and we ran sprints after the afternoon practice.
All while being hungover from the night before.
You talk about got to be a stud.
Well, I know, but I mean, you were partying it back in Atlanta because Glanville hated you, so you did.
I'm actually being a little sarcastic, poking fun at myself.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you know how tough it is to do that?
Yeah, I
know. It's tough. The Deion says to me after, I think it was the morning practice, he said, Country, I'll give you $5 for every pass you complete on me. He was dead serious. I mean, Deion, what people don't know about Deion, except the people that played with him and some that played against him, is he worked his ass off in practice. Now, he wasn't a tackler. He'd be the first to tell you. They don't pay me to tackle.
I know.
They pay me to cover. And the times that I challenged him, like in college or in the pros, I paid for it. And
now, was there time what was he so good, Brett, that he could shut down? Like, here you are, one of the highest level quarterbacks that played during his era. Like, as a quarterback, did you have to know where the 21 was? You had to know where he was.
That was one of the first things we did when we played. Of course, Deion played with a lot of teams like I did. So and I played against him pretty much. I think every team he played with, the Niners, the Falcons, even the Ravens. Most people don't remember the Ravens.
DC.
San Francisco. I played against him in all
all those years with all those teams. And every time, and I had different head coaches. The first 3 or 4 times I faced him was Mike Holmgren. But Mike was the first to say it. He's like, we're not going after 21. I mean, there's some coaches that historically are one. I don't give a dang who he is. We're going after him.
I got Brett Favre. I don't care who the hell's on the corner. I got Brett Favre.
Reggie White ain't gonna beat us.
Right.
I don't care what they said. Reggie White ain't gonna beat us.
Oh.
You're gonna block him. You're gonna block him by yourself, and then who ends up beating you?
Reggie
White or Deion Sanders. So Deion had that mystique about him, and it was legit. So one of the things he did so well was I think at a combine he ran 4.19, something like that.
Oh my God!
That's speed that you and I maybe can get in a car.
One of those
What he would
trackers
do was he would bait you. So like you'd look over there and your guy's got 5 yards on Deion.
Right.
And you pull the trigger. He's wide open.
Yeah.
And then when the ball is on its way down, he just a different gear. And I would ask him about it. Even after we played, I'm like, were you seriously baiting? He's like, Country, I ain't no fool. Yeah, I was baiting.
Yeah, I was baiting. Yeah.
So, and going back to I'll pay you $5 for every completion you get on me. At the end of the year, I owed him money.
Because he picked you up.
And trust me, I was trying to drill it in. I said, man, I can make some money here. I owed him money when it was all said and done.
I'm always working for some beer money now here in Atlanta, right?
Well, that's what I was working for, but
right.
I ended up losing.
How
he was a. That was actually the year, and I know you remember this. This was a wonderful year of sports. I mean, we're going way back, but the latter part of the season, and we had a good year that year. Nothing that I did. I sat on the bench and watched us go to the playoffs, but like early October, maybe even late September, Deion would finish football practice. This is back when it was in Sewanee. I think they'd moved up a little further, but Sewanee was about, with traffic, an hour down to downtown.
Right.
A helicopter would come, land on the practice field. By the time I got home after showering and meetings, I'm watching him steal second base in the World Series.
I mean, is that not unbelievable?
This ain't real.
No,
man. Are you kidding me? It was amazing.
He is so cool. I met him in '96, and just to back up what you said, when he talks to me, he always says, "Ain't no sponge like the one I got." That's what that's what he always says to me when I call. I go, "Ain't no sponge like the one I got." So like if you're his boy, he puts a song to your name. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, yeah, he's good at
that. So Brett, I was going to ask you a question. Like all through your career. And you've always the gunslinger. I'm sure you heard it. Mad Noise put it on you. You were the gunslinger. Country Time. You're the average. You're the working man's quarterback. You're just you. I think you to this day have the longest ongoing streak of games. I think 232 or something.
With playoffs, and why they say with playoffs, I thought that always was like the most important game.
Yeah, but they kind of just tic-tac them in there with playoffs.
321.
God. And I remember being a huge Packer fan. There was a couple times during your career where you actually got tweaked, but you just miraculously had like a bye week, and you would be able to be at the next game. I think that happened in your career like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, there was numerous times that, quite frankly, as I look back, I should have sat. One would be that. Anybody with any sense would say, if you break your thumb on your throwing hand, whether you're a pitcher, quarterback, I guess another way to put it is if you broke your toe or your foot and you're a sprinter.
Right.
Yeah.
The consensus would be he's not going to play. He's not going to compete. He can't run the 100 meters. He can run it, but he's going to finish last.
And as a quarterback, isn't the thumb as the actual position
maybe the most important finger of the
by far?
Hand.
By far.
And so I broke it against the Rams in St. Louis, The following week, we were playing at Minnesota on Monday Night Football. We lost to the Rams. I broke the, I don't know if this part right here broke off the back. So, and I played the second half with it. Now, did I know it was broke? No. Does that matter? I think it matters when you know. Like, I just thought it was sprained. So when I found out it was broken, you think differently.
Right.
It hurts worse than it. Don't get me wrong, it hurt, but I chose to try to play the following week. Why, I have no idea as I think back, and I've told this story so many times.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get paid either way. I mean, it ain't like you get paid per game.
Was not playing just not in your head?
I think back in your dad was so damn tough, Brett, that that was partly from your father.
I mean, it was kind of ingrained in me.
Yeah, haven't you said that your dad, like, very rarely you guys would be coming home in the truck? Very rarely would you'd have a hell of a game, lights out, and big boss man never really said anything.
I remember his compassionate compliments were, damn you, that wasn't bad, but you got to do a lot better than that. I was like, gee, thanks, Dad.
But I think you told a story one time, and it's the most precious story of all about your father. And it's like, my dad, we drove home every night. It was never good enough. I could have done better. But one time I was listening. We had a big game coming up against one of our rival, and the assistant coach, your dad was your coach, and your assistant coaches were in your dad's office, and you were you was kind of hanging out, and you weren't in the office, but you could hear, and they were all like, man, this team, we got to do this, we got to do that, and your dad said, don't you worry, Brett's got it. My son will get it done. Yeah. And that was like, you said, like, that just was like the most unbelievable thing, because you never would hear that from him, but behind your back, he knew his son was a stud.
Yeah. I told that story at the Hall of Fame, and I mean that's it verbatim.
Yeah.
I mean that was the closest I got to a compliment. I was 5 yards from him, but I was on the outside of the room. He obviously didn't know I was listening, but I was like, I mean, I don't know what my face looked like or the emotion, but I couldn't believe it. In saying that, I never doubted that my dad was proud of me.
Right.
It wasn't that. And I have no idea if this is true or not, but this is what my gut has always told me over the years. The reason he didn't give me compliments, now you and I were about the same age. This is going back to that generation. I felt like he didn't give compliments because he was afraid that it would go to my head.
Right.
And I get that. I think there's a happy medium today, whether you be a parent or a coach, that you pat the kid on the back when they do something well and commend them. But you also, you don't have to put them in a headlock or whatever. But you have to tell them when they did wrong. And I mean, and especially in parenting, you can't always be like parents are at 11, 12-year-old travel games, like, run! Screaming, yelling at the kid. And by the time the kid gets home plate, he's like, I don't want to play anymore.
Right.
There's a happy medium somewhere in there. But during that era, my dad was like, and I would say this all the time to people, he was short on attaboys and long on get your ass out there and do it the right way.
I guarantee you, Brett Favre got some ass whippings from Irv. I promise you that.
Hundreds. Some I deserved.
You might
Maybe
be able
the
to.
other half I didn't deserve.
You might be able to market this new movie by saying the only thing that I got more concussions were ass whippings.
I'm telling you.
Do you think
and
with the
most
new,
of them
do you think with the
were
new
something I did to my two brothers and my sister?
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you a question, Brett. Do you like today's era, the era that we played? Remember when the coaches would call you over to the sideline and they would take your face mask and they would just yoke it, and the next thing you know, you're like this, and you could never do that in today's world.
You'd be under prison.
Yeah, you would be in prison. You would be.
Yeah, I remember those. You know, like, what are you thinking? You know, or smack him on the helmet real hard.
Right. Or just remember when I think Lou Holtz might be the last. Remember Lou Holtz used to grab some of his boys by you see a Notre Dame Golden Domer and his head be all tweaked out. It'd be like a 6'5" lineman or something like that. You know.
You know, and thinking about that, if you really think about it, you never really saw the players react in a negative way.
No.
It always resulted in a positive result. Now, by no means am I promoting violence but I think there's a huge lack of discipline. Now, how that discipline is laid out, if we could get back to that, you know, would remain to be seen. But I think some of that needs to be brought back. Bobby Knight, I think a certain level of that needs to be brought back.
Oh, Bobby Knight was the see people.
Those clips of him are beautiful.
People either loved Bobby Knight or they thought he was the biggest dick ever, and I loved Bobby Knight. Like I loved him.
Everyone respected him.
Same with Mike Leach, kind of.
True. So Brett, you know, as well as you do, you know, you do podcasts and you do all kinds of stuff. You're very media friendly. And Brady just got the $35 million, you know, deal for Fox. Why? It's not a wonder some network hasn't approached you. And I mean, because you're like I started to say earlier, you know, you're kind of like the way John Madden used to portray you as the gunslinger, the good old boy, the guy next door. And I think there's a huge, you know, large contingency of people who watch football that would love. I mean, they got Tony Romo, they got all of them are former quarterbacks, and you're in that elite. I mean, in some cases, more elite league. Have they ever approached you?
We've talked in the past, but you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that this legal situation I'm going through in the state where I'm fighting the state in a civil case certainly doesn't help. And there's a gag order, so I can't say too much.
Yeah, and I'm not, and I never talk to you about that because it doesn't mean it's not what I'm interested in, and it's not.
I know I wouldn't come on your show if I thought you were.
I'm sure you get guys that try to get you some old gotcha moment or something like that. I'm all about talking about the Packers, and I want to talk about that. I want to talk about in Super Bowl 31. Okay, it's you guys got the ball on the I think 46. And you got double tight end protection. It's your first touchdown that you throw to Andre Rison for 54 yards. And was that the play called, or did you check down when you saw the safety edge up on the linebacker?
That's one of my greatest stories in my 20 some odd years.
I thought I'd be special by knowing that play, and it's one of your greatest stories of all time.
No,
I feel stupid.
I'm very impressed at the specifics that you can recall.
Oh, and I have and when you get done telling me the story, I got a specific that you may not even know about that'll blow your mind about that.
Well, I was going to say you know more specifics about the story than I do. but before I get to that story, getting back to the other, this hopefully will be resolved soon. God,
the legal deal, yeah.
Yeah, and the truth can finally be revealed. I probably have said too much this gag order.
No, you didn't say anything. We're not talking about nothing here.
But just know that
I can't wait for that day to happen because, you know, Brett, I'm involved in a controversy, you know, the Hogan sex tape. If you know, and if you Google me, there's this Hogan sex tape. Well, my side of this story is coming out in a documentary in about 60 days. And it talks about the people that stole it and brokered it and how I lost my job over it. And the guy that got my job is the one that brokered it. I mean, there's a whole big... there's Washington, D.C., Donald Trump implications. Like, it's just mind-blowing. And so I feel much like your situation where maybe some of the troop, a lot of people think I'm a bad guy. I did my best friend dirty, you know, and that's not how it all went down. So that's my kind of Brett Favre moment, and that you can't wait for this to be resolved and people see what the media has not reported. Because it's, you know, it's convenient what isn't it amazing? It's convenient what they report, you know, because they know know they can get clicks on you, they automatically put the most damning headline that's probably not even true, but they put your name in there, and now every time.
Seems like every day.
It should be like you should send them a bill because they got $300,000 on your clicks. Like it's so wrong.
And it wears on you. You can see it wears on you financially, emotionally.
You're absolutely 100% right. There. In my case, this has been going on for about 3 years, 4 years. Now, in saying that, of those 3 or 4 years, there's not a whole lot that has happened. So it's like, can we get them to do something? Like, let's go to court. Let's resolve it.
Right.
And they're like,
you know why? Because they know that time does
the
not.
The longer this hangs out there, the more clickbaits.
Yep, and they also are like, listen, you know what? We don't work on time, but Brett Favre and your marketability and your ability to do other things outside of your time is ticking, and so as you get older and things like that, time is not on your side. So when you got stuff like stupid stuff hanging over your head that you want to resolve, so that you can go out and do some endorsements and maybe God, Brett, you'd be a great color guy on. There's so many different places that are showing NFL games now. They've done so well at making everybody pay that there's.
It would take some I say oddball. That's probably a poor choice of words, but the mainstream media, I find hard to believe that they would ever hire me because I don't.
I think when your thing's over. I think when your thing's over, I think you underestimate that. There's 6 or 7 different networks that are showing games now. The NFL's been so great about stretching it as thin as they can and making everybody pay. But I think that your insight and your delivery and your brand and what the average American perceives you, not what some stupid Mississippi court but how the average 55-year-old dude that grew up and watched you played, the guy, their customer, the NFL customers really would appreciate you being a color commentator.
I think I would. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say I think I would be good at it without trying it yet. But I think I would be entertaining, much like John Madden. And make no mistake, I am not comparing myself to John Madden because as good a coach as he was even better in the booth.
The greatest.
And he was authentic.
Yep.
You never knew what was going to come out. He didn't know. It was never scripted. And to me, that's what I would be. I would. I was just story in there right in the middle.
I was getting ready to shut you down by saying you just described yourself. A guy that played the game, the guy that knows the game, a guy that can probably has some goofy ass story in between. Last time we were in Seattle, this and this and that and this and that.
Yeah.
And I played with that guy, and you got a folksy type delivery and story. People would eat it up. And Brett, there's value in that. That's a $15-20 million a year job. You can buy more tractors.
I would love to give it a shot. Will it ever happen? Yeah, who knows?
I hope it does, man. I hope it does, because you'd be so good at it, Brett. You really would.
Man, I hate seeing the legal system beat him down.
Oh, you'd be fun as hell. Roll into town a little. It'd be kind of. You probably get a little bored there mowing your 5,000 acres. Every couple weeks. You know what I'm saying?
Well, as hot as it is right now.
Yeah.
I look out the window, and the closest thing I come to mowing grass is about looking out the window.
Right. Now, what kind of fleet?
The older I get, the harder it becomes. It'd be nice to be in a booth.
What kind of fleet does Brett Favre have?
I have people ask me, not so much anymore, but how many cars you have?
I'm the only guy. I'm the only guy to ask about how much lawn equipment you got. I don't care.
Truck.
Okay, one truck.
I have 9 lawnmowers.
What kind do you got? I'm a spokesperson for Skag. Have you ever heard of Skag?
Yeah. I don't have a Skag. That's
good.
Not to say I wouldn't love one.
Oh.
Bubba got Dion.
Hold on. I just got Dion a brand new Skag. Did you know that?
What am I, chopped liver?
No. So hold on. So now Randy is the CEO, and guess what? Based out of Maryville, Wisconsin. And it's Skag is, you know how good, I don't care what kind of mower you got, Skag is the most industrial, commercial, badass mower. What if I got you endorsement? You want one?
That'd be awesome.
There you go. All you have to do, Randy wants, you got to tweet and Instagram a few times.
Take a picture on the mower.
Yeah,
show me driving it.
Once every couple weeks, shoot a picture of you on the Skag and zip it up there on Brett Favre. Whatever the hell you do.
Hey, it's got to be heavy duty. Because
hold on, let me tell you the one I got. You're gonna absolutely. There's probably not a lot of things that Brett Favre would envy Bubba the Love Sponge over, but when I tell you how sexy my Skag is, you're going to flip out. First of all, it's 72-inch.
It's got to be that.
3-cylinder cooler diesel. Yeah. Nice. I got that big power torque, like 3,000 RPMs on the diesel deal. Woo. Diesel's a next level than gas. You know that, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brett Favre would look good on a Turf Tiger 2, 72-inch diesel. You'd look good as hell on that, and you wouldn't forget who got it for you. Now, I could probably get an interview at least 3 times a year out of you for it.
You better get to work when we get off this interview.
I'm gonna send this air check to Randy, Maryville, Wisconsin. I mean, it writes itself. You got arguably one of the greatest athletes to come out of Wisconsin. This company's based out of Wisconsin, and Brett Favre needs a Skag.
And Randy's
boom.
a Packer fan too, right?
Oh, by the way, and Randy, the CEO, has season tickets for the Packers.
Of course.
I mean, come on, Brett Favre.
This is a match made in heaven.
I mean, I'm going to get you. Yeah, Dion just sent a picture of him on a Skag. And
see, I got 9 lawnmowers. And people say, do you need them all? And I'm like, not at once. But when one goes down, jump on another one.
See, that's the thing about your Skag, that your Skag will never go down. Like, you don't even got to worry about. I mean, Brett Favre doesn't need.
Offload some of my mowers.
Yeah, I mean, you can put them up on Marketplace. Can you imagine, Lummy? You're a guy in Mississippi, and you're going on Facebook Marketplace, and you show up to Brett Favre's house because he's selling his 62-inch Toro.
I love it.
Hey, Bubba, don't forget, he's got to finish that story that you asked him.
Yeah, hold on. So don't forget.
Fits into his doc,
there's
too.
no other radio guy that's ever asked you about the 54-yard pass to Rison. Was it a check down? Once you saw the safety cheat up, he made a step up. Did you check down and knew the 84 it was just going to be because you had double tight end block set?
Yeah. I'll try to do the long version quickly. So that. I can't remember if we had 2 weeks to prepare like you do now.
Yeah, I think you did.
Or 1 week. Not that really matters. But as soon as we won the championship game against Carolina, we went right to studying for the Patriots. And I didn't, I wasn't that, I think I was 26, so I wasn't that, seasoned. But so I didn't know a lot about Bill Belichick, but he was defensive coordinator.
Right.
For them. So we did a lot of film work together, either the quarterbacks, the offense as a group, or alone. So like at the end of the day, after we watched practice film, after we went through our offensive play install, I would watch film alone or with Andy. Andy Reid was my quarterback coach then. And we never, not one time, and to this day, Bill Belichick has stayed true to his defensive philosophy. Leading up to that game, they showed what we call casino or all-out blitz, where there's no safety. They're bringing the house. It's a hold on to your left one moment.
Right.
They didn't show that. So we didn't practice. Now, keep in mind, Andre Rison, we picked up in the playoffs.
Right.
So he had a limited pool of plays in which to run for obvious reasons. I mean, our playbook was ginormous, and I was still trying to figure it out then. So in 3 weeks, he's not going to figure everything
I mean,
out.
You didn't even know what a nickel defense was. So, I mean, please, that's Holmgren's playbook looked like Chinese to you.
Exactly. But we're doing our prep work, and I'm watching all his film, and they are very vanilla. They're one of the few. He's one of the few coaches or teams that you don't get wound tight studying. That doesn't
Right.
mean you can beat them easy, but there's not a lot of check with me's. They're trying to confuse you. Guys walking around. His philosophy was, we know what to do, and we'll do it the best that we possibly can. If they beat us, they beat us. So in studying for them, that was kind of the gist of it. It's like, okay, we just got to throw the ball better on time, but we don't have to make checks. We don't have to do all this stuff. It's not that. So we did all the studying. So we go into the game. I think it was the first or second play.
Second, it was second 9.
So second play of the game. So we're in what I would say an oddball formation. It was a personnel group that wasn't our most popular, but we played with 2 tight ends, Keith Jackson, Mark Chimera. We played with them pretty frequent. But our base and most favorite personnel group would be 2 backs, a tight end, 2 receivers. Kind of the Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, John Taylor, Raffman, Roger Craig, Brent Jones. So we're in a personnel group that was not that odd, but the fact that we were in slot formation, like solo right, so that was 2 tight ends.
Yep.
One on the right, one on the left.
And 2 wide receivers to the left.
So we call, I'll never forget, we call solo right, slot. So when we call formations, the slot always went away from the strength.
Right.
So right formation, slots to the left. Well, both guys are off the ball because we got 2 tight ends on the line. Well,
and by the way, Chewy made one hell of a block on that play because that guy was coming, and Chewy made one hell of a block. Then when Bennett went up the gut, he stuffed a guy too, like where he wasn't even an option for you.
Right. So the play was actually called solo right slot, A right. So A would come out of the backfield. So that was Edgar Bennett. Edgar's going to come in motion, and I'm going to snap him right off the tight end's axe. He's going to go to the flat. The tight end, we call it Y stick. So the Y's going to go up 5 to 6, somewhere in that, and just stick out. If it's man coverage, he's going to break out to the boundary. And that play was okay versus blitz. In fact, it's pretty good because you got a quick throw to Edgar in the flat. But I walk up to the line and I'm looking, and I'm like, and I'm literally thinking this as I'm walking up the line. I'm looking, I'm like, this looks like casino blitz. And 40-second clock, I'm staring right at it. It's 35, 34. And I'm like, if I didn't know any better, I think this is all out blitz. And I'm like, nah, we've never seen it.
Right.
So, my nads are starting to get up close to my neck.
Right, because you know that, man, you can't, if you check down and
I'm running out of time.
Right.
I got to make a decision.
You got Mike Holmgren who will kill you if you mess it up.
The whole world is watching.
Right.
If I make the wrong decision, Holmgren's he's gonna kill me.
Yeah. By the way, you still got braces on too. Still
loose and fancy free.
Still have my braces on so I can smile good for that TD picture.
so finally, after contemplating for 5 or 10 seconds, what seemed like an eternity, I just got to make the check. I got to do it. Now, from that point to the day I became starter at Green Bay, I probably say I had 50 audibles in 4 or 5 years.
That's it.
48 of them were the wrong audible. 2 of them were the right audible, but I threw it to the wrong person.
Right.
So that's my success. So I got to check to an all-out blitz play. Well, we had not practiced an all-out blitz play
at all.
Maybe early in the year, and we only practiced it out of two backs, our regular personnel, 2 backs, tight end, 2 receivers, and the receivers, the typical West Coast offense. So the Z receiver, the Jerry Rice, will be off the ball to the tight end side. The X receiver is on the ball to opposite the tight end and the flanker. So I checked to 78 Razor.
How would you say that? Would you go 78 Razor, 78
I
Razor?
said, check. I kind of backed up and I said, black 78 Razor, black 78 Razor.
Okay.
So the way we had always kind of learned Razor tells you the route combination. There's only two guys on the route.
Yeah, the two wide receivers, that's it.
The flanker and the X.
Yeah.
So the way I'd always learned it and the way Mike had always kind of taught it was the flanker is the off the ball guy. He's running the post. The X receiver is the guy on the ball. He's running the post corner. So it looks like they're both running the post.
Right.
Then the X goes back to the corner. And so you look there and then come to the post. So when I say 78 Razor, I look out and I go, Andre has no clue. He's never heard of Razor.
Yeah, he says Andre has no idea what we're playing. None. Zero. And you don't have Edgar as a safety valve because he gets mixed up in with a linebacker on a full-out blitz, so you don't even have him as a checkoff.
When I look out and I see Andre's inside, Antonio Freeman, great football player, very instinctive, had a great football knowledge. He's the outside receiver. He's the X. Andre is the Z, the flanker. Well, I'm like, Andre doesn't know. He's never heard it before. But then I think to myself, well, both receivers are off the ball. So what do we do now? You know, we'd always been taught like the one on the ball.
And you got to think all this is running through your little peanut head in about 15 seconds, knowing that you're 48 for 50 and not doing checkdowns very good. You got Holmgren, it's 2nd and 9. You got braces on, and the whole world's looking at you. And, you know, you're just some guy from Kill, Mississippi.
Yeah. So I make a check. I honestly did not feel confident that Andre would run the post. I thought maybe that, and Antonio, after the fact, we've talked about it over the years, and you can actually watch the play and see Andre's looking out at Antonio, and Antonio's telling him something.
Okay.
So Antonio's telling him, you got to post. So when I throw the ball, Andre runs a perfect pass.
It was a perfect pass. It was a perfect pass.
You see Antonio on the outside, he's watching. You can kind of tell he's peeking at Andre because later Antonio told me, he said, if he ran the wrong route, I was running the post.
Right.
You know, I was going to steal his thunder.
So does that go down as as much as you've messed up on checks, does that go down as your greatest check of all time?
It couldn't go any better.
I mean like on the back of your
everything that could go wrong went right.
On the back of your Skag, should he put like a personal lace in place at 78 Razor? That could be the 78 Razor.
It would definitely be
the 78 Razor.
It was one of those things where and I tell people this, when I threw it, he caught it, he goes in the end zone, I take my helmet off, I'm running around like I'm 12 years old. And what people didn't realize, they're like, look how excited Favre is. Yeah, I was excited.
With braces.
I was running around saying, can you believe this worked?
And I
can't believe it.
And I got a trivia question for you. Who was the very first person to high-five you after you ripped off the helmet? All of the world's looking at you with your braces. You're looking, 26, 27 years old. Who was the first person to high-five you? I know the answer.
I vaguely remember seeing that. It's either Doug Peterson, Jim McMahon,
and then Peterson. So the 9, then the 18 are the first two. But it was cool to see old school McMahon kind of go out there and give the gunslinger a high five. You know what I'm saying? It was McMahon. Was he cool?
Jim had the highest football IQ I'd ever been around. So he's probably thinking when I'm checking, I can't believe the old country boy's got a good check. And he's got to be thinking also, this shit ain't gonna work.
Right. Now, hold on. Last question. Does Holmgren hear the 78 Razor too?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think he's like all walrused up and mad as hell because he knows
one of his favorite sayings was, "All right, man, hold on to your left one." So I can, as I look back, as I watched, and as I thought about it, I said, there was never a time in Holmgren's career where he wasn't thinking and holding on to his left one more than that moment.
Right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, listen, I know you got a medical appointment that you got to get to, and we got to cut it short, but we're gonna continue to promote. You're the executive producer of the new. This gets released behind a paywall on, I think it's the 27th. On the 27th.
Sounds right.
Yeah,
Sounds
an Apple TV.
An Apple TV.
Right.
It's called Concussed: The American Dream. Executive producer Brett Favre, but it's about this Iowa Hawkeye guy mostly, and Brett kind of goes through the guy lost his life. It's a very
sash.
It's very, very, very compelling story, and Brett has a lot to do with it. And Brett, I know you got to get going, but just watch me score you a skag. Just watch. I'm gonna get you one, bud, and then you're gonna say, "Bubba the Love." Then I'm gonna have you almost as good of friends as I do Dion.
Well, I'm gonna go back like I was as a kid, where you can't wait for Santa to show up. And how much longer till Christmas? How much longer?
I'm gonna get. Can I get your number for Lummy so I can get you in touch with Randy?
Yeah,
all right,
I'll send it.
Perfect. You will be like a little kid,
but
like,
you're
Bubba.
gonna get tired of. You're gonna be like, I'm gonna have to block him.
I'm gonna be like, man, I'm gonna have to treat him like Don Mikowski. I got to block Don. No, but you know what? Now I'll have two famous Packer cell phone numbers. I have yours and I have Tony Mandrich. I mean, that's pretty damn good. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, Tony, man. We had Sterling Sharp on. I'm sorry, we had Sterling Sharp on for our first podcast. Me and Tony was gonna, and boy, Sterling was he is stiff. You're really.
He's one of the smartest guys I've ever been around.
You're one of the easiest interviews. Oh, he's
tough.
He's tough. You know what he opened up with, Brett? I'm like, hey, Sterling, Bubba, Tony, we just want to talk about some old Packer stuff. He goes, if it's not about golf, I don't want to talk about it. I don't have any interest in talking about anything to deal with football at all. And I'm like, oh my God, where do you go from there?
He's kind of tough, but I've said this a lot of times. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
But I mean, that is him and Mike Holmgren.
Mike Holmgren, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Now, I don't doubt either one of them deserve it. Sterling, had he not ended his career with a neck, which is he couldn't control that. No telling what he would have done.
And I can even say this, man. Sterling at times pulled you out. I mean, made Brett Favre look pretty damn good. I mean,
well, I was getting ready to tell you. I can't tell you how many times I threw it in double, triple, and quadruple coverage. and the end result would be they fall down, Sterling catches it, and he keeps running. And I was like, I kind of like this.
Yeah, you got a little cocky about the deal. So when you get a lower skill set guy that can't do it, then it's horrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen. I know you got to get going. Let's do something. If you got any time before the release, maybe we could do one. Because we have so much fun. And I just got you a $31,000 mower, bitch. I mean, Jesus, come on. I mean, how many radio guys?
I haven't gotten it yet.
Oh, you okay. All right.
I have to see it to believe it.
Okay. I'm gonna get you.
There's probably a dealer somewhere here in Hattiesburg or close.
That's what Randy will do. Randy will call the dealer up and said, "Hey, Jimbo's, Mississippi lawnmower deal, home of the Skag. Listen, we need a 72-inch diesel, full-blown, the best we got, Skag sent over to. You guys know a guy named? He lives in your town. His name's Brett Favre. He rolls around like he's all that with his '86 pickup, and he needs a new mower. So he's waiting for you. So tell it's going to happen.
I'll send you my number right after this.
All right, buddy. Hey, let's promote the thing again if we can. I got some other good questions. Like one of my good questions was going to be, why in the hell did they screw you so bad in the 09 MVP deal? Like you had the same statistics as Peyton Manning, the same statistics, except he threw for 250 more yards. You had 107 quarterback rating. He had a 99. You were 68%. He was 68. He was 33.
I was with the third team in 3 years.
Yeah, you'd already been through the Jets disaster. Green Bay treated you like crap. He threw 33 touchdowns and 16 picks. You went 33-7. He went 14-2. You went 12-4, and you finished in 4th place. Come on, man.
I think there was some haters out there. He's won 3. He's won 3. The hell with him.
That's what they did. That old country son of a bitch won 3. Let's give it to the.
Yeah.
Let's give it to
He
the.
don't deserve another one.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's give it to the Mannings. Come on, we know how they are. Archie never did anything. Hey, talk to you soon, buddy, and I'll get your number, and I'll get. You know what? I bet you I have that skag to you by the end of August, buddy.
All right.
You got and I don't want anything, bud. You can, and you know what? If you want to check my recommendations, just next time you talk to Dion, just say, Dion, I think I'm going to ask about you, one of your friends, Bubba, and he'll just be like, ain't no sponge like the one I got, you know. Hey, Brett, good luck at the doctors today, and let's arrange something next week or so, okay, bud?
Yeah, always good talking with you.
Thank you, buddy. Bye bye. Man, I love me some Brett Favre, man.
Yeah.
He is the man.
He is the man.
He's the man. I didn't know that play. I watched it. I was preparing. You know, when I got a guest that I really, really like, I really do my prep. I really do.
Oh, I knew that there's nothing that
when you do your prep, it'd be like you, Seth, interviewing a bear. Like, you know, like if you interviewed Jim McMahon or just one of the great Bears, aren't you so much more into it when it's your favorite team?
I mean, I would have been into it. If I interviewed Brett Favre on my own, I would have been into it. Like just anybody that's kind of a larger than life figure coming from maybe your childhood era.
Well, like, you know, my Brett Favre is your Steven Stamkos. Meaning when you interviewed him, just how prepared and you know, you just tried, you know,
I wanted to be friends with him. You know,
Right.
I wanted him to like me.
Well, Bubba is friends with Brett Favre.
I just got his cell number.
You didn't have a scag.
He just told you you're going to block him for how many times he texts you.
Man, I love being a SCAG endorser, and I love being. See, Lummy, what you don't realize is Randy, the CEO, has made me a SCAG ambassador.
But does he know that you're giving them away?
Yes, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, Dion's one in like a week.
That's what I'm supposed to do is find, you know, through my network. If I know somebody that could help the SCAG brand, I get a hold of Randy. He says yes or no. But I mean,
he's going to love
how's
this
he
one.
Gonna turn down
I
Brett
guarantee
Favre?
you.
I mean, yeah.
Randy loves this.
Oh,
Guaranteed.
exactly. Let me have Cantrell cut that up for me, okay?
Of course.
All right. Lummy, we got my man. And you know, I don't even know how I got to be Tech Nine's man. I forget that first interview that we had him on, that I established that I was a cool white dude, and then he would get up early in the morning and go on the air with me. Tech, when was it that we first became cool?
Energy is everything, brother. You know what I'm saying? That first interview, your energy, your real energy. Well, everybody's reality is different, so I won't say real. Your rare energy, man.
Right.
From all the interviews that we've done, you know, so you got some rare ones out there, and we felt that first interview. You know what I mean? So
that's when you had the Calico guy and we did Rum 51. Remember that? You guys put on like a whole concert on. It was great. It was such a good vibe. Remember that?
Totally, man. Totally. I never forgot it.
As a matter of fact, we boastfully play. We didn't ask Tech Nine for this. We didn't ask. We were just cool with Tech Nine, and every time he'd be around or we could help him out or whatever, we'd always have him on, and we'd always just be like this, just super cool. And there's over his years, I got to think that in order to pick out 3 guys that you like, you've had to interview 300 dudes that you didn't like, right?
Yes, sir. I've done so many interviews over the years, man, and some people are not even well read when it comes to your
Like,
career.
we got Tech Nine in here. I think he looks like he might be from Kansas City. So Tech Nine, I think maybe you're maybe a big Chiefs fan. What do you think about the Chiefs there, Tech Nine?
right, man. So over the years, you find the people who make you feel at home, man, and you never forget the way a person makes you feel, man. You know, in life, when it comes to anything, positive or negative, you never forget how a person makes you feel. And I chose the people that I feel at home with.
Now, all three of these dudes are they like me and real kind of cool, boastful about it, so that every time when you do Johnny's show or you do Slade, they always bring it up because it's like, listen, as a radio personality, I've interviewed everybody from. I interviewed AC/DC when they with their Step Up. They picked me back in the day in the Hard Rock in New York City when they debuted Stiff Upper Lip. It was on the Westwood One radio network, and I'd known Brian for a while because he lives down here, and so I'd hung out with him a little bit. And so when they needed one radio personality just to kind of navigate the audience through their new record, they picked me to do it. And so, like, that's up until you putting me in part of this in this song, "Comfortable." That was the neatest thing that ever happened to me. Because us radio people, you know, when we get a good interview like you, like, I'm gonna give you another name that's gonna blow your mind as to one of my favorite persons to interview. Obviously, you're in there. But my next one, he's the coolest, Henry Rollins. Like,
yes, I can imagine, man. I can imagine.
You know, and not even necessarily his body of work, but just more of his spoken word. He's so deep. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And then
smart guy.
Yeah,
smart guy.
Then you're gonna laugh. Colin Hay. Remember, what was that?
The Australian
Men Without Work. Men at Work. You know,
yes,
I come from the land down under.
Yes.
You know, give me a
Men at Work. Okay,
yeah.
I forgot his name. Yes.
But we had him on here one day, and he walks in here like a little frumpy dude, and like with a goofy hat on and stuff, and I'm thinking, I don't know if this is gonna work out or not. Like, you know. And he ended up just being one of the coolest dudes ever. And then the other dude was Richard Marx. That bitch was yes.
That's funny.
See, look at you. You're even like, really? Richard Marx? That guy? Oh, he was cool as hell. Just, you know, and he could sing. What is that? What the Bee Gees? The Bee. What octave is that, Tech Nine? When you can go like, is that falsetto? Was that
falsetto,
it?
When it
yeah,
falsetto's up there.
Like a Michael Jackson, you know, with a Bee Gees kicker. Is that a falsetto?
Falsetto.
What if Tech Nine tried to do falsetto?
I did it on a song. Chris Calico made me do a song called what is it called? He had me sing, "Do You Like Another Girl?" Something like that. I was up there, man, like Philip Bailey.
Here is the song, and I guarantee you the two other radio personalities, every time they have a yawn, they always play because I'm so proud. I'm like a little fanboy, like a little bitch. You know what I'm saying?
No, man, you fit the Tech Nine list, man, of good people, man. You know what I'm saying, to interview with, man. That's a beautiful thing.
This is from I think this is from like 5 or 6 years ago. It was a single that he released called "Comfortable," and it's just about rolling around being a cool ass dude. And it talks about, you know, he hates radio interviews, he hates getting up early, and there's only 3 people in the world he'll do it for. Here's the lyrics.
Check it, I ain't trying to do no early interviews unless it's Sway, Johnny Dare, or Bubba the Love Sponge. Comfortable.
Yeah. Now, do you ever do that in concert?
Yeah, I have, man. When I first did that, I think it was on my album Planet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And during those years, I performed it live. You can find it live on Vivo, and I did it perfectly on Vivo, man. It's like right there on the spot. I did the whole song, dude. You know what I'm saying? And
that's the performance he played it from, was the Vivo one.
During performances around that year, yes.
Now, how's Johnny doing? How are those? I think didn't Eminem 45 Slade. I think they may have let him go, and it was a big, like, they should have never. He was the only dude they had, I think.
Who you talking about? Johnny Dare?
No, Slade.
Sway.
You talking about Sway? Sway in the morning?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know him, but where's Sway in the morning from?
He's from the Bay Area, man. He's from Oakland.
Oh, okay. Is he still doing good?
Oh yes, man. I don't think they let him go. I think Sway in the Morning is still going, man. Yeah. Matter of fact, yeah, I know Sway in the Morning is still going.
And Johnny's still killing it, isn't he?
Yes. I just had an interview with Johnny 2 days ago, man. We talked about the symphony show I just did in KC, and we talked about the Falling in Reverse thing day before yesterday. You know, all you guys are different. You know, saying nobody's like you, Bubba. Nobody.
Well,
nobody's
no,
like
is that good or like does that mean I rank third or I rank first? Which one? I mean,
I'm not putting you guys in an order. You know, so I'm just saying that as good people, everybody have their individual energy, man. Your energy is through the roof. I've never performed on Johnny Dare. I've performed on Sway before, but I've never performed on Johnny Dare, and I've never had crazy conversations like this with anybody else. You know what I'm saying? How we've had them with you, you know, and just felt like we can say anything. We can almost curse.
Almost. I wish we could too, because that's how us real men talk. Be like, man, BS this and F that, and straight dead. You're like, you know, come on, man. We have to act like a bunch of white guys when we're on radio. You know? Now hold on, I guarantee it. Now, did Sway or Johnny Dare? Do they have the facility that I have, or does mine blow everybody's away?
No, nobody has the facility like you, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else is like office, you know, space, kind of like, you know what I mean? But there's nothing wrong with that. You know, we still felt at home at those places. But Bubba's spot, man, this is like Cribs, you know what I'm saying? Like when you walk into Cribs and everybody, you know, it's really nice, you know what I mean? And if you ever been at Bubba the Love Sponge spot, you don't understand what I'm talking about.
And next time I don't know Sway, but I'm familiar with Johnny, seen him here and there every once in a while. Next time you see him, just tell him I said hi, because listen, being in terrestrial radio, we're in it. We're in 6 markets, but we're also really like you. We're digital. That's where the majority of where we've taken our stuff to now, and you know that's where you gotta be. I mean, like terrestrial radio kind of represents that single 45 that you bought at the record store, and digital now represents how you distribute now. In fact, I even think that the whole mentality of touring and making music and distributing it, like Tech Nine is worth tens of millions of dollars, and the infrastructure that you've built, it doesn't matter if a station plays your song or not. Like you're not beholden to the record label that has a relationship with an urban station that's going to get your stuff played. It doesn't matter. Your fans know where to get your stuff, and you have the ability to monetize that. You know,
and a testament to that. I didn't mean to stop you. A testament to that. Our song "Dysfunctional" is gold without video or radio. Caribou Lou is platinum without video or radio. You know, I have so many songs. The Beast, that's gold right now, man. You know what I mean? I have so many gold and platinum records without video and radio that it's so crazy. And that's the testament to having fans that didn't need radio play or didn't need the video play, you know what I mean? But radio play, the ones we got radio play, like
that's like a time that's like a times 3xer, isn't it, bitch?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
If something made 10 grand, if it was on the radio, it made 50.
Yes, sir. So I ain't hate no radio, you know what I'm saying? Because I have to go crazy.
No,
I have Fragile.
And I got to tell you, I think you're going to get some rock play and Falling in Reverse with. I mean, it's heavy. It's super heavy. Your part of it's brilliant. We're going to play it here in a second, but it's very, I think, hard. I think it's very mainstream rock terrestrially. I think a terrestrial station that wanted to set itself aside from its competition, a little bit, and had the balls to play Ronald. I think that I think you guys are going to get. You just dropped it. I think 2 days ago.
2 days ago, yes.
And it's already at 2.5 million views digitally.
Yes.
And I think you guys deal with them. I don't, but I think radio stations now, they used to program directors and things like that would be like, well, tell me other rock stations in the country that are playing it. And you're like, well, let me see, Q105. You'd have to come up with these list of stations that got early on it. Now you just say, well, I don't know how many stations are playing it, but we got 4 million views in 2 days. So go ahead and use that, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yes, sir, man. The numbers are going up by the hour, man, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. That Ronnie even trusted me to do this. You know what I mean? And we work together well, man. And yeah, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy, man.
Back, and the industry has changed so much. It used to be you had to tour to support. No, you had to record, and I forget how. It's like you used to have to tour to support your record. Now you have to support your record. No, yeah, that's where you supported your record through a tour back in the day. Now you use the tour. I don't even know what the hell I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is now that content is king, and you can't tour unless you've been able to create content, and you don't even have to release content now in album versions. Like you don't have to give them 7 or 8 or 9 records, and they only 2 or 3 or 4 only get. Now you just one at a time.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah. Yes. Singles. It's a single-driven industry now, and that's why I'm on single number 5. I think it's about to come out now from my upcoming album, single number 5, off of this new collabos project that we're doing called Cosm, and I think there's going to be 6 total before the actual release in July. You know what I mean? So it's a single-driven industry for sure.
So here's Falling in Reverse, Ronald. And Tech has, God, you got about what, maybe almost a minute, 30 minutes. I mean, you got a major part of, you got over half of this record.
Yeah. It's a full 16 bars, man. He wanted from me, and he said he wanted me to come through shredding, and I did.
You did. I don't know how many Red Bulls you got to drink or what the hell you got to do. But my Jesus Lord, it's almost they recorded it and I know you don't do this, and I'm not trying to throw it out there, but it's like they almost speed it up post production. But I know they don't, because I've seen you live. I mean, like, how the hell are you? Let me ask you a question, Tech Nine. Like in the Guinness Book of World Records, are you considered the fastest rapper in the world?
No, I don't think so. I think there are people faster, but I don't. What I don't do, I don't sacrifice my clarity for speed.
Right.
I speed, but my clarity is how I show off.
Right. So the speed isn't what people in the industry are like, oh wow, about. They're the clarity of the speed.
Well, it's a lot of fans out there that just want the speed and they don't care what you're saying. I ain't with that.
No, but that's not your gig. That's not your jam. Your jam is clarity and speed.
Clarity and speed. Clarity while speeding. Yes.
Clarity while speeding. Yes, exactly. Hold on here. This is a little bit of the new Falling in Reverse that he did. Tech appeared on. It's called Ronald. And
it's called Ronald. It's featuring myself and Alex Terrible of Slaughter to Prevail, man.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, really, if you wanted to go beat somebody up, like if you caught your wife cheating on you and you needed a song to really get you to want to just whip some ass, you're like, man, just really put you in a real ass whipping mood. You'd want to listen to this, because this isn't like, right. I want to go have a friendly conversation with my neighbors about his hedges or something. This is, I'm going to go whip this guy's ass. I'm going to beat her down.
Right. That's it. Ronald is the song that you want to listen to when you want to let off some steam.
Yeah,
for sure.
Exactly. Hold on. Where does Tech start at? 44? Is it 44?
Oh, 143.
Oh, 143. Okay, yeah, let's go to 143. Let's go to 130. Like when they're getting ready to hand off the baton. This is almost like a relay race, and you save the black guy because they save the black guy for last because he's the fastest. He's the one that can make up the difference. Right? Let the white guy start the race and give it to the black guy. You bring it home, right?
That's what she said.
Yeah, hell yeah. 3, 2, 1. Wow. Yeah. awesome.
That goes awesome.
Oh, I mean, we're the first radio station to have Tech actually, go through it while he was doing. He did it, live on live there.
That was badass what he just did.
If I can ask a question,
Yeah, go
real
ahead,
quick.
Rhett. Go ahead, Rhett.
How much did you work with Ronnie throughout that process, and like how is he to work with? Because you always hear everybody has some type of strong opinion about him, one way or the other.
Wait to hear the story. So, the first one I sent him, I started my first 4 bars. This is a wonderful story. I started my first 4 bars off with singing. Manifestation of your devil or your Satan's only mental mission making, so it's hella destination. The man is taking it was dope, you know what I'm saying? So they mastered it. He sent me text about his team loving it and everything. So after the master, he texted me, said, "Can I ask you a question, man?" I'm like, "Yeah." He said, do you think that your singing at the beginning is messing with my singing after your verse? Because I don't want that much singing in it. So I'm like, okay. So he said, "I think your singing is kind of taken away from my singing, but not really taken away from it, but you know what I'm saying." I'm like, okay, so I'll go in the studio tomorrow and I'll take the scales that I was doing. I take that out and go, and he said, "Yeah, let's try that." So I was gearing up to do that the next day in the studio, and he texted me. He said, "Hey, man, how about scrap that whole 4 bars and just come in shredding, man?" I'm
Just like you did. Just came in shred.
So I'm Tech 9, dude. I've been doing this 39 years. Nobody ever tells me to rewrite anything.
I mean, you work with Eminem and Dre and stuff. Even those guys will be like, "Man, we ain't telling Tech 9 what to do, man. Come on, that's a hard ass brother from Kansas City, bitch. Come on."
So I told my guy X-Rated, my new artist X-Rated. He said, "Tech, man, I just feel like people be scared of your flow, man. That they just don't understand." And I'm like, "I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna." He said he want me to come in chopping. He want that chopping Tech 9. So I went back home and what is up in your mind? You're thinking the devil is making the crime of the people are evil and never know do me the son of the opposite of a divine? No. Yes. You know what I'm saying? I did all that. The hell is in front of you, sliding behind. I can feel every sign of a human decline, but living the time is upon us when I'm up and feeling blind. You know, I did that shit and kept I'm sorry, I'm cursing.
No,
I
that's
did
fine.
that.
I got you.
I did that and I sent it to him with the rest of the same rhyme, you know what I'm saying, at the bottom, you know what I mean? The first 4 bars just changed. And he said, "That's what I'm talking about." And I sent it to my guy X-Rated. He said, "Man, I wanted to be mad at Ronnie so bad for telling you to change it, but he was right, dude." I said, "Yes, he was right."
Like,
He
man,
knew exactly what
I
he
wanted to have my brother's back, but I had to say that the white boy was right on this one. But I just didn't know how to tell. I just didn't know how to tell Tech 9 that, man. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear the punch in again, right where you come in. I'm gonna play it one more time. Just how you came in, like how you shredded it when you came in. Here we go. So again, there's no, it's just bam, it's there. Like it's not even a half a beat. Like it's just bam, bam.
Your mind, you're thinking the devil is making the crime of the people.
See, now I like it now because now you're kind of slowing it down a little bit, bit. You know, I know nothing about music, but I'm just giving you my white guy opinion. So you came in, shredded it. Now you're slowing it down a little bit, telling your story, and then you're gonna give me one more pop, I think.
Bang, Mandalay Bay Hotel. Bang.
You can feel it building.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I've never been in a mosh pit, but my fat ass will get into mosh pits over that. I'm just telling you that right now.
Yeah, man. I was talking about when it slowed down. I started talking about the events happening in the world.
Right.
Red rain. Saw it falling from a tower's dead plane. The Twin Towers, the plane that blew up and destroyed the towers. And I said head banged. Mandalay Bay Hotel out of Lead came, you know what I'm saying, at the country concert, you know what I'm saying?
Right, the country the country concert.
A sex change could get you caught up in death range because a lot of people hate on the LGBTQ, you know what I'm saying? And there's been murders to gay folk, you know what I mean? Here in Florida as well, I think, you know what I mean? And I said he pled sane, but really imitating Ed Gein, that could be Ted Bundy, that could be so many different serial killers that came before Ed Gein, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Red Rain saw falling from the towers, dead plane. So I mean, if you really break it down, and boy, what better way? This could be a new game. We don't have the budget, but let's break down the Tech 9 lyrics and let them tell us what it really. Yeah, I mean, it's deep. It's deep. If you know.
Yes, it is.
And let me ask you a question. Do the majority of your fans, Tech 9, I'm talking about the people that really, really are Tech 9, like big-time fans. You probably have, I don't know, just millions and millions of hardcore people, and they really do know what the lyrics mean. Yeah,
they do, man. Yeah, they do. But a lot of these kids that are on Instagram, man, they're like, man, it's just a lot of rapping fast. And I'm like, oh, youngster,
hold on. Are you listen? Here's the deal. You being a black guy and being a rapper, and me being a white guy on a radio, but still being kind of somewhat from the old school. Can we at least agree on one thing? It has nothing to do with ethnicity, nothing to do with religion, nothing to do with anything other than I think that this next generation, these 15 to 25-year-olds, there's one word: they're soft. And they're just they've been coddled. They wouldn't know how to change the oil on their car. They wouldn't know how to change it. They're just soft.
When they said we couldn't say spaz anymore, when they said we can't say midget anymore, when they saying we can only say fag if it was a cigarette, when they say that you can't say retarded and all these things you can't say, man, over time, it's things we always said in regular conversation, but as time goes on, you can't say anything. They said that Beyonce had to change her whole album because she said spaz, and Lizzo had to change it because she said spaz. Me and Chris Calico have a dope song called Spaz, but the spastic people are like, no. I get it.
And here's the deal. And here's the deal. Music is the arts, and usually, I can see where in journalism and Fox and all that corporate type stuff, but in stand-up or spoken word opinionated radio or rap or country or alternative rock, whatever your jam is, spoken word, like stand-up comedy, acting and music should be, there's no rules. It's art. It's art. If you as a black guy want to say the N-word, you have the right to say that's your art. How
else will you tell a person what NWA stands for?
Right, exactly. But like that, there was that white sorority, like somewhere on the East Coast, maybe Ivy League or something, and the girls were having they just were playing music and they were doing the Gold Digger, Kanye West, she ain't nothing but a gold digger, and they were these girls, these white and black and Hispanic and just melting pot.
I ain't saying she was a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke.
Yeah. And so here's the deal. So they were singing it as Kanye recorded it, as Kanye released it, his art, and if he wanted any other word in there, I'm assuming as an artist he would have put it in there, but he decided to use this particular word, and they actually lost their charter and got in trouble because they were singing Kanye's West song in the factually the way he wrote it, and I just don't understand how that can be a problem.
They must didn't see the movie White Chicks when they were singing the 50 Cent song in the car, like bigger your nigga, for sure. You know what I'm saying? So and one of the girls said, "Hey, you can't say that." And then the white girl said, "Well, there's no one around." I just kept on listening. So this is what I got to say about this. If we put it in the songs, I learned this on, and people will be mad at me for this, but I learned this on the Sprite Liquid Mix tour with Jay-Z, 311, Hoover Stank, Talib Kweli, NERD, Pharrell, and all that.
Hold on. What a lineup. What a lineup, man.
Yes. So this was 2002. So when Jay-Z came on, Jigga, and who I'm rolling with, what? The whole crowd. You just better get it right. Everybody was saying it.
Right.
We looking around like, whoa. That's when we learned it, that art, when we write it, people are going to say it.
Right.
Now you got to know your surroundings when you're doing it, though.
Yeah, but I still think the way you roll with your boys, and I'm not trying to make this about that word. I'm not. But, I have, I have, this sounds probably and isn't this horrible that this is now deemed racial that I say which I truly have black friends. I mean, like I do. Like I have some really really good black friends. Did you know Tech Nine? One of my best friends is Deion Sanders. Like I mean, like that's a famous black guy, right? I mean, like so like I have some pretty cool ass. I don't have a lot of black friends, but I got some pretty cool. I mean, Tech Nine, Ty J. Armstrong, Deion Sanders. I mean, that's pretty cool black friends right there. But even me,
hey, Bubba, what's understood don't have to be explained, man.
So, but for the life of me, if I say, well, I really don't have a problem with an African American man saying the N word. It's his word. Whatever the one. I have some black friends. Man, the minute I say I got black friends, I'm a racist, and I'm like, they make it. They try to make it on me, and I'm like, we have just gotten so soft and so oversensitive, and you are an artist, and it's like, you even probably have to censor yourself sometimes just in fear of the music industry should be one of the last places that gets censored because you're writing the lyrics, what's in your soul, how you feel in your mind, how you're rapping about a certain thing, and now you're censoring your true thoughts and things like that. I think that's ridiculous. Like so one last story. We have Florida Man Radio. It's 103.1 in Orlando. It's 103.1 in Fort Walton Beach. It's in Ocala, and it's called Florida Man Radio. And I'm in the morning, and then we got this African American. It's talk radio. We got this white guy named Shannon Burke in the afternoon. He's a pimp. He's like the man. He actually shot his wife, went to prison for a little bit. I mean, what he did is he had a gun, and he wasn't being real responsible with it, and he was like, they got in a fight, and she took his bulldog and threw it outside, and the bulldog, and that's, man, when you take a man's dog, like, I mean, come on now,
So shooter?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, so he went out there and got his dog, and he's like, bitch, you lucky I don't, now listen, Shannon was tuned up a little bit. He had a couple too many to drink. Him and Caribou were doing rum 51s, and so he comes inside and he's got his gun, and he's like he was like kind of whirling around, showing off, and it goes off. It grazes the dog, ricochets off the headboard, and grazes her head. Yeah, didn't kill anybody, thank God. But he got reckless whatever and had to do prison.
He didn't try to shoot her. Okay.
Right.
But one thing you should not do when you get into an argument with your wife: never pull out a gun.
No. But if she threw your bulldog outside, go find your bulldog. Right.
Right.
So he's in the afternoon, and he's kick ass, and I'm in the morning. But we got this black guy in the middays, and his name's Don Miller, and he's this conservative black guy, but he's the kind of he doesn't care. He calls out black people. He calls them out. He's like, "Wait, listen, black people," and he says a few different words here and there. Maybe drops the N word and says, "Listen, we gotta stop blaming this and this, and we gotta take responsibility for this and this and the BLM. That's ridiculous and all this kind of nonsense. And we gotta just all get along and yippee-yo." And then the station gets all these complaint calls from these white housewife saying, I was taking my kid to school, and I think this black man said the N-word at 12:05, and it really offends me. And the station manager just says, who am I as the white station manager to go tell an African American man what words he can and cannot say about his own race? I would be the racist at that point. So that shuts him right on down.
Right. That's funny as hell. I will tell you this, man, about how people interpret music, man, and how once we record the music and we release it and share it to the people, they take it for what they want. You know what I mean? For instance, I made Red Kingdom for my Chiefs, the Kansas City Chiefs,
Yeah.
Super Bowl champions. That was a flex right there, Super Bowl champions. You know what I mean?
I see you.
So I guess Donald Trump reposted it some years back, you know what I mean, to somebody who was getting ran off the road in Texas or something. You know, some non-Trump supporters were getting ran off the road by a big tour bus or something. I don't know, I forgot. And he posted it, and all the Republicans hijacked the song that I made for my team, Red Kingdom, and named that the
MAGA song. Hell yeah! I'll take that money. If I'm Tech9, I don't care if you're MAGA or Chiefs. I want that download, bitch.
Well, the thing about it, let me tell you about that. You know, it went to like #1 after that.
Right. Man, made you some money, bitch.
Right.
Tell you that right now.
But a lot of people were hitting me like, you need to say something that you're not. I said, everybody knows that song is for the Chiefs. Once I release that, people interpret music like they want. That's theirs at that moment. You know what I mean? I know what I performed that song for. I don't have to tell you a damn thing.
And you know, quite frankly, it's not your right to get into my business as to what I think your song's about. I know what I think it's about, right? Like, listen, bitch, I bought it, I downloaded it, I own it, bitch. I'll make it mine, right? Now, hold on. This is probably a question. I don't know if you've been asked this question. It's probably going to piss you off. And I don't want you mad. And I don't want you mad at me. Okay, you and I've been friends for a long time. Nothing could ever separate us.
It's hard to piss me off.
Right. And I know. Here's why I'm apologizing, because I know that you've been asked, and it might either be a good thing or it might be an irritating thing.
Okay.
But I can't even ask this question to a cool ass brother like Tech. I mean, like,
come on, man.
There's cool brothers, and then there's Tech9. That's the next cool brother. Since you're a Kansas City Chiefs, you know, like not only a.
What's up?
Okay, so not only you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan, but you're also an ambassador. Like, they recognize you and they put you up on stage for pep rallies and, you know, for the parade and everything. Like, Tech9 is to Kansas City Chiefs. Like, you're that guy. You're the Chiefs. Thank God they're not like some bunch of nerds and be like, well, I don't know if we want Tech9 representing us. No, the Chiefs are like, man, we love our Tech9. He does songs for us. He loves his city. He loves the Chiefs.
Spit it out.
Yeah, bitch, you doing something with Taylor Swift.
What?
Yeah.
What you say?
Yeah. I mean, listen, man, you want to talk about getting paid to the next level, T. I mean, you don't ever have to open up. I mean, just get a hold of Travis. Hey, Travis, next time you're blasting old girl, put in a word for me. And then, you know, she's probably way more hip than people think she is. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, when I ran into her at the Super Bowl, I was backstage at Lil Wayne's concert or something, and or maybe it was Shaq's Funhouse or something, you know what I mean? And I was leaving, and Kelsey, first it was Patrick Mahomes. They're coming down this back road, you know what I'm saying, walking after they had won the game. They're coming to party, you know what I'm saying? So I was leaving. I'd been there like for an hour or so. So I said, and Pat Mahomes, like, my man. I said, congratulations, brother. So when Kelsey saw me, he's like, we're going to take this back home, baby. We're going to take this back home. And I said, much love to you, mama, to Taylor. And she was so happy, like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like this. These are good people, dog. You know what I'm saying? So if a song happened to arise that made me feel like that it was a great mesh, of course. I'm not just going to do any song with anybody. It has to say us.
Isn't there... I know there's a story because I brought it up to you last time and it blew your mind, or I forget, maybe you knew about or whatever, but there was a record store like in Seattle or something that Elton John walked into, the Elton John. Now, I don't care if you like country music, you like rap music. He's royalty in music.
It was in Canada.
It was in Canada. And he went and Elton John went into the record store and specifically asked for where the Tech9 section was. Am I not right?
Vancouver, Canada, man. He walked into a store and that blew my mind, man, because this is a musician.
Yeah.
This is a musician. You know, people don't understand. They mad at me about Ronnie Radke. Why would you go on a tour with that horrible person. He feels this way about transgender and he feels it. I said, I mess with elite artists. You know what I mean? I don't care about Elton John's sexuality.
No.
I care about the music he shares with us that we love. You know what I mean?
I mean, absolutely, not a lot, but like there's a handful of icon status. You know, he's in that category. He's in that GOAT status. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but I mean, so now hold on. So's Taylor. What maybe Taylor, who's trying to like maybe change her image a little bit by being with Kelsey and himself, trying to harden herself up a little, get a little more street cred. How much street cred does Tay-Tay get when she does a collabo with the baddest rapper on the planet, bitch? About to get mines.
If Taylor Swift works with the King of Darkness, Tech Nine, that's crazy.
Oh my God! I mean, has anybody brought it up to you?
Of course.
Oh,
over and over.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So it's on your radar, right? Like it's on your radar.
It's on everybody else's radar, but for me, I'm working on music all the time. If there's an idea that she might have, or that might arise from me, because I got one for Elton John. He was just busy at the time and couldn't do it. It was called Through My Glasses. You know what I'm saying? So whenever they have the time to sit down and hear my idea, and if one arises for
have you thrown an idea to Tay-Tay? Have you thrown out an idea?
I don't have one yet.
She just released a song about Florida, and it was kind of like insinuating that Florida. Now you tour, and you know the reputation that Florida has, but she sang a song about Florida, about like these are where the dark secrets are, and these are where the dark things happen, and there's some some stuff that you keep in Florida stays in Florida. So
I don't know nothing about
it looks like Tay-Tay might be going a little bit to the dark side, man. Can you imagine? Talk about instant validation. Street cred as if I mean, Seth, you're a Swiftie.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what if old girl gets a hold of Tech Nine and say, listen, I got this perfect spot, boom. I mean, Tech, do you think that Tay could write something? I mean, she'd probably just have to give you the real estate and then you put your own stuff in there, right?
Yeah, she's a musician, man. You know what I'm saying? So she knows how to write music. So do I. So you never know. I would love to do something with Billie Eilish, man. I think that that's crazy.
You could reach. You know what? I would never even get a chance. If you did something with Taylor Swift, it would be the end of our friendship, because you'd have so much money that you wouldn't have to get up this early in the morning to promote nothing. Like I have to literally talk to you at 3 PM from now on, just because you'd be so rich.
I got so much money right now. I
know the money you got now, but man, you could probably make as much money that you got right now just off of one Taylor. I mean, that bitch gets like 1 billion hits.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. And with Tech Nine, man, that'll be crazy. I can't wait to hear what that sounds like.
God, I would love it. Oh, that would be huge. Oh, that would be huge. So anyway,
after we won the Super Bowl, everybody's like, "You have to do a Red Kingdom remix with Taylor." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Now I feel like you're a little bit mad at me, vibe, because I brought it up, because everybody's brought it up to you. I mean,
nah, that ain't nothing, man. So I told you I don't get upset, man. That's funny to me.
Listen, you're my friend, and I want you to do. Like, I want my friend to do the bet. I want my friend to fly in on a G6 rather than a tour bus. And so I want what's best for my boy. And so if that means doing a little collabo with Tay-Tay, then let it rip, homie. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think that's happening right now with the Ronnie Radke thing. So we'll see what Taylor might put me in helicopters or something. I don't know.
I gotta tell you, so before I let you go, I was looking at your numbers, on Strange Music YouTube numbers, and I was looking at those numbers, and I know what, we got, I think 121,000 subscribers, and I think you got like 3 million, and some of your songs have gotten 80 million, views, and I know the kind of money we make, it's small money, so to speak, but I gotta think, and I'm not trying to catch a figure from you or anything like that, but I mean, I just looked at your stats, and I gotta say, man, your monthly YouTube check is probably pretty damn good, bud. I mean,
yes, sir, man. Yes, sir.
Considering you, and the thing about it is, I mean, you own Strange Music. You're not beholden to any record label. I think you split that maybe one way with your partner. However, you guys, whatever deal you guys got. So there's not a lot of cutting of the pie. And you don't have a lot of musicians. I think if you probably pay studio musicians day rates. Is that what you do for the most part?
My studio musicians, like my engineer and all that,
Yeah.
they get paid, you know what I'm saying, weekly, you know what I'm saying, bi-weekly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I'm saying they're not getting a point on they're not going to give them no points on the album or nothing.
No.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I mean, they got their rate they make. Nobody's getting points on my album, and so I see the amount of. I'm like, man, Tech is proud. I mean, I'm proud of you, buddy. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, man.
And
Thank you so much.
Get a little rest. I know you've been traveling since 3 or 4 from Kansas City, and if you do the Taylor Swift collabo. Can you at least come on the air and say, Bubba, you know, you weren't as fat and crazy as I thought you were. You know, it actually ended up being pretty good. Can you do that for me, please? I'm not asking to be on the song or nothing. I'm just letting you know.
No doubt, man. I'll call you as soon as I'm in the studio. Like, guess what? I'm in the studio with Taylor, man.
You're lying. You're lying, buddy. You're lying. Don't look at her ass, because that big ass white boy will whip your ass. So don't be getting crazy.
He's right here staring at me, so I'm not gonna get near her.
I'm actually kind of nervous right now. I got to tell you, man. I've not seen her in real life. You have, but she looks pretty fine. Like she looks hot.
Oh man, I'm about to get married July 20th, man. I ain't about to talk about that.
No, I'm not. I mean, you're a grown man. You can say, yeah, she's an attractive girl. You know. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to nobody. You know.
Ain't nothing wrong with Taylor at all, man. She's a beautiful girl, man. Okay, that's it.
So hold on, you're getting married July 20th.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Me and my lady been together for 10 years this year. You know.
So what made you finally decide? You know, man. You know, I'm just gonna. You know. Because if we've been with her for 10 years, you're practically married. You know all the she knows if you like to fart in the morning, and she knows all that.
Yes. You go through everything in a decade, man. You know what I'm saying? I think you go through everything. That's what I think. And you learn each other, and you learn each other's ups and downs, and you learn each other's strengths and everything, and things you offer to each other, man. We just had a little girl. She's 1 now, you know what I'm saying? Alina, you know what I mean? We got the house, we got the cars, we got everything, and we just want to make it complete because we love each other. You know what I'm saying?
And you got something that most couples have in a built-in therapy, where if you get mad, all she has to say is, "Hey, Nun, let's go outside and rap one of your mad songs and get it out of your system, and come back in here a different dude. Go out in the garage and sing Ronald, and then go ahead and get back to me. Okay, you're being a little bit impossible right now."
Right. Go out and sing Ronald real quick and come back.
Yeah.
And we can make love.
We can make love. But you got to sing Ronald at least 2 times, because you're way too high strung. Get that attitude out of here. I've been dealing with this baby all day, bitch. You've been on the road, rock starring it. I'm tired of your ass.
That's funny, man.
No, it's true. Dead on. Hey, listen, you tonight, rock. God, did you see how can the promotion put together this kind of lineup? Did you see? Right. My Lord.
Right, man. It's a monster tour, man. So, what a monster festival that is. You know what I'm saying? It's big. It's humongous.
I mean, what is it? 5 stages? 5 stages?
Yeah, man. Yes.
Now, logistically, how do you even get a sound check in on that?
I have my sound guys here. They got there at 6 a.m. to do our sound check.
Oh, okay. So they know what you like, the levels that you like. You don't even have to be there.
No.
So now I think after this you go to Columbus, Ohio.
Do I?
Yep. Just listen,
just on the 19th. On the 19th, I think.
No, hold on. I don't know if this. Yeah, this. I think.
Yeah, this is what I got from.
The historic Crew Stadium, Columbus, Ohio. It's the Sonic Temple art.
Yes.
Yeah. That's how. I mean,
I can't keep up with all this, man.
I know you're such a goddamn rock star,
He's got
buddy.
managers for that.
You're getting ready to do a collabo with Taylor. I'm just going to start spreading now. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to get on my Twitter. I'm going to say, listen, I'm personal friends with Tech 9, bitch, and he's getting ready to do a collabo with Tay-Tay.
Yeah, but his phone reverse, I think, tour starts on the 18th of August.
Oh, yeah, he's in Idaho.
Yeah.
What, Tech, what's Idaho like? I mean, I can ask you about it because you've been to every state in America. Give me the top couple cool states, and then give me the couple,
Well, I got fans everywhere, man. We go to the towns that people don't go to over the years, man. So we always have big parties and big shows in Idaho, Boise, all types of Blackfoot, everywhere, man. You know what I'm saying?
Have you played Red Rock in Colorado? Is that pretty?
Man, I got so many sold out trophies from Red Rock, just my shows, period. Man, are you crazy? Yeah, that's like my second home.
Is that
Colorado?
I've not been there, but I heard it was beautiful.
Of course.
Lummy, you know how I can build some cred with Dion? Because I'm going out to a game with Dion, right?
Oh, yeah.
I just bring Tech 9 with me. Just he'd be my guest.
There you go.
Tech 9, if I told you to meet me in Boulder because we're going to be the guests of Dion. Dion's, you understand, Dion's my boy. When I go, I stay at his house. That's my guy.
If you say Tech 9 to Dion, this is how long I've been around. He allowed me to perform at his club in Dallas.
Yeah, called Primetime 21. Primetime's 21.
Years ago, man. And he loved what I did, man. I performed for everybody, his whole people, and it was a packed club, and I performed right in the middle of that dance floor, man.
And guess who? And listen, I was with him for the '96 championship game that same year. We go to Primetime 21s, and MC Hammer. I probably shouldn't be saying this because it's probably friendship stuff, but MC Hammer owed Dion quite a bit of money. Dion lended him some money, and MC Hammer, Dion said, "Listen, just come play a Saturday night at Primetime 21s, and I'll waive what you owe me." And MC no-showed him. Yeah, MC no-show. And I was with Dion when he got the call that MC wasn't showing up, and he was mad as hell. Oh yeah, it was
That's horrible. So I'm sure MC Hammer paid him back though after a while though, right?
I don't even know, nor do I care.
You gotta ask him next time you're with him. You gotta ask him.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
MC Hammer.
But so hold on, you're saying if I go see Dion in Boulder, you'll meet me out there.
Yes, I will, man.
Listen, I can't be rolling up on the sidelines just as a standard. Why? I gotta have a cool ass brother with me. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
You gotta have a token black dude.
No, I gotta have the token cool. I gotta have the token world renowned rapper with me, bitch. Not just the average black guy. I got a guy that can go and all the players would be going crazy. They'd be like, man, who's that white guy that brought Tech 9? That's Bubba the Love Sponge. I'm just saying. Next thing you know, these guys know who Bubba the Love Sponge is because I got the Tech 9 rub. You know what I'm saying? So I know how to work it.
That's funny. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if I'm not on tour, man, I'd love to go up there with you, man, with Dion, man. I'd love to see him again after all these years.
He's a good dude, man. So anyway, listen. Love you, buddy. Anything, all the new stuff, make sure that we always know about it because we'll play the hell out of it. You know that we just absolutely carte blanche with you. I just want the best for you. And you're one of the coolest, most grounded, just successful businessmen that I know. You've done it all. Listen, you've done it for the most part without support of regular radio. You've done it, from the ground up and just built this huge following. And I couldn't be happier for you, buddy. And I'm proud. I'm proud and honored to call you a friend, Tech.
Thank you, brother. I feel the same way, man. Right back at you, man. Thank you, brother.
Again, you're gonna be my token cool rapper, dude. Okay? You notice I didn't say black guy. You're my token cool. No, I didn't. You're my token cool rapper guy. The best. Let me. When I roll up to see Dion, I ain't just bringing some regular rapper. I'm bringing Tech mother effing 9.
Right. If you roll up with Tech 9 and Dion, everybody gonna trip out.
Hell
in Colorado too.
Hell yeah.
Boulder Theater. I've done Boulder Theater and tore it down, dude. You know what I'm saying? People know Tech 9 and Boulder, dude.
Dion might kick me out of practice and let Tech stay.
Yeah.
Hey, Tech, man, get some rest, my friend. Let's be in touch, okay, buddy?
Thank you, brother.
Take care. Love you, buddy.
We've interviewed Matt Riddle several times, who says that in his opinion, you're ducking him. How do you respond to that?
A good friend of mine, personally, and I'm kind of, by the way, the Bubba the Love Sponge show, Friday, July 19th, 2024. And my next guest is, I kind of got lucky with my next guest in that I kind of caught him before he got his lightning bolt. I caught him pre like while he was on the NXT program and wasn't, people that really are into wrestling, they're familiar with the NXT guys. But for the most part, NXT,
we knew the bro. You just didn't know the bro.
No, exactly. The hardcore wrestling fans knew the bro. But most mainstream wrestling fans usually aren't as hardcore where they know the guys that are developing. They just see the people that are coming to their town on one particular night or who's getting pushed on TV. And I actually had the distinct honor of getting to know and become friends with Matt Riddle before he hit that big WWE Raw were you on SmackDown or Raw?
I was mostly on Raw, but I was on SmackDown for one season, then Raw 2 seasons.
Right. But we caught you before all of that, before you really became a huge superstar, and it was so cool to watch your push, especially the Orton push. I thought that was really done well. Too bad Randy got hurt. But, where do you think they were going? Where were they going with you before? Obviously, I think you'd still be with WWE had Vince not sold or WWE and the stock or whoever had merged with Dana White's company. I think you were in their plans to be a big time superstar. You were going to be a Chris Jericho. You were going to be a CM Punk. You were going to be that guy, I think, until the merger happens.
Yeah, the merger probably didn't help me out or do me any favors, especially merging with the UFC. Even though it's TKO got ownership of the UFC and then kind of bought into WWE. And I don't think that helps me out. But I think the writing was on the wall, too. I mean, I feel like once Randy got hurt and got out of we weren't teaming as much anymore or doing the RK Bro stuff, the attitude towards me from the
boys
no, the boys love me.
I can see where the boys love you.
I still talk to all the boys
because you're just a dude. The only guy that had heat with you was Goldberg, and that was just because he's insecure in his own skin because he knows shoot style. He knows Goldberg knows shoot style, and you can confirm it right now. I know Bill Goldberg. I've met Goldberg. I've hung out with him, and he's not nearly as tough as he thinks he is. Jericho backed him down one time in the locker room, and Goldberg knows deep in his little peanut head that shoot style, you'd kill him.
I would say
you'd kill him.
Majority of people in sports entertainment know I'd kill them, let alone William Goldberg.
Right.
He knows.
And he got real heat with you because, you were just being a bro. You were over in the locker room. And he's kind of, I think in the locker room considered kind of the pampered old timers that really didn't know how to work, and they kind of handed him this whole big industry. And the boys kind of think that about him. So when he started stuff with you, the boys are with you, man.
The boys were definitely with me, and Bill has a history of kind of doing what Bill does.
Being a bully.
Yeah. And even when...
when you didn't put over his bully gimmick and were ready to back it up shoot style, that's what freaked him out.
Yeah. And the thing is, I don't want to knock Bill, the character, Bill Goldberg.
Sure,
I get it. I understand the value of it. And he understands it too.
When Bill gets out of the ring and you guys are in the Sallyport walking, to your your rental cars or whatever the hell you're doing, and he gets heat with you out there, not scripted or anything like that. He's legitimately he knows you can kick his ass shoot style.
Well, I think there's a lot of guys, especially wrestlers, that get a push at that level when they run into somebody like me and they know they can't hang with me. I mean, in the ring they can, in a WWE ring.
Sure.
But
in the ring they'll bury you.
When it comes to the street or a cage or a ring of combat sports, they kind of know they don't have a chance.
It was kind of like the Kurt Angle effect back in the day. Like, you'd be working Kurt, but if Kurt decided to turn this into a shoot, you're done.
Yeah.
Right?
And the thing is, I don't know why, you're in the business of wrestling. We already talk crap about each other all the time.
Right.
But for some reason... and Bill wasn't the only one. There's other guys, even like Roman. I did a promo. They asked me to mention the bloodline, and I said I'd beat the crap out of them, especially out in the street,
Did that get you real heat?
Yeah, oh, dude, Roman wouldn't talk to me for like a month or so, and I was
So
like,
would you go? And were you broing him too? Like you go like, bro, I was just cutting a promo, bro.
I always am. I mean, the one time.
So like, to give me kind of a reenactment of what your first conversation with Roman was when you shot a promo on him. Tell us what you said.
Well, the promo was, RK Bro was killing it, and the guy that set up the interview beforehand was like, hey, mention how RK Bro's killing it in merchandise and how you guys are the best team and how you're better than the Bloodline because me and Randy and myself were feuding with, the Bloodline.
Right, sure.
So I'm talking trash, said how RK Bro's selling more T-shirts than
Even got
anybody.
into the merchandising numbers and the whole 9 yards,
and
right?
I go, if we get down to it, if we're in a cage or a ring, I'd beat the brakes off everybody in the Bloodline. There's nothing anybody can do about it. I don't care if you're the tribal chief or whatever.
If we're going shoot there, Roman, bitch, I got you, right?
And then Randy, because now Roman's mad at me, it sends me a text, and he's like, that was like unprofessional, this and that. And I was
hold on, you get a pre-text from Roman.
Yes. And then I was like, oh, man. And then I go, I should probably apologize. So I write an apology, being like, my bad. I was kind of told to talk trash. I didn't mean to cross the line by saying I could beat you up in real life.
All right, so you baby faced off on it, right?
I was going to.
And
then I showed the text to Randy, and Randy's
and then Randy ribbed you.
Oh,
Randy ribbed you.
Randy goes, oh, nah, dude, Roman's not going to they don't want to talk to him like that. And then Randy gave me a different kind of apology where I never apologized.
You just kind of
non-apology
It
apology.
was a very Randy apology,
right?
So then when I sent that to him,
oh God,
Roman
Matt,
got angry.
You should have sent. You should have sent the first instinctual one because it was so golden.
It would have been completely fine.
Because it was straight golden, right? It was just like, I'm sorry, bro.
Oh yeah, it's like my bad, dude. Won't happen again.
Right.
Randy was like,
Randy
hey,
rewrites
man.
it.
Randy's like, things happen. Hopefully we can work in the future. And I'm like, are you
Things
sure?
happen, when you're cutting a promo. Sometimes it gets away from you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
The next time I see Roman, we're doing the live events. This is like right when we're coming back from COVID.
Right.
And
you see him.
I see him in the hallway. I'm like, what's up, Roman? Hi, bro. And he doesn't say a word to me, walks by.
No.
And then I'm like, oh, this is awkward. And then all of a sudden,
now, are you on your scooter at this point?
I am rocking the scooter.
The scooter automatically takes a little bit of anybody's
diffuser.
It automatically takes a little bit of edge of that madness because it's so cool that I got a surfer dude that's on a scooter with flip-flops trying to apologize to me. I mean, it's a good look. It really is.
And then, but all that happened was the first time after we were walking past each other, he didn't respond. And then about 5 or 10 steps away, I heard him call me a bitch. And I'm like, oh, come on, man.
Man, you can't put me out like that.
Yeah,
I got to do something about that.
And I'm like, I'm right here, and he keeps walking. And then the next day, he does it again. And I'm just like, this time, I'm like, bro, come on, dude. This is not a big deal. And then probably
this is face to face, right?
This is face to face.
So the second day he bitched you, you're like, bro, come on, man.
Come on, dude. I'm right here. Don't be calling me a bitch and walking away.
I said I was sorry.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, I really
I
did.
sort of said I was sorry.
Yeah, I would have said I was sorry. But
so you're still playing the Randy Orton card.
Well, yeah.
You got the Randy Orton angle still kicking.
You can't. You know, once you agree to that text and you send it, I double down.
So many head games play the WWE, right? All right, so that's second time.
So second time, and then we record, and then by default, because RK Bro was doing so well, I eventually had to work with Roman, and we did some tag matches, but then we did our singles match for the title on SmackDown.
How bad did he spud you?
He didn't at all. After that, we were good. He enjoyed working with me.
Did you put him over in the singles?
Sure. He was the champ.
That's right. He hasn't lost in 54 years.
He eventually lost to Cody.
I know. He just lost recently because he wanted to spend some time with his family. It's like, I can't take being the champion much longer, man. I need some time off the road. Let me drop the strap to Cody.
Yeah, well, good for him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then I think that's another thing. I think with a guy like Goldberg or Roman in this sense, and I don't have anything against him, but I feel like when you're booked a certain way in professional wrestling, you start to believe the hype.
Well, I mean, look at Hogan. I mean,
well,
you know.
Hogan, honestly, he killed it the other day. You can see he's still got a promo in him.
I know he does.
He cut a 71-year-old.
I mean, hold on now, hold on.
Cut-
I mean,
cut-
you truly appreciate being in the business. You truly appreciate a good promo, don't you?
Dude.
So when you see a 70-year-old go out and roll out a grade A promo, I mean, as a young dude, man, you gotta be like, man, you know, that's goat-like stuff, right?
Dude, I don't watch. I don't get into politics. That's just not my forte. That's not my strength. But I did take a glance at the Republican, what have you, and saw Hogan do that speech for Trump, and it was pretty remarkable.
It was quite something, wasn't it, man?
He's like, you took a shot at the next president.
My hero.
And Trump will be my hero. Then rips out the shirt. And my favorite part, I mean, that promo was good, but seeing Trump just so happy, just like Hulk Hogan is cutting a promo for me.
Yeah, I mean,
to be
hold on, no.
president.
But hold on,
The
don't.
guy
I mean,
the guy was just
let's not
loving
forget.
everything. And I would too. If Hulk Hogan was still like Matt Riddle for president and rip the T-shirt off, I would be like, this is it.
This is cool.
This is it.
Hold on now.
Hogan's here,
But
dude.
hold on. Here's the deal. Hogan did great. He did great. But man, kids rock. Like everybody, you appreciate a good entrance, gimmick. I mean, you do. I mean, in the business that you are, an entrance, song is the way the business is done. Everybody's got an entrance song, and like back in the day when you hear the bells and it was the Undertaker. I mean, the crowd would just go crazy, right?
Yeah.
Or they'd hear "Sexy Boy" with Shawn Michaels, or they would, hear Hogan's music, or some of the iconic music that you've heard over the years. Remember when the Y2J, you'd hear the glass break, and that was
Stone Cold.
Stone Cold.
Yeah.
But
Stone
the
Cold.
Y2J was the countdown clock. But
Yeah,
it's still.
Deet. Well, Kid Rock, by entrance standards, entrance music. Did you see his entrance last night?
I did not see
Watch
Kid Rock's
this.
entrance.
You
Yeah,
being
sure.
an entrance connoisseur. Ready?
I'm ready.
Watch how badass this is. Tears the house down.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kid Rock.
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody
feels like the Rock. It feels like the Rock almost.
Get a fist up in the air.
That's the Trump right there.
Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Yeah. Say fight, fight.
Look at the backdrop behind him. I mean, look at that $1 million backdrop behind him. Full pyro.
Fight, fight.
So good.
Somebody scream.
Matt, you being an entrance is that not badass?
It's super badass. You know what my thing is, though? You ever see that movie Idiocracy?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Son of a bitch. I feel like we are so.
We're
on
living.
the fast track.
We're living that. We're living that life right now.
And I would
we got
be
professional wrestlers and rap artists that are introducing the next. Remember in Idiocracy, they had monster truck shows for the presidents. Remember?
Dude, I remember, and I feel like I don't know if we're all the way there yet.
Well, we're close.
We're way too close.
We got pro wrestlers and Kid Rock, with a Dana White kicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dana White did
Dana
awesome.
White, yeah.
So good.
Yeah. Dana White, Tucker Carlson, Kid Rock, Hogan, and then Trump came on. So this is something I think that you've seen that the people are not too familiar with. And Rhett and Gary went to the Jake Paul, Mike Perry press. Well, this was the weigh-in.
No, the weigh-in's today, I think.
I'm sorry.
or tomorrow,
Weigh-in's
whatever.
today.
This is just a press conference.
So we get in, and Jake Paul and Mike Perry are there answering questions. Wow, what a nice production. Look at the production value. That is nice.
Well, Jake Paul knows how to put on a show for sure.
So Jake Paul, to give you some history, I think, Matt, you have publicly sent the word out or even, put on social media that you would love to, Jake Paul needs to pick you if he's trying to find these badass people for him to beat down with his next opponent, supposedly after this one being Mike Tyson. Matt Riddle's like, hey, bro, pick me. Just pick me.
Yeah.
I'll take, I don't know, small payday, big, give me my full-blown merchandise sales and a small payday, bitch. I'm there.
Yeah, I would probably do it for free at this point.
I'll beat your ass for free.
Just to get back in the ring and put some beats on them.
You've thrown it out there.
I've thrown it out there. I've talked to people. I mean, I know his brother. They send me Prime all the time. I mean, thank you for the Prime. That's why when he said he didn't know who I was, I'm like, dude, I wrestled with your brother in WWE. I've seen you before. We've talked. I've been on Impulsive. I'm like, I've rubbed enough shoulders. I'm pretty sure. But then
I love the way the bro describes things, don't you, man?
But then again, Goldberg was the same way. I remember Goldberg getting interviewed and be like, oh, I don't know who that guy is. And it's like, dude, you know who I am. I ruffled your feathers. It's a thing. And I think with Jake Paul, it's been thrown out to him multiple times. He's declined it multiple times. And I mean, he can do that. But at the end of the day, I think it's like, I'm pretty big. I'm like 6'2". I weigh 210.
That's about what he is.
And I fought in the UFC, and I didn't leave the UFC getting beat up. I left the UFC beating people up, And then I went into the world of professional wrestling and
did well there.
Yeah, did very well and punked out basically all the big guys there too.
And one of the reasons why he's still not a pro wrestler is because shoot style, the guys can't beat him up, so they're afraid of him.
Yeah,
I mean, they're afraid.
Yeah.
They cannot intimidate him because at the end of the day, man, if you want to take it out to the parking lot, we can. It's not gonna work out good for you.
Also, I don't know the logistics of the Paul fights, but I went to his one of the boxing matches in Orlando. Not the latest one, but the one prior to that.
The one before that one, yeah.
And
you got a chance to sign. I mean, you watched it firsthand.
I watched it firsthand, but the thing is, I feel like the fights he usually picks, there's a size difference. Like he usually has quite the reach on his opponent. And
so that's what with him and Mike Perry.
And with Mike Perry, the same. The difference is I'd put money on Mike Perry if I was anybody because Mike Perry's mean. I mean, he fought Luke Rockhold.
But Jake Paul, Mike Perry's laying down doing a job.
Possibly.
That's what I think this all is. I think people lay down and do jobs. They say, hey, listen, if you beat Jake, you make $500,000. If you don't beat Jake, you make $3 million. Go ahead and decide what you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the possibility.
I think it is.
I don't know. I never made it far enough to get a contract or anything like that with him, not because he doesn't want to fight. But it's very possible. I personally think a lot of the guys...
Would you do a job?
I mean, I already did the job in pro wrestling. If he wants me to take a dive, I can wrestle. I'm
just saying, if he said, hey, listen, $1 million if you beat me, and $6 million if you let me beat you, like in the fight. It's a real big whodunit. It's close, and I get the decision.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it would go. I don't think you would want that. Plus, I think
that's how it goes.
Yeah, I think maybe, but I think the problem with somebody like me, and probably why I haven't been given the opportunity, is because I just have too much pride. Like it's really hard for me. It's one thing in pro wrestling. That's part of the job.
You're mean.
But
deep down, you're kind of mean, aren't you?
You don't fight in a steel cage. You don't go out of your way to fight professionally unless you're a little mean.
Yeah, you are mean. Like you're that dog that you could turn on you.
You'd be like Brad Pitt in Snatch. He wouldn't throw the fight. He'd knock the guy out and kill him.
But
you're
perfect example of me fighting Jake Paul. It'd be a Snatch-like scenario where they probably want me to take a dive. I probably said I would take a dive,
and then throw.
Put the beats on.
Bruce Willis in Pulp Fiction.
Knowing how much of an F up you are, here's how your Jake Paul experience goes, okay? This is because I know how.
You can go a lot of different ways.
I'm going to give you my Bubba McMahon my prediction, okay?
Bubba McMahon.
Yeah, just knowing you that you got a hair trigger, that you're just a wild man, but you at the end of the day, man, you self-medicate, you keep yourself, just really chill. You got the bro technique, but I've watched you at the gym kicked the heavy bag, and I saw you with your shirt off, and I was like, God dang, that guy's a stud. And then I took a pair of boxing gloves, and you said, go ahead, bro, hit me in the side as hard as you could. So literally, I took a pair of boxing gloves just to show how strong his core is and stuff. And I threw it with my little T-Rex arms. I threw as hard as I could. And he's like, okay, bro, now I get to hit you. And I'm like, no, that's not what we're doing. We're not doing that.
I didn't hit you, though.
No, you didn't. He didn't. But I just know how you're wired. And sometimes you lose it and you mess up a really good thing sometimes.
Yeah, I'd say,
Just because your internal meanness comes through. You're a street yard junkyard dog. And so here's what happened. You'd sign this big deal with Jake Paul, and you're Johnny Bro, cool dude, and the deal is, okay, listen, it's $1 million if you win. If you lose, it's $6 million. $6 million if you lose. We'll make it real close. But it's you get fined $250,000 if you knock him out. So you'd go in there and he would just irritate you, and inside your little head, you're like, oh my God, I'm doing a job for a guy. There's no way. Deep down on the streets, I'd whip this guy's ass. I feel like, and then you'd start having some kind of internal fight in your little head, and then you'd knock the guy out or choke him out or just do something, and you'd have to write him they sue you for $250,000.
Well, that's the other thing with the Pauls. Logan fought Dylan Dennis not too long ago. And Dylan, I used to train him in jiu-jitsu when he was younger, when he was growing up and I was in the UFC, and they fought, and Dylan did a really good job of talking trash and brought up Logan's girl and just brought a lot of drama and controversy into the fight. I mean, I bought the fight just because of that,
Just because of the drama.
And that was probably the highest sold pay-per-view the Paul brothers
you can
have
imagine
done.
that. See, you know how to work. So you could really get with Jake and get a real good pre-gimmick going on. You just knowing how to work. Maybe even get some hardway juice. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, that's always a possibility. I don't get juice. I don't gig. I don't do that.
Oh,
if I get split up,
it's hardway.
It's always hardway.
Yeah. Well, you just know it's coming. Jake's gonna lay a spud on you, on your upper forehead.
Yeah.
We're gonna get some juice. Man, I can't even tell you the last time that I saw a promotion promoting a fight and somebody got juice. Right?
Well, I think the last time was Logan Paul versus Dylan Dennis. Dylan Dennis at the press conference cracked Logan with a microphone and split his head open.
And so there was juice.
There was a little bit of juice.
And that made you want to buy the damn thing, did it not?
Dude, of course.
Dude. So what I'm saying, if Logan Paul takes a microphone, it's coming. He spuds you in the head. We got you highly medicated so you don't flip out. You do a job for him on the press conference. That's like an extra, fast talking Daniel Rose will get all this locked up in the contract. And fast talking Daniel Rose will. Fast talking Daniel Rose would be like, he'd already have a contract that said, like, if you got hardway juice at the press conference, it's an extra $750. So like you got $750 for just doing the juice job right there.
I mean, if these are real numbers we're getting,
we're getting juice,
possible.
man.
I don't think that's happening. And I also say with like a Jake Paul, and I think the big thing is this: when you're an up and coming fighter, you don't really get to pick your fights. When you're a millionaire and YouTube star and Disney star that decides to be a pro boxer,
you can do whatever you want.
And he has shown it, and he's done it. He picks his fights. He's smart at picking them.
Yep.
Even when he's fought Anderson Silva.
Yeah. Past his prime.
Oh,
yeah,
way past
Anderson
his prime.
was like 66.
Not saying any of us would beat Anderson Silva, but at the same time.
What about you and Anderson MMA? Would you beat him? Just
Well,
because he's older
I think now, yeah. I'm beast mode right now. I'm like 38 years old, but I'm a late bloomer, so I feel like I'm like in my prime.
All right, so here, listen,
I'm just as strong and fast as ever.
You
and
look as mean as ever. Your
he doesn't
core
look
looks
38.
strong. Yeah.
He looks 28. I mean, honestly.
More wild than you used to be. You're mean as hell.
Riddle, what's your reach?
Well, it was 77, 78.
Okay, so you have a better reach than Jake.
Yeah, I got a crazy reach. That's why even when I fought in the UFC, I always had a reach on people.
And I don't think anybody could really, because you're so damn mean I don't know if he could just knock you out or not. I mean, it looks like you got a real white trash jaw on you.
I
You know what I'm
do.
saying?
You know, my facial hair grows in naturally white trashy like this, like Joe Dirt.
Yeah.
And I definitely, I'll say this: I wasn't necessarily the best striker when I fought, but I definitely had a serious chin on me. And when you get hit really hard and you got a chin, it's really dangerous for most people to deal with. Most people, you know, even if they hit hard, if you hit them hard, they go down. But if you can hit hard and don't go down,
and got a good chin on you,
especially with boxing gloves on.
Actually having a better chin than a jab is more advantageous in boxing than vice versa. If you got a bad chin, you're done. You can't go anywhere in the business.
Dude, if you can't take body shots or get hit in the head, you can't box.
All right, here is Gary Cantrell, the Gary Cantrell, who's been working with Rhett, and they go, what a great question. This is so good. This is just so good. It creates so much heat. It's gonna get Matt so mad. This is so good. Here it is. This is from yesterday's press conference. Thank you, Rhett, and thank you, Gary.
Gary Cantrell, Bubba the Love Sponge Show. My question is for Jake.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. Matt he even sets it up right, doesn't he?
Yeah.
With my man.
Oh, dude.
Gary Cantrell, Bubba the Love Sponge Show. My question is for Jake. On the topic of guys not wanting to fight you, we've interviewed Matt Riddle several times, who says that in his opinion, you're ducking him. How do you respond to that?
Perfect question, wasn't it, Matt?
Perfect.
It was a great question.
Listen.
I don't know who that is.
Oh.
You're going to make Matt mad.
Come on, man.
Hold on. He's really jobbing you out, my friend.
Dude, you know, I feel like people do this when they're slightly insecure. Like I said, like Goldberg, or when they also know what the outcome's most likely.
Right. They play
be.
the I don't know card when they know that you would kill them.
Like we've seen each other in person.
Like it's hard to forget this guy
here.
and not know who he is. You know what I mean? It's like the name and the persona. It's like, of course you know who he is.
Says that in his opinion, you're ducking him. How do you respond to that?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, thank you.
He's a former WWE superstar.
Yeah. Somebody.
Ariel Helwani's got. I've been on the MMA hour and
That's
stuff.
right.
You know?
Yeah. So
Ariel's
hold on.
Got my back.
Yeah, this guy has your back. Here, let me just stick it here. The guy has your back. I love it.
That?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, thank you.
He cleaned up the awkwardness.
All right, hold on.
Former WWE superstar, former UFC fighter, the Super King of Bros. Sounds like somebody wants a payday.
Like I said, I'd do it for free.
Hold on. So that's how you combat that. Be like, hey, you know what kind of payday I want? Just whatever merchandise that I sell.
Yeah, I don't even care about that. You know.
Daniel Rose ain't gonna let you cut that deal, buddy. Come on. We gotta get merch, Matt. Come on.
Let's just put it this way: I'm confident enough in beating Jake Paul in a fight, regardless if it's boxing, kickboxing, or mixed martial arts, that I would forfeit all my money because I know just knocking him out or beating him up is worth more than any amount of money I could get.
I mean, the marketing and you being the guy that really finally showed this guy the business.
Yeah.
Right? Because he always fights bums. Not bums in the fact that they're bums, but they're way older than they've already timed out on their career.
Like
they're kind of they're like, you know, when boxing Anderson Silva, boxing and striking wasn't Anderson's. Was, you know, he needed to get you on the ground in order. That's what he did.
Yeah, Anderson he's really good at Muay Thai, but boxing's definitely different than Muay Thai and definitely different than mixed martial arts, you know? And I'll say that there's one thing. When you're 24, 25, if you're in your mid-20s, dude, when I was in my early 20s, you could hit me with a brick and I would just keep coming at you. And I didn't care, you know? Yeah. Also, the other thing, you got to realize, once you get to a certain level of wealth, the training you can pay for. You know, I think a lot of people knock Jake, but at the same time, he's probably way better than a lot of people think because He can pay the best trainers in the world. He can pay the best sparring partners in the world.
Best
He can
nutrition.
pay the best nutritionist, the best strength and conditioning coach, and he doesn't want to lose. And this is the other thing.
How important is all that back
It's
end?
all super important. I remember when I was in the UFC, I didn't have trainers half the time because I couldn't afford it because they weren't paying me enough. So it's like, and then like guys like GSP back in the day, there was like leaps and bounds in between the division, but it's like because GSP gets paid millions of dollars and gets
He had
points
a
on
full
pay-per-views.
he had a full blown employee
He did.
roster of doing
guy-
everything for him.
The guy had everything. He even had a special guy with a special IV to hook him up before fights. And I remember because I would get IVs after weigh-ins, before fights. And I remember I got one, and the guy that did it for me did GSP before me. And I go, oh, what does GSP take? And he's like, oh, he's on something else. And I had vitamins. I had a Merrill's cocktail. I had like niacin and all the.
So, but you didn't have
nutrients
the.
a
You didn't,
boy
hold on.
needs.
You didn't have the Jesus juice that
I did
GSP
not-
did.
I
He
did
had
not
like
have
he had like
Jesus
5 extra
juice.
add-ons, didn't he?
Bro, and the thing is, if you ever watch GSP fight, 25 minutes against another high-level guy, not saying he didn't train harder, he wasn't ready, he was ready, but I think he had a little extra, I wouldn't say juice or steroids or whatever, I'm not going to say that.
You
because
got the jobber juice and he got the Jesus juice.
I definitely got the discount IV bag, and he got
the Dollar General,
Yeah.
and he got the Louis Vuitton.
Correct, and it showed, and it definitely showed in his fights. The guy was a beast.
I got to do some words. We're going to come back with Matt Riddle. There's so much to talk about with him. I want to get into the bare knuckle fighting stuff with you.
Oh, man.
Is that where you might be headed?
Well, right now the professional wrestling's great, but
you're doing independent stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm doing the independent stuff, and I stay so busy. If anything, too busy. I double book myself all the time and everything else like that. But the money's right,
So the money now is the independent circle. Is the money pretty good?
Well, I'll say this for somebody like me. Yes, I wasn't just a guy that was in WWE or a guy that was just in NXT. You
were over.
I was at multiple times. Well, funny with that is Randy. I would say we were over, and I was over. Randy would say we weren't over. I remember one time I go to Randy and go, "Hey, Randy, we're super over." He goes, "No,
How
we're-"
can Randy?
Hold
Because
on.
that's Randy's just ribbing you.
Hold on. Randy goes, "We're not over." I'm like, "What do you mean, man? You hear that crowd? We're selling merch more than anybody else. Come on, dude." He goes, "Hulk Hogan was over."
Yeah, but
The
he's
Rock,
just,
The Rock is over.
At that time. You know what
Stone
he was.
Cold is over.
You know what he's doing though at that
We're
point.
not over.
He
And I
at
was like,
that
"Oh,
point is
man."
just trying to make sure that a Green Frog rookie doesn't get too full of himself,
Yeah.
and he realizes, he wouldn't even be working the program with you if you guys weren't over. He's not going to be part of a program that's not over. He's Randy Orton.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Randy's smart. He knows what he's doing, especially when it comes to sports entertainment.
And
for sure.
and God, just by hand, he is one hell of a hand. He really knows how to work.
He really
knows the
does.
philosophy. He's a good worker. He takes care of his guys out there. He's not stiff. He's got a reputation, I think, among the boys of being, really does the right thing. Does he run the locker room now that Taker's gone?
I would say, the landscape in WWE is probably none of the boys are allowed to run the locker room.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
See, remember back in the day, Taker ran the locker room.
Yeah, but I think, it's more like high school.
It's like a bunch of little snowflake bitches now instead of real men that are worried about getting to the next city and doubling up on a rental car.
Yeah, it's definitely different. The locker room's definitely changed.
Man, back in the day, man, Taker,
Taker,
they'd have wrestler court. And they would have wrestler court, and Taker would be like, "That's going to cost you 2 12 packs, and $50."
Yeah, that would be great. I feel like now people just complain and go to management.
Bunch of little bitches.
Yeah, and bellyache.
Sometimes the
That is what it
boys
is.
got to handle the business in the back.
Well,
sometimes.
I think with somebody like me, example, you want to handle business in the back with me, you might have your hands full.
But when Triple H would walk through, would that be like, oh man?
No, Triple H is one of the boys too.
He's one of the boys, but he's
Yeah.
also high level management.
He really is. I mean, you don't want to say the wrong thing to him,
Right.
He's definitely, He's definitely put himself in a position of power.
Yeah,
one way or another,
Yeah.
with his work or with his.
Well, his work was minimal at best, but boy, man, he certainly knew how to play the game. Didn't
he is the game.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Hey, I got to do words. Matt Riddle, formerly from UFC, formerly from WWE. Just an overall badass, shoot style.
A lot of formers. You know, I've done it all.
Hey,
a lot of formers.
Were people messing with you for doing that birthday party?
You know,
were they jobbing you?
At first, people were, but to be fair, that birthday party was dope. I literally just flew from Mexico City. I wrestled for AAA down in Mexico City. Thousands of people there, sold out arena.
Good payday.
Great payday. They treat me like, dude. Like I was saying, on the indies, it's hard to pick up a fight right now because I make so much money on the indies and with meet and greets and stuff. Where it's hard.
So you go over in Mexico, and I got to think when a promoter's bringing you in, Matt Riddle's not doing jobs. I'm just telling you that right now, Matt Riddle. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if I do the job, you gotta spice it up. We're gonna have to hit me with a low blow, some outside interference,
right? Double DQ, Willie. You know,
you're gonna have to.
You're not doing one clean in the middle. It's gonna be an F job, screw job, last minute Willie, and it's probably gonna cost the promoter a little bit more for you to job.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to do that. I have my rate. And I also make my rate affordable in the sense I know my value from streaming purposes, online content, and then just from how many tickets I'm going to sell or the meet and greet you're going to sell.
Right.
And I do that accordingly. So I wrestle for AAA down in Mexico, and then I fly up to LA from Mexico City, and I do a birthday party. Now, when I got there, or before I got there, they go, hey, would you do a special needs birthday party for a kid? And I'm like, you know, normally I wouldn't do a random birthday party, but for a special needs kid and everything. And it wasn't on a day I was already booked. It was very convenient. Also, I thought Mexico City was a lot closer to LA. I was very.
He said, I thought it was a 3-hour flight, and it was a 7-hour flight.
Oh, bro, it was 8 hours of flight. It was 4 hours and 4 hours, and I was like, what the hell, dude? But then I get there. And if I recall correctly, I believe the birthday boy's name was Terry.
Right.
And when I get there, there's a cardboard cutout of the birthday boy. And Terry definitely has some special needs. He's a good guy, but he's definitely no kid. Terry's 30 years old.
Okay, all right.
So it was just doing Terry's birthday party. But dude, we were at this sick mansion out in Cali. They had a legit ring. I'm not knocking.
I sent you the video, Bubba.
Don't want to knock Mexico, but the ring was like a brand new high spots ring. It was a good ring. Best ring I worked in all weekend. You know? And then, like I said, the family was awesome. There's other people of special needs and everything. And it was sick. That's just part of the backyard.
Now, when they said they had a ring, did you do like a high spot for him, or did you put Terry over? Like, what was the gimmick?
Bro,
show it here.
If you know me, if I'm wrestling, I don't dial it in. I don't care if it's a birthday party. I don't care if it's WrestleMania.
I don't care if it's for a special needs kid.
Yeah,
I'm hardcore, buddy.
If you pay my rate and fly me in,
I'm doing a job.
I'm going hard. I'm gonna make sure. There's Terry in the red.
Oh, that's Terry in the red? Terry's in the red.
It's Terrence.
Terrence.
I was calling him Terry. He didn't mind.
There he is right there. Looks like a regular able-bodied man to me.
Dude, I think so. You guys are stallion. But yeah, dude. They kept my flip-flops. But
they kept your flip flops.
They gave me a different pair of flip flops to wear home because they wanted the signature
Well, see,
King of Bros.
I mean, if they're paying their rate, they keep the flip flops.
I figured you pay my rate to come to a birthday party,
Hold on. And they had replacement willies ready to go.
Right. And they fed me.
Yeah.
They had a bartender.
Yeah. Right.
They
got
treated,
you new flip flops and paid. Hold on. Most importantly, paid your rate.
Up
Say
front.
Paid my rate, and everybody was respectful and nice. But since then, funny enough, I've been hit up
for birthday parties.
A lot of them. A lot of them.
I mean, hold on, brother. That's easy money,
dude.
Bar mitzvahs, bat mitzvahs, birthday parties, dude. Are you kidding me?
The bar mitzvahs are big too.
Yeah. Was it that dude's dad that paid?
Hold on, let me see.
Who paid for the party?
I have no idea.
That guy's got special needs.
Yeah.
The one with the ball. Yeah.
Matt Riddle's ass cheeks are hanging out.
I know.
Swear to God.
He's got lower cheek exposure.
That's a $7,000 ring right there. I'm telling you that right now.
It's
that
unreal.
is a beautiful ring,
Dude,
isn't it?
Brand new turnbuckles. VWC, a show out in Cali set this up.
Who's this jobber?
No, is this like his uncle or something?
I don't know any relations, a family. I don't know if they're just friends.
They just kicked his flip flops off.
And you haven't even called. Like you don't. Do you even have an idea where you're going with it? Like, have you called the match at all?
Oh, this match, yeah, I called bits and pieces, but at the same time, when you're working a birthday party like
You're
this,
just gonna do it clean right there.
Dude,
1, 2, 3.
with the gazebo. Yeah, the pool.
I mean, you let the guy get a good one in on you because he's got the gazebo right there, buddy.
Dude,
He's feeding you all day long. He's got you all the liquor that you need, and more importantly, he paid my rate.
Best part about it is during the match, I bring my opponent out to Terrence to give him a chop.
Oh, really?
And let's just say Terrence goes like this, looks at his fist, shakes no, and then proceeds to potato this guy right in the face.
So he did the Hulk Hogan. Oh hell no!
Yeah. I let go of my opponent because I was holding both his arms back. So he had to take one right on the dome. And I was like, oh, and then Terry's like shaking his hand because his
That was, I mean,
he's not a little guy.
But I got to tell you, man,
he's a big boy.
Somebody close to him knew that he was a big Matt Riddle fan, and they got a hold of you, and they put together. I mean, that ring was probably $4 or $5 grand, or at least $1,000 to rent from some kind of ring deal. Your rate. I mean, they went all out.
And there was other matches on the show. I wasn't like the only attraction. They had a couple others.
Other wrestlers.
Yeah, not at the same caliber, but
right.
Definitely the local scene in California. Yeah,
Texas Hangman, things like that.
Stuff like that.
So what's? It sounds like you're not really ready for anything. All this independent stuff. And people paying your rate, which I know your rate, and it's a pretty decent number.
It's a pretty decent number.
You're just, I mean, you could make. I'm telling you probably could make more doing what you're doing now than the rookie or 1 or 2 year deal you had with WWE.
I will say this: I'm doing exceptionally well, and then even with merchandise. Because now I get 100% of it. I have to put the money down. But
and you can have a cameo now.
Dude, the cameo, my website, therudedudes.com, been killing it with merchandise there. And like I said,
are you doing a podcast or anything?
I'm gonna get into that, but I figured I'd let you keep doing it for now. You got your show, the podcast.
I'm not saying you're going to take any of my real estate, but I could help you do one. I mean, we could help you do a podcast.
Yeah.
We could help produce it for you.
I wouldn't mind that. I could definitely use some help in that category for sure, because I actually bought all the equipment. I got microphones and everything.
I could turn you over to Seth, and he could. I mean, man, can you imagine, Seth, the attraction we could get Matt Riddle?
Oh, I mean, it'd be huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think we could. It would be tight.
Do you get a percentage off of what the WWE still sells in your merch?
They do sell in merch. I get royalty checks.
Oh, there you go.
I still get royalty checks from WWE, and I know I get like less than 1% of my royalties. That's just the contract. At least mine. It was very low number. And
it's still a decent number.
I still get a crazy amount of money every quarter.
That's unreal.
You know what?
Which to me, I'm just like, holy crap! They're still selling like hundreds of $1,000s worth
Do you
of my
know
stuff.
that Hogan used to get his pay-per-view checks from Turner FedEx to him on the Saturday after the event, and he his final deal with Turner was an $850 show-up fee, $850,000 to show up. He got 100% of his merchandise and 50% of the rest of the boys' merchandise.
Wow.
And so one time we were working out on a Saturday, the Federal Express guy came down. This was like Halloween Havoc or Summer Slam at the beginning. It was one of his pay-per-views. And then he got a percentage on buy rate, like what the percentage of buy rate of people that bought the pay-per-view. And this one check, because he let me open it, this one check, $2.4 million for one pay-per-view. Can you imagine that?
Especially back then.
Riddle?
Yeah, I mean, I could imagine it. I mean, I'll say this. When I had that year with Randy and RK Bro, I looked at my bank account, and I was just checking it randomly. I was looking at my bank account because I was like, ooh, I wonder if I got any bonuses this year.
Right.
And it was the new year. It was 2022 going to 2023. And I'm not going to state the actual number, but
Why not, bitch? I mean, you're divorced.
Well,
it's divorced. Your old lady can't take half of it. She already did.
You never know. It's better not to let people know how much you have. Just like I could have came in here wearing a suit. I came in here wearing a Brittle GT.
He was impressed by it, though. He was impressed by how much money he made. That's great.
Was it like, wow, holy crap?
Let's just say I looked at my bank account. I was able to buy a $500,000 house cash.
There you go.
Easy.
Nice.
Pay everything else.
And you're like, man, I hope this lasts for 22 years. I'm going to be rich as hell.
Yeah. Well,
and then Dana bought WWF, and you're screwed.
Yeah, well, that did happen, within in a way. But at the same time, I probably made enough in WWE where I'm basically good.
Well, hold on. Now you got the permanent WWE rub, though, too. So all the money you're making now is from the rub that, from being branded by, such a superstar by them.
Yeah.
That's what we're running with right now, and that's a pretty damn good living.
You're always a former WWE champion. I mean, that's the deal.
And I think there's a big difference because I do a lot of these meet and greets and I do a lot of these shows. And I think the big difference between me and a lot of these other guys that were in WWE
is that you grind.
I grind.
Yeah.
Most of these guys show up, try to do the bare minimum with
right.
and I get it. They've been working for a while. Your bodies are beat up. But like me, I show up. I'll do the meet and greet for 3 hours. I'll go overtime because there's just that many people. Then I'll go out to the ring and have like a 15 to 20 minute banger doing superplexes and moves off the top rope and everything else.
Hell yeah.
And I make sure every fan gets a fist bump and a bro.
Right, exactly. Every fan gets a fist bump and a bro.
Oh, your money back.
And you know what? Probably, I got to go to words real fast before we come back and end it with you, but probably, there's not that many independent promoters that can afford your rate. So amongst all of those guys, they talk, and the promoters are like, man, you guys got to bring, I brought Riddle in last week. We sold out the show.
Yep.
It's a business for them too. He's like, listen, we paid his rate. It was a little high. My God, the guy can work his ass off. He stayed for 3 hours signing autographs. I made $15,000 off of him.
I'll say this, and that's when I first got to the Indies, I had my rate, and my rate's pretty good. And I was like, this is too much. I feel like I'm trying, like, this isn't going to last. And then I started wrestling, and I saw how many people would show up for me. And I saw how many meet and greets people were selling at like $100, $140 a pop.
And the promoters are now, listen,
which I think is crazy to sell
hold
that.
on. You're now in the business, you're drawing money. You're drawing money. Then the promoter, listen, you're booked solid because promoter one calls promoter two and said, man, I just made a killing off a Riddle. Pay his rate. It might be a little stiff, but bring that guy in, man. You know what? You'll make money. You'll draw. They call it draw. You'll draw with him.
I do draw, and that's the one thing. Like every show I do sells out.
Well, Bubba, I think he took one place from a brewery down the street to this minor league stadium now.
Yeah, well, no, we're all in. Listen, I got to go to words so we can wrap it up with Matt. Stand by. Matt Riddle in the studio.
Yeah.
He has publicly told Jake Paul, you want to fight, I'll do it for free. Just let me keep my T-shirt money.
Yeah, I got my own website. Let me keep the merchandise. Speaking of website,
Let's just throw that offer out there, though. You'll fake. You would fight Jake Paul for free. Just let me keep my merch.
I would fight Jake Paul for free just for the exposure. And I personally really enjoy fighting, and I think I would enjoy fighting Jake Paul. I think it just...
I'm just so glad that we always get you in a good mood because you really scare me that you can flip out at any time and hurt us all.
Well, this is the other thing, too.
Because I'd have to shoot you.
I can't flip out. Yeah, I know. People... My roommate started doing jujitsu with me, and I don't think he realized how good I was. and then I told him, I was like, hey, now you know, like, anytime I can just take anything I want. And then he goes, I have a gun. I will shoot you dead.
Matt Riddle,
like, you're right.
Matt Riddle tells his roommate, now you know how badass I am.
Yeah.
At any time I can take anything. And he says, I will shoot you.
Yeah.
That's the only way to get. That's the only way to control you is to shoot you.
Yeah, well, definitely the fear of getting shot definitely controls me. You know, it's probably why I don't talk negatively about the police, you know? there is a possibility. Hey, and, you know, go police, you know? Don't,
okay, go police. There you go. All right, so give us your website where you're sending everybody.
TheRudeDudes.com. You know, that's where I sell some merch, some 8x10 and stuff like that. But I also brought some merchandise for the boys.
Sweet.
Some Rude Dude.
So this is from
Rude
Dude.com.
I got a King of Bros here.
I want a King of Bros.
You want a King of Bros?
Yeah.
Can we make this?
Let's see it.
Let's see if you make it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
I didn't break anything.
No.
You got some more?
King of Bros.
I'm a hat guy, too. I love it.
Yeah, right here. This one right here, this is my girlfriend's hat. You know, the one I'm wearing. It's pretty stylish. It's yellow. If somebody's... Want that one?
My daughter.
There
Oh,
you
look
go.
at that.
Look at that.
There it is.
King of Bros is throwing stuff.
Yeah. Also, you know, I got the Bronly fans.
Who came up with that? That's awesome.
a
genius.
That's hilarious. And then I got a whole bag of it. And I got my own. We didn't get to talk about. I have my own strain of cannabis now.
Really?
You do.
So
where can people get that?
Riddle OG.
You can get it legally in California.
Right.
You know what I mean? You might find it other places, but that had nothing to do
Now,
with
what's
me.
it called though? For those going to California or in California?
Yeah, if you go to the Row House in San Bernardino, that's one of the dispensaries that carries it. I went and did a meet and greet. We probably sold about 5-6 pounds that like in 3 hours, just being there because like about 80 or 90 people showed up for the meet and greet, and the only way you could have me sign something and take a picture
is to buy some.
Buy an eighth, buy an ounce, buy a half. So, and I got the Riddle OG shirt.
Nice. It is Riddle OG?
Riddle OG.
Riddle
Nice.
OG. I got
That's
number
the
2,
best.
number 4. I may or may not have samples for everyone. May or may not. But we'll get to that after.
What a bro. What a bro.
But yeah, that's the thing. Things have been going well. That's why it's like even with the Jake
Bronly
Paul
fans.
fight,
I love it.
even with the Jake Paul fight, you know, hey, I wouldn't mind the payday, but I'm past paydays, bro. I'm here to
promote,
respect.
buddy. I can make money.
I'm here.
You
to
can make
spill
money
blood,
just
bro.
just grinding. You know what I'm saying? Just grinding.
That's all I do, baby, is grind.
On the grind all the time.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, because you're so close, every once in a while when you're in between bookings, come on in. Let's have you on the air, promote your brand, talk about what you're doing. Let's
Can we do a high spot in the parking lot or something?
We can definitely do a high spot in the parking lot.
I'm not paying his day rate.
Parking
bitch.
lot juice.
I'm not paying $4,600 just to have him, split me.
I do work down in Tampa quite a bit. I work for MLW, who actually has a working relationship with New Japan and AEW. And so I was down here, last weekend or maybe the weekend before?
Anytime you're down here, man, we'd love to have you on the air and promote your brand.
I would love to.
And help you sell tickets.
Yeah, I love to. The last show sold out. We've been killing it. So, but I think it'd still be great. I love coming on and hanging out with you guys. And the more we can do this, the better.
Can I just ask one more question before we go?
Yeah, right before we leave.
Matt, did you see any of Lummy's work in the ring that he's done the last few times?
I saw bits and pieces. I saw a GIF. I saw a GIF.
Got a lot to learn. Got a lot to learn.
I'll say this. I think leaps and bounds from the last time we worked in the studio.
That's right. 100. I learned it. Yeah.
You know, Rome wasn't built in a day. Guys.
That's right.
You know?
Took a long time.
Not everybody's the king of bros or Randy Orton. You know, some of us gotta work a little harder, and you know, and probably a lot less experience. You know, I don't think Lummy's getting in the ring 2 times a day. You know?
But Lummy can wrestle, but Lummy could wrestle like hold on, wrestle, and you know what you know it because you're in the business. But it's called big man style. Wrestling big man style is so easy. It's clotheslines, it's tackle bumps, it's scoop slams, it's second rope willies. It's that.
But didn't Lummy put the guy through a table and it didn't break?
Yeah. They didn't cut the table. They didn't cut the table too well.
They didn't score the table.
Yeah.
You got to score the table.
Also, it depends on how big the guy you're throwing through the table.
He was small. Right. He was a small guy.
Yeah, small guys. I'll tell you this. I never have a problem going through a table. I went through multiple tables in the last couple weeks. You know?
Again, just pay my rate, bro, and I'll go through a table.
You pay my rate. I will say this. Sometimes
I bet you the table is a Tic Tac add-on. I bet you that's an extra $3.50.
It really ought to be. I will say this: if I do,
you gotta have a menu. Day rate, $7,000, juice $500,
a la carte
through a table $250, head chair shot $375. Juice $800.
Yeah, it really is. Death matches, there's definitely a higher rate. But I've also being back on the indies and stuff like that is I try to find the promotions that take care of me, also draw well, and I know everybody's leaving the table happy. And
you're drawing money.
And I've worked at other promotions where, hey, the show was fun, the fans were great. Probably not going to work there again. And I'm not going to mention names because that's not my agenda.
You just didn't have you listen. It's all about how you jive with the promoter, the guy that you're walking at the end of the night into the office, and the guy that's paying you, the booker, the promoter. It's basically probably the vibe that you get from him as to whether you work or not. If a guy's appreciative, he's like, "Hey, Matt, you know what? Hell of a show tonight. God dang, man, you really work your ass off. Love to have you in a couple months. Here's your rate, and here's a little something extra for you."
And right there, here's your rate. If you are generous and nice and appreciative, and you pay my rate, I'm over the moon. There's some people that kind of stiff me sometimes.
This is how this goes.
And then they treat me like a king. But then I'm like, dude, if you think so highly of me, why are you nickel and diming?
And do you sometimes get this, Matt? You're going back to get your payday, and the guy's like, "Well, Matt, we didn't draw that damn good. Looks like I'm gonna probably lose my ass. I'm gonna have to cut your day rate. I don't know if I can pay it."
I haven't had anybody do that. I've had people book me, then say, "Oh, that's a lot," and this is after they know the rate. "Oh, something came up," and then they'll pay me in installments. But I also know that's usually the case where they book multiple other talent and me, and they probably know
they're
I'm
just
the
not
most,
selling tickets.
Well, no, they sell out. I think it's just that I'm the most laid back. So even if you overbook a show and you go out of pocket,
that you might be the coolest of all the other stiff bastards.
And to be fair, if somebody's like, "Hey, I'm in a tight spot, can I pay you over the next month or so?" I'm not going to tell
You're
them.
good with that.
Yeah, I'm like
First Baker Riddle will be able to take financing options, no problem.
I do take financing.
That all goes through Daniel Rose.
And I don't charge high interest.
No, hell no.
You might have to smoke me out or something like that.
Send me an eighth with that $1,800 paycheck, and we're doing good, my friend.
That's it, baby. That's it.
Hey, Matt, we appreciate you, my friend. Again, tell everybody your website where they can get the merch and the ones.
TheRudeDudes.com for any merchandise. Check me out on Instagram, Riddle Bro. Check me out on Twitter, the Super King of Bros. I'll be in Odessa, Texas this Saturday wrestling. I'm working for MLW, New Japan, AAA, Crash of Mexico,
and special needs birthday parties.
Dude, if you guys got a birthday party and you want the King of Bros there, hit me up.
And your son's in a wheelchair and you want him to go off the second rope on top of Matt Riddle, as long as you pay the day rate.
We can probably make it happen.
Matt will build a ramp where that guy goes and gives him the 1, 2, 3 clean. You pay the day rate, feed him, drink him, get him back to the airport with a nice hotel room, and you got yourself a deal.
Dude, the best deal. The best.
This is our gala week, if you will. This is our big Super Bowl. With that comes Thursday. We kick off our celebratory week with getting a full-blown quadriplegic man in a bisexual 2 girls, 2 guys pile. It's somewhat disturbing. Tate's Pizza, 5 to 7 on Thursday. Bubba 199 with Anna spinning on Friday. And then the ceremonies of the Hall of Fame inductees and just overall hanging out on Saturday here at the studios. It's our 6th annual Bubba Army Royalty Party, BARP.
You didn't film me like licking my finger.
Oh, yeah.
You dick.
Oh,
You
yeah.
I'll fucking kill you.
Hey, did you know that you butt dialed Nikki? I'm sorry, Erica. And we had to hear. Yeah, thank God that was it. Thank God.
Nikki, that would be bad.
They're both all you bitches. Shut up for that one. So I might play it on the air tomorrow. It's your life. It's your life.
You might have been caught on camera.
You butt dialed. And you were discussing. First of all, Walker was throwing a fucking fit. Absolutely throwing a fit because I don't think you guys were paying attention to him. We were actually trying to have an adult conversation about how you guys are going to get here tonight. And Walker was fucking flipping out. And I was like, God damn, I could only handle that for about a minute in my life.
He was trying to get Mommy City, so not breastfeeding, but no, not breastfeeding. He just wanted.
In charge of the name spelling. So it's like, oh my God.
I did it that way. I think it's gonna be very similar, but we can do a little pepperonis on a couple of these, just to make it look a little cray-cray, which isn't really my favorite pie.
So he waited for you.
All right, we ready? We put these in? Okay, you put them in. Thank you.
Perfection, of course.
That's how you make a pie.
I went right by it, but it's not like it's different area. It's not like.
We have our final results. Pizza by Dan. Grab a slice.
Did you toss those down?
Yes, I did. Delicious.
You gotta get 2 slices this year. Ashley and Walker.
There you go.
My window, your window, and 2 motherfuckers down the road's window.
Push the
It is a full house tonight, man. It is. It's the Bart version of Bubba 199. We got a whole bunch of people outside.
Here, do it for Daddy Mac. Yeah. Look. Bailey the Look at
Alex.
He's coming in. He's getting headphones.
All right. Just a second.
He's about to sit down.
Just a second. Here we go.
He just kicked Wizzy out.
Just took Wizzy out. Wizzy could come up here if she wants to hang out here.
Bubba.
So, Alex, did the sumo pudding take you right down to zero? Say it.
I was baked like a cake, dude. I'm literally...
Don't fuck with sumo.
No, I'm over medicated.
You don't fuck
right
with
now.
sumo.
I might need to go to the Tampa Urgent Clinic. If somebody can give me a ride.
Hey, did sumo special pudding take you
up.
right down to zero, buddy?
It was just too heavily medicated, and for me...
Say it, sumo special pudding.
Sumo special pudding, and it's the first time I've eaten pudding medicated with concentrated marijuana, and it was, or whatever, Delta 9.
So hold on. I
Delta
told
9
Sumo goes, well, goddamn, you think we can take him down? And I'm like, he's pretty industrial. I've seen him party pretty hard. And Sumo goes, I'll give him a double whammy of it. And so he fucking concocted up this pudding, and then you just the last time I saw you, you were crying in the parking lot. Did you know that?
I was crying in the parking lot. I was getting emotional today, and then now I have the munchies so bad. I'm gonna order some tikka masala from the local Indian restaurant with some naan bread here in about a minute or two.
are you still tore?
I'm torn up. I'm tore up from the floor up, man. No, this is not.
Now, how about pay-per-view? How's she doing?
She can barely get out of bed. I'm gonna have to go drag her out, but I don't think she took
She's still
any of
back
that.
at my apartment?
Yeah, she's back at the crib, so I gotta go get her. So
no, she was partaking. You just were too fucked up. You didn't even pay any attention to her.
No.
Meanwhile,
Just munching on cookies.
I was just trying to get a glimpse of those areolas.
Yeah, well, we might get it later, but look, this is what I'm doing. I'm eating. I'm about to go get all the
cookies
and the Middle Eastern and biryani type food I can get.
Now, Simo's outside. You might want to go pay homage to the guy that took you right down to zero, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, I'm about to go choke Sumo out.
He darted you.
He got me too good. All right.
Yeah, hopefully John from Naples is in here. So
John. What if John from Naples was from here? What if he was here tonight?
It's over for John from Naples tonight. Tonight, John.
So hold on, listen.
He's gonna grapple
me and
you.
Alex were talking, and he was like, "For real, I am punching him out." I'm like, "Man, Alex, I don't know that we can't have fights."
No.
And you're like, I'm giving him a short jab right to his face.
John, if you say or do one thing to me that I think is uncool, it is just jab right there to your jaw or your face. He was touching my genital area last year. He was running on my car.
He got on your girl.
And he caused damage to my rental car. He did it in the hood, so I had to stop at the 7-Eleven and then punch out the other side of the hood.
Yeah, but from a buy here, pay here guy.
I know, that's nothing, but it's still an annoying thing. I got to punch the bottom of my car hood because this idiot.
Well, then he put his hands on you. He grabbed pay-per-view's ass.
He was groping everybody.
No, he just was like grabbing her lower back like a freak, dude. And so I had to shut him down. Well, shut up! Everybody shut up! I'm gonna fight everybody here at bar tonight, all right? So I got my boxing gloves upstairs. Bubba has a pair. We can go out and spar for anybody that wants to really, go mano-a-mano.
Yeah, Rob Conn will be here tomorrow. He'll take you right on up there.
yeah, let's get Iggy here to choke him
It's
out.
always Rob Conn.
Oh, no, I got Iggy. I got Iggy right outside. He will fuck your world up. I'm telling you that right now.
Well, I'm about to go literally eat some Domino's pizza.
Okay, all right.
And dude, I don't know if I'm gonna be okay. So,
are you gonna? By the way, you had you and I going out doing all this content tomorrow. I think you're gonna be sleeping most of the night.
No, we have to do it tomorrow. Bubba and I are going viral tomorrow. We have two quick ideas we're gonna do. Bubba and I are going viral, so be on the lookout for that. And him on a blimp needs to go eat some munchies. All right, I love you.
I love you too.
I am motherfucking Matt Hoxie from Charleston, and I have been Bubba Army for about 6 years.
Let's fuck some hard!
I've been listening to Bubba for 12 years. I've got all the platforms, everything. Bubba Raw, Bubba whatever, back in the day, 98 Rock in Charleston.
I heard Bubba for my first time on a crab fishing boat on Sirius XM radio in the middle of the Bering Sea, and I've been hooked ever since.
I heard it first in Charleston on 98 Rock, and then once I started listening and got hooked, I got their app and was completely sold.
Right.
Drank the Kool-Aid all day long.
All right. She's inside.
Daddy Mac!
Daddy Mac!
How many people did shit their pants on that one?
Heather Wiz. Matt Anderson, 25 on the Venmo.
BTQ. It is the Barb version of Bubba 199. It's going to be a good one tonight. Anna is on the wheels.
Primetime Toys, $75 on the cash app.
DJ Hum Sauce. Front and center, we got Not a Fan. We got lovely, lovely Amy. Love her. We got the merch crick. Teddy's a bouncing. We got Maria Guatemala. And we got Lummy on the bit calling. It looks like we got just lots of people in here tonight.
We're technically in a hype train, too.
No, this is the microphone. It's live.
Yeah. Oh, we are live. Let's go, guys.
Hey, we're live here with
Pimp on a blimp. We're going insane for the Ukraine. It's Friday night in Tampa, Florida. The freaks are out. We're going to make them shout. And you know I will always make them holla for $1. And if you're not here with us tonight, you're missing out. But guess what? You're going to be able to just live stream with us and live with us simultaneously on the internet. So let's go.
Place is packed.
Pile them in.
Oh, yeah, they're on here tonight. Big Bud. Is this everybody?
You're going to find a family, and you're going to love that family.
And you're going to love that family, but last year this guy got married, and now he's done, and it happens. That's why I just want to say that this man is a lover. He's not a fighter.
I'm more of a fighter than a lover.
Well, he's both, all right? I'm just saying, this is a hell of a man. Any other ladies out there, if you want to get laid, I saw him take a leak earlier. It's 7 inches soft, so this guy could pee. He could probably bang. This is what we do. We find love here, so this is what we do. Bubba
Hey, I'm
Army.
here. I'm here.
I am too. We love you. Peace.
The Barb Bubba 199 edition is officially over. If you go to the dollhouse tonight, just tell them Bubba Army at the front door, and they're gonna waive your cover fee. What a big night, man.
Check. Come on. Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Seth, I need Seth Kushner to the stage. Is that too big for you? Welcome to our 6th annual BARP party. So many people in here tonight. We will do another round of ceremonies when we do the Hall of Fame stuff. Also, I'll be bringing Matt Hoxie up here a little bit later. So we'll have a couple of rounds of announcements, but this is going to be the opening ceremonies of BARP, nonetheless. I got to get hold on here. Seth, I need you right back there. There you go. Seth has his role in this. First of all, I'd like to do a moment of... Dan, you can't warm up when I'm doing a moment of silence for the fallen. So stop. So at this time, I'd like to take a brief moment of silence for some Bubba Army that are not with us. David Hernandez, Yippee O'Brando, Daddy Mac, and Redbeard, Elwood. So a brief moment of silence for those guys. We all miss them, and let's hope that we're all back next year. Brandon the Quad, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good.
Yeah. All right, so hold on. I got a proper background. Oh shit.
This is our pyro.
This is how much we can afford for pyro. Now, Dan can do it all. There's nothing Dan can do. When Dan asked me if he could do the national anthem, the Jimi Hendrix national anthem, I said, sure, Dan, absolutely, knowing that it was going to suck. Because, oh, shut up, all you Dan Marks out there. There's only one guy that can do the Jimi Hendrix national anthem. Jimi fucking Hendrix, okay? So hold on, this is our high dollar pyro, hold on. Oh shit.
These aren't his. Done.
Oh, man. Okay, well, I can't. Oh yeah, blowtorch. Blowtorch, hell yeah. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Hendrix for the opening ceremonies of the 2024 6th Annual Bar Party. Take it away, Dan Hendrix.
What happened?
Oh no! Come on, Seth!
But it's unplugged.
I think we lost power.
Lost power to my amp.
Watch it on it!
None of my things
Yeah,
are
we
lit up.
don't have power over here.
I don't have power.
Hey, hold on. Justin!
Dude, who unplugged it? I didn't
Justin,
unplug
we
it.
don't have enough power over here, bud.
Seth,
Seth,
did you unplug it?
I stepped over every cord. I stepped over every cord.
Hold on, is it lit up? It's still lit up.
Do the acoustic version.
There goes. It's good now. Yeah, we should be good now. Turn it. I unplugged them. Yeah, we're good. We should be good now.
My amp's not on.
You got to give it a second to load. Yeah, it'll be back. We're good.
All right, we just got power, I think. I don't know.
You're good.
All right, Seth. Do you need more sparklers, Seth?
Yeah.
Seth, the fuck boy needs more
Should I
sparklers.
wear this during the anthem or no?
Yeah, wear that during the anthem. You're representing America. Okay. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Hendrix. Dan Hendricks. Dan Hendricks. The festivities have begun.
So good. It was perfect because it wasn't perfect. You know what I mean? So it was giving me like I'm taking guitar lessons I learned this last Thursday vibes. But he did fucking awesome, and Dr. Dan is the motherfucking man.
You got a fucking blowtorch on standby. Hell yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay. It's Alex Stein is my ring if it's here. I don't know if you guys know. Where is it? Eric is.
Is it Alex Stein?
Alex Stein. Oh, I love Bubba Army so much. This is the most special day of my life. I've never won anything. I've never won anything. Oh my gosh, Bubba Clem, I love you. Look, oh my gosh, if it fits, we did it. Bubba Army for life. Bim on a blam, Erica.
This motherfucker told me how good you are, and I'm like way over. I'm like, who do you think took him from a fucking...
He was the best guy in Howard. The last time Howard was relevant.
How did you think he got to Howard, motherfucker?
Of course, I'm not a dummy. I know all this. I'm just saying there needs to be a Brent Hatley monthly show.
We will.
Brent talks about, oh, Caitlin did this, I did this, I went to this, and then it's a month.
Why don't we bring Caitlin in too?
And Caitlin should be on the show 1,000%.
Duh.
We shine bright like a diamond. It's me, Lummy. We're about to change. 2024 is the year of Bubba the Love Sponge. With my tutelage and Lummy's hard work, we're going to change the whole entire channel, and we are going to shock the world. Watch out Howard Stern. Watch out Jimmy Kimmel. Watch out Jeffrey Epstein. Watch out Roger Stone. We're coming for all y'all's asses.
Bitches.
Hi, Mama.
Hi, honey. How are you?
Hi, Katie. Great. How you doing?
We're doing okay. Good. I'm sounding like I have to be the oldest person here. Hi. How are you doing, Brandon?
Pretty good.
Oh, Jennifer.
How's it going there, young lady?
I'm hanging in there.
Yeah.
Oh, got so quiet. Kenny Price in the house. Is everybody happy? Everybody happy with your rings this year? Nice rings, really nice rings. Mina. All right, so I guess we have a gift presentation. So is Nick the Gun Guy? Are you the one doing this, Nick the Gun Guy? And Grouper Lips. All right, come on up.
We need Dan and Lummy out here.
Dan and Lummy.
And Erica.
And Erica. Dan, Lummy, and Erica. Dan, Lummy, and Erica. It's like herding a bunch of fucking wild cats. Dr. Dan's personal assistant, nice ass bad attitude, is in the house tonight. Right over here, Naba. She hates me for saying that. All right, we need Dan and, is that it?
Lummy.
And Lummy. Dan and Lummy. Dan and Lummy. And then all the Hall of Famers with your busts to the side here. I think there's 16 of them.
Yes.
16 of them. Thank you. Hey, Big Red, can we keep a little bit of music going? I just feel so dry up here. I feel so dry. Right, Mina? Say it. Say it, Mina.
Gonna have that crutch?
Dan. Dan in them.
It's all right, he'll be out here. All right, just I need Dan. I need Dan and Lummy. Dan, be careful.
It was pictures.
Okay, I know. I'm sorry. All right. So I'm going to hand this over to Nick the Gun Guy and Grouper Lips. Nick the Gun Guy, over to you. Here we go.
Alrighty, guys. For the years of great entertainment, we gave you guys a couple of gifts.
Get up here like this.
From Mickey Grouper and I. And first, I'd like to present Dan with his.
Oh, it's
Oh,
fucking
wow.
Yellowstone 6-shooter. Oh, wow.
Wow, it's
Dan will
beautiful.
be wearing it on his hip on the show.
Show us the guns.
Show us the guns, Hangman.
That's lovely. You don't know how to open it?
It's not loaded.
It's like
It's not loaded. There you are.
Oh, okay.
Spin it. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Show him the handle. Lummy.
And next we got Lummy here.
Which will be a squirt gun.
Danny Dutton. Danny Dutton. I love it. Thank you so much.
Dan, let me see. Dan, you got to watch out so Lummy can be at the front of the stage.
Okay.
Here you go.
Dan,
Thank
give
you.
it up.
Sorry, Dan.
And then Bubba, you as well. We got one for you as well.
Woo!
I'll just take it out of there.
Bubba Dutton.
And last but not least, for Erica, for all the hard work you do.
Stop being so stiff.
For Merch Crick.
Show him up there. Show him. Show him. Dan, you can't shoot it right now. All right, we're good. Merch Crick, thank you very much. Be careful getting down. I'll introduce my staff here momentarily. One person in the crowd, and maybe a lot of people from the old school will remember this, but the guy that got me in the wrestling business and was the guy that always put me over when I did a dark match for the WWE and WWF. You guys have all remember the Texas Hangman?
Oh,
Texas
yeah.
Hangman? The Texas Hangman is right here with the Texas Hangman. I met that guy in Milwaukee in 1991, and he's been my friend ever since. And he's just got me in the business and taught me how to do some very limited stuff. And thank you so much for coming out here tonight, Mike. Thank you so much. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to bring one at a time. One at a time, so I don't think, we might be able to get 16 people up here. But one at a time, we're going to bring the Hall of Famers. I'm going to introduce them. And then after we're all said and done, we'll give them a big round of applause. And each and every one of you Hall of Famers make your way to the stage and put your bust on where your name is respectfully. Now these are some of the best supporters of our program. As you know, each and every person that's here tonight, you've supported the program through all types of different means. And quite frankly, we couldn't have the studio, we couldn't do our daily show without all of you. So first and foremost, give all of yourself a round of applause because there are very few radio shows that are funded and have this monetization model, and we make it work, and it's all because of you. So thank you so very much. I'm so humbled. Thank you so very much. So without further ado, my first inductee of the 2024 Bubba Army Radio Hall of Fame. Lumby, I'll let you do it. You be like my little Vanna White bitch, okay?
All right. Little Wilbur's Afterbirth.
Come on up, man. Show him your bust, little Wilbur. Thank you very much. We're gonna get a picture right here. Get a picture with me. Thank you, little Wilbur.
Big E 7375.
Big E 7375. Come on, Big E, get up here. Be careful with those stairs. Big E. There you go. Thank you. Get a picture. Big E, come here. Where's your bust at, Big E? Gee, you're so fucking stupid. All right, now go inside and get your bust, okay? Nobody told you. I've been saying it on the microphone, you stupid fucker.
Justin Nash.
Justin Nash. Bring up Jeremy. Without Justin is Jeremy. The Nash brothers. Get in here for a picture. These are my boys right here, the Nash brothers. All right, thank you guys. Go put your bust on the thing now. Love you guys.
Mitch the Mark.
Mushroom Mitch has gotten more people high in the BRN than anybody in the history of the BRN.
Thank you, Mushroom Mitch.
Susan Poitras.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. There's my girl. Help her up. Well, here we go. Because she's got those fucking sexy ass glasses. Susan P. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Susan.
He can't be with us, but Super Fat Bubba Light.
Super Fat Bubba Light. Oh, yeah. Hey, no problem. Yeah, sure, no problem.
T-shirt Will.
T-shirt Will. T-shirt Will. T-shirt Will. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, T-shirt.
Precision John.
I think, is he still here?
Oh, he's still here.
He's still here. He's going to Gainesville to pick him. Here he is. He's too cool for the room. Precision John Laser, who's done so much great work for us. One of the original OGs. Thank you, Precision John.
Bright Farm John's Island.
Bright Farm John's Island. Bright Farm John's Island. Look at him. He looks drunk as fuck. How you doing, buddy? How you doing, buddy? Give it up for Bright Farm right here, my man. Thank
you. Big Man 028.
Big Man 028. Careful, big man. Careful. There you go. Six ringer. Six ringer right here. Six ringer. Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Big Buck.
Oh, yeah. One of my favorites. Look at this motherfucker. Big Buck with the Bubba astronaut suit on. Yeah. He's a heavy equipment operator, my man. Look at this motherfucker. Chris Christopherson's hippie brother.
Brandon the Quad.
Brandon the Quad. Run over here, Brandon. BTQ. 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 Hey, where's Kate? Is Caitlin Hatley here? Is Caitlin Hatley here? Back it up here, Brandon the Quad. Back it up here, Brandon the Quad. Show him your bust. Come here, Caitlin. Right here, quick. Here's Brandon the Quad's girl right here. She's a healthcare hero, ladies and gentlemen. And she's a Hall of Famer too, let's not forget. Brandon said he wore her out for 45 straight minutes.
I was so worn out. I was like sweating. I'm like, holy shit, like 40 minutes. I'm kidding around straight.
40 minutes straight. Straight pimp. Makes a porn star tap out. That's what I'm talking about. Brandon the Quad.
Is LM Close here?
Did LM Close? I don't think LM Close made it. LM Close did not make it.
Or JJ Charger?
I don't think JJ charged it either.
Well, then the last one up is John
Costica! The largest contributor this fiscal year is my man from Valpo, Indiana. John motherfucking Costica. P1, bitches. Give it up for John Costica. All right, each and every one of you guys, put your thing in there. I just want to make Lummy, stay in here. Come here, Lummy. Everybody give it a couple people I'd like to recognize. First of all, my entire staff, but I think some people are taking pictures. So if my staff is here, come on up. But I'd like to recognize, of course, Rhett. Over there. Anna. Thank you, Anna. Jay Diaco. Seth Kushner, the latest.
Fuck yeah, bitches!
And is Macho Man here? He's probably wiring some shit up. And where's Dan? He's out here. Dr. Dan Diaco. He's a hero to me. He takes a small chest girl. Oh, he's eating. He's like, look at him. Oh, he's too cool. He's stoned off his mind.
A mouthful of cookies.
And finally, the most popular, Lummy!
Thank you, everybody. You guys are all amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Captain Ron. Thank you to everybody.
And finally, something that's very important to me. Hold on.
I like to talk. Just thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. We do appreciate everything you all do. And without your support, obviously, Bubba's made it very clear we wouldn't be here. But it keeps growing. And actually, the bonds keep growing, too. Because now I'm seeing people for the 3rd, 4th year. Really, it's humbling. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your love and support. Go Bubba Army! Hell yeah, USA!
And then finally, somebody who does way more than anybody ever really knows. She really keeps my shit together. My girl, the Merch Crick. Appreciate y'all. The party's gonna keep going. Crank the music up. Bubba Army, we appreciate y'all. Check 1, 2. Listen, I got so many people pulling on me. I'm a little, I've been partying a little bit. Couple more people I have to bring up. This next one is absolutely the most important person here by far because I came out of her vagina. Ladies and gentlemen, JD Cakes, my mother. I like to bring up my sister, Tara, real fast. Thank you, sister. And then finally, I'd like to bring up, if he's still here, hopefully, a guy that I married here last year. Listen, I fuck this party up every year. I fuck it up. I do. Okay, hold on now. And so I married this. First of all, let's bring up Matt Hoxie here. Where's Matt Hoxie? Come on, Matt. So last year, come on up here, Matt. Because I told everybody that I was going to get your ass here and apologize to you personally for not doing a very good wedding last year.
No, it was fantastic.
But I want, and so come over here, buddy. So hold on. So just hold on. So before things went sideways with her, it was, I wasn't necessarily the most popular person in the Matt Hoxie household, and they weren't coming, of course. And so Matt hadn't contributed or anything like that because he was mad at me. And then he discovered that the bitch was cheating on him. So they're going through a divorce. And I sent him a plane ticket. I said, you and Mitch Lasserini come down here and we'll have a fuck that bitch party. So give it to Matthew Hoxie, my boy. Appreciate you, buddy.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you for bringing us out here. We had no idea what was going on, and we love you.
We love you too. Man, thank you. Love you, man. You're good. All right.
It's the fuck that bitch. It's women drop.
Fuck that bitch.
You want a shot?
I would call it a good riddance, bitch, not a fuck that bitch.
Everybody got one? Everybody ready? Go Hoxie! Fuck that bitch! 3, 2, 1. Get in here, Biggie.
In between us. I will do.
Maybe next
You got 2 minutes. Wish him and I get one too, you fuck.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Oh, you want to say,
I really want you in.
Here, let me get out of the way.
Will you take one for me? When we're done, will you take one for me? Yeah.
I know.
Seth can't get out of here fast enough, man. He's like,
No, he has to stay.
Oh, I gotta stay till 10. I gotta stay till the all staff thing, and then.
Anna, get over here. Anna, get over here.
Get over here.
Anna.
Come on in. Ass against, yes.
You need
I got you. I'll do it. Hold on.
everybody.
Where'd Dan go?
Where'd
Dan
go?
Danny, where did he go?
You know, I haven't eaten all day from anxiety. It takes a lot to.
I know,
like,
this is.
It takes, and I'm, you know, I come here, I'm good.
You are.
I'm good, and then I get out.
I'm good.
Yeah.
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
You were.
Here on time.
Okay, somebody.
Oh, I can take
Woo! Yeah. Should I take my clothes off?
Danny like
yeah. Woo! Sorry. That was,
You know, it's amazing the family that we have.
I don't know what I would do without listening to Bubba, honestly. I have no idea what I would do without listening to Bubba. And I love the lineup.
What keeps me listening is Babyface on Thursdays. The man's the myth, the legend, and Dr. Dan's a jobber.
I love this motherfucker right here taping me. I love Anna. I'm glad Seth's back. I fucking love the lineup.
Bubba has been in my life through multiple dark times. When I had to finally get a divorce, he kept me sane. When my mom passed this past year, and of course the Bubba Army family, Nicky Field, my boy Rhett here.
He's a wild man. He's slightly inappropriate and a wild man.
Who, me or him?
No, that motherfucker over there.